I was playing the zither. My slender fingers danced on the strings. When the song ended, the lingering sound lingered in my ears. The melodious, pleasant, graceful, and passionate sound of the zither was like the sound of nature and the sound of heaven. I was still not satisfied, with a look of aftertaste on my face, immersed in the sound of the zither just now. If it were in my previous life, I would definitely be very popular, sought after by everyone, and become a household name, and I would beat all the singing gods and queens in seconds. I sighed. Not to mention the singing gods and queens in my previous life, even the famous zither masters in ancient times could not compare to me. Alas, how did I end up in such a world? With such a system, shouldn't it allow me to travel back to the ancient dynasties? I was filled with resentment, and I also caught up with the tide of time travel, and traveled from Blue Star. This is a world of cultivation, where cultivators can call the wind and rain, overturn rivers and seas, and move the stars. They are omnipotent, similar to the gods in the myths and legends of Blue Star. This world is fine, but the key is that I was given the wrong system. The more I thought about it, the angrier I got. I had what other time travelers had, but they were not compatible. Byte. Host plays the song, Pingsha Luoyen, experience value 188888. The system's voice rang in my head, and I was numb to it. Then, a faint light screen appeared in front of me. This was the system panel data that only I could see. Host, Li Jiodao. Cultivation, mortal. Skill, the piano technique is transcendent and holy. The chess method is superb. Calligraphy is transcendent and holy. The painting method is transcendent and holy. The tea ceremony is the transcendence of the ordinary. Carving, transcendence. Fishing for the supernatural. The medical skills are extraordinary. The archery skill is transcendental and holy. This is exactly my system, a system with various skills. Transcendent into saint, this is the highest level. I have practiced various skills to the top. But what's the use? This is a world of cultivation, and the cultivators can destroy the world with a wave of their hands. No matter how powerful my skills are, they are useless. They can kill me with just a flick of their fingers. In the world of cultivation, you need to provide me with a cultivation system and a skill system. Are you trying to kill me? I was very depressed. If I had such a skill system back in the ancient dynasties of Blue Star, even if I had not traveled through time and stayed on Blue Star, I would have been very successful. But here, it is just useless. I just want to practice. I was crying without tears. The system was useless, but the key was that I didn't have the qualifications to practice and couldn't enter the Tao. I originally wanted to shine in the other world like those predecessors who traveled from Blue Star, overwhelm all the geniuses, and become the Supreme Master. But now, I can only think about it and treat it as a dream. I can't enter the Tao, can't embark on the road of practice, and can only be an ordinary mortal. It's okay to be a mortal, at least I won't starve to death. I had no choice but to comfort myself. Although these skills can't make me a supreme master, they can make me worry-free. I opened a small shop in Qingshan City near Taiwa Sect. With these skills, I can live a good life. Qingshan City is bustling again, and Taiwa Sect is accepting disciples again. I was a little envious. Taiwa Sect is a very powerful sect in this area, and it accepts disciples every 3 years. I have been in this world for 9 years. At first, I participated in the Taiwa Sect's disciple recruiting assessment with great anticipation, hoping to become a disciple of Taiwa Sect and embark on the path of cultivation. However, I did not have the qualifications to practice, so I was eliminated at the first level and then stayed in Qingshan City near Taiwa Sect. Qingshan City is large and prosperous. It has become more and more lively during this period. A large number of young people have come from all directions to wait for the Taiwa Sect assessment to officially begin. The streets are crowded with people. One after another, the young people are outstanding, dignified, and have extraordinary temperaments. It is obvious that they are not ordinary people. Such piano music. A flawlessly beautiful girl with skin as white as snow and a tall and plump figure stood in front of my shop, looking dazed and shocked. Suddenly, broke through. She couldn't believe it, her voice trembling. She had only heard a short piece of piano music, but she had actually broken through a level barrier. How could this be possible? She had practiced for a whole year but couldn't break through the level barrier, but she had actually broken through it directly with this short piece of piano music. How could she believe it? I really made a breakthrough. She checked carefully and confirmed that she had entered a higher realm. Which expert is playing the piano in there? She was shocked. A short piece of piano music could make her break through. The person playing the piano in there must be an incredible senior. You know, even if the extremely powerful experts in the palace guided her day and night, she couldn't break through. This is a great realm, and she needs to rely on herself to break through. It is difficult for outsiders to help. I'm so lucky. She smiled like a flower, her heart pounding. She was excited. She didn't expect to meet such an incredible and powerful senior here. I can't be rude and leave a bad impression on my seniors. She took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down, and began to look around my shop. The shop was not big, with only one room. From the outside, you could see inside. It was very clean, with simple decoration and not gorgeous. It was filled with various calligraphy and paintings. It looked like a calligraphy and painting shop. She moved her eyes upwards and looked at the plaque of the shop. Tao. There is only one word on the plaque, which is like the moving brushstrokes of a dragon and snake, iron painting, and silver hook, and it also means the ethereal and ever-changing Tao. You are truly a great senior. Her mood, which had just calmed down, suddenly became excited again. With just the word Tao, she felt the endless Taoism, which was definitely not something that an ordinary person could write. I'm afraid that even her father, the Emperor of Xia, could not write such Taoism. Not to mention such Taoism, I'm afraid that even 1,000 or 1/10,000th of Taoism could not be written. It was too profound and too amazing. Unfortunately, her realm was too low and she could not comprehend such Taoism, otherwise she would definitely become stronger and step into a higher realm. Finally, she tried to calm herself down again and walked into the shop. Oh, a customer is coming. I was deep inside the shop and saw the girl come in and quickly walked over from the piano table. Excuse me, were you playing the piano just now? The girl asked nervously and carefully. She saw me walking towards the piano table. What a polite person. The girl was obviously not an ordinary person. Perhaps she came from a cultivation family. I didn't expect that she could speak to a mortal like me with honorifics. In the world of cultivation, although cultivators are not everywhere, they are almost there. There are not only various cultivation sects, but also various large and small cultivation families. The girl has an extraordinary temperament and a sense of transcendence. It is obvious that she is not a mortal. Perhaps she has embarked on the path of cultivation. For mortals, cultivators are high and mighty. Few cultivators are polite to mortals. The girl's politeness surprised me. I just played a song when I had nothing to do just now. Please forgive me if it has polluted your ears. I said politely. Please forgive me, senior. The young girl Xia Yan was so frightened that she shuddered all over. What do you mean by dirtying her ears? Is the senior kidding her or something? The corners of my mouth twitched. The girl is really pretty, but she seems to have a problem. Why is she trembling out of nowhere? Senior. I was startled, thinking of the girl's address to me just now. How could I be called a senior? The title of senior is used to address those powerful monks. I am just an ordinary mortal. Can't I call you senior? Xia Yan saw my expression and her face suddenly changed. She thought to herself, doesn't this great senior in front of me dislike being called senior? Yes. This great senior has unfathomable strength and must have practiced for countless years. He still looks so young now. I think this great senior really doesn't like being called senior. She blamed herself and regretted that she wanted to leave a good impression on this great senior, but she still messed up and violated the great senior's taboo. I am just a mortal, how dare I be addressed as senior? Miss, you are too polite. I smiled at myself. Practicing cultivation is what I have always dreamed of. Unfortunately, I do not have the qualifications to do so and cannot do it. Mortal. Xia Yan was about to cry. Could you please stop torturing her like this, senior? She wanted to say that if you were a mortal, she wouldn't even be a mortal. She would be a useless person. I can't mess it up again. How dare she disobey me? She hurriedly followed my words and said, I have loved playing the piano since I was a child. When I heard your piano playing, I felt inferior to you. You are definitely a senior in the way of piano music. So that's how it is. I suddenly realized, no wonder a monk like the girl is so polite to me. It turns out that the girl likes to play the piano. I smiled and said, if that's the case, I deserve to be called a senior. I am still very proud of my piano skills, and the supernatural piano skills are not in vain. Seeing the smile on my face, Xia Yan also became happy. She finally didn't mess it up and made it through. When she was in the palace, she heard from the strong men in the palace that some hermits like to pretend to be mortals and travel the world. It seems that she met such a hermit today. Princess, you are here. I have been looking for you for so long. At this time, a woman in a green dress ran in breathlessly. She was Xia Yan's maid, and she came to Qingshan City with Xia Yan. She had rarely been out of the house, and she was attracted by the prosperity of Qingshan City. When she realized what was happening, Xia Yan had disappeared. She looked for her along the way, and finally found Xia Yan in my shop. Princess. My face changed slightly. I didn't expect Xia Yan's identity to be so extraordinary. She was actually the princess of a country. The Taihua sect was indeed powerful. Even a princess of a country wanted to go in and practice. Xiaolan, be careful and don't be rude in front of the senior. Xia Yan scolded softly, fearing that Xiaolan would mess everything up. She had worked so hard to satisfy the powerful senior. Ah, senior. Xiaolan's eyes widened as she looked at me in disbelief. I looked about the same age as them, but I was actually their senior in cultivation. The key point was that she hadn't sensed any spiritual power fluctuations from me. I was just an ordinary mortal. Don't get me wrong, your princess likes to play the piano, and I have made some achievements in piano music, so your princess calls me senior. I explained with a smile. Princess, when did you start to like playing the piano? How come I didn't know? Didn't you hate these things before? The guqin given to you by the emperor was smashed by you, and you said you didn't have the patience to play the piano. Xiaolan looked at Xia Yan with a strange look in her eyes. Xia Yan's mind was filled with black lines. She was afraid that Xiaolan would mess everything up. But what she feared came true. She spoiled Xiaolan. In name, Xiaolan was her maid, but she never treated Xiaolan as a maid. She treated Xiaolan like a sister. What do you know? Why would my father give me a guqin if I didn't like playing the guqin? I had a quarrel with my father at that time, so I smashed the guqin my father gave me, she explained hurriedly. Oh, I was wondering why the emperor and the princess had a bad relationship during that time. Turns out they were arguing. Xiaolan didn't think much about it. What a beautiful jade pendant. When she saw the jade pendants on the table, she couldn't help but walk over and take a piece of jade pendant in her hand to look at it. This is a jade pendant with a lamb carved on it. The lamb is lifelike, as if a living creature is engraved on it. Every cut is extremely precise, which can be called a masterpiece of craftsmanship. Don't move. Xia Yan was terrified. How could Xiaolan be so rude and dare to take the things of the senior? What was going on? Why was she making such a fuss, as if she had never seen the world? Was Xia Yan really a princess? I was full of doubts. It's okay. Everything in the store is for sale. Feel free to look and take. I said with a smile. How do you know if it's a good thing without looking or touching it? Princess, come here quickly, these jade pendants are really beautiful. Xiaolan pulled Xia Yan over. Xia Yan's eyes swept across the jade pendant on the table, and she was suddenly shocked. Cold sweat even flowed down her white forehead. Each jade pendant is carved with something different, including lions, tigers, unicorns, real dragons, celestial phoenixes, etc. Without exception, these carvings are like living creatures, lifelike. She seemed to hear the roar of lions and roars of tigers. It was even more like she was in front of a unicorn, a real dragon, or a celestial phoenix, and felt the boundless pressure. This is clearly one treasure after another. Their Xia Kingdom's national treasure, the handed-down jade seal, is not worth mentioning in front of these jade pendants. Are these all for sale? Her voice trembled. Taking out any of these jade pendants will definitely cause a big earthquake and attract countless people to fight for it. What kind of princess? This country can't be just as big as a palm. I am speechless. This princess is too ignorant. Although the things I carved are indeed exquisite, there is no need to be so excited, right? Are you trembling when you speak? Sell everything in the store, and if the price is right, even myself. I said jokingly. How much did you sell it for? Xia Yan asked hurriedly, but she regretted it right after asking. Such a treasure, the value of which is inestimable, how could she possibly afford it? These are all carved by me, they are not good jade, 10 taels of silver each. I said. Ah. 10 taels of silver per piece. Xia Yan looked strange, wondering if she had heard it wrong. I was speechless. A princess of a village, right? Can't even take out 10 taels of silver. Forget it. It's rare to meet someone who understands piano. I'll give you 2 pieces. My carving has reached the level of supernormal. I can carve one casually. It's not that expensive, so I'll just give it to you. Give us 2 pieces. Xia Yan was so excited that she stuttered. Even if they moved all the treasures of the Xia kingdom, they could never buy such a treasure. I actually said I would give them 2 pieces. She couldn't believe it and thought she was dreaming. Princess, what's wrong with you? Xiaolan looked embarrassed. Was her princess so excited about something worth 10 taels of silver? She was just like a country bumpkin who had never seen the world. Things like silver were only useful among mortals. For cultivators like them, it was completely worthless. She could get tens of thousands of silver just by exchanging something with mortals. Xia Yan ignored Xiaolan. Xiaolan's realm was low, she could not perceive anything, and did not know that the jade pendant was a treasure. Can you really give us 2 pieces? She asked me again. She was definitely the princess of the village country. How could a princess be so poor? I smiled and said, pick whatever you like. Take 2 pieces you like. Just consider it as making friends. Thank you. Xia Yan thanked me quickly, tears of excitement almost flowing out. She carefully selected the jade pendant, took a piece of Tianfeng jade pendant, and then thanked me again. We are not that poor, are we, princess? Xiaolan wanted to cry but had no tears. Xia was a powerful country, ruling over hundreds of thousands of kilometers of land, governing over tens of millions of people, and having countless monks in the country. How could her princess ask someone to give her something worth 10 taels of silver? Stop talking nonsense. Do you have money? Hurry up and choose a jade pendant, and then thank you, senior. Xia Yan was very disappointed. This was such a great opportunity, but Xiaolan was still like this. I really forgot to bring silver when I went out. Xiaolan scratched her head. Silver was of no use to them, so she didn't even think about bringing any silver. Don't waste time, just pick one you like. Xia Yan urged. This lamb jade pendant in my hand is pretty good, let's choose it. Okay. Xia Yan nodded and pulled Xiaolan to thank me together. Finally, she said goodbye to me. In fact, she wanted to stay here and ask me some questions. But Xiaolan was here, and she couldn't tell Xiaolan. She was afraid that Xiaolan would do something bad and offend the senior. Senior, can I come again in the future? She asked nervously. Sure, you can come whenever you want. Thank you, senior. Xia Yan smiled brightly as she and Xiaolan left the store. It was not until they had walked a long way that Xia Yan breathed a sigh of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted off her shoulders. Princess, what's wrong with you? Xiaolan asked. The princess's behavior was really strange. Xia Yan looked solemn as she looked at Xiaolan and said, Xiaolan, you must keep the jade pendant in your hand well and never show it to anyone. It is a treasure, more valuable than the imperial seal handed down from our Xia kingdom. What? Xiaolan was shocked. Something worth 10 taels of silver could be so powerful. Xia Yan turned around and looked in the direction of my shop, and said, we just experienced what may be the greatest opportunity of our lives. That was an incredibly powerful senior. 2 jade pendants were given away for free before we even opened the shop. This is a bad omen. It's not a good day to do business. I touched my nose, closed the shop door, walked into the small courtyard at the back, took out a big bough, put it on my back, and then left through the door of the small courtyard. In front is my shop where I sell things, and in the back is the small courtyard where I live. The big bough was also rewarded to me by the system after my archery skills reached supernormal. Let's go hunting. I left Qingshan City with my bow on my back and came to the nearby Qingshan. There are many animals living in Qingshan, and almost all hunters in the city hunt in Qingshan. I have archery in my skill system, and I often go to Qingshan to hunt. Brother Dao, here we come. Haha, Brother Dao is an unparalleled archer. No matter how powerful the prey is, it can't escape the arrows in Brother Dao's hand. The hunters in Qingshan greeted me excitedly after seeing me. I am very famous. Every time I go into the mountains, I get a lot of rewards. At the same time, I am also very generous. Every time I hunt prey, I will share a lot with them. They will naturally be very happy to see me, which also means that they will get a lot. I smiled and greeted the hunters, then walked deep into the green mountains with my big bow on my back. A clouded leopard ran through the forest quickly, as fast as the wind, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. However, I was faster. After seeing the clouded leopard, I immediately took off the big bow on my back, put the arrow on it, bent over and pulled the bow, and then, with a whoosh, the arrow flew over and hit the clouded leopard's heart. The clouded leopard fell to the ground with a thud and died on the spot. Leopard meat is not tasty, let other hunters take it away later. I continued to go deeper with the big bow, and did not take the clouded leopard with me. The clouded leopard was too big, and it was not easy for me to take it away. In the past, I would not take away the prey I killed when I went into the mountains to hunt. I am not a monk, just an ordinary mortal. It is impossible for me to take away all kinds of prey casually. I usually ask other hunters for help, and I will reward these hunters with a lot of prey afterwards. Roar. I heard a tiger roar and looked over to find the source of the sound. What a huge tiger. I was slightly surprised to see a giant tiger that was bigger than any other tiger. Not good. My face turned pale. I saw an old man covered in blood. A giant tiger was leaping towards him, wanting to eat him in one bite. He hurriedly drew his bow and shot an arrow. The giant tiger fell to the ground with the arrow stuck in its heart. Roar. The giant tiger roared, its eyes revealing unwillingness and disbelief. It is so powerful that even the powerful cultivators in the void realm cannot defeat it. How could it be killed by a single arrow? Chi-inducing realm, soul-forging realm, soul-combining realm, life-wheel realm, void realm, mysterious realm, myriad transformation realm. This is the division of realms in the world of cultivation. The void realm is an extremely high realm for a sect leader. Mortal. It looked towards Li Jiodao with difficulty, its face full of disbelief. It was actually shot and killed by a mortal. The next moment, it breathed its last, dying with an expression of unwillingness and disbelief. Old man, are you okay? Li Jiodao hurriedly ran to the old man, helped him up, and said, Old man, how can you run around in Qingshan? There are wild beasts everywhere in Qingshan. The old man looked at Li Jiodao with disbelief. Li Jiodao must be so powerful that he could kill the virtual realm fierce tiger beast with just one arrow. Mortal. His eyes almost popped out of his head. He didn't even feel the slightest fluctuation of spiritual power from Li Jiodao. Li Jiodao was a complete mortal. But soon, he cursed himself for being stupid in his heart. How could a mortal kill a fierce tiger beast with just one arrow? Li Jiodao must have reached an unfathomable level, but his strength level was too low and he could not sense Li Jiodao's true level. Are you not frightened, old man? Li Jiodao saw that the old man didn't say a word and his face was still so strange, so he thought the old man was frightened. Look at what I said. Young people would not be able to handle this and would be frightened. How could you not be frightened, old man? Li Jiodao blamed himself, thinking that it was normal for an old man to be scared at such an old age. Senior, I'm fine. The old man said hurriedly. Senior. Li Jiodao looked depressed. Why did everyone call him senior? Is he that old? Old man, please don't be so stubborn. You have wounds all over your body. I will help you to my home first. He helped the old man up and walked out. The old man was a little confused. The behavior of this powerful senior was a little unusual. With the strength of the great senior, is it necessary to help him back to the city like this? Riding on the clouds and the stars, isn't it much faster than this? However, he didn't dare to ask more. He has lived for more than 100 years and knows very well that the temperaments of powerful predecessors cannot be predicted by common sense. Most of the powerful predecessors have very strange temperaments. The fierce tiger beast was killed by a single arrow. Its strength was much stronger than his. He dared not speak carelessly and offend the taboo of the powerful senior. He was supported by Li Jiudao and felt uncomfortable all over. How could he be so worthy as to be supported by such an unfathomable and powerful senior? He turned around and looked at the body of the fierce tiger beast with a strange expression. The fierce tiger beast is such a powerful animal, and its body is full of treasures. Could the great senior just leave it there and not care about it? Isn't this a bit wasteful? Brother Dao, what happened? There are people injured. Along the way, a hunter met Li Jiudao and hurried over to help, supporting the old man. The old man may have strayed into the Green Mountains and was attacked by a giant tiger. Fortunately, I arrived in time and shot the tiger dead. Li Jiudao smiled and said, by the way, I also shot and killed a clouded leopard in there. You can divide the bodies of the clouded leopard and the giant tiger. He also doesn't like to eat tiger meat, and hunting is just a hobby for him. Unless he comes across an animal he likes to eat, he will usually give it to other hunters in Qingshan. Thank you, Brother Dao. Brother Dao, please don't do anything. We will help you send the old man back to the city. The hunters laughed happily, as clouded leopards and tigers were still very valuable. Some of them helped support the old man, while others went deep into the cave to take away the bodies of the clouded leopards and tigers. A fiery tiger beast of the virtual realm, stronger than some sect masters, and the great senior gave it to a group of mortals just like that. The old men were stunned. But he soon let it go. The powerful senior is so powerful that he naturally looks down on the fierce tiger beast. A smile appeared on his face. This time, he turned a disaster into a blessing. He actually met such an unfathomable and powerful senior. The realm of emptiness is too high. He has been stuck in this realm for a long time. He travels everywhere just to break through the realm of emptiness. Unfortunately, he never gained anything. Later, he encountered a fierce tiger beast attacking him. He thought he could kill the fierce tiger beast, but he overestimated himself. Not only did he fail to kill the fierce tiger beast, he was chased by the fierce tiger beast. This is the territory of Taihua sect, and he originally wanted to go to Taihua sect for help. Unexpectedly, the fierce tiger beast was so ferocious that it actually caught up with him. Fortunately, he met Li Jiudao who rescued him, otherwise he would have lost his life. I hope to get guidance from a great senior. If I can get guidance from a great senior, wouldn't it be easy for me to break through the realm? He smiled in his heart, very happy. With the help of the hunter, they quickly returned to Qingshan city. The hunter helped the old man to Li Jiudao's shop. Don't worry, old man. Brother Dao is an unparalleled medical expert. I'll make sure you're fine. The hunter said goodbye to Li Jiudao with a smile. Li Jiudao's medical skills are also very famous in Qingshan city. Any terminal illness can be cured by Li Jiudao's medicine. They all say that it is a waste for Li Jiudao to open a calligraphy and painting shop, and he should open a pharmacy to help people see diseases and prescribe medicine. Li Jiudao only said that he liked painting and had no interest in opening a pharmacy, but when someone came to him for treatment, Li Jiudao would never refuse. When the old man heard what the hunter said to him, he immediately found it very funny. A senior master like Li Jiudao has unfathomable strength. Not only can he cure any disease with his medicine, but his medical skills are unparalleled. The shop door was not locked. Li Jiudao never locked the door because there was no need. He was very popular in Qingshan city and there had never been anything missing from his shop. Besides, there was nothing valuable in his shop. He took the old man into the shop. As soon as he entered, the old man felt like he had come to a holy land of immortals. The supreme Taoist rhyme made him intoxicated, and the supreme laws made his heart tremble. This. The old man was stunned on the spot. He had never been to such an extraordinary and transcendent place. The Luoyun sect where he was located was also a large sect, built on a spiritual mine in heaven and earth. It could be called a blessed place for cultivation. But compared to here, the Luoyun sect where he is simply rubbish. Old man, please go lie down in the room first. I will go get you some medicine. Li Jiudao helped the old man into the house in the courtyard. He asked the old man to lie down first while he went to another room to prepare medicine. His medical skills were also superb, and he often went to the mountains to collect herbs in the past, so his home had no shortage of medicinal materials. This bow. Li Jiudao casually threw the bow on the table. The old man looked at the bow with a surprised look. The bow looked familiar to him when he first saw it, but he couldn't remember where he had seen it. Isn't this the Xianyuan bow, one of the legendary 10 imperial weapons? He swallowed hard. The more he looked at the bow, the more it looked like the Xianyuan bow. He had once read an ancient book that recorded the 10 great imperial weapons. This bow was exactly the same as the Xianyuan bow mentioned in the book. The Emperor's Soldier, the most powerful magic weapon in the world, and one of the legendary 10 Emperor's Soldier. Who on earth are you, senior? How can you be so terrifying? His heart was trembling. What kind of existence was this, holding an imperial weapon? He didn't even dare to think about it. Even in the old Holy Land that dominates an entire state, there are no imperial weapons. Imperial weapons have been rare in ancient times and extremely difficult to cast. There are only a few of them in history, and few people can control them. Thank goodness, God has allowed me to meet such a powerful senior in Luliang. I am truly blessed. The old man Lv Liang shouted excitedly on the bed. Not long after, Li Jiudao returned to the room with a medicine bowl in his hand. The medicine bowl contains the pounded herbs he has prepared, which are very effective in healing external injuries. No matter how severe the injury is, it will be healed after applying the pounded herbs, and even no scars will be left. Old man, let me apply some medicine on you. This is the medicine I prepared myself. It is very good for healing external injuries. Li Jiudao said with a smile. Ah, how dare I trouble you to do it yourself, senior? I can do it myself. Lu Liang said hurriedly. How do you apply it yourself, old man? Let me do it. Li Jiudao said with a slightly depressed tone. Also, old man, please stop calling me senior. I'm only 18, how will others look at me if they hear me? He couldn't understand why the old man kept calling him senior. He is so young, the title of senior has nothing to do with him at all. Senior, don't you like being called senior? Lu Liang quickly changed his words and said, then how should I address you? Sir. Don't call me you either. You are much older than me, and it doesn't sound right to me to call you you. Li Jiudao said, old man, please call me by my name. My name is Li Jiudao. No, I'd better call you sir. My goodness, this is a supreme and powerful senior who commands the imperial army. How dare he call the senior by his name? Even if Lu Liang had 100 courages, he wouldn't dare to do that. Sir, please. Sir, you sound much better than your predecessors. Li Jiudao began to apply the pounded herbs on Lu Liang's wound. Who would have thought that I, Lu Liang, would be supported by a supreme and powerful senior who wields an imperial weapon, and even apply medicine to me personally? Lu Liang was very happy. He would have something to brag about in the future. However, he was still a little puzzled. The actions of the powerful senior are still somewhat unusual. Topical herbs? What kind of treatment is this? He had never heard of using external herbs to heal wounds. When a monk is injured, whether it is an external injury or an internal injury, he will use elixirs to treat it. The pill enters the stomach and is digested by force, and the medicinal power flows throughout the body, curing both external and internal injuries. However, soon his expression changed drastically, and his eyes were filled with shock. What kind of medicine did the great senior apply to him? As soon as the herbs were applied on his wounds, he immediately felt a supreme divine power spreading. His wounds healed instantly, and the new skin that grew out was smoother than that of a baby. He was shocked. This was probably the best effect of the holy medicine. The fierce tiger beast was ferocious and powerful. His wounds still retained the power of the fierce tiger beast, and they were definitely not something that could be healed so easily. If he really had to rely on himself to heal himself, it would take him at least 3 months. He had to first remove the remaining tiger beast power from the wound. But with the herbs applied to him by the great senior, the remaining power of the fierce tiger beast was instantly wiped out. This was amazing. The methods of the great senior are truly unfathomable. He sighed sincerely in his heart. Li Jiudao applied medicinal herbs to all the wounds on Lu Liang's body and then bandaged them with cloth. "Old man, you can remove the bandages after 10 days. I guarantee that your wounds will be completely healed," he said to Lu Liang with a smile. 10 days? Isn't his injury healed now? Lu Liang was puzzled. Why did he have to wait for 10 days? I almost made a big mistake. The herb obviously still has a lot of power left. The great senior is trying to make the full effect of the herb work. He suddenly came to his senses and said to himself, "Thank you, thank you." He kept thanking them, saying that the power contained in the herbs was amazing. After 10 days, not to mention his wounds, his entire body will benefit greatly and become stronger. You are too polite, old man. It is just a small matter. You don't have to be so polite. Li Jiudao smiled and said, "The old man is injured and should take good care of himself. If you don't mind, I would like to invite you to stay for dinner." I don't mind, I don't mind," Lu Liang said hurriedly. How could he dislike it? He really wanted to stay. He felt it was a great blessing to be able to spend a little more time with such a powerful senior. "Well, please wait at home. I will go out and buy a chicken and fish and stew them for you." "I'll go buy it." "Sir, you saved my life, how can I let you spend money again? This is my home. How can I ask guests to buy things? Elderly, you should just rest at home." Li Jiudao left the courtyard with a smile and came to the vegetable market. "Mr. Li, are you here to buy some vegetables? These are the fresh vegetables I just picked. Mr. Li, please take them back and eat them. These are the fish I just caught today. Master Li, take 2. The people in the vegetable market were very enthusiastic, and soon Li Jiudao's hands were filled with fresh vegetables and meat. Li Jiudao often did good deeds in the past. Most people in Qingshan City were grateful to Li Jiudao and were very polite and respectful to him. Li Jiudao couldn't refuse and had to accept it, but he still secretly left money for those people. On the other side, Lu Liang came to the shop in front from the courtyard. When he first entered, he saw that the calligraphy and paintings hanging in the shop were not simple, and contained amazing Taoist charm. However, before he could take a closer look, Li Jiudao took him to a small courtyard house at the back. Are these all calligraphy and paintings created by the great seniors? His eyes were full of shock. Now that he had time to take a good look at the calligraphy and paintings hanging on the wall, his heart felt as if a huge wave had risen up, extremely restless. In a painting, there are towering mountains, and a figure holding a sword stands on the top of the mountain, with his cloak fluttering in the wind. It is hard to describe how ethereal and extraordinary it is. It's a pity that I don't know swordsmanship, otherwise I would definitely be able to comprehend the peerless sword tactics. He is full of pity. In this painting, he felt the supreme sword intent. If there were a sword practitioner who understood swordsmanship here, he would definitely gain a lot and reach greater heights in the sword path. He turned to look at another painting. In another painting, the Qilin stands majestically in the sky, with a pair of eyes that seem to be able to penetrate the sky, with an air of dominating the world. If there are animals here and see this Qilin painting, they will definitely benefit greatly and may even be able to comprehend the Qilin magic. Lu Liang was deeply moved. The Kirin painting contained a very strong Kirin power, which was of great benefit to animals. Unfortunately, he is human and cannot benefit from it. My Luoyun sect practices the way of nature. It would be great if there were landscape paintings. He breathed heavily, his eyes scanning through painting after painting, looking for landscape paintings. These paintings are truly amazing. If he could find a landscape painting, he would definitely be able to break through the realm barrier that has been holding him back for so long. Found it. He was ecstatic when he found a landscape painting with mountains, water, and various trees and vegetation. The scenery was breathtakingly beautiful. He stared at the landscape painting, as if he had entered the painting and arrived at the place depicted in the painting. The magnificent and astonishing natural rhythm of heaven and earth instantly overwhelmed him. What kind of transcendent and supreme natural rhythm of heaven and earth is this? Has he arrived in Wonderland? Lu Liang suddenly felt that the essence of heaven and earth was everywhere, and any natural rhythm within it was so supreme and transcendent, enough for him to practice for more than a lifetime. Swish, swish, swish. Auspicious clouds continued to emanate from his body, and simply by immersing himself in the natural rhythm of the Tao, his understanding of the natural rhythm of the Tao was also rapidly improving. Breakthrough. He was dumbfounded. He hadn't even started to comprehend, but he had actually broken through the realm barrier that had been blocking him for a very long time. He felt it was incredible. If he were to meditate further, how much improvement would he make? His Luoyun sect was also a big sect. Its founder attained enlightenment from heaven and earth and created the great way of nature, which astonished the entire eastern region and was sought after by all cultivators. Countless cultivators praised the founder as a man of natural talent, and they held him in high esteem for the great way of nature. His Luoyun sect became a great sect from the very beginning, and was extremely powerful at its peak. But compared with the natural rhythm in the painting, the natural rhythm of their Luoyun sect is not even 1/10,000,000th of it. The gap is too big, they are not on the same level at all. The natural rhythm in the painting is the way of the vast universe. The natural way of their Luoyun sect can only be regarded as a tiny path in a corner of the land. We used to be so complacent, but we didn't realize that we were just a bunch of frogs in a well. Lu Liang was ashamed and embarrassed. Before experiencing such amazing and transcendental natural rhythm, he and all the members of his Luoyun sect were proud of their Luoyun sect's natural way. Thinking about it now, this is really embarrassing. They even called their Luoyun sect the natural way, but in fact they only touched the surface of the natural way. Do you like my paintings, old man? Li Jiodao came back and was a little surprised. He saw Lu Liang looking at his paintings with an intoxicated look on his face, which was a bit unexpected. You've recovered really quickly. You can get out of bed and walk so soon. The old man is in good shape. I don't just like it, it's a rare treasure. I have never seen such a painting, it can be called a stroke of genius, stunning and amazing. Lu Liang sighed from the bottom of his heart, a few strokes outline the work of nature, and a few drops of ink depict the rhythm of Taoism. The natural world jumps out on the paper. What a great talent, sir. Thank you for the compliment from the old man. It's just a casual painting and it doesn't deserve such praise from the old man. Li Jiodao smiled modestly. But he still showed a proud expression. In addition to his practice, he is very satisfied with his various skills, and few people in the world can compare with him. Is it possible to present such amazing and transcendent natural rhythm with just a casual painting? The realm of the great senior is truly extraordinary. Lu Liang was full of amazement. Old man, please watch over me. I will go and cook for you. Li Jiodao brought the food to the kitchen and started cooking with great skill. His cooking skills are also superb, and the meals he makes are the most delicious in the world. If he were on Blue Star, he would definitely be called the god of cooking and would be able to kill all the chefs in seconds. How does the great senior cook? Lu Liang was extremely curious about this, so he came to the courtyard and watched Li Jiodao cook outside. The kitchen window was open and he could see in from the outside. He was amazed at Li Jiodao's knife skills. He cut all kinds of side dishes into delicate and neat pieces. There was a natural and transcendent Taoist charm in his movements of the knife, which was breathtaking and shocking. It's a pity that I don't practice swordsmanship. If there were cultivators who practiced swordsmanship here, they would definitely jump up with excitement. For cultivators who practiced swordsmanship, this is simply a great opportunity. He was filled with emotion, and his admiration for Li Jiodao reached a new level. Wait, the material of this knife. He looked at the knife and his expression became more and more shocked. The material of the knife seemed to be similar to the imperial gold mentioned in some ancient books. A ray of cold light flashed, and an inexplicable gas flowed out with a force that could overwhelm the heaven and earth. Lu Liang's mouth opened wider and wider. Dragon Qi. Is this a kitchen knife made of dragon-patterned imperial gold? The mysterious gas was shaped like a dragon with dragon power. Lu Liang immediately determined that the material of the kitchen knife was the rarest dragon-patterned imperial gold from ancient times to the present. Oh my god, what is the origin and background of this great senior? Lu Liang was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out and his whole body was shaking like a sieve. Dragon-patterned imperial gold is a rare material from heaven and earth, extremely rare and contains infinite power. Even the Nine Heavens Emperor, who had been unrivaled throughout the ages, searched the world endlessly, but could only find a piece of dragon-patterned imperial gold the size of a fingernail. Later, the great Emperor Jiutian cast a small sword out of a fingernail-sized piece of dragon-patterned imperial gold, and named it the dragon-patterned imperial gold sword. This sword is only the size of a fingernail, but it is extremely terrifying. Even the emperor could not withstand it. It once split an emperor in half. For a kitchen knife this big, what size piece of dragon-patterned gold would it take? Etc. A kitchen knife made of dragon-patterned imperial gold. Oh my god, what a waste of resources. Lu Liang was simply speechless. He felt that all this was too dreamy to be believable. He stood there, as if petrified, with a complicated expression and an inexplicable feeling in his heart. Okay, now we can start cooking. After Li Jiodao used the kitchen knife to process various ingredients, he looked at the knife in his hand with satisfaction. Although the system he got was not matching, the various rewards were still good and he was very satisfied with them. After his various skills reached the level of transcendence, the system rewarded him with many things. Just like the Big Bao, this kitchen knife was also a reward from the system, and he used it very smoothly. In addition, not only this kitchen knife, but also a series of kitchen utensils such as frying pans, spatulas, etc. were also rewards given to him by the system. He cooked skillfully, his movements as smooth as flowing water. When Lu Liang saw the wok, spatula, and other kitchen utensils, he was suddenly more stunned than before. They are all made of imperial gold-grade materials. He was completely speechless. After careful observation, he found that the wok and other items were similar to other imperial golds recorded in ancient books. This was a set of imperial gold kitchen utensils. To use the imperial gold kitchen utensils to cook, this great senior must be an immortal. Even the emperor cannot be so extravagant and wasteful, right? Lu Liang swallowed his saliva wildly. The powerful senior might be more powerful than he imagined. Are you hungry, old man? Don't worry, I'll be ready soon. Li Jiodao just happened to see Lu Liang swallowing his saliva, and he said with a smile. No hurry, no hurry. Lu Liang replied hurriedly. However, drool kept flowing out of the corners of his mouth, which clearly betrayed him. What would the dishes made with a set of Dijin kitchenware taste like? He is so looking forward to it. Li Jiodao smiled and said nothing more. He concentrated on cooking. Soon, the tempting aroma filled the air, whetting people's appetite. LV Liang was intoxicated by the aroma, and more saliva flowed from the corners of his mouth. Li Jiodao fried 6 dishes and made a fish soup. Before Li Jiodao could start, LV Liang brought the dishes to the table. The old man is in good physical condition. Li Jiodao was stunned. How could Lu Liang be seriously injured? He was running more steadily than young people when serving dishes. Does the old man drink? Li Jiodao took the wine pot and the wine glass and put them on the table. This was the wine he brewed himself, and he would always drink a glass or two from time to time. Lu Liang shook his head and said, I never drink, sir, you can drink. Oh well. Li Jiodao did not force it. He opened the cork of the wine jug and poured a glass into the wine glass. The wine was as clear as a mirror, and its mellow aroma filled the air. Lu Liang's expression changed immediately. Is the wine that the great senior drinks just ordinary wine? Lu Liang regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. As the aroma of mellow wine wafted over him, he felt relaxed all over. The spiritual energy flowing in his body accelerated, and his strength increased greatly. Just by smelling the aroma of such wine, his spiritual power accelerated and his strength increased greatly. What would happen to him if he drank such wine? Sir, can I have a drink? His face flushed red. He had just said that he didn't want to drink, but the next moment he asked the powerful senior for wine. This was really embarrassing. Ha ha. Li Jiudao smiled and said, "Of course." He poured Lu Liang a glass of wine. "Thank you, sir." Lu Liang was very excited. He picked up the wine glass to thank Li Jiudao and then drank it in one gulp. Whoosh whoosh. As the wine went down his throat, he felt as if he had drunk a glass of magma. Heat waves surged in his stomach, his internal organs seemed to be burned, and his skin turned red. That was careless. How could I drink the wine from the great senior in one gulp? He fell on the table with a bang and got drunk in one gulp. The wine was too strong. Old people can't drink too much. Li Jiudao was speechless and fell down after drinking just a small cup. It must be true what Lu Liang said before, that he never drinks. If you can't drink, don't be so stubborn. But, I understand. Who can resist the temptation of the wine I brew? His wine-making skills are also supernormal, and the wine he brews is comparable to fairy wine. Indeed, not many people can resist such temptation. The old man won't have a good time this time, but it doesn't matter. I'll make it for him after he wakes up. He helped Lu Liang to the bed, covered him with a quilt, and went back to continue eating and drinking. Green Mountains. A group of hunters surrounded the corpse of a giant tiger as big as a hill, with worried looks on their faces. What kind of tiger beast is this? It can't be cut by a knife or split by an axe, and it's so heavy. This giant tiger was the fierce tiger beast that was shot dead by Li Jiudao with one arrow. The hunters wanted to bring the fierce tiger beast back, but they couldn't do it. The fierce tiger beast was as heavy as a mountain. Even if they called all the hunters in the town, they still couldn't drag the fierce tiger beast at all. They wanted to dismember the fierce tiger beast's body and take it back in pieces, but even though their knives and axes broke, the fierce tiger beast remained intact, and its body was as hard as fairy gold and divine iron. This giant tiger is a bit evil, let's just forget about it. They felt that things were not that simple and did not dare to go on. They left Qingshan one after another, leaving the body of the fierce tiger beast there. Mount Taihua. The place where Taihua sect is located. A large number of young men gathered at the foot of the mountain, undergoing assessment. This is an initial screening, not a formal assessment. Only those who pass the initial screening can participate in the formal assessment. There are too many people coming to Taihua sect to participate in the assessment, and their quality is uneven. Before Taihua sect starts the formal assessment to recruit disciples, it will first conduct an initial screening. 6th level of Qi attraction realm, yes, that's fine. A middle-aged man nodded and looked at the trial stone next to him, recording those who passed the test. The trial stone has the function of testing one's realm. Those who take part in the assessment only need to transfer a trace of power and the trial stone will show their realm. Those who have reached the 5th level of Qi induction realm can pass the initial screening and participate in the formal assessment. After all, Taihua sect is a big sect, not a small sect. Those who have reached the 5th level of Qi induction realm can become formal disciples in other small sects and cultivation forces. But in Taihua sect, he only passed the initial screening. The 3rd level of the spirit forging realm, not bad. The middle-aged man had a happy look on his face. The 3rd level of the spirit forging realm was not low, and he was a good candidate. However, after the next person's realm was presented on the trial stone, his face changed instantly. The 1st level, the Helling realm. He was full of disbelief and kept looking at the trial stone, suspecting that he had seen it wrong. What? Spiritual integration realm. A lot of exclamations were heard, and everyone looked at the person taking the test with an expression of disbelief on their faces. This is a young girl, with skin whiter than snow, delicate and beautiful face, tall and plump figure, and a noble aura flowing throughout her body, which is stunning and unparalleled. To combine spirits and gather energy, to absorb the essence of heaven and earth into the body, this is a great realm that can only be achieved by one's own efforts, not with the help of others. How old is she? She has already succeeded in combining spirits and gathering energy. He looks no more than 15 or 16 years old. This may be the youngest cultivator in the Helling realm in history. Everyone's face was filled with shock. 15 or 16 years old, this age was really too young. Sheng Nan, the most famous and amazing genius in the East, only entered the Helling realm at the age of 20. 20 years old was young enough, and it shocked the entire East at the time. They never imagined that there was someone more amazing than Xingnan, who had entered the Helling realm at the age of 15 or 16. What's even more shocking is that this girl who has entered the Helling realm has not yet joined the sex cultivation force. The Helling realm is a truly great realm that is extremely difficult to cross. Xingnan was an incredibly talented person, but it was only after he joined the Yuan sect and received the Yuan sect's key training and cultivation that he was able to enter the Helling realm at the age of 20. Without the Yuan sect's focused cultivation and training, Xingnan would not be able to enter the Helling realm until he was 25 years old at the earliest. The Helling realm is truly difficult to cross. Even if one is extremely gifted, one still needs a large amount of cultivation resources to enter. The Yuan sect is a prosperous and large cultivation sect in the East, on par with the Taiwa sect and the Luoyun sect. Haha, quickly inform the headmaster. Our Taiwa sect is going to prosper. The middle-aged man's face was full of excitement and he asked someone to inform the sect leader. The girl had already succeeded in merging her spirits before she joined their Taiwa sect. If she joined their Taiwa sect and was cultivated and nurtured by their Taiwa sect, her future achievements would be unimaginable. The Yuan sect is so proud of the fact that they have a Xingnan. Haha, I wonder how they will continue to show off in the future. The middle-aged man looked at the girl and laughed uncontrollably, as if he had seen their Taiwa sect flourish and surpass all the cultivation forces in the East, and he was extremely proud and satisfied. The girl chuckled, as beautiful as a blooming flower. She knew what it meant for her to enter the Helling realm at such a young age. In the future, she will be the disciple with the highest status in Taiwa sect. When the news spread, everyone in Taiwa sect was shocked. The sect leader and a group of elders arrived at the foot of the mountain as soon as possible. From now on, you will not have to participate in any assessments. You will officially become a disciple of my Taiwa sect, and also my personal disciple. The sect leader looked at the girl with excitement and announced directly that he would accept her as his personal disciple. His realm was extremely high and he could see through the girl's realm at a glance. She had already entered the Helling realm at the age of 15 or 16. Not to mention in the East, even in the whole Yanzhou, the girl was absolutely stunning. Thank you, master. The girl replied happily. The sect master's direct disciple. This is undoubtedly the disciple with the highest status. She had thought that with her talent, it would be no problem for her to join Taiwa sect, but she didn't even dare to think about becoming a direct disciple of the sect master. Taiwa sect. One of the most prosperous cultivation sects in the East. The Xia kingdom behind her controls hundreds of thousands of square kilometers of land and has countless cultivators in the country, but compared with the Taiwa sect, it is not even a little bit inferior. The Taiwa sect can destroy the Xia kingdom with just a stomp of their feet. Being the sect master's personal disciple, what an unparalleled honor this is. She had never dared to even think about it before. Thanks to the great senior. She kept thanking in her heart. If she hadn't met Li Jiodao by chance, how could she be as successful as she is now? Good. She was none other than the princess of the Xia kingdom, Xia Yan. After leaving Qingshan City, she came to Taiwa Mountain to participate in the initial screening. Why call me sect master? Call me master. The clan leader smiled cordially. All the young people looked at Xia Yan with envy. Becoming the sect master's personal disciple in one fell swoop is really enviable. However, even though they were envious, they also sincerely admired Xia Yan. To be able to enter the Helling realm at such a young age, Xia Yan is worthy of being the sect master's personal disciple. Great joy. Let the world know and invite all the Taoist friends from the East to come to the banquet. Haha. I want to let them all know that my Taiwa sect has accepted an extraordinary disciple. The clan leader couldn't stop talking excitedly. Roar. At the same time, a huge tiger roar was heard from Qingshan, scaring the birds and beasts in Qingshan away and causing rocks to roll down. Who killed my son? A huge spotted tiger looked at the corpse of the fierce tiger on the ground with murderous intent. It looks the same as the fierce tiger beast, but is larger than the fierce tiger beast. It is like a mountain, blocking the sun in the sky. The huge shadow makes the mountains and forests extremely dark. Good. It is the father of the fierce tiger beast and is connected to the fierce tiger beast by blood. It was the first thing it sensed when the fierce tiger beast died in the accident. It finally found its way here by relying on this blood connection. This is the territory of Taiwa sect. My son's death must be related to Taiwa sect. Its eyes flashed with ferocity, and two terrifying beams of light shot out. The earth instantly collapsed and was split into two huge ravines by the two beams of light. Roar! It howled towards the sky, and the green mountains shook as if there was a major earthquake. Countless birds and beasts exploded in an instant, turning into bloody mist and dying completely. It leaped up into the air, flew straight into the clouds, and covering tens of thousands of miles, arriving at Mount Taiwa in an instant. The overwhelming ferocious power was surging, and the bloody murderous aura enveloped the entire Taiwa mountain. The young men at the foot of the mountain could not bear such fierce power at all. They all fell to the ground, their bodies shaking constantly, their hearts filled with fear. What happened? Why is it so dark? They were terrified and didn't know what was happening. They felt that the end of the world had come upon them. Fierce Tiger King. The Taiwa sect leader's pupils shrank sharply, and his face changed drastically when he saw the fierce tiger beast at the top of the cloud. This is a beast king, notorious in the east, with few rivals. Even a strong one like their Taiwa sect would not dare to provoke it easily. Isn't he dead? His face looked solemn and his mood was heavy. It was rumored that the fierce Tiger King who came here had reached the end of his life and had died long ago. How come he came to their Taiwa sect again? Roar! On top of the clouds, the fierce Tiger King looked down with his huge eyes, his gaze cold and chilly. Taiwa sect, I have no grudge against you, but you actually dared to kill my son. Today I will massacre you, Taiwa sect. It was filled with murderous intent and wanted to kill people in Taiwa sect. What are you talking about? When did we kill your son? The leader of Taiwa sect was confused. Still quibbling. My son died in your Taiwa sect's territory, and you dare to say that it has nothing to do with you. The fierce Tiger King's killing intent did not diminish, and he said, Did you think I was dead, so you had no worries and killed my son? I tell you, yes, I did reach my end, but I survived and entered a higher realm. The clan leader's face changed drastically when he heard this. The fierce Tiger King was already difficult to deal with few rivals. Now that he has made another breakthrough, he will surely be even more difficult to deal with. He needs to handle it carefully. Otherwise, their Taiwa sect will face a catastrophe. Please calm down, Tiger King. I can guarantee that this matter has nothing to do with our Taiwa sect. Please give us some time, Tiger King. We will investigate it thoroughly and give you an explanation. He shouted in a deep voice, hoping that King Fierce Tiger would give them a chance. Roar! The fierce Tiger King roared, I will investigate the truth myself. Why should I give you time to investigate? Wait until I capture you and search your souls one by one. Then the truth will come out. Soul search. The clan leader's face turned pale. After the soul search, their souls will be severely damaged. At that time, it will be impossible for them to practice anymore. It will be a blessing if they don't become fools. The fierce Tiger King was filled with murderous intent. The dead fierce tiger beast was his only offspring, so he would not let this go peacefully today. Boom. The void exploded, the sky and the earth changed color, and it stretched out a claw and slapped down heavily. Quickly activate the sect protection formation. The sect leader shouted urgently, and the elder in charge of the sect protection formation did not dare to hesitate and activated the sect protection formation at the first possible moment. Swish, swish, swish. A huge light curtain appeared, flowing with various laws and rhymes, and the formation patterns were surging, covering the entire Taiwa mountain, resisting the claw that was slapping down from the fierce Tiger King. This is the Taiwa sect's protective formation, which was set up by the Taiwa sect's predecessors. It is extremely powerful and even super powerful people like those in the 9th layer of the mysterious realm cannot break it. However, under the claws of the fierce Tiger King, the Taiwa sect's protective formation was like paper and was easily broken. It's really a breakthrough. The clan leader's face was pale, without a trace of blood. The powerful sect protection formation was vulnerable in front of the fierce Tiger King. There was no doubt that the fierce Tiger King had broken through to the Wanhua realm. Is God going to destroy our Taiwa sect? He shouted in grief and extreme unwillingness. By accepting Xia Yan, a peerless beauty, their Taihua sect was destined to prosper. However, before it even began, their Taihua sect was facing the possibility of destruction. Wanhua realm, this realm is too high. There is no such high combat power in the East at present. It is difficult for Taihua sect to survive this disaster this time. The fierce Tiger King is fierce and intimidating. His strength is unparalleled. The powerful protective formation of the sect can be broken at any time. The whole Taihua sect is terrified. Why should it be so? An old sigh was heard, and a hunchbacked old man slowly walked out from the depths of Taihua sect. He had white hair and wrinkled skin, and it was obvious that he was in his twilight years. Tiger King, you don't need to start a massacre here. I know your son. He is very powerful. Even those in the Void Realm are no match for him. The old man looked at the fierce Tiger King and said, there are not many people in the Taihua sect who can be your son's opponent. I can let them voluntarily open their souls and let the Tiger King search their souls. The other people in the Taihua sect are innocent. If we really allow King Fierce Tiger to take action, no one in Taihua sect will escape this disaster. In order to protect more elders and disciples, he would rather abandon the top combat forces of Taihua sect. Although this would cause serious damage to the Taihua sect, it was still better than the entire Taihua sect being destroyed. I am willing to take the initiative to open my soul, as long as the Tiger King can calm down and understand the truth. The clan leader was the first to step forward and express his attitude. Me too. This matter really has nothing to do with our Taihua sect. All the fighters above the void realm of the Taihua sect stood up, willing to actively unfold their souls and allow the fierce Tiger King to search their souls. Metropolitan. Elder. The disciples of Taihua sect cried and were filled with sorrow. They knew that the sect master and the elders were trying to protect them. They knew very well what the consequences of having their souls searched would be. The sect leader and the elders are willing to sacrifice themselves to save them. The fierce Tiger King had a cold expression, but his murderous intent was still as strong as ever, without any reduction. It has entered the realm of Wanhua, and no one in the East can stop it. Even if the Taihua sect has nothing to do with the death of its son, it will destroy the Taihua sect here. For no other reason than to vent its anger. The anger in its heart was too great and it needed a place to vent. My son died on your Taihua sect's territory. You Taihua sect need to pay the price for this. Today, everyone in your Taihua sect will die. Its eyes were cold, and it clapped out a claw again. The powerful laws of order jumped, runes formed a sea, and the terrifying power fluctuations of the Wanhua realm swept across the entire Taihua mountain. The void exploded one after another, chaotic void power flowed wildly, the ancient buildings of Taihua sect collapsed, the entire Taihua sect was shaking violently, and rocks rolled down continuously. Taihua shines on the world. The Taihua sect's ancestor shouted in a deep voice, mobilizing all the strength in his body and performing the Taihua sect's great technique to resist the attack of the fierce Tiger King. A ray of special light shot out from the body of the Taihua sect's ancestor. It was extremely bright and dazzling, and its power was tremendous. The founder of Taihua sect accidentally captured a special ray of light between heaven and earth, and used it to attain enlightenment, and then founded Taihua sect. The special ray of light was called Taihua by the founder. It's useless. The fierce Tiger King sneered, and the claw that had slapped out continued to fall. In an instant, that special ray of light was shattered by a claw, and the ancestor of Taihua sect was blown away, crashing into Taihua mountain, spitting out bright red and hot blood from his mouth, and suffered a heavy blow. The leader of Taihua sect and all the elders exerted their full strength to block the claw of the fierce Tiger King. The claw of the fierce Tiger King is too terrifying and terrible. If it falls, the entire Taihua mountain and all the people in Taihua mountain will die under this claw. Puff puff puff. Blood spurted out like a bloody rain. The leader of Taihua sect and the elders were no match for them and could not stop it at all. They were blown away one by one, suffering heavy injuries and many broken bones in their bodies. Is my Taihua sect really going to perish like this? My Taihua sect was clearly on the verge of glory, so why did it encounter this disaster? Everyone in Taihua sect was crying and shouting, filled with resentment. But they were helpless and had no way out. The fierce Tiger King's claws pressed down like the heavens pressing down on them. It was too terrifying, too terrible, and no one could resist it. Buzz buzz buzz. At this moment, Xia Yan's face showed a strange look, and the Tianfeng jade pendant in her arms suddenly began to vibrate violently. This is a jade pendant carved by the great senior. With a whoosh, the phoenix jade pendant in her arms flew out, and then boundless auspicious clouds bloomed. A crystal clear, beautiful, and sacred phoenix flew out from the auspicious clouds. The celestial phoenix spread its wings, each feather was gorgeous, flowing with some kind of supreme Taoist rhythm. It opened its mouth and spit out a breath of phoenix. The face of the fierce tiger king changed drastically in an instant, and he quickly retracted his claws, trying to avoid the breath of phoenix. It tore through the void and fled, but unfortunately, the phoenix breath had already locked onto it. Bang! It fell from the void, its entire body torn into pieces, blood dyed the ground red. It was hit by the phoenix breath and had no ability to resist, dying on the spot. The celestial phoenix circled in the air, casting down endless rays of light. Finally, it flew towards Xia Yan, turned into a jade pendant again, and fell into Xia Yan's hands. Hiss! The sound of people gasping for air was heard, and everyone looked at the Tianfeng jade pendant in Xia Yan's hand in amazement. What kind of jade pendant is this? The fierce tiger king who entered the Wanhua realm, the invincible existence in the east, could destroy the entire Taiwa sect with a wave of his hand. How could he be killed instantly by a jade pendant? Their scalps were tingling and their souls were trembling. There was no doubt that this jade pendant was a supreme treasure. Where did you get it from? The Taiwa sect's ancestor walked up to Xia Yan in shock and asked her. I bought it. No, a teenager gave it to me. Xia Yan was stunned. She never thought that this heavenly phoenix jade pendant was so terrifying that even a strongman like the fierce tiger king could be killed instantly. On the other side, Xiaolan took out her lamb jade pendant and held it in her hand. She was filled with excitement, her hands were shaking as she held the lamb jade pendant, and she said, "It's really a treasure." When the Taiwa sect patriarch heard Xia Yan's words, his eyes immediately widened and he asked in disbelief, "A young man gave it to me." Ah, no, that is an almighty senior. The jade pendant was carved by the almighty senior. The almighty senior opened a shop in Qingshan City. Xia Yan said hurriedly. The great senior is actually in Qingshan City. The Taiwa sect's ancestor was deeply shocked. The jade pendant carved by the great senior is so terrifying and terrible, how strong must the great senior be? He never imagined that in Qingshan City near their Taiwa sect, there lived such an unimaginable and supreme senior. Tell me the details of what happened. He hurriedly asked Xia Yan, wanting to know everything. Xia Yan didn't dare to hide anything and told him everything. The great master is so supreme and transcendent, how could he just give something to someone so casually? Every move of the great master must have a deep meaning. The old ancestor was filled with emotion and said, "Senior great power is as good as a god. I think he has already foreseen that our Taiwa sect will encounter this disaster. That's why he gave you the jade pendant to save our Taiwa sect from this disaster." Xia Yan was stunned. After listening to what the old ancestor said, she felt that it was really like this. The great senior's state of mind is indeed high. He helps others without expecting anything in return, and even doesn't leave his name behind. This state of mind is truly admirable. Xia Yan exclaimed in admiration. Come on, take me to visit this powerful senior. The old ancestor was extremely impatient and wanted desperately to meet this powerful senior. His time is near and he doesn't have much time left to live. If he could get guidance from this powerful senior, he would surely be able to break through the realm, break the limit, and add more life. Xia Yan hesitated a little and did not agree directly. It's getting dark, senior may have fallen asleep. Will we disturb him if we go over now? Based on my experience with him, he seems to want to be immortal and experience the mundane world. She voiced her hesitation. You're right. Let's go again tomorrow morning. The ancestor nodded and said, the great senior helped us without asking for anything in return, and he didn't even want us to know, but we can't really pretend we don't know. Xiao Tian, bring the Tai true water from our sect here, and I'll take it to see the senior tomorrow. Although senior may not think highly of Tai Zhenshui, this is our intention after all. He said thoughtfully. Tai True Water. The sect leader changed color. Tai True Water was the most precious treasure of their Taiwa mountain. It was obtained by their founder after surviving a life-threatening accident from an ancient relic. But he soon reacted. So what if Tai True Water is extraordinary? If this can really establish a relationship with that powerful senior, then there's no harm in giving away the Tai True Water. Compared to that great senior, Tai True Water is so insignificant. I'll get the Tai True Water right now. He hurried to the treasure house. A night passed, and the next morning, Lu Liang suddenly woke up from his bed. Breakthrough, a breakthrough. Lu Liang even stuttered when he spoke. The power in his body was so strong that he broke through again and entered the Wanhua realm. When did it become so easy to improve your realm? Before coming here, his realm was at the 6th level of the Void Realm. Later, just by looking at a landscape painting, he broke through the realm barrier that had trapped him for a long time, and broke through directly from the Void Realm to the Mysterious Realm. After drinking a small glass of wine, I broke through from the Xuanyu Realm to the Wanhua Realm. Each level of realm has 9 small realms. The higher the realm, the more difficult it is to improve. Especially the Wanhua Realm. There are countless cultivators in the East who have spent their entire lives without ever reaching the realm of Wanhua. And no one knows how long it has been since a strongman of Wanhua realm appeared in the East. He only drank a small glass of wine, but he broke through the 9th level and entered the realm of all changes. This was really hard for him to believe, and he felt like he was dreaming. Ah, it hurts, this is not a dream. He pinched himself hard, grimacing in pain. This was all real, he was not dreaming. Old man, are you up yet? I have prepared breakfast. Li Jiudao's voice came from outside the door. Lu Liang immediately shuddered and hurriedly replied, "Get up." He then smirked and said, "It's normal for me to improve quickly when I'm guarding such a powerful senior." He straightened his clothes, walked out of the house and came to the hall. The table in the hall was set with bowls and chopsticks, a few side dishes, and bowls filled with porridge. Old people should stop drinking if they can avoid it. Their alcohol tolerance is too low. Li Jiudao smiled and fell down after drinking just a small cup. His alcohol tolerance was really poor. Lu Liang's face flushed red, and he wanted to say, "How could he compare with you, the great senior? That was the wine brewed by you, the great senior, comparable to fairy wine, otherwise how could he fall down after just a small cup?" "Is the senior here?" Just then, there was a knock on the door outside the shop. "Who is it? I found you before the door even opened." Li Jiudao had no choice but to put down his bowl and chopsticks and go to open the door. "Just sit down, sir. I'll go open the door." Lu Liang quickly got up and ran over to open the door. No wonder the old man dared to go to Qingshan. He is in really good health. Li Jiudao looked at Lu Liang's agile figure and was deeply moved. Lu Liang has a head full of white hair and is obviously in his 60s. Especially since he was seriously injured yesterday, he can still be so agile and is no worse than a young man. It is really not easy. Oh, why am I still thinking with Blue Star thinking? This is a world of cultivation, and most of the old people are also cultivators. Li Jiudao patted his head and said with a smile, "But the old man is probably not a very powerful cultivator, otherwise how could he be injured by a tiger?" Lu Liang ran over to open the door. When he saw the person outside, he was stunned. Xiao Liang. The people outside the door were also surprised when they saw Lu Liang. They didn't expect to see Lu Liang here. "Senior Wuyo." Lu Liang hurriedly bowed to the person outside the door. The person who came was much older than him. "Why are you here? Where is that powerful senior?" The person outside the door asked. "That powerful senior is in there." Lu Liang showed a bitter smile and said, "As for why I am here, it's a long story." He tells the story of why he is here. "It turns out that you are the one who brought disaster upon our Taiwa sect." When the people outside the door heard what Lu Liang said, they immediately started to scowl. He was none other than the ancestor of Taiwa sect, Wang Wuyo. The person knocking on the door was Xia Yan. "Disaster? Ah. What disaster?" "The fierce tiger beast has been shot dead by the powerful senior with an arrow. Lu Liang looked confused. Its father isn't dead yet. Wang Wuyo glared at Lu Liang unhappily and told him what happened yesterday. Finally, if it weren't for the heavenly phoenix jade pendant carved by the great senior, their Taihua sect would have been completely destroyed by King Liu yesterday. What? Lu Liang's face turned green on the spot. He knew very well how terrifying and powerful the fierce tiger beast's father was. If he didn't know that the father of the fierce tiger beast, the fierce tiger king, was dead, he would never dare to provoke the fierce tiger beast even if he was beaten to death. Unexpectedly, the fierce tiger king not only did not die, but also made a breakthrough. Senior Deneng is truly amazing. He foresaw all of this in advance. I really admire him. He couldn't help but say. Giving the jade pendant to Xia Yan first, and hunting down the fierce tiger beast later, the great senior was able to arrange everything in advance, which is really amazing. He also did not think that these were all coincidences. After all, with the strength of a powerful senior, it was not difficult to arrange all of this in advance. Could it be that the great senior didn't let me go out to buy groceries, but actually wanted me to stay here on purpose to look at the paintings and comprehend them, and then gave me the immortal wine to help me consolidate and improve myself? He comprehended the painting, broke through the realm barrier, and entered the Xuanya realm, but it was not stable. The natural rhythm of the world in the painting is so supreme and transcendent that although he has improved, he has not comprehended anything. It feels like he has been forced to improve, and his realm is not stable. I think the great senior saw this, so he took out the immortal wine and let him drink a small cup during the meal. After waking up, he not only felt relaxed and refreshed, but his realm was also completely consolidated. There was no longer any instability and it was as stable as a rock. The great senior is truly an immortal. He was filled with emotion. The actions of the great senior were indeed not casual, but had deep meanings. If the great senior wasn't here, I would definitely beat you up. Wang Wuyo looked at Lu Liang with gritted teeth. This guy almost caused the Taihua sect to be wiped out. Lu Liang laughed and didn't dare to say anything more. He quickly brought Wang Wuyo and Xia Yan in. Upon entering the store, Wang Wuyo's face was filled with shock, and his heart seemed to be filled with huge waves. The shop is filled with the supreme rhythm of Taoism. Every painting hanging on the wall looks like a fairy's work. Every stroke seems to be connected with the heaven and earth. It is amazing. The jade pendants and wood carvings, each one was lifelike, as if they were really appearing before his eyes. His heart was beating violently. The strength of the powerful senior might be even greater than he imagined. Hello, senior. I am here to visit you again. Xia Yan greeted Li Jiodao with a smile. When Wang Wuyo saw Li Jiodao, it was exactly as Xia Yan had said. He did not feel any power fluctuations from Li Jiodao. Li Jiodao had turned into a mortal and was experiencing the world of mortals. It's you. Li Jiodao smiled. Senior. Lu Liang's eyes rolled, feeling that Xia Yan and Li Jiodao had a very special relationship. Li Jiodao really doesn't like being called senior by others, but when Xia Yan calls him senior, Li Jiodao doesn't feel unhappy at all. Taihua sect is so blessed, he said with a sour feeling in his heart. Not only does Li Jiodao live in Qingshan City near Taihua sect, he also has such a special relationship with Taihua sect's disciples. Taihua sect is destined to prosper. Who is this? Li Jiodao stood up and walked over, looked at Wang Wuyo, and asked Xia Yan. This is my grandpa. Xia Yan had already thought of an excuse on the way here, and said calmly, Senior, your piano skills are extremely high. I told Grandpa when I got back. Grandpa also likes to play the piano very much, so I brought Grandpa to see you. So that's how it is. Li Jiodao nodded, but he didn't believe what Xia Yan said. Wang Wuyo was most likely not Xia Yan's grandfather. He was confident that he had some ability to judge people. Wang Wuyo looks extraordinary, not like an ordinary person, but he does not have that kind of royal nobility. Xia Yan is a princess of a country, and isn't her grandfather the Emperor Emeritus? Most likely he is a cultivator, and very likely a cultivator from the Taihua sect. He seemed to be thinking about something. Wang Wuyo has white hair and looks very old, but he does not look old. He is full of energy and vigor, and his eyes are sharp. At such an old age, his spirit is still so strong, and his eyes are not cloudy at all, but very sharp. There is no doubt that Wang Wuyo is most likely a cultivator. Qingshan City is adjacent to Taihua sect, and Xia Yan personally brought Wang Wuyo here, obviously wanting to curry favor with Wang Wuyo. The Taihua sect is about to start accepting disciples and examinations. Xia Yan wants to curry favor with Wang Wuyo so much. Wang Wuyo is most likely from the Taihua sect, and Xia Yan wants to rely on Wang Wuyo to enter the Taihua sect. I think I have no chance to enter Taihua sect, so whatever help I can give is a plus. He thought of his own experience and couldn't bear to see Xia Yan unable to enter Taihua sect, so he decided to help Xia Yan. It's so early, you haven't eaten yet? Li Jiudao asked with a smile. Wang Wuyo originally wanted to refuse, but after seeing the food on the table, he immediately changed his mind. The porridge in the bowl on the table was golden and plump. He could feel the purest power of heaven and earth jumping in the bowl. Let alone drinking a bowl, even if he took a sip, he would definitely gain a lot. I heard from Xiaoyan that you are a very skilled musician, so I wanted to come and see you. But it was already late, and I was afraid of disturbing you, so I didn't come. I dragged Xiaoyan here before daybreak, and we actually didn't have breakfast. He said with a smile. Do you have any shame? Next to him, Lu Liang was full of contempt. Wang Wuyo is so powerful that he has already been a cultivator in the Xuanya realm. The cultivators in Heling realm don't need to eat, they practice fasting, let alone cultivators in Xuanya realm like Wang Wuyo. He wanted to say, old man, you haven't had breakfast for hundreds of years, right? It's because he saw that the meal made by the great senior was extraordinary and wanted to have a bite. That's great. I cooked too much porridge this morning. If you two don't mind, you can eat here first, and then we can talk after we eat. It's an honor for Xiaoyan and me. Wang Wuyo said politely. I'll go serve you two some food. Please take a seat first. Li Jiudao invited Wang Wuyo and Xia Yan to take a seat. Sir, I'm here. Lu Liang went to the kitchen and got 2 bowls of rice and brought 2 pairs of chopsticks. Wang Wuyo and Xia Yan had been looking forward to it for a long time and wanted to taste the food prepared by the great senior. However, since the great senior hadn't started eating yet, they felt embarrassed to eat first. Li Jiudao saw the expectant looks on Wang Wuyo and Xia Yan's faces and laughed secretly in his heart. What happened to the monk? When they see the food I cook, they are eager to eat it. You two are welcome, please feel free to eat. Li Jiudao picked up the bowl and took a sip of porridge. Good. Then we won't be polite. Wang Wuyo and Xia Yan replied, then each picked up their bowls and drank the porridge. As soon as they took a mouthful of porridge, they felt relaxed, their whole bodies were warm, all their organs were nourished, and all aspects of strength in their bodies were surging. It's so delicious. We've never had such delicious porridge. They sighed from the bottom of their hearts, and then began to drink with big gulps. The whole bowl of porridge was soon finished by them. Li Jiudao couldn't help laughing. Do cultivators usually not eat? Why did he look like he had never eaten? Even though the porridge he made was delicious, he was still a monk after all. Shouldn't he consider his image? Anything else? I want another bowl. Wang Wuyo asked. After eating a bowl of porridge, he felt that the life source in his body increased greatly. Originally, he would not live long, at most 1 year, but now he felt that he could live another 10 years. Ah, sorry, there's only 1 bowl left. I'm not full, so you put it all in my bowl. Lu Liang walked over with a bowl in his hand, smiling, and took a sip. He ate even faster, and without asking for any more instructions, he went straight to the kitchen and put the remaining porridge into his bowl. The first to strike is the strongest, the last to strike will suffer. Senior Wuyo, you are too slow. He said happily in his heart. Although Wang Wuyo is very powerful and is of the same generation as his Luoyun sect ancestor, he is not afraid of Wang Wuyo because of the presence of a powerful senior like Li Jiudao. Even if Wang Wuyo had 100 guts, he would never dare to act presumptuously in front of a powerful senior like Li Jiudao. Oh well. Sure enough, Wang Wuyo didn't say anything more. You bastard, you have caused such a big disaster for my Taihua sect, and you even dared to snatch the porridge from me. When we get outside, I will definitely peel off your skin. he said hatefully in his heart and glanced at Lu Liang. Lu Liang felt frightened by the look from Wang Wuyo. He was so scared that he quickly shifted his gaze away and dared not look at Wang Wuyo again. Is this true? A group of monks are fighting over the porridge he cooked. Li Jiudao took in everything and felt very amused. The monks were not as extraordinary as he imagined. They were not much different from ordinary people. Li Jiudao looked outside the courtyard. The weather was good and the sun was shining. He suggested playing the piano outside the courtyard. I'll help the gentleman move the piano. Lu Liang volunteered and went to the front shop, where the piano table was at the back of the shop. Without thinking much, he raised his hand and was about to move the piano and the table away. However, soon his expression changed drastically, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. The piano table seemed to be connected to the earth. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't lift it. It was too heavy. Hot sweat broke out on his forehead. Why am I so stupid? How could the zither played by the great senior be an ordinary zither? He cursed himself for being stupid. The big bow used by Senior Deneng is one of the 10 legendary imperial weapons, the Xianyuan bow. The cooking utensils used by Senior Deneng are all made of imperial gold. Even if he didn't think about it, he should have realized that the piano played by the great senior would not be an ordinary piano. And he actually wanted to touch such an extraordinary and transcendent piano. He must be crazy to do such a stupid thing. He stepped back awkwardly and said to Li Jiudao, "The piano you are playing is obviously not an ordinary piano. I dare not touch it for fear of damaging it. Please hold the piano and I will help you move the table." "Are you afraid of damaging your husband's piano? How dare you?" Beside him, Wang Wuyo laughed in his heart, feeling very comfortable. He had expected that Lu Liang would be defeated. How could the zither played by the great senior be a common thing? Lu Liang also volunteered, which was simply asking for trouble. He was happy to see Lu Liang suffer a loss, because it was Lu Liang who stole his porridge. How precious can a piano used by mortals be? Li Jiudao was speechless, thinking that the cultivator Lu Liang was a little too cautious. Could it be that he was afraid that he would ask Lu Liang to pay for something? Even if he asked Lu Liang to pay, couldn't Lu Liang, a cultivator, afford to pay? However, since Lu Liang had said so, he couldn't say anything else. "Then I'll trouble you, old man." He walked to the shop and brought the piano to the courtyard, while Lu Liang moved the piano table over from the back. Xia Yan very sensibly moved over a few chairs and asked Li Jiudao to sit down first, and then they sat down as well. Li Jiudao put the piano on the table. Wang Wuyo, Lu Liang, and Xia Yan all looked at the piano. This is obviously an ancient zither. The body of the zither is full of ancient charm and has a certain special natural Taoist charm. The warm sunlight shines on the strings, reflecting brilliant light. The shape of the guqin is beautiful and exquisite. After Wang Wuyo and Lu Liang looked at it carefully, both of them showed incredible expressions in their eyes and looked at each other. Is this the legendary immortal harp, Yin? Wang Wuyo's heart was as if stirred by 1,000 waves, and he stared at the special characters engraved on the guqin with horror. He didn't know what the word was, but he could guess it. That is the word xian. In ancient times, a magical harp was suspected to have fallen from the fairyland, shocking all the powerful people in the world. The saints could not remain calm, and the emperor also attacked and fought. At that time, the whole world seemed to be pierced through, and the scene of the battle was extremely horrifying. This was a war unprecedented in history and was recorded by later generations, but there is no record of who obtained the immortal harp. Wang Wuyo felt that this guqin looked very familiar. Thinking carefully, wasn't this the immortal guqin recorded in ancient books, Yin? At first he wasn't sure and didn't dare to be sure. But later, he felt a ray of immortal spirit in the special font of the guqin. It was an aura that overwhelmed all paths, and it carried a faint sense of eternity. He immediately determined that this must be the remaining sound of the immortal harp and not a replica. How to imitate the eternal rhythm? It's impossible to imitate. That is the exclusive charm of immortals, and it is also the goal that all cultivators strive for. The realm of the great emperor is the pinnacle realm in the world, reaching the limit of the world, but it is not eternal and is still limited by time. Only by going one step further, breaking through the peak, breaking the limit, and achieving immortality. Can one be eternal? I still want to move, the immortal harp. Lu Liang smiled bitterly in his heart. He was really crazy and overestimating his own abilities. He was lucky not to be killed directly by the immortal harp. He also recognized the origin of the guqin, which was exactly the same as recorded in ancient books. Especially the word xian on the guqin, which proves the origin of the guqin beyond any doubt. Wang Wuyo came here because of his admiration for the sect, and Xia Yan wanted to curry favor with Wang Wuyo so that she could enter Taiwa sect with the help of Wang Wuyo. Li Jiudao felt that he needed to perform well so as not to lose his face and also to help Xia Yan. He was thinking about what song to play and did not notice the expressions on Wang Wuyo and Lu Liang's faces, otherwise he would definitely wonder why two great monks were so interested in a mortal thing like him. It is spring now. Winter has gone and spring has arrived. The earth is reviving and everything is flourishing. I will play a piece of Yang Chun Bai Shue. Li Jiudao smiled and decided what song to play. Yang Chun Bai Shue not only has a good meaning but also sounds very cheerful and pleasant when played, which is extremely suitable. He stretched out his slender and long fingers and stroked the strings, like flowing clouds and water, like an immortal playing the piano, ethereal and sacred. The melodious and pleasant sound of the piano rang out, and Wang Wuyo, Xia Yan, and Lu Liang were immediately mesmerized by the sound. They were deeply immersed in it, as if they saw the earth reviving and all things growing vigorously. Senior, is this the music you played specifically for me? Wang Wuyo was shocked and deeply moved at the same time. His time is approaching and he has only a limited number of years to live, no more than 1 year at most. Now, he felt the majestic breath of life in the piano music, and it was obvious that the powerful senior was helping him. He also thought of the powerful senior who invited him to dinner. The porridge also contained vigorous life essence, which greatly increased his lifespan. The senior must have seen that his time was coming. Senior. His eyes were moist and tears welled up. How could he deserve the care and help from such a powerful senior? I will remember your kindness forever. He said heavily in his heart. We can't let our seniors down. He quickly collected his thoughts, calmed down, and carefully comprehended the moral principles in the music. On the other side, Li Jiudao was completely integrated with the guqin. He kept playing the instrument, ignoring everything else and focusing on playing the instrument, ignoring everything else. This guqin was also rewarded to him by the system after his guqin skills reached the level of supernormal. And every time he played the guqin, he would immerse himself in it and become one with the guqin and the music. Xia Yan and Lu Liang were also deeply moved. They did not dare to hesitate, and immediately, like Wang Wuyo, calmed down and seriously comprehended the morality in the piano music. For them, this is simply a golden opportunity. They cherish it very much and dare not delay it at all. Xia Yan was at the lowest level and what she could comprehend was very limited, so she quickly ended her training. She couldn't not want to end it, because the music that followed was too profound and amazing, and she was not capable of comprehending it. If she insisted on continuing to comprehend, not only would she not comprehend anything, but she would also harm herself. However, even though Xia Yan finished her practice and comprehension very quickly, she still received huge benefits from it, and her realm was raised by 5 small realms. Lu Liang's previous realm was elevated to the Wanhua realm, which was a very high realm. In addition, he was practicing the way of heaven and earth, and the Yang Chun Bai Shue, played by Li Jiudao, was related to heaven and earth, so he was able to continue his comprehension. In fact, Wang Wuyo is the best in the field. He has lived the longest and naturally experienced the most. Moreover, he is facing a deadline, which is somewhat consistent with the idea of winter going and spring coming as expressed in the snow of spring. He felt the most, improved the fastest, and persisted the longest. Even if Lu Liang was forced to end and could no longer comprehend, he could still continue to comprehend. Although Lu Liang's realm is higher than his, he is not as mature as him and his feelings are not as deep as his. However, when he reached the middle part of the music, he could no longer continue to comprehend it and was forced to end it. I've added another 1,000 years to my lifespan. He was filled with excitement and excitement. Through his comprehension of the way of the piano music, he broke through the realm barrier and came from the Xuanyu realm to the Wanhua realm, adding another 1,000 years to his lifespan. He is so happy. Originally, that was a realm barrier that there was no hope of breaking through. Now that he has completely broken through, how could he not be happy? It's like he was reborn. However, in the next moment, the happy expression on his face froze, and was replaced by an extremely horrified expression. What did he see? One after another, huge phantoms, emitting divine light, appeared, either in the small courtyard or high in the sky, listening in ecstasy to the music played by Li Jiudao. Is this the spirit of heaven and earth? He was indescribably shocked. Those huge shadows emitting divine light before my eyes looked very much like the original gods born from heaven and earth. The gods of heaven and earth are all attracted by the music of the senior. How powerful must the senior be? Gods are born with supernatural powers and are extremely terrifying and terrible. Especially the primitive gods, who are extremely terrifying. They control all kinds of ways of heaven and earth, such as wind, rain, thunder, lightning, and other forces of heaven and earth. They can destroy the world with a wave of their hands. He looked at Xia Yan and Lu Liang. Xia Yan was fine, with no expression on her face. And Lu Liang was just like him, with a look of shock and fear on his face. Xia Yan's realm is too low after all, so she can't see these primitive gods. If Xia Yan could see it, she would never be so calm and expressionless. The primitive god is too terrifying and terrible. Li Jiudao was completely immersed in the music. He was still playing seriously and did not notice that Wen Wuyo, Xia Yan, and Lu Liang had improved their skills because of his playing. After playing the song, a smile appeared on Li Jiudao's face. He played the song, Yang Chun Bai Xue, very well and he was very satisfied with it. Wen Wuyo clearly saw in the courtyard that the primitive god in the sky bowed deeply to Li Jiudao, and then completely dissipated. What kind of master is the senior? His scalp was tingling, and the more he came into contact with Li Jiudao, the more frightened he became. Holding the immortal harp in his hand, the primitive gods are so awed by Li Jiudao. What is the origin of Li Jiudao? Senior, you played really well. He praised sincerely. Then, he took out the Tai True water he had brought with him. The Tai True water is contained in a small pool which is only the size of a palm. I am obsessed with the sound of the zither, but due to my limited talent, I have not been able to make a breakthrough in the field for a long time. Now, after hearing a senior play a piece, I suddenly became enlightened and gained a lot. He handed over the Tai True water respectfully and said, "This is a small gift from me to express my respect to you, senior. I hope you won't despise it. Tai True water is extremely precious and extraordinary. It was obtained by the founder of Taihua sect from an ancient relic after surviving many life-threatening situations. There are a total of 30 drops of Tai True water in the small pond. However, if these 30 drops of Tai True water were released, they would be comparable to rivers and oceans, extremely vast. This is the most precious treasure in their Taihua sect. The founder of Taihua sect originally obtained a total of 50 drops of Tai True water. They had used up 20 drops before, and he brought the remaining 30 drops here. The effect of Tai True water is amazing. A cultivator can cultivate a water spirit body by condensing one drop of it, and travel freely in rivers and oceans as if walking on land. In addition, when the water spirit encounters water, its strength will increase dramatically, and it can defeat enemies that are twice as strong as itself. They dared not waste even a single drop of such Tai True water, and the first 20 drops were all given to the outstanding disciples of their Taihua sect. And these outstanding disciples who obtain Tai True water will achieve amazing achievements in the future. Each of them will be an absolutely strong one, and it will also greatly consolidate and enhance the status and power of their Taihua sect. However, no matter how rare and precious Tai True water is, it is not worth mentioning in front of the powerful senior. Wen Wuyo knew this, but he still offered Tai True water to Li Jiudao. Li Jiudao saved the entire Taihua sect before, and then played a piece of Yang Chun Bai Xue for him, which enabled him to break through the realm and greatly increase his lifespan. Although Tai True water is insignificant compared to the realm of the great senior, he can't just not show any expression at all. That would make him seem very rude. Good fellow, you are really ruthless, you brought all 30 drops. Next to him, Lu Liang's pupils shrank suddenly. He instantly recognized what was in the small pond and was greatly shocked. Back then, their Luoyun sect offered to exchange a king-level magical skill for a drop of Tai True water, but the Taihua sect refused to do so. Now that Weng Wuyo has offered him all 30 drops of Tai True Water, how can he not be moved? King-level magical skills, this is a sect-level skill, the highest level skill in the East. Of course, although they wanted to obtain Tai True Water very much, they would not exchange it for their Luoyun sect-protecting Dharma. The method of maintaining a sect is the foundation of a sect and cannot be leaked or exchanged at will. The king-level magical skill they took out was obtained by the ancestors of their Luoyun sect from ancient ruins. The old man knew very well that the great senior looked down upon the Tai True Water, but the old man still took it out. This was to express his respect for the great senior. Lu Liang said thoughtfully in his heart. He felt that he could not just sit there and do nothing. After all, he had received so many huge benefits from the great senior. I don't have anything I can take out. When I return, I will report everything to the sect master. Then I will also bring the sect's treasures to express my respect to the great senior. He made a decision. But it's just a palm-sized pond with only a little water in it. What is this? Li Jiudao had no idea what it was. What's this? Adhering to the principle of asking if you don't understand, Li Jiudao asked Weng Wuyo curiously. This question made Weng Wuyo dumbfounded. The great senior doesn't know what Tai True Water is. Are you stupid? In my eyes, Tai True Water is a treasure, but in the eyes of the senior, Tai True Water is nothing. Weng Wuyo came to his senses instantly. With the realm of the great senior, Tai True Water is probably no different from ordinary water. How could the great senior be interested in such inferior water? This is like a toy played by children. Children know what it is, but adults don't know what it is. This is Tai True Water, born in the most spiritual place between heaven and earth. 1 drop is like a lake. There are 30 drops in the pool. Weng Wuyo explained to Li Jiudao. Oh, so it's used by monks. Li Jiudao understood, no wonder he didn't know what this was. Weng Wuyo talked a lot about the benefits of Tai Zhen water, but he didn't really listen. Tai True Water is for cultivators. He is a mortal and cannot use it at all. It is useless for him to listen carefully. 1 drop is like a lake, and there are 30 drops in the pond. Li Jiudao actually remembered these 2 sentences. The monk is really powerful. 1 drop is equivalent to a lake. This method is simply amazing. Yes, it's great for watering flowers. I don't have to go fetch water all the time. Li Jiudao said. He is a mortal, so no matter how powerful the Tai True Water is, he cannot use it. Using it to water the flowers was the best use he could think of. Watering flowers is great. Lu Liang's mouth twitched as he listened. This is Tai True Water. Their Luoyun sect can't even exchange it for a single drop even with a king-level magical skill, and yet the great senior wants to use it to water the flowers. The porridge made by the great senior is better than Tai True Water. Tai True Water can only be used to water flowers. He thought about it and realized that from the perspective of a powerful senior, the only function of Tai True Water was to water the flowers. Watering the flowers is also good. Weng Wuyo did not think it was a waste of resources, but was very happy instead. It would be great if the great senior could accept it. He is afraid that the great senior would not accept it. Thank you very much. Li Jiudao took the small pond and thought to himself that there was actually a cultivator who loved playing the piano so much. Just because he listened to him play a song, he gave him a magic weapon. He felt somewhat embarrassed. It's a gift to return gifts. How about this? I'll give you something as well. You can take whatever you like from the store. His shop was filled with his own calligraphy and paintings, as well as various items he carved himself, all ordinary items. He got a magic weapon, but gave it away as an ordinary object. He even felt a little guilty. When Lu Liang heard what Li Jiudao said to Weng Wuyo, he was extremely envious. He knew very well what was in the store, and any one of those items was worth much more than Tai Zhen Shui. Weng Wuyo made a lot of money. No, I have to quickly show my respect to my seniors. They won't let us juniors suffer any loss. He became more resolute in his previous thoughts. Thank you, senior. Weng Wuyo was overjoyed. He didn't expect there would be such an unexpected surprise. Xia Yan got a Tianfeng jade pendant and instantly killed the fierce Tiger King who had broken through the Wanhua realm. All the other things in the store were treasures as precious as the Tianfeng jade pendant. It was a great fortune for him to be able to obtain such a treasure. So happy. Li Jiudao never expected that Wang Wuyo would be so interested in and fond of these mundane things. It seems that this monk not only likes playing the piano, but also likes calligraphy and painting. He smiled in his heart and thought of Lu Liang. It seems that Lu Liang is also a monk, but he is also very interested in calligraphy and painting. I was fascinated by his paintings earlier. Then go pick one. He came to the store with Wang Wuyo, Xia Yan, and Lu Liang. Wang Wuyo's eyes were almost dazzled by the paintings and sculptures in the shop. These paintings and sculptures, without exception, all carry the supreme Taoist rhyme and are extremely extraordinary and transcendent. If he gets any of them, it will definitely greatly increase his strength and take the power of their Taiwa sect to a higher level. However, he did not select these paintings and sculptures. Although paintings and sculptures are good, they are not suitable for him. Although these paintings and sculptures can greatly increase his strength and take his Taiwa sect to a higher level of influence, they are ultimately external objects. Becoming strong by relying on external things can only be temporary strength. He doesn't want to be strong just for a short while, he wants to be strong for a long time. "Senior, can you help me draw a picture?" he asked with a brave face, feeling terrified. The powerful senior gave him such a precious opportunity and let him choose at will, but he still made demands without knowing the good or bad. He is simply courting death. However, he still wanted to give it a try. Because if they can succeed, their Taiwa sect will rise completely and become forever strong. "Oh, I see. No problem." Li Jiudao smiled. He wondered what Wang Wuyo wanted to do, but it turned out that he just wanted him to help him paint a picture. This is no big deal for him. "Thank you, senior." Wang Wuyo was overjoyed and said, "I want you to help me draw a picture of Mount Taihua. The old man is quite cunning." Lu Liang immediately understood what Wang Wuyo wanted to do. Mount Taihua is the foundation of the Taiwa sect and the source of the Taiwa light captured by the founder of the Taiwa sect. The light of Taiwa was so amazing that the founder of Taiwa sect only caught a glimpse of it briefly at that time and only gained a small understanding from it. Over the long years, Taiwa sect has always wanted to make the Taiwa way stronger. Unfortunately, until now, the Taiwa sect has not been successful. The Taiwa way always has an upper limit and cannot be broken through. Wang Wuyo wants the great senior to perfect the Taiwa way. With the realm of the great senior, I wonder how powerful the perfected Taiwa Dao will be. The Taiwa sect in the future is bound to become a behemoth. Lu Liang couldn't help but say in his heart. Wang Wuyo really had a good plan. Although other paintings of the great predecessor also contain supreme and transcendental rhyme of Taoism, how can they compare with this tailor-made Taoism? The Taihua sect itself practices the Taihua school. It would be better to continue practicing the Taihua school than to change to other schools. Paint a picture of Mount Taihua. Li Jiudao smiled and said, "No problem." He picked up his brush and began to paint Mount Taihua on the rice paper. He didn't know how many times he had viewed Mount Taihua in the past, and the appearance of Mount Taihua had long been imprinted in his heart. He painted with ease, and the appearance of Mount Taihua gradually appeared on the white rice paper. Wang Wuyo was looking at Li Jiudao who was painting, and he was extremely excited. The powerful senior actually agreed to his request. "Haha, my Taihua sect is destined to flourish, no one can stop it." He was extremely excited and happy. When the painting is finished, their Taihua sect is destined to rise. Li Jiudao took up the brush and painted with ink. Taihua Mountain stood tall and majestic, with clouds and mist entwined, and was perfectly outlined on the rice paper. The heavy atmosphere of the mountains emerged layer by layer as he moved his pen, and Wang Wuyo's face was filled with surprise and solemnity. "Is this Mount Taihua?" The Mount Taihua painted by Li Jiudao looks exactly like the entire Mount Taihua was imprinted on paper, without any difference. But, it seems a little different. It's different inside. He was filled with shock, and finally realized something was different. The mountain is the same mountain, but Li Jiudao presents many differences. It's not the appearance that's different, but the inside. A ray of light is refracted, invisible on the surface, hidden deep in the mountain, running through the entire Mount Taihua. It is truly the finishing touch, making the Mount Taihua in the painting seem to be real in front of everyone. As expected of a powerful senior. When Wuyo felt infinite emotion in his heart, he was convinced by Li Jiodao's high realm. That invisible ray of light is the light they call Taihua, which is also the foundation of their Taihua sect's practice. The founder of Taihua sect happened to pass by Taihua mountain and suddenly saw a special light shooting out from the mountain. It was a special light that contained an extremely amazing Taoist charm. The founder of the sect suddenly had an epiphany, and realized the way of Taihua from that ray of light. Unfortunately, that time was too short and the founder's enlightenment was very limited. Now, Li Jiodao seemed to have imprinted the light of Taihua on rice paper, and the Taoist rhyme contained in the light of Taihua was fully unfolded. For their Taihua sect, this is undoubtedly the most precious treasure among all treasures. With the help of this painting, the Taihua sect can cultivate the way of Taihua to true perfection. What exactly is that Taihua light? This is too amazing. Wen Wuyo was shocked beyond words. Li Jiodao has not finished the painting yet, and the Taoist charm contained in the light of Taihua has not yet been fully revealed. But just now, he felt the supreme rhythm of Tao. The light of Taihua is not an ordinary light, and the Tao of Taihua is not an ordinary Tao. He felt that when the Tao rhyme of the light of Taihua was fully revealed, it might be comparable to the heart sutras of some holy places cultivation techniques. Even beyond that, Taihua sect is really lucky. Lu Liang said with envy and jealousy in his heart. He could also feel the amazing Taihua Taoist charm in the painting. There is no doubt that Taihua sect can make a qualitative leap with this painting. If nothing unexpected happens, Taihua sect will surely become the top and most powerful force in Yenzhou in the future, comparable to all the holy places. And it is very likely to surpass all the holy places. Yenzhou is vast and boundless, and there are many sects of cultivation as numerous as stars, which are divided into 5 parts: east, south, west, north and center. The 5 areas are about the same size. However, the strength of the 5 regions varies greatly. The eastern region is the weakest and the central region is the strongest. Taihua sect and Luoyun sect are the top and most powerful forces in the east, but if they were placed in the central region, let alone being ranked among the top forces, even as a second-rate force, they can only be ranked at the bottom. The various holy places are huge forces that look down on an entire state. They can destroy the Taihua sect, Luoyun sect, and other forces with just a stomp of their feet. A superpower that dominates the entire state. Lu Liang was so jealous that he fixed his eyes on the landscape painting hanging on the wall and said in his heart, "I wonder if I can ask the senior to give this painting to me." This landscape painting contains an extremely amazing natural way, which is consistent with the natural way practiced by his Luoyun sect. If he could bring this landscape painting back to Luoyun sect, the achievements that their Luoyun sect could achieve in the future might not necessarily be worse than those of Taihua sect. But the problem is, the senior didn't say he would give him a painting. Can he ask his predecessor for this landscape painting? Senior saved my life before, and then used holy medicine to heal my injuries and improve my physique. He also stayed in the shop and let me break through the realm through paintings. Afterwards, when he saw that my realm was unstable, he gave me immortal wine to help me consolidate and improve. If I still ask senior for paintings, would that be inappropriate? Would senior think that I don't know what's good for me and don't know my limits? He was conflicted and felt that it was inappropriate to make requests to the powerful senior. At this time, Li Jiodao put down the last stroke, and the entire map of Mount Taihua was completed. Okay. Satisfied, he put away his brush, looked at the painting of Mount Taihua, and said with emotion, "A monk walks in the fairy mountain in the clouds, seeking immortality, and asking for the way is difficult step by step. A mountain separates heaven and earth. Heaven is for immortals and earth is for mortals." In his eyes, Mount Taihua is a fairy mountain and cultivators are fairies. And he has no qualifications for cultivation, cannot climb mountains, cannot cultivate, and can only be immortal. Looking at Mount Taihua, he thought of his past and felt very sad that he could not practice. However, his words took on a completely different meaning when heard by Wen Wuyo and Lu Liang. Taihua Mountain. Immortal Mountain. The light of Taihua, the light of the immortal path. Wen Wuyo was shocked. The monk's journey to the fairy mountain in the clouds, isn't that referring to their Taihua sect? Their Taihua sect is located on Mount Taihua. Seeking immortality is difficult at every step. Isn't it difficult? It has been more than 3,000 years since the founding of their Taihua sect, but they have never been able to comprehend the deeper way of Taihua. A mountain separates heaven and earth. Heaven is for immortals and earth is for mortals. Heaven is immortal, and everything is earth. The light of Taihua is the light of immortality. If they cannot uncover the mystery of the light of Taihua, they cannot uncover the secret of immortality either. In front of beings like Xianna, aren't they just mortals? No wonder the founder of Taihua sect was able to gain so much from the brief encounter with the light of Taihua, creating the Taihua way and establishing Taihua sect. It turns out that the light of Taihua is actually the light of immortals. Lu Liang felt confused. He didn't expect that the light of Taihua had such a big foundation. This is why Li Jiudao didn't know what Wen Wuyo and Lu Liang were thinking. If Li Jiudao knew about this, he would definitely slap them twice. What the hell is going on? He was just lamenting that he couldn't practice cultivation and could only be a mortal. Why did these two old guys imagine this? The light of immortality has come out. These two old guys are so imaginative. Xia Yan was confused the whole time. Although she didn't understand what Li Jiudao was saying, she felt that Li Jiudao was really powerful. It's a fairy mountain, it's between heaven and earth, how can it not be amazing? Thank you for helping me paint. I have already disturbed you for too long today. I will not bother you any more and will take my leave now. Wen Wuyo said goodbye to Li Jiu with a smile, and pulled Lu Liang out of the store together. Xia Yan said goodbye to Li Jiudao alone, and then left as well. I have helped as much as I can. The rest depends on your luck. I hope you can successfully join the Taihua sect. Li Jiudao looked at Xia Yan's departing figure and said, "Why are you pulling me away? I didn't say I was leaving." Lu Liang was dissatisfied, as he was forced out by Wen Wuyo. This old man Wen Wuyo is so cunning and crafty. He must be afraid that he would stay there and need guidance from his seniors, so he dragged him out by force. This is my Taihua sect's territory. Wen Wuyo glared at Lu Liang and said, "Senior, you are living in seclusion in my Taihua sect, so I must ensure that you are in peace and not disturbed. Don't be like this." Lu Liang said with a smile, "Senior Wuyo, our two sects have always had a good relationship. Taihua sect has obtained such a great opportunity this time. Can you let our Luoyun sect also benefit from it?" Wen Wuyo glanced at Lu Liang and said sternly, "It is precisely because our two sects have always had a good relationship that I am pulling you away." With a meaningful look in his eyes, he continued, "I have long noticed that you are very interested in the landscape painting on the wall. Your Luoyun sect practices the way of nature, and that landscape painting contains an extremely high level of natural Taoism, so naturally you would be very interested. However, I want to remind you that we can only accept the gift if the great senior asks for it. We must never ask the great senior for anything." When he was in the shop, he had already seen all of Lu Liang's actions. He saw that Lu Liang was showing signs of asking the great senior for a painting, so he quickly said goodbye to the great senior and took Lu Liang away. The realm of the great master is so high. If he gives us something, it means he is happy. If we ask him for something, it will make us look greedy and ignorant. Wen Wuyo looked solemn and said, "If this causes dissatisfaction to the powerful senior, the consequences will be something you and I cannot bear." Lu Liang was not convinced and said, "Didn't you ask for a painting in the end? My request for a painting is based on the fact that the Almighty Senior said he would give it to me. If the Almighty Senior hadn't said so before, I wouldn't dare to ask the Almighty Senior for a painting even if I had 100 guts." Wen Wuyo spoke up and said, "Even so, I was terrified at the time, fearing that I would cause dissatisfaction from the great senior. Fortunately, the great senior did not care about these things." "All right." Lu Liang sighed and said nothing more. At that time, he also felt that it was inappropriate to ask the great senior for a painting, but he really could not resist the temptation brought by the landscape painting. In the end, if Wen Wuyo hadn't forcibly pulled him away, he would have really asked Li Jiudao for the landscape painting. It is our great fortune to meet such a powerful senior. We should let everything take its course and remember not to force anything. Wen Wuyo warned Lu Liang again and again. "I see." Lu Liang nodded, said goodbye to Wen Wuyo, and returned to Luoyun sect. He knew that Wang Wuyo was right. One really couldn't force anything on such a powerful senior, otherwise it would only bring disaster upon oneself. Qingshan City. A tall, seductive, and sexy girl dressed in white as snow slowly walked into the city. Why would the primordial gods come to such a mortal city? She whispered, her slender and beautiful willow leaf eyebrows slightly wrinkled, and her eyes flashed with brilliant light. It was obvious that she was not an ordinary person. There is more than one, many primordial gods are moving together and gathering in this city. What is the reason for this? The more she thought about it, the more she felt it was not simple. This city still retained a very strong aura of primitive gods. She was not chasing the wrong person, she came to the right place. The remaining aura over there is the most vigorous. Her beautiful white nose twitched, and she was very sensitive to this divine breath. This is only true for her. If it were anyone else, even a strong person at the Wanhua realm might not be able to sense the aura of the gods so keenly. Here. Her face was filled with shock as she came to the place where the aura of the original gods was the strongest, which was the shop opened by Li Jiudao. The word Tao on the shop plaque shocked her. She had never thought that a single word could carry such an astonishing and terrifying rhyme of Tao. This is simply the most intuitive embodiment of the righteousness of the Tao. She was shocked beyond words, the rhyme of the word Tao was too supreme, she felt that even the Tao practiced by her father could not compare to it. This is really scary. You know, her father is so powerful that he doesn't even take the Holy Land seriously and can fight against the Holy Land. The rhyme of the word Tao is even stronger than the morality that her father practiced. Who wrote this? Will you come in? She looked hesitant, not knowing whether to go in or not. The remaining aura of primitive gods here is the most vigorous. There is no doubt that many primitive gods have gathered here. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a strong primitive divine aura left here. However, this is just a plaque, but it is so amazing and transcendent. The owner of the shop must be an unimaginable big man. If she goes in, she will probably be in great danger. Facing such a big shot, she would not have the slightest power to resist. This is a rare opportunity. She gritted her teeth, finally made a decision, and walked into the store. Her father was seriously ill and was now extremely weak. She didn't have much time left. If she couldn't cure her father's illness soon, her father wouldn't live long. If it weren't for this, she would never have, and wouldn't have dared to, pursue the original divine aura. That was the original God, the king among gods, who could destroy the world with a wave of his hand. With her current strength, she was not even an ant. But she had no choice. Her father's realm is extremely high and he is an unrivaled strongman. The serious injuries he suffered cannot be cured by ordinary medicines. The East was desolate, without any higher-level cultivation materials, let alone the rare treasures that could heal her father's serious injuries. She even wanted to take the risk and return to the central region to find rare treasures for her father. And at this moment, she sensed the breath of the primordial gods. Primitive gods are extremely rare and rarely appear before the eyes of the world. She feels that there must be a reason for the appearance of primitive gods, or it may be an opportunity. So, she followed him all the way. The door of the shop was open. She walked in very carefully and nervously, but there was no one inside. Boom. At this moment, unimaginable pressures came towards her from all directions. She couldn't even make a sound, and she suffered an unimaginable blow. It turned out that she was not a human being. Her true form was revealed in the first moment. She was a white cat as white as snow, and was pinned to the ground, unable to move. Am I going to die? She was filled with despair. Under such pressure, she had no ability to resist at all. She felt her body was being severely squeezed. If this continued, she would be completely squeezed to death in a short while. Father. I'm sorry, I have to go before you. Tears welled up in her eyes. She felt that death had come upon her. She was going to die. Her life force was fading drastically. It was so terrible. After all, Bai Mao has the combat power of the Zhandao realm. But here, there is not even the slightest ability to resist. But in a flash, she was going to be killed here. If outsiders knew that the white cat had the strength to reach the Zhandao realm, they would definitely be shocked. The Xuanyu realm can dominate the East, not to mention the Zhandao realm. The Void realm, the Mysterious realm, the Mysterious realm, the Daoyuan realm, the Zhandao realm, the Tianming realm, the Tiantai realm, the Tianqiong realm, and so on. The Xuanyu realm dominates the East, the Wanhua realm is invincible in the East, and the realms above the Daoyuan realm have not appeared in the East for who knows how long. A little kitten actually succeeded in cutting the Dao and had the strength to reach the level of cutting the Dao. This is really scary and unimaginable. Hey, why is there a kitten? Just when the white cat was dying, about to die completely, she heard a warm male voice. Immediately afterwards, the extremely terrifying and terrible pressure disappeared in an instant. She raised her head with difficulty and looked at the owner of the voice. He was a gentle, elegant, handsome young man with a slender figure, delicate features, and long black hair like a waterfall. Looks like he's injured. That's not right, there are no wounds on his body, no bleeding. The young man was Li Jiudao. He was originally watching over the shop when Aunt Wang from the shop next door suddenly fainted on the ground. He immediately went over to help Aunt Wang with her treatment. There was nothing serious wrong with Aunt Wang, she was just overworked recently. When he came back from seeing Aunt Wang, he happened to see the little white cat in the store. He picked up the little white cat and examined it carefully, but did not find any wounds. My innocence was destroyed by a mortal like this. Bai Mao was extremely ashamed and angry. Her entire body was seen by Li Jiudao. She was so stunning that countless geniuses in the central region pursued and admired her, but those geniuses had never even touched the corner of her clothes. Now, she was looked over and over by Li Jiudao. The key point is that there is not even the slightest power fluctuation in Li Jiudao's body. He is just a pure mortal. She really wanted to bite Li Jiudao to death, but she couldn't do it now. She was too weak and couldn't even make a sound. If he's not injured, then he must be hungry. Li Jiudao smiled, patted the white cat's head, and said, "I'll make you something to eat." "Why are you hungry? What do you know as a mortal? I have already gone on a fast and don't need to eat or drink." The white cat shouted in his heart, "It is true that a tiger in a plain is bullied by a dog. Oh, no, it is true that a cat in a plain is bullied by people. Her status is so noble, she is the princess of the Sky Snowcat clan, and her strength is as high as the Zhandao realm. Not to mention a mortal like Li Jiudao, even the leaders of the powerful forces in the east can be killed by her with a wave of her hand. But now she could do nothing about a mortal like Li Jiudao. She had to let Li Jiudao bully her. Her heart was about to collapse. Wait. Li Jiudao put the white cat on the stone platform in the yard and went into the kitchen to cook for the white cat. A set of imperial gold kitchenware. The white cat saw Li Jiudao cooking through the window and was stunned. He is the master here. She couldn't believe it. How could a mortal be the owner of this place? Am I stupid? He is not the owner of this place, so how could he enter the kitchen to cook? And how could he use the imperial gold kitchenware to cook? She felt that she was really stupid. Did she feel that she was just a mortal if she couldn't feel the fluctuations of power? Emperor Gold is so amazing that it can be cast into a peerless emperor weapon at will. It contains terrifying power that can create the world and cut through the sky. Not to mention mortals, even she, or even her father, might not be able to cook with such imperial gold kitchen utensils. The person in front of her was undoubtedly many times more powerful than her father. I said I would bite him to death, but I'm afraid my teeth would break and I wouldn't be able to bite his flesh. The white cat suddenly felt very relieved that she had no strength left, otherwise if she attacked this person, she would definitely die without a burial place. It was this great man who saved me just now. I was too arrogant and dared to trespass into the residence of such a terrifying great man. If the great man had not withdrawn the pressure, I would have died long ago. She still feels scared when she thinks back to the past. The pressure in the store was too terrifying. Her father was powerful enough, but even at his peak, the pressure he exerted was not even 1/10,000th of that pressure. How high is the realm of this powerful person? Saint? Supreme? Could it be the great emperor? She didn't dare to think about it. Saints are almost invisible in the world, yet they can sweep across the world, not to mention the supreme existence that surpasses saints. As for the great emperor, not to mention in this world, even in the ancient times he has become a legend and no one can become an emperor. Come, let's eat. Li Jiudao made a bowl of porridge and placed it in front of the white cat. The white cat's eyes almost popped out. The vitality contained in the porridge was amazing, and the hot steam exuded a sacred feeling. Was this porridge cooked for her by the Almighty using holy medicine? She took a sip and immediately felt extremely comfortable. All the weakness in her body disappeared, her vitality increased greatly, and her condition instantly returned to its peak. Why don't you drink any more? Are you afraid that it will be gone after you finish it? How pitiful. You must be hungry because you didn't have the next meal. You want to save it for later. Li Jiudao felt a little distressed when he saw the white cat stop drinking after taking a sip. He patted the white cat's head and said, "Don't worry. You just follow me from now on and I'll make sure you have enough to eat and drink." The white cat was nothing like what Li Jiudao described. She didn't drink it because she wanted to save it for her father. This bowl of porridge is so amazing. If her father could drink it, his injuries would definitely be healed. Just as she was about to explain, she heard Li Jiudao mutter to himself, "Actually, it's pretty good to be immortal." Unlike cultivators, who are busy with cultivation every day and whose lives could be in danger if they're not careful, it's not as good as a mortal like me. I can write, paint, and play the piano when I'm free. I can't tell you how free and easy I am. Li Jiudao smiled, looked at the white cat, and said, "It's even better now. I can raise such a beautiful and cute kitten. Even gods are not as happy as me. It's good to be immortal." The white cat shuddered all over. What did the powerful master mean by this? She remembered what her father had told her, that the final process of spiritual practice is a process of returning to nature, and that the mundane world is the right path. Many famous and powerful men in ancient times have experienced trials in the mortal world, experienced all kinds of things that mortals suffer, and been baptized by the mortal world, so that they can enter the Tao and explore the great realm. Could it be that the person in front of her is the one who is currently going through the trials of worldly life? He opened a shop in a mortal city, without any power fluctuations, just like an ordinary mortal. Her eyes became brighter and brighter. Yes, the person in front of her must be experiencing all kinds of things that mortals experience. The great master said these words to enlighten me. He hopes that I can be smarter and not ruin the great master's practice. She suddenly realized that she had almost made a big mistake. The powerful master pretended to be immortal and experienced all kinds of mortal things in the world. She went up to him and said directly, "Stop pretending to be such a powerful master. You are not an ordinary person at all. She is looking for death." I was afraid that after she said those words, the powerful master would slap her to death. The white cat reacted and realized that it was a good thing she didn't say anything, otherwise she would have been dead. "Be good, drink it quickly. Don't worry, there's more in the pot. I'll serve you another bowl." Seeing that the white cat was reluctant to drink, Li Jiudao filled another bowl for the cat and placed it in front of it. "Drink it, and stay here with me from now on. I'm going to go give Aunt Wang some medicine first." He touched the white cat's head and had to say that the white cat's fur was very smooth and comfortable to touch. Then he went to get some medicine, left the shop, and went to deliver the medicine to Aunt Wang next door. He had only treated Aunt Wang before, but did not prescribe any medicine. Aunt Wang needed recuperation due to overwork, and the medicine he prescribed for her was for recuperation. "I'll send it to father first." When the white cat saw Li Jiudao leaving, it immediately picked up the bowl and ran out of the shop. She was so fast that she disappeared in an instant. When she reappeared, she had already arrived in a deep mountain thousands of miles away. "Shuair, where have you been? Didn't father tell you not to run around? Even though we have fled to the east, we are still in great danger." In a cave deep in the mountains, a huge white cat lay on the ground, breathing very weakly, like a candle that could go out at any time. "Father, let's talk about this later. Drink this bowl of porridge first." She placed the bowl of porridge in her mouth in front of the huge white cat. "Where did you get that?" The huge white cat's face was filled with shock. The vitality contained in the porridge was simply unimaginable. Even holy medicine might not have such amazing vitality. "Father, drink first. I'll talk to you after you finish drinking," the white cat girl urged. "Good. The bowl was not big, and the giant cat drank up the porridge in one gulp. In an instant, all its weakness disappeared, and blazing rays of light burst out from its body. It raised its head and roared, and the mountains and forests shook, and countless birds and beasts fled for their lives in fear. This. His face was full of disbelief. How could he, who was so badly injured, recover instantly? This is really unbelievable. You know, his origin was injured, and the injury to the origin is undoubtedly the most difficult to heal, especially since his origin was injured very seriously and he was on the verge of death. In this situation, even holy medicine would not be able to heal him instantly. After drinking a bowl of porridge, he recovered immediately and his condition returned to its peak. How could he believe it? It was too magical. Father, I met a peerless master. Luo Shui, the white cat girl, told her father in detail about her pursuit of the original god's traces and her encounter with Li Jiudao. How dare you pursue the primordial spirits? You are so brave. Father Emperor Luoshui, the emperor of the Sky Snowcat clan, the Sky Snowcat Emperor, was shocked when he first heard it. Even when he was at his peak, he was still wary of the original gods, let alone so many of them moving at the same time. He didn't even dare to pursue so many primordial gods. The word Tao on the plaque contains the supreme Tao rhyme that is far beyond my father's reach, and you dare to trespass. He gasped and became more and more scared the more he listened. It was a blessing in disguise that Luo Shui was still alive. Cooking with a set of imperial gold kitchen utensils. He was stunned, and felt that what Luo Shui said was a bit unbelievable. He was also considered one of the top strong men in Yenzhou and was knowledgeable, but he had never heard of anyone who could do such a big thing. In ancient times, the Nine Heavens Emperor was extremely famous. He surpassed all the heroes in heaven and on earth and stood at the top alone. In order to forge the Emperor's weapon, he searched the whole world, but only found a small piece of dragon-patterned Emperor gold, not even as big as a fingernail. Now, Luo Shui said that a whole set of kitchen utensils, including kitchen knives, frying pans, spatulas, etc., were all made of imperial gold. How could he believe it? You're not seeing things. He couldn't help but ask. He knew that Luo Shui would not lie to him, but what Luo Shui said was so unbelievable that he found it hard to believe. Luo Shui smiled bitterly and said, Father, our Tianqiuecat clan has a noble bloodline, and contains the blood of the white tiger, one of the 10 ancient evils. Although the blood in our bodies has become increasingly thinner over the long years of inheritance, we are still not weak, and our foundation is profound, comparable to the holy places. In ancient times, the white tiger, one of the 10 evils, had combined with many evil beasts to give birth to a series of races. These races then combined with other races to give rise to a series of new races. The Tianqiuecat clan is a race that was born later, and the white tiger blood in their bodies does not even have 1/10,000th of it. However, even though the Sky Snowcat clan does not have even 1/10,000th of the white tiger bloodline, they are still very powerful and can be called a strong clan. The 10 evils are truly terrifying and horrible existences. Each one of them is extremely scary and stronger than the great emperor. They can be said to be truly invincible creatures. Luo Shui continued, Father, you know very well that Shu'er loves to browse ancient books. There are many ancient books in our Tianqiuecat clan, and many of these ancient books have introduced and recorded Emperor Gold. She looked strange and said, even though Shu'er finds it hard to believe, those kitchen utensils are really made of imperial gold, and there is no other material mixed in. They are all imperial gold. Imperial gold is hard to find, and the appearance of even a small piece of it in the world is astonishing enough. A set of kitchenware made entirely of imperial gold is truly amazing and incredible. In this respect, you are indeed better than father. Tianqiuecat Emperor knew that Luo Shui liked to browse ancient books. Luo Shui understood and knew more about ancient affairs and ancient treasures than he did. He sighed heavily, not knowing what to say. He was also one of the top strong men in Yenzhou and had seen many powerful people, but compared with the one mentioned by Luo Shui, he was just a frog in the well, and those powerful people he had seen were nothing but trash. There was no comparison at all. Father, let's stop talking. I should go back. Luo Shui said. Snowcat King changed color. He remembered Luo Shui said that the men wanted to take Luo Shui as a pet. No. You are the daughter of our father, the princess of the Snow Cat tribe. How can you be a pet? He said loudly. Father, do you think that powerful master, given his realm, would not know that I ran out of the store? Luo Shui smiled bitterly and said, I was able to escape, it must be that the great master tacitly agreed. If I don't go back, the consequences will be disastrous. She was worried when she ran out of the store, but nothing happened. She immediately realized that the powerful master had tacitly allowed her to leave. She knew at that moment that she had to go back. With the realm of that powerful master, she couldn't run away at all, no matter where she ran to. Tianxue Cat Emperor was silent. That person is really too terrifying, and his realm is unknown. Luo Shui is right. If Luo Shui does not go back, the consequences will be unimaginable. He fled with Luo Shui and fled far away. This is impossible. That person has all-seeing eyes and hands, and he could cover the entire world with just one thought. He and Luo Shui can't escape anywhere. Who knows, that person might be watching them right now. Father, it's okay. That powerful master doesn't look like a bad person. Luo Shui said, Father, think about it carefully. The great master gave me 2 bowls of porridge, maybe it was intentional. With the realm of the great master, it must not be difficult for him to deduce everything in a single thought. The great master must have already clearly understood my past. That's true. In front of such a powerful master, we have no secrets at all. Father, let's think about it again. Considering the realm and strength of that great master, what kind of pet can't he get? Our Tianxue Cat clan is very powerful outside, but in front of that great master, we are nothing at all. How powerful it is to cook with a set of imperial gold kitchen utensils. Not to mention the Sky Snow Cat clan, even those ancient beasts may not be noticed by the powerful masters. Only those pure-blooded ferocious beasts can catch the eyes of powerful people. Although the Tianxue Cat clan possesses the bloodline of the white tiger, it is too thin and too mixed, not even comparable to that of the ancient beasts. The blood of the ancient beasts is much purer than theirs. Although it is also mixed blood, the mixture is not much. They belong to the 2nd generation of ferocious beasts. As for the pure-blooded beasts, they are even more powerful. They belong to a new generation of beasts with pure blood, without a trace of impure blood. It is truly an honor for us, the Snow Cats, to be the pet of that great and powerful master. Luo Shui had a complicated expression and said, perhaps the great master figured out everything and understood our miserable experience, so he proposed to take me in as a pet. We should thank that great master, he is a good person. Alas, my father is old, his thoughts are slow to change, he is too stubborn, and too self-righteous. The Snow Cat tribe is so glorious that even the Holy Land dares not provoke us easily, which makes my father a little proud. You are right, in front of that great master, we are nothing. Even if we rush to become the pet of that great master, I am afraid that he will not want us. The Snow Cat King sighed, his past glory making him feel dizzy. He thought it was a shame that Luo Shui was kept as a pet, but in fact it was a supreme opportunity and fortune. The Snow Cat tribe has changed. Although I escaped with you, we are still surrounded by dangers. The damn Luo Nan is constantly chasing us. He gritted his teeth, his eyes gleaming with ferocity. As the emperor of the Sky Snow Cat clan and one of the strongest men in Yenzhou, why did he end up seriously injured and dying? It's all because of Luo Nan. Luo Nan is not a member of the Tianxue Cat clan, but just an ordinary cat beast. When he was out, he accidentally saw Luo Nan being chased by a jackal. He couldn't bear it and saved Luo Nan. He brought Luo Nan back to the tribe and gave him the name Luonan. He guided and taught Luo Nan with all his heart, and Luo Nan's talent for cultivation was also very strong, and his realm and strength improved rapidly. All the geniuses of the Tianxue Cat clan were surpassed by Luo Nan. Luo Shui and Luo Nan grew up together, and Luo Shui gradually fell in love with Luo Nan. He was very happy and also had high hopes for Luo Nan. He said that he would marry Luo Shui to Luo Nan and let Luo Shui and Luo Nan jointly rule the Tianxue Cat clan in the future. However, what he didn't expect was, on the day when Luo Shui and Luo Nan were engaged, Luo Nan actually poisoned him and all the strong men of the Tianxue Cat clan. Immediately afterwards, the strong men of the Red Chain Snake clan came to kill them. The red-chained snake clan is the mortal enemy of their Tianqiuhe cat clan. Luo Nan has joined forces with the red-chained snake clan. I am just an ordinary cat beast, how can the members of the Tianqiuhe cat clan recognize me? Even if I marry Luo Shui, the Tianqiuhe cat clan members will not obey me. It is better for me to cleanse the Tianqiuhe cat clan first, and then replan it. Luo Nan looked indifferent as he stated the reason why he cooperated with the red-chained snake clan. After all, his bloodline was inferior to that of the Sky Snowcat clan, and he was worried that members of the Sky Snowcat clan would rebel against him in the future. So he cooperated with the red-chained snake clan, planning to kill all the strong men of the Sky Snowcat clan and reorganize the Sky Snowcat clan. The poison that Luo Nan threw at him was extremely poisonous. It was given to him by the red-chained snake tribe. Even a top warrior like the Sky Snowcat Emperor couldn't withstand it, and his strength was greatly reduced. Even if I die, I won't let you have your wish. The Snowcat Emperor fought desperately, burning the life source in his body and bursting out with all his means and strength. He finally fought his way out of a bloody battle with Luo Shui and escaped to the east. We are all blind. Luo Shui said hatefully. Luo Nan has evil intentions. Both she and her father had misjudged Luo Nan. If it weren't for the powerful senior who gave him porridge, her father would have died. Shuier, it is our blessing to meet a powerful master. Shuier, you must cherish it. The Snowcat Emperor looked at Luo Shui and said, Father will be relieved if you stay with the great master. We must avenge our grievances, and the Snowcat clan cannot be invaded by Luo Nan like this. Father, what are you going to do? Luo Shui's face changed. Father wants to kill us back. Tianqiuhe cat emperor said with cold eyes. No, father. Luo Shui said hurriedly, Luonan alone is nothing, but Luonan has the red-chained snake clan behind him. The red-chained snake king is not weaker than my father. If my father hadn't fought desperately and the red-chained snake king hadn't dared to fight with my father, we wouldn't have been able to escape. The red-chained snake king is as powerful as her father. Her father was burning his life force like crazy, and the red-chained snake king was afraid of accidents, so he gave them a chance to escape. If her father were to go back to fight now, he would be in great danger and would have difficulty surviving. After all, without burning the source of life, it would be impossible for her father to deal with the entire red-chained snake clan alone. As for burning the source of life to fight again, that is simply not possible. The damage caused by burning the source of life in battle is too serious. It is simply fighting with one's life. She doesn't want her father to do this. Father, can wait. Luo Shui opened his mouth and said, the realm of the great master is unfathomable. I will definitely gain a lot if I stay with him. When the time comes, I will share these gains with my father, and my father will definitely become more powerful. Isn't it just right to wait until my father becomes powerful and then kill him? Snowcat Emperor looked at Luo Shui meaningfully and said, this is exactly what I want to remind you of. He said, you also know that the realm of a powerful master is unfathomable. He can deduce everything in a single thought. If a powerful master wants to help, why bother with so much trouble? The powerful master can just come directly. Do you still need to bring porridge? After all, Tianqiuhe cat emperor has lived for a long time and experienced many ups and downs, more than Luo Shui thought. The great master tacitly allowed you to bring the porridge here. This is a great blessing for us. We should not think about it anymore and think about using the power of the great master to take revenge. Snowcat Emperor's voice was deep as he spoke, the great master is as good as a god in predicting things. He can see through everything in a moment. The great master asked you to bring porridge, which has already shown his attitude. This attitude is to stop there, and they will have to rely on themselves from now on. The great master kept you by his side. His attitude is even more obvious. He wants to make sure that father has nothing to worry about. Snowcat Emperor was full of emotion, and said, the great master is worthy of being the great master, his state of mind is simply beyond our imagination. The great master knows that if my father cannot take back the throne by his own strength, my father will be resentful and will never let it go. But father, if you go back like this, you won't stand any chance of winning. Luo Shui was still full of worries. The great and powerful master has already anticipated everything. Snow Cat Emperor smiled and said, "How could father be so stupid? At the beginning, everything happened too suddenly, and father's friends wanted to help but it was too late. Afterwards, it became a foregone conclusion, and father's friends could do nothing but give up. Burning the source of life to fight is basically playing with life, and the hope of survival is extremely slim. My father's friends probably think he's dead. But now it's different. When father goes to look for those friends, they will surely help father with all their might, and the throne that belongs to father will surely return to him again. All of his friends are friends with whom he has a life and death relationship. As long as he shows up, his friends will definitely help him without hesitation. This is the brilliance of the great and powerful masters." The more Snow Cat Emperor thought about it, the more he felt emotional. He said, "The great master asked you to save my father, which shows that he is kind-hearted and sympathizes with our situation. He kept you by his side because he knew that my father had the means to reverse this, so he let my father go for it without any worries. So that's how it is." Luo Shui really didn't think so much about it. It was only after her father's reminder that she understood everything. But, in fact, this is just the imagination of the Snow Cat Emperor. Li Jiudao didn't have so many thoughts. He just felt sorry for Luo Shui, the little white cat. Snow Cat Emperor solemnly warned Luo Shui, "When you follow a powerful master like that, you must think carefully about everything. Remember not to act rashly or you will violate the taboos of the powerful master." "Shuier understands," Luo Shui said with a sweet smile. After hearing what Tianque Cat Emperor said to her, she no longer worried. "Okay, now that the emperor has left, you can go back too." Tianque Cat Emperor bid farewell to Luo Shui, and then his figure disappeared and left this place. Luo Shui also quickly returned to Qingshan City. Qingshan City, in Li Jiudao's courtyard. "Are you leaving anyway?" Li Jiudao touched his nose. After he came back from delivering medicinal herbs to Aunt Wang next door, he could no longer see the little white cat, and there was only one left of the 2 bowls of porridge. The little white cat is not a spiritual animal, how could it possibly understand what I said? I guess it's just that the little white cat is used to wandering around and doesn't want to be raised by anyone. Li Jiudao looked at the remaining bowl of porridge, smiled and said, "But this little white cat is not greedy. It only took one of the 2 bowls of porridge." Meow. Just then, Luo Shui came back with a bowl of porridge in her mouth. Li Jiudao was overjoyed. He liked the little white cat very much and was very happy that the little white cat came back again. He picked up the little white cat, stroked its smooth fur, and said with a smile, "Think it through, it's best for you to stay with me. There's no wind or sun, and no one can bully you." Meow. Luo Shui cried out, thinking that her father was right. The powerful master was protecting her and relieving her father's worries. "Okay, I'm in a good mood today, let's go fishing, and you can eat all the fish we catch." Li Jiudao put the little white cat down and went into the house to get the fishing gear. His fishing skills are also superb, and his fishing gear, bao, and cooking utensils are all rewards given to him by the system. The fishing gear was a fishing rod in a bamboo tube. He carried the bamboo tube on his back and took away some bait. This is the bait he made himself, which is very effective. He can catch a lot of fish in a short time. Let's go, let's go." He was in high spirits, carrying fishing gear on his back, holding the bait in one hand and the little white cat in the other. "This is Purple Heaven Bamboo." Luo Shui, the little white cat in Li Jiudao's arms, was shocked and recognized what the bamboo tube was. Purple Sky Bamboo, it is rumored that it grows outside the 33 heavens. It is a natural divine creature that can help people practice and gain enlightenment, and its effects are extremely amazing. In the ancient times, the Buddhist master Wu Ju, in order to seek a breakthrough, once broke through layer after layer of heaven, just to find an opportunity to become the great emperor. It is very difficult to become a great emperor. One cannot become an emperor just by having enough power. One also needs to have the highest understanding of the Tao. It is unknown how difficult this process is. Countless peerless powerful people in ancient times have spent their entire lives trying to take this step but failed in the end. They failed on the road to becoming emperors. Master Wu Jue is an unrivaled warrior who is about to become an emperor. He has touched the imperial realm and is only half a step away from becoming emperor. However, it took Master Wujue 7,000 years to reach this half-step and still failed to do so. Finally, when his time was running out, he broke through layer after layer of heaven, trying to find an opportunity to become an emperor outside the sky. The outer space is extremely dangerous, even someone as strong as Master Wujue nearly lost his life. However, he finally broke through the 33 heavens and came out of the sky. There, he saw a purple bamboo forest shrouded in chaotic mist. He walked in, and in an instant, he had an epiphany. He broke through the half-step distance and successfully established the throne of the great emperor. He wanted to take some purple bamboo away. However, even though he had become the emperor, he could not shake Zizhu at all. In the end, he had no choice but to leave. He recorded his experiences and called the purple bamboo purple heavenly bamboo, saying it had miraculous powers and amazing effects on enlightenment. In later generations, countless powerful people, in order to achieve the throne of the great emperor, broke through layer after layer of heaven, wanting to reach the purple bamboo forest, gain enlightenment, and become an emperor. Unfortunately, they did not succeed, and none of the strong men who went there came back. People began to doubt the purple bamboo forest, and the purple bamboo forest outside the 33 heavens gradually became a legend. Luo Shui loves to browse ancient books, and the Tianshueket clan has a profound heritage and has collected a large number of ancient books, which contain records and legends about purple sky bamboo. Oh my god, if I use purple bamboo to make a fishing rod, what kind of fishing rod would it be? Luo Shui's heart was beating wildly, and she became very interested in the fishing rod in the bamboo tube. Li Jiudao carried the fishing rod on his back, held the fish basket in one hand, and held the little white cat in the other, and left Qingshan City leisurely. He had woven the fish basket himself, woven from reeds, and filled it with bait. His weaving skills also reached the level of supernormal, and no fish that he put into the fish basket in the past ever escaped. This little white cat in the sir's arms is quite cute. Haha, little white cat is blessed to follow you, sir. Your fishing skills are superb. Little white cat will have endless fresh fish to eat in the future. On the way out of the city, they met many people. All of them respected Li Jiudao very much and called him sir. After all, Li Jiudao runs a calligraphy and painting shop, which is related to culture, so many people call Li Jiudao sir. The little white cat's fur is as white as snow without a trace of impurities. Its eyes are as bright as sapphires. It looks cute and beautiful, attracting a lot of people's attention. Li Jiudao responded to these people with a smile, and gradually, they came to a small river. The river is not big, only a few feet wide, the water is very clear, and various fish jump out from the bottom of the river from time to time. There were many fishermen on the river bank. Li Jiudao came to his old place and sat on a smooth stone. There is a sturdy willow tree here, with slender branches hanging down, casting a dark green shadow, which just creates a shade to block the sun's rays for Li Jiudao. Winter has passed and spring has arrived, but the sun is still quite hot. Anglers on both sides of the river are wearing hats to avoid the sun. Li Jiudao had the best place to sit. The thick willow trees shielded him from the sun, and he was very comfortable even without a hat. Anglers on both sides of the river also knew that this was the best place, but none of them occupied it. Because they knew that this was Li Jiudao's old place. Li Jiudao always fished here, and occasionally sketched and played the piano here. Li Jiudao is a good man in Qingshan City. He never refuses to help if he can. And whenever they ask Li Jiudao for help, he always does a great job for them. They all respect Li Jiudao very much. The little white cat Luo Shui's eyes kept scanning the willow tree and the rock where Li Jiudao was sitting. She sensed a special aura from the willow tree and the stubborn stone. Perhaps the willow tree and the stubborn stone were not ordinary willow trees and stubborn stones. She was born with a keen sense of perception and her own realm was not low. Under normal circumstances, she could see through the essence of the willow tree and the stone in a single thought. But now, no matter how she used her spiritual sense to explore, she could not understand the true nature of the willow tree and the stubborn stone. Have you become a spirit? She muttered to herself. I don't know what this stone is made of. When I sit on it in winter, it's soft and warm. When I sit on it in summer, it's cool and refreshing. It's so comfortable. Li Jiudao sighed, thinking that the stubborn stone was most likely not an ordinary thing, perhaps some kind of spiritual stone. He smiled slightly at the thought. Although he could not practice cultivation and could only be immortal, he could still sit on such a spirit stone from time to time. Thinking that it was still possible, he felt somewhat complacent. As for taking such a spiritual stone home, he had never thought about it. An innocent man is guilty of possessing a treasure. He still understands this principle. The monks are all very cruel. What would happen if they knew that he had such a spirit stone in his home? As a mortal, he is no match for the monks. Swish, swish, swish. At this moment, the void in the distance twisted, and 3 figures with shining light walked out of the void. My lords, I sense the aura of Luo Shui. A middle-aged man in a white gown spoke respectfully to the 2 middle-aged men in red robes beside him. Is there only the aura of Luo Shui, but no aura of the Cat Emperor? A red-robed man asked. I didn't sense the Cat King's aura, only Luo Shui's aura. The middle-aged man in the white gown replied. The Cat Emperor burned his life essence so madly, he must be dead now. The red-robed man sneered and said, let's go and capture Luo Shui, and then force her to reveal the location of the Cat King's body. The Cat King's body is full of treasures. They were very fast, shrinking into an inch and reaching Li Jiodao in just a few steps. When the little white cat Luo Shui saw them, his face changed instantly and all the hair on his body stood up. The 2 men in red robes are strong men from the Red Chain Snake clan, while the middle-aged man in white gown is a strongman from their Sky Snowcat clan. She quickly realized that it must be the middle-aged man in the white robe who found this place by relying on the blood connection between the members of the Tianshuecat clan. What to do? She panicked all of a sudden. Not to mention the 2 men in red robes, the middle-aged man in white gown alone was not someone she could deal with. The middle-aged man in the white robe is named Luo Shao. He is one of the strongest people in her Tianshuecat clan and has a very high level of strength. Why should I panic? There are powerful people here, how can they hurt me? Luo Shui suddenly laughed. Luo Shao suddenly appeared with the powerful men of the Red Chain Snake clan. She was completely frightened at that time and forgot that there was a powerful master like Li Jiodao. Now, she is not panicking at all. Any painting made by the powerful master contains the supreme Taoist rhyme. The kitchen utensils used for cooking are all made of imperial gold. Even the fishing rods are filled with bamboo tubes made of purple bamboo. Why is she panicking? If anyone should be panicking, it should be Luo Shao and the others. Shao Shui, come with us. Luo Shao looked at the little white cat Luo Shui and ignored Li Jiodao. Li Jiodao is just a mortal, and there is no power fluctuation on his body. Why is he worthy of his attention? He also didn't care why Luo Shui, the princess of the Sky Snowcat tribe, was held in the arms of a mortal like this. Because it's too easy. Luo Shui must have noticed their arrival, so he pretended to be an ordinary kitten and hid in the arms of a mortal like Li Jiodao, hoping to deceive them. After all, it's too naive. How could such a trick fool them? He didn't even bother to expose such a trick. Meow. Luo Shui screamed and shrank into Li Jiodao's arms, looking very scared. Li Jiodao understood it all at once. These people are coming for the little white cat. He thought the little white cat was a stray cat, but it wasn't. Shao Shui. He felt a chill. Why did these people give the little white cat such a human-like name? So perverted. He thought again of the scene when he first saw the little white cat. The little white cat lay weakly in his shop, dying, almost dead. Now, the little white cat was so scared after seeing these people. After connecting these together, a picture suddenly emerged in his mind. The little white cat suffered a lot of torture in the homes of these 3 strong men, and finally escaped unable to bear the humiliation. 3 strong men raising a cat. What the heck is this if not perverted? I can't let them take the little white cat away. He made a decision in his mind immediately. Everyone, you have recognized the wrong cat. This is not your cat. This is my cat. My name is Xiaobai. I have raised it for several years. Li Jiodao was not afraid at all and said to Luo Shao. He knew all the anglers on both sides of the river bank. If Luo Shao and the others used force, he would call on the anglers on both sides of the river bank to come and help him. Although Luo Shao and his friends were strong, there were more than 20 people fishing on both sides of the river bank. He is not afraid of Luo Xiao and the others. Noob. Luo Xiao was extremely amused. This mortal also installed in front of them. Noisy. A man in red robes shouted coldly, his face full of impatience, too lazy to say anything more. What's so much to talk about with a mortal? He stretched out a hand, wanting to slap the mortal Li Jiudao to death. However, at this moment, a strong wind suddenly blew, the thick willow tree shook, and the branches swayed randomly, and it actually swept the red-robed man up and threw him aside. There was a small mountain over there. The man in red robe fell onto the mountain with his waist down. Rocks rolled down the mountain and buried the man in red robe on the spot. Seeing this scene, Li Jiudao couldn't help but say, "Those who do evil will eventually perish. Look, the heaven and earth have spirits, and evil will be punished. Don't keep abusing cats." In his eyes, all this was an accident. A strong wind blew up the branches of the willow tree, which accidentally rolled up the man in red robe and threw him to the other side of the mountain. However, in the eyes of Luo Xiao and the other men in red robe, this was not the case. They were horrified, their hair stood on end, and they stared at the willow tree with horror on their faces. The red-robed man was of such a powerful realm, how could he be swept away and thrown aside so easily? This is impossible. The willow tree is definitely not an ordinary willow tree. Without them noticing, the man in red robe was swept away and thrown away. It was truly terrifying. In particular, even when they fully developed their spiritual senses, they were still unable to detect Willow's realm. This was even more frightening. Willow's strength was countless times stronger than theirs. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At this time, the strong wind blew again, and the willow tree shook violently again, with the branches swaying even more. Luo Xiao and the other red-robed men immediately wanted to mobilize the strength in their bodies to fight back. However, they were horrified to find that the power in their bodies was completely locked up and could not be activated even a little bit. The willow tree is indeed terrifying. As they were thinking this, they were thrown to the other side of the mountain and buried by rocks. Luo Shui was stunned. This willow tree was indeed not simple. But she soon came to her senses. This is an old place frequented by powerful masters. The willow tree is always with the powerful masters, so how could it be just an ordinary willow tree? Stubborn stones are probably like that too. She thought to herself. People, you still have to do more good things. Li Jiudao looked towards the mountain and said with emotion. It is not okay to do bad things. Look at him for the best example. He always did good deeds and never did bad things. A strong wind blew the willow tree, and the branches swayed everywhere, but not a single one touched him. This is the manifestation of doing good deeds frequently. God is protecting him. Haha, I just gave you a random name, and it sounds easy to pronounce. Okay, I'll call you Xiaobai from now on. Li Jiudao smiled and patted the little white cat's head, saying, with me here, you don't have to be afraid anymore. No one can bully you. Meow. Luo Shui shouted happily and rubbed his little head in Li Jiudao's palm. We can't let our good mood be ruined like this. Ha, let's start fishing. Li Jiudao put the little white cat aside and took off the bamboo tube from its back. Luo Shui stared at the bamboo tube with curious eyes. She really wanted to know what kind of fishing rod the one made of purple bamboo looked like. The bamboo tube was opened, revealing several sections of fishing rods inside. Li Jiudao assembled the sections together. Each section of the fishing rod has grooves and is exquisitely made. When several sections are assembled together, they fit together perfectly, just like a complete fishing rod. Li Jiudao poured out the fishing line from the bamboo tube and hung it on the fishing rod. Jianmu, fishing rod. Dragon tendon, fishing line. Luo Shui's eyes almost popped out of his head. Although she had already thought that the fishing rod would be amazing, she didn't expect it to be so amazing. Jianmu, the towering fairy tree, is rumored to be connected to the fairyland and can establish communication with the immortals. Among the ancient books collected by her Tianshueket clan, there are records of Jianmu. Jianmu is extremely famous, with endless legends left behind, and many ancient books have records of Jianmu. It is said that in the ancient times, which were even more ancient than the ancient times, a 6-year-old child accidentally saw Jianmu in the wilderness. He climbed up along the Jianmu tree and seemed to have entered the fairyland, where he met the immortals and received their guidance. Later, he came down from Jianmu, and from then on he soared into the sky, crushing all the ancient geniuses, pushing aside all the enemies, and suppressing the eternal sky forever. He is known by the world as the greatest emperor of all time. He is a legend, he is a myth. His life is extremely brilliant and unparalleled in the world. He is Emperor Huang. However, he achieved the throne of the great emperor when he was only over 200 years old, creating an unsurpassed history. From ancient times to the present, no one has achieved the throne of the great emperor earlier than Emperor Huang. The first person to achieve the throne of the great emperor after Emperor Huang was also after 1,000 years. The legend about immortals and immortal realms only began from then on. Before that, there was no such thing as immortals and immortal realms. 3,000 great ways are contained in the wood, and the traces of time are left on its surface. The collision of immortal spirit and the mortal world is Jianmu. This is the description of Jianmu that Emperor Huang once gave. The surface of the fishing rod exudes the breath of endless time, while inside it contains the 3,000 supreme avenues. The eternal and ethereal fairy charm and the bustling worldly charm of the mortal world are intertwined and collided with each other. Luo Shui immediately determined that this was Jianmu without a doubt. I made a fishing rod from Jianmu, and I. Luo Shui was shocked and didn't know what to say. The Tongtian immortal tree, the bridge between the mortal world and the fairyland, was made into a fishing rod. She was completely frightened, and the image of Li Jiodao as a master instantly rose several levels in her mind. How powerful does one have to be able to fish with a fishing rod like this? The dragon tendon fishing line shouldn't be just any ordinary dragon tendon. She looked at the fishing line. The fishing line exudes extremely strong dragon energy, which is undoubtedly dragon tendon. But she hasn't figured out what kind of dragon it is yet. Zhulong. She was trembling so much that her whole body was almost frightened to the ground. After carefully sensing the dragon energy and might emanating from the fishing line, she compared it with the ancient records about dragons that she had read. Finally she determined which kind of dragon the tendon was. Proto-dragon. She was almost scared to death. It turned out to be the tendon of the ancestral dragon, the oldest dragon in the world, the ancestor of all dragons. I should have thought of it a long time ago. The only dragon tendon that can match the Jianmu fishing rod is the dragon tendon of the ancestral dragon. Luo Shui said angrily in his heart. The 10 evils of ancient times are notorious and invincible. Even the emperor does not dare to be an enemy of the 10 evils. He must avoid their fierceness, otherwise he will encounter unexpected consequences. Among the 10 evil spirits there is a dragon, the azure dragon, who is the boss of the 10 evil spirits. But compared to the candle dragon, the azure dragon can only be regarded as a small insect. It is impossible to determine the time when Zhulong appeared. It is too ancient and is the ancestor of all dragons. Various dragon tribes appeared after it. Most of the records about Zhulong are rumors and wild records. According to these rumors and wild records, Zhulong is invincible, and the emperor is just food in its mouth. A casual breath of dragon breath can destroy thousands of stars, and a casual swing of its tail can shatter countless realms and planes. After the legend of immortals appeared in later generations, it was rumored that Yi Ji added the word immortal into it. It is rumored that Zhulong is immortal and even more terrifying than Xiandu. The creator of Xiandu is Zhulong. Of course, these are unverifiable. After all, people in later generations have never even seen immortals, and immortals have never appeared before the world. As for Zhulong, people in later generations have never seen it. But this also proves how terrifying and powerful Zhulong is in the hearts of the people. Otherwise, there wouldn't be the legend that Zhulong is the founder of the fairyland. The breath of the ancestor. Isn't the ancestor of dragons Zhulong? As a beast, Luo Shui was very familiar with this ancestor's aura. She sensed the ancestor's aura on the dragon tendons. It was because of this that she was sure that this was the dragon tendon of Zhulong. Using Jianmu as a fishing rod and using the tendons of Zhulong as fishing line, who is the author of this? This is all unimaginable. Jianmu is the bridge connecting the fairyland, and Zhulong is the invincible ancestor dragon. Who can use Jianmu to make a fishing rod and Peel Zhulong's dragon tendons to make fishing line? How terrifying and powerful this must be. Luo Shui looked up at Li Jiudao. Could it be this person's work? That shouldn't be the case. If this is really the work of this person, what kind of person is this person? The existence of that thing was beyond her imagination. She really found it hard to believe that there was someone waiting for her. Bang! The river water rumbled slightly, and Li Jiudao threw the fishing hook and the bait into the river. Then he sat calmly on the rock, waiting for the fish to take the bait. What is the fishhook made of? I haven't even had time to look at it. Luo Shui was busy looking at the fishing rod and fishing line. When she remembered to look at the fishhook, Li Jiudao had already thrown it into the river. She was stunned. She originally wanted to use her spiritual sense to go into the river to find out what the fishhook was made of, but her spiritual sense showed her an extremely incredible scene. Sitting in the mortal world, fishing for fish from all realms. In the river, the void twisted, and one large world after another emerged, forming a whirlpool. Her spiritual sense saw countless fish in the large worlds jumping and competing to eat the bait. In the pitch-black world, she saw a cuttlefish leap up, and with a gentle flick of its tail, it pushed aside a huge shark that had leaped out from another realm. She also saw that in the world of lightning and thunder, a huge fish with a golden body and lightning all over its body smashed a fire fish that jumped out of the fire world into pieces. Among the countless great realms, the 9 great realms are particularly dazzling and brilliant. Each realm exudes an astonishing primordial chaotic energy, and the fish jumping out of the 9 great realms are even more terrifying. The fish from other realms that had behaved extremely ferociously before are not worth mentioning at all among the fish in the 9 realms. The fish in the Jiufang realm opened their mouths and swallowed up the ferocious fish from other realms. Upper 9 realms. She really felt that she could no longer stay with Li Jiudao. She was really afraid that one day she would be scared to death by him. The heavens are vast, and myriad realms stand tall, divided into 3 levels, the upper realm, the middle realm, and the lower realm. The superior realm is above all other realms. There are 9 realms in total, with an extremely long and ancient heritage. Those 9 exceptionally dazzling and brilliant realms are none other than the upper 9 realms that tower above all other realms. Fishing for fish from the upper 9 realms in the lower realm. Who would believe it? Who dares to believe it? Luo Shui couldn't help but say in his heart. The realm they are in is a lower-level realm, and compared to the upper 9 realms, it is not worth mentioning at all. Any strongman coming down from the upper 9 realms can definitely and easily sweep away lower realms like theirs. She really didn't expect that Li Jiudao was so terrifying. He could fish in the upper 9 realms while sitting in the lower realm. The key is that the fish from the upper 9 realms are still vying to take the bait. Oh, heaven and earth, what kind of powerful master have I met? Luo Shui roared in his heart. After she met Li Jiudao, her perceptions were shattered one by one. Li Jiudao was so talented that it was unimaginable. The fish is hooked. Li Jiudao smiled slightly, exerted force on the hand holding the fishing rod, lifted the fishing rod high, and brought out a big fish. The big fish scales sparkled, refracting colorful light, as if it were wearing a colorful coat, which looked very beautiful. The 7 fantasy fish tribe in the Yushu realm, one of the upper 9 realms. Luo Shui's heart was beating wildly as he recognized the origin of this big fish. All realms are connected. There were powerful men in ancient times who traveled to other realms and left behind records about other realms. The upper 9 realms are dazzling, extremely ancient and long-standing. Among the records left behind by the ancient powerful, the most are about the upper 9 realms. The 7 fantasy fish clan is a dominant clan in the Yushu realm. It occupies the entire North Sea within the Yushu realm and is respected by all the sea clans. The upper 9 realms are so powerful and terrifying, and there are countless races within them, and each one is more ferocious than the other. It doesn't take much to know how terrifying and terrible a race is that can become the dominant race in the upper 9 realms. Why do I always catch strange fish? I don't even know what kind of fish they are. Li Jiudao said helplessly. He had never caught a normal fish when fishing. They were always rare fish that he couldn't recognize. He didn't dare eat fish he didn't recognize, for fear of causing problems, so he would release the fish. He planned to do the same this time, pulling over the fishing rod and preparing to release the strange fish. Cats eat fish. I've never heard of a cat having any problems eating fish. Give it to Xiaobai. He smiled and remembered that he came here to fish for Xiaobai. He couldn't eat the strange fish, but Xiaobai could. Here, Xiaobai, this fish is for you to eat. He took the strange fish off the hook and placed it in front of the little white cat. Luo Shui was confused. This was a fish from the dominant clan of the Upper Nine Realms. Was she going to eat this fish? If I eat it, will I be hunted down by the 7 fantasy fish clan from the Upper Nine Realms? What are you afraid of? The Great Master gave me this to eat. If there is any problem, the Great Master will help me solve it. She smiled in her heart, and was very interested in the taste of the fish of the Nine Realms Tyrant clan. Luo Shui thought that there was a powerful master backing her up, and she no longer had any worries, and she bit it with a grunt. It hurts. She bared her teeth, almost biting them off. The 7 fantasy fish clan was indeed the dominant clan in the Yushi realm. The scales on their bodies were as hard as fairy gold and divine iron. You still want to eat me? How dare you, a low-level mixed-blood kitten? The 7 fantasy fish opened its mouth to speak, but found that it could not make any sound. My power has also been suppressed. It was filled with horror, and not even a trace of strength could move in its body. What's going on? It recalls. Originally, it was cultivating in the North Sea, when suddenly the heaven and earth shook violently, and a dazzling bright light appeared outside the domain. It felt an intense desire to go outside the domain, as if something was waiting for it outside the domain. It didn't want to go at first, but the feeling became stronger and stronger. Finally, it couldn't help it and rushed out of the North Sea and came to the outside world. There was chaos outside the domain. It saw countless realms and planes emerging, from which powerful fish jumped out one after another, fighting and competing with each other. Soon it understood why those fish were fighting and competing so hard. It turned out that there was an imperial medicine wrapped in the blazing light. The imperial medicine is so supreme and transcendent, so rare that it can extend the life of the emperor for another lifetime. Even in the Upper Nine Realms, there are not many of them. Its eyes suddenly turned red, and without time to think, it rushed towards the imperial medicine. It fought bloody battles, killing one terrifying fish after another, and even repelled other superior fish, and finally got the imperial medicine in its hands. However, what it didn't expect was that the imperial medicine suddenly turned into a fishhook and hooked its mouth in an instant. The things hanging on the fishhook also flowed into its stomach, and it instantly recovered from its human body to its original form. It immediately realized that this was not the imperial medicine at all, but some kind of illusion. Someone was fishing for fish from all realms. No wonder only fishes are fighting here and no other species come here. This is a method specifically targeting fish from all realms. Before it could think too much, a huge force suddenly appeared, and the fishhook hooked it and lifted it up fiercely. When everything was over, it had been thrown to the ground, and a little white cat wanted to eat it. Damn it, that thing flowing into my stomach suppressed my strength. It cursed loudly but could not make any sound at all. It became like an ordinary fish, opening its mouth repeatedly but without making any sound. Your teeth are too bad. Li Jiudao found it very funny to see the little white cat grimacing and rolling around on the ground in pain. Are there any cats that can't eat fish? The little white cat's teeth are too brittle. Luo Shui was in so much pain that she almost cried, thinking that the great senior thought too highly of her. This is the dominant fish species in the Yushi realm. In terms of bloodline alone, it is probably even more powerful than the pure white tiger bloodline. She doesn't even have 1/10,000th of the white tiger blood in her body, the gap is too big. Li Jiudao smiled and then stopped laughing. He sighed in his heart. How could a cat have such bad teeth that it couldn't even eat fish? The little white cat must have been tortured too badly by the 3 strong men, causing severe damage in all aspects. If your teeth are not good, I will stew it for you. He touched the little white cat's head and said with a smile, don't worry, it will be fine in the future. You can eat any fish raw. Luo Shui was deeply moved after hearing this. The powerful master was really good to her. It was obvious that he wanted to cultivate her. She felt a little ashamed and thought she had failed the expectations of the powerful master. The Seven Fantasy Fish Clan is the dominant clan in the Jade Void realm. How could the fish in it be ordinary fish? They must be very powerful. The seven fantasy fish in front of him didn't have even a trace of power. The power of the seven fantasy fish must have been sealed by a powerful master. She couldn't even deal with a powerless seven fantasy fish. She was so ashamed. Li Jiudao threw the seven phantom fish into the fish basket and then started fishing again. It was the same fishing in all realms. Countless fish from different realms were competing to take the bait, and Li Jiudao quickly caught quite a few fish. These are strange fish that Li Jiudao does not recognize, and their appearance is very different from ordinary fish. Enough to keep you going for a few days. Li Jiudao put away his fishing rod, and the entire fish basket was filled with fish, about 30 or 40 of them. The fish in the basket stared at each other with shock in their eyes. What kind of existence is this, who can fish in all the worlds? Let's go, I'll stew fish for you when I get back. Li Jiudao carried the fish basket and fishing rod on his back and returned to Qingshan City with the little white cat in his arms. After Li Jiudao's figure disappeared, a voice sounded from the place where Li Jiudao was originally. I'm so envious of that little white cat. It can be held in the arms of such a powerful master. I also want to be held in the arms of a powerful master like this. Listening carefully, the sound actually came from the stone where Li Jiudao was originally sitting. Dream on. Why would a powerful person hold a broken stone like you? The willow tree swayed and actually made a sound. It and the stubborn stone are indeed not ordinary willow trees and stones, they have long become spirits. However, they were not very powerful at first and were ordinary monsters. Ordinary cultivators could easily kill them. Later, they accidentally heard Li Jiudao playing the piano by the river bank, and were immediately deeply moved, and their realm's strength soared instantly. They immediately understood that Li Jiudao was an incredibly powerful master. They found that Li Jiudao seemed to be intentionally transforming into a mortal to travel the mortal world, and they did not dare to violate Li Jiudao's taboos. There were willow trees and stones at the old place where Li Jiudao went, but they were not spirits, they were just ordinary willow trees and stones. They moved the ordinary willow trees and stones aside and replaced them, silently serving Li Jiudao in secret. Li Jiudao likes to come here very much, whether to fish, paint, or play the piano. They also benefit greatly, and their strength level continues to soar. It is no exaggeration to say that they can now run rampant throughout the entire Yanzhou. They are not even afraid of the Holy Land and can fight against it. What to do with those three guys? There was murderous intent in Wanshi's words, and he said, they dared to offend the powerful master. Their crime is unforgivable and they should be killed. Luo Xiao and the two powerful Red Chain Snake clan members were not ordinary people, so they would not be killed by the rocks. They were just trapped under the rocks and unable to get out. The willow tree restrained the power of Luo Xiao and the two powerful Red Chain Snake clan members, otherwise Luo Xiao and the two powerful Red Chain Snake clan members would have broken through the rocks and come out long ago. The stubborn stone was filled with murderous intent, and it insisted on killing Luo Xiao and the two powerful Red Chain Snake clan members. It even floated up from the ground, wanting to smash Luo Xiao and the two powerful Red Chain Snake clan members to death. Don't. Willow Tree spoke out to stop them, saying, the Great Master didn't say he wanted to kill them, so we shouldn't kill them indiscriminately. They are just three insignificant little characters, not worth mentioning to the Great Master, so just leave them alone. The stubborn stone was originally filled with murderous intent, but after hearing what Willow Tree said, its murderous intent immediately subsided. The thoughts of powerful masters are difficult to understand. Willow is right. They should not kill them indiscriminately. It would be terrible if they violated the taboos of the powerful masters. All right. It fell back down. The willow tree then withdrew the power that was imprisoning Luo Xiao and the two Red Chain Snake Clan warriors. Suddenly, Luo Xiao and the two Red Chain Snake Clan warriors rushed out from the pile of rocks. They looked at each other, and saw horror in each other's eyes. They didn't dare to stay and fled at high speed, away from this place. They didn't dare stop until they had run a long distance and ensured their safety. That willow tree is horrible. They were still frightened by the horror of the willow tree. They never imagined that in an area where mortals lived, there would be such a terrifying willow tree. Without realizing it, they were thrown away by the willow tree's restraining power. The willow tree's strength is probably stronger than that of the Red Chain Snake King. Is there any connection between Luo Shui and that willow tree? A strongman from the Red Chain Snake clan said with a frown. If the Luo River is related to that willow tree, everything will become troublesome. It shouldn't matter, otherwise we'd be dead by now. Luo Shao thought for a moment and said, if there really was a connection, why would that willow tree let us go? It would have killed us long ago. You're right. The strongman of the Red Chain Snake tribe nodded and said, we must be too unlucky. We somehow violated the taboo of the willow tree, and then the willow tree attacked us. Is Luo Shui still there now? Another strongman from the Red Chain Snake clan asked. Luo Shao closed his eyes and used the blood connection of the Tianshuecat clan to sense the location of Luo Shui. The connection between bloodlines is an unbreakable link, unless Luo Shui abandons the bloodline of the Tianshuecat clan, but in that case, Luo Shui will also die. Not anymore. Soon, he determined the location of Luo Shui, and Luo Shui left the willow tree. That's good that you're not here. Let's go. Walk. Two powerful Red Chain Snake clan members had fierce gleams in their eyes and asked Luo Shao to lead the way. On the other side, among the layers of clouds in the sky, two figures were flying in the air, heading towards Qingshan City. Xiao Liang, is that great senior really as amazing as you say? A white-haired old man asked. He looked very old, but his spirit was more vigorous than that of a young man. His eyes were sharp and he had an intimidating aura. Ancestor, that great senior is even more powerful than I said. The person called Xiao Liang was none other than Lu Liang from Luoyun sect. The ancestor that Lu Liang mentioned, the white-haired old man, was none other than the ancestor of the Luoyun sect. When he returned to Luoyun sect, he went to look for the ancestor of their sect. The ancestor of their sect was also about to die, just like the ancestor of Taihua sect. He narrated everything that happened after he met Li Jiodao, and took the ancestor to see Li Jiodao. He hoped that the ancestor could take this opportunity to break through, break the limit, and add more life. All right. The Luoyun sect's ancestor nodded and said nothing more. They traveled at a very fast speed, getting closer and closer to Qingshan City. At this time, Li Jiodao and Luo Shui had already returned to the courtyard. Li Jiodao put the fish in the fish basket into a large vat and filled it with water. There were too many fish, and the little white cat certainly couldn't finish them in one meal, so he saved the fish for the little white cat to eat later. Wait a minute, I'll stew fish for you. Li Jiodao picked up a fish, went into the kitchen, picked up a kitchen knife to remove the scales from the fish, and put it in the pot to stew. Luckily it wasn't me. In the big tank, the 7 fantasy fish was filled with gratitude. Although it had a powerful bloodline, it was no match for a powerful master like Li Jiodao. If it was really fished out, it would definitely not survive. Didn't you see the fish that was caught? Its scales were removed so easily. Fish scales are the hardest part of their bodies, and none of these fish being fished are ordinary fish. Their bloodlines are extremely noble and powerful, and they all come from the upper 9 realms. Even divine weapons would find it difficult to break their scales. But in Li Jiodao's hands, they are just like ordinary fish. Li Jiodao is really terrifying. Emperor Gold Kitchenware. Its heart was almost frightened to the point of stopping. All the kitchen utensils used by Li Jiodao were made of imperial gold. In the superior realm, all kinds of resources are extremely abundant, and there is quite a lot of imperial gold materials. It is so luxurious that a whole set of kitchenware can be made of Dijin materials, which has never been heard of before. This mixed blood kitten is such a blessing. It looked at Luo Shui with envy and jealousy. Whether in terms of blood or strength, it is many times stronger than Luo Shui. However, Luo Shui is favored by a powerful master, but it will be boiled and eaten by Luo Shui. Alas, in front of such a powerful master, bloodline is nothing. It sighed heavily. Li Jiodao's realm was too high. In Li Jiodao's eyes, it was no different from Luo Shui. The so-called powerful bloodline was not worth mentioning at all. Swish, swish, swish. The rosy glow surged, and Luo Shao and 2 powerful Red Chain Snake Clan warriors appeared above Qingshan City. Luo Shui is in this city. Luo Xiao clearly sensed the location of Luo Shui, and then he took two powerful Red Chain Snake Clan members with him to rush towards Luo Shui. Wait, don't be impulsive. We can't be careless like last time. A strongman from the Red Chain Snake Clan said cautiously. They were too careless before and almost died at the hands of the willow tree. This time he didn't dare to be careless again and used his spiritual sense to scan Qingshan City in advance. No problem, let's go. He took a quick look around and didn't find anything unusual, so they could proceed with confidence this time. Walk. Luo Xiao led the way in front, and two powerful Red Chain Snake Tribe members followed closely behind. They flew from a high altitude and soon arrived at Li Jiodao's shop. They saw from the air that Luo Shui was in Li Jiodao's small courtyard. It was a mortal's yard. They didn't think much about it and just wanted to land in the yard from the air. However, just as they flew over Li Jiodao's shop, their faces changed instantly. Wave after wave of terrifying pressure came towards them. They could not resist at all. Their bodies quickly collapsed and they didn't even have the ability to resist. This is not an ordinary courtyard. Such a thought appeared in their minds, and it was also the last thought that came to their minds. Within a moment, their bodies exploded completely, turning into a bloody mist. They died on the spot and fell in front of the store entrance. The people nearby were all frightened. How could there be broken bones and flesh falling down like that? This is too unlucky, disgusting and scary. They all hid themselves and dared not come out. It's really amazing. When Luoyun sect patriarch and Lu Liang arrived in the city, they just saw Luo Xiao and the others explode. Luoyun sect patriarch's pupils shrank. Lu Liang was right. That person was really an unimaginable existence. Luo Xiao and the two Red Chain Snake Clan warriors were so powerful that even though they were far away, Luoyun sect patriarch could sense how terrifying the aura they exuded was. These are three powerful men who are countless times stronger than him. Suddenly, a pile of broken flesh and bones fell from the sky. Ordinary people in the city were frightened and hid in their houses, not daring to come out. For a moment, the streets became empty. The Luoyun sect's ancestor and Lu Liang came to Li Jiodao's shop. This is the aura of the Sky Snow Cat clan and the Red Chain Snake clan. The Luoyun sect's ancestor had a solemn expression on his face. From the broken flesh and bones on the ground, he sensed the auras of the Sky Snow Cat clan and the Red Chain Snake clan. The Sky Snow Cat tribe and the Red Chain Snake tribe are the most powerful beast tribes in the central region. They are no worse than the holy lands of the human race. He didn't expect that such powerful beastmen as the Sky Snow Cat and the Red Chain Snake would be killed instantly without any ability to resist. That person was truly amazing. Grandmaster, please look at this word, Tao. Lu Liang pointed to the plaque of the shop. The ancestor of Luoyun sect followed Lu Liang's hand and looked at the plaque. Instantly, his mind was shaken. The word Tao contained the supreme rhyme of Tao. He immediately felt insignificant. In front of this word Tao, the Tao he cultivated was just a speck of dust, too insignificant. What a powerful senior this is. He was filled with emotion, having never felt such supreme rhyme of Tao before. Lu Liang was not exaggerating, this was an unimaginable powerful master. At this time, Li Jiodao came to the store from the courtyard. The noise coming from the street was so loud that he could hear it in the yard and wanted to come over to see what was going on. Luo Shui also followed. When she saw the broken bones and flesh in front of the shop, she immediately understood everything. Luo Xiao and the strong men of the Red Chain Snake clan did not learn the lesson they learned at the willow tree, and actually chased here. Are you crazy? Not to mention you, even if the Red Chain Snake King breaks in here, he will die here. Luo Shui said in his heart with disdain. This place is so terrifying that everything in the store is a treasure. The power is so terrible that it is unimaginable. Anyone who breaks in here by force will surely die here. Li Jiodao also saw the broken flesh and bones in front of the door. He frowned slightly. The smell of blood and the sight of broken flesh and bones splattered all over the ground made him feel sick. Lu Liang observed the situation and waved his hand. All the broken flesh and bones were collected. The bloodstains on the ground also disappeared and the area in front of the door became clean. It is the fault of these beasts that they have polluted the master's eyes. he said to Li Jiudao with a smile. Li Jiudao was extremely envious when he saw Lu Liang wave his hand and the area in front of the door immediately became clean. This old man is indeed a monk. The old man is not very strong and can't even deal with a big tiger, but he still has such means. The monks are truly amazing. Even if they are not very powerful, their means are something that mortals can admire. Li Jiudao thought to himself. Alas, it's a pity that I don't have the aptitude to practice, otherwise I could let this old man lead me in practice. He thought again. Speaking of which, the old man Xia Yan brought here, whose name is Wang Wuyo, is very generous. He gave me a magic treasure just after listening to me playing the zither. I guess he has a very high status in Taiwa sect. He thought of Wang Wuyo. Wang Wuyo is more powerful than Lu Liang, and he is also a member of Taiwa sect. If he can practice, it should not be a problem for him to follow Wang Wuyo into Taiwa sect. It's a pity that he doesn't have the qualifications and can't become a monk. Speaking of which, Wang Wuyo probably sensed that I didn't have the aptitude to practice, so he didn't ask me to go to Taiwa sect. Otherwise, given how much he admired my piano skills, he would definitely want to bring me to Taiwa sect. Li Jiudao was helpless. Qualifications are extremely important for spiritual practice. People without qualifications will not be able to embark on the path of spiritual practice even if they practice for a lifetime. It's really rude to talk through the door, haha, come in and talk. Li Jiudao shook off the thoughts in his mind and invited Lu Liang and the ancestor of Luoyun sect to come in. As for why there was suddenly a pile of minced meat and bones in front of his door, he didn't ask. He didn't even have to ask. People in the shops on both sides had been talking about this matter, and he heard it all. It was basically a few birds and beasts that seemed to be fighting over the prey they had caught in the air, and finally the prey fell from the sky and broke into pieces. Good. Lu Liang and the Luoyun sect's ancestor walked into the store with a smile. As soon as he came in, the ancestor of Luoyun sect was filled with shock. The shop was full of supreme Taoist rhyme, which was even more powerful than the blessed land of immortals. He had never thought that there would be such a master in the world. Wait a minute, I'm stewing fish over there. Li Jiudao thought of the fish he had stewed. It was almost time. If he stewed it any longer, it would probably be too mushy to be eaten. Luo Shui followed happily, because that was a fish from the upper 9 realms, and she wanted very much to taste that kind of fish. Old ancestor, I'll feel it later. You can't miss the master's cooking skills. Last time I drank a bowl of rice porridge, my lifespan increased greatly. Lu Liang hurriedly said to the ancestor of Luoyun sect. Okay, let's go. When Luoyun sect's ancestor heard that his lifespan had been greatly increased, his eyes immediately lit up. What he lacks most now is lifespan. Ah, it's not for us to eat. When he arrived at the courtyard, Lu Liang saw Li Jiudao bringing the stewed fish to the little white cat. He thought Li Jiudao was stewing fish for them, but it turned out that he was stewing it for the pet cat. This is. The Luoyun sect's ancestor stared at the stewed fish on the plate, his eyes filled with shock. He sensed an extremely amazing bloodline power in that fish, and it also carried an unimaginable aura of great ferocity. There is no doubt that this is not an ordinary fish, its origin is extremely terrifying. Look, what kind of fish are these? When Lu Liang saw the fish swimming in the big tank, his heart was shocked. Every fish in the tank was extremely terrifying and scary, and the aura emanating from their blood made him terrified. 7 magical fish. The pupils of the Luoyun sect's ancestor shrank as he recognized the origin of a fish in the tank. He gasped. How could a dominant fish from the upper 9 realms appear here? These are the fish I just caught today. I'm giving them to Xiaobai. Alas, Xiaobai's teeth are not very good, so I can only stew them for her. Li Jiudao saw Lu Liang and the Luoyun sect's ancestor staring at the fish in his tank, so he walked over and said, Wow, the fish from the 9 realms are actually food for pet cats. The Luoyun sect's ancestor was so shocked that he didn't know what to say. This is too horrible. The upper 9 realms are above all other realms. How terrifying and powerful must this person be to be able to use the fish from the upper 9 realms as food for his pet cat? He didn't dare to think about it anymore. It was so delicious. Luoshui the kitten's face was filled with happiness. She was enjoying it so much. As soon as a mouthful of fish went into her stomach, she felt like she was floating in the air, as if she was going to become an immortal. The fish from the upper 9 realms have delicious meat and contain rich blood essence. When stewed with Li Jiodao's superb cooking skills, it is simply the most delicious food in the world. Lu Liang looked at Luo Shui with his eyes wide open, his lips smacking, and saliva flowing out. Looking at his posture, he seemed to be going up to snatch the fish from Luo Shui. Li Jiodao laughed secretly when he saw Lu Liang's greedy look. It turned out that cultivators were also so greedy. He sighed and wondered why he didn't have the talent for cultivation. If he had a talent for cultivation, with his cooking and piano skills, he could definitely conquer a large number of monks, and thus rely on the monks to continue on the path of cultivation smoothly. What a pity. The stewed fish gave off a light fragrance and tasted extremely tempting. Luo Shui ate it like crazy, and the ancestor of the Luoyun sect was secretly swallowing his saliva as he watched. He also had an urge to go up and grab the fish to eat. Especially since this is not an ordinary fish, but a dominant fish from the upper 9 worlds. The urge to grab the fish became stronger. Don't look or think. He kept talking in his mind, shifting his gaze to the other side. It would be too embarrassing to really go over and snatch the fish from a pet cat. Sir, can we chat inside? He couldn't help but say to Li Jiodao that he didn't dare to stay here any longer. If he stayed here any longer, he might really rush over to snatch the fish from Luo Shui. He didn't want to embarrass himself, especially in front of a powerful master. Okay. Li Jiodao smiled secretly in his heart. It seemed that the ancestor of Luoyun sect was also greedy. He couldn't bear it anymore, so he thought of going into the house to talk. This is also possible. Although he cannot practice cultivation, he can conquer a group of monks with his cooking skills, piano skills, etc., and make friends with them. His future life will definitely be very good. In Qingshan City, he is very popular and no one bothers him. But this is a world of cultivation after all, with many cultivators. You never know when a cultivator with a bad temper might come to Qingshan City and start a massacre. He had heard that many mortal cities had been massacred by monks. In the eyes of monks, mortals are as insignificant as ants. They can be killed at will without any sense of guilt. Let me ask you, which mortal would feel guilty for stepping on an ant to death? This is exactly what monks do. He settled in Qingshan City precisely because he was worried and afraid of this. Qingshan City is adjacent to Taihua sect, so it is more or less secure. Taihua sect is one of the top sects in the east, and ordinary cultivators dare not cause trouble near Taihua sect. Most of the mortal cities that were massacred by monks had no one to rely on. However, the world structure of cultivators changes very quickly, and it is hard to say when the Taihua sect will be swallowed up by other cultivation forces. By then, the fate of the mortals in Qingshan City will become unpredictable. He also often worried about the fall of Taihua sect. But now, he felt a little relieved and no longer worried. He originally thought that monks were high and mighty, without desires or ambitions, and otherworldly. But from what he sees now, monks are not as without desires or ambitions as he imagined. There are also monks who like to eat, drink, play music, chess, calligraphy and painting. It just so happens that these skills of his are extremely advanced and few can compare to them. Even if Taihua sect falls in the future, his safety will be guaranteed with these skills and no major problems will arise. Li Jiodao and the ancestor of Luoyun sect walked into the hall. Lu Liang was reluctant to leave. He wiped his saliva and then followed them into the hall. Please take a seat, I will serve you tea. I am also quite knowledgeable about the tea ceremony. Li Jiodao said with a smile. Then he went into the kitchen. His tea art was also superb, and the system also rewarded him with a set of tea sets, which he placed in the kitchen cabinet. He opened the cupboard, took out a complete set of tea sets, filled the teapot with water, and walked over. This is a complete set of tea sets, including a charcoal stove, a teapot, teacups, a teaspoon, tea clips, and a tea can for tea leaves. The tea leaves in the tea can were also rewarded to him by the system. There was only one can, and he usually didn't want to drink it. He didn't know what kind of tea it was, but it tasted better than any tea he had ever tasted. Thinking of building a good relationship with the monk, he took out this can of tea. Li Jiudao lit the charcoal with a fire starter and placed a teapot filled with cold water on it. The ancestor of Luoyun sect had long heard from Lu Liang about Li Jiudao's extraordinary qualities, and all the kitchen utensils he used for cooking were made of imperial gold. After coming here, he saw various paintings and sculptures that contained the supreme rhyme of Tao. Later, he saw Li Jiudao raising pet cats with fish from the Nine Realms Overlord clan. After Li Jiudao brought the whole set of tea set, he began to observe it. For a supreme and powerful person like Li Jiudao, the tea set he uses is naturally extraordinary. This is an all-in-one tea set, including a small charcoal stove. The whole set is simple and elegant, purple clay in color, and exquisitely crafted. There is not a single flaw to be seen. The charcoal was burning, the flames were gentle, and a refreshing fragrance was emanating. When the ancestor of the Luoyun sect smelled this fragrance, his eyes shifted slightly to the charcoal. The aroma has a peachy flavor, which is obviously the charcoal made from burning peach wood. When the Luoyun sect's ancestor smelled this fragrance, the pores on his body opened instantly and he felt extremely comfortable. My life essence is increasing. He was shocked inwardly. He never imagined that just by smelling the scent of charcoal, the essence of the life force in his body would increase greatly, his death date would be postponed, his lifespan would be extended, and the signs of old age would recede. This is too scary. What kind of peach wood can make charcoal have such an amazing effect? He observed carefully, using his spiritual sense to explore the charcoal, looking for the origin of the charcoal. After his spiritual sense attached itself to the charcoal, he immediately felt a picture. Chaos mist surged, fairy light evaporated, and life essence surged like the vast starry universe. A huge peach tree with luxuriant branches and leaves, full of peach fruits, took root in the source of chaos, standing tall, as if to break through the 33 heavens, shocking beyond words. Each of its leaves carries a natural supreme Taoist pattern, and one can comprehend a peerless method by simply meditating on it. The peaches are plump and juicy, surrounded by a bright colorful light, and the sacred aura is so rich that it almost turns into liquid. It is so tempting. The peach tree, one of the 10 great imperial medicines. The ancestor of Luoyun sect's heart was beating wildly. The peach tree he felt, which was rooted in the source of chaos, was exactly the same as the Pantao Emperor tree, one of the 10 imperial medicines recorded in ancient books. The imperial medicine is amazing enough, but it is the most supreme imperial medicine, one of the 10 imperial medicines comparable to immortal medicine. He was really frightened. In front of this powerful master, he was as small as dust, too insignificant. The top 10 imperial medicines, the best of the imperial medicines, are said to be comparable to immortal medicines, with amazing effects. The imperial medicine can prolong the emperor's life and allow him to live another life. The best of the imperial medicines, the top 10 imperial medicines, are far more effective than ordinary imperial medicines and can extend the life of the emperor for 6 generations. The great emperor can live for 10,000 years, and for the 6th generation it is 60,000 years. This undoubtedly increased the emperor's hope of becoming an immortal. After all, it gave him an extra 60,000 years. However, since ancient times, imperial medicines have been extremely difficult to find, and the 10 imperial medicines are even more difficult to find. There has never been any record that anyone can master the 10 imperial medicines. Even the famous emperors in ancient times, such as Emperor Huang, did not master the 10 great imperial medicines, but only ordinary imperial medicines. Burn the wood of the peach tree, one of the 10 great imperial medicines, into charcoal and use it to boil water. This is too scary. The Luoyun sect's ancestor sighed deeply in his heart, wondering how high the realm of the powerful master must be to be able to do this. If he had the good fortune to meet such a great master in his life, he would die without regrets. Then he turned his gaze to the teapot on the charcoal stove. If the charcoal used to boil water is so amazing, how amazing would teapots, teacups, and other items be? The teapot is not big and is purple clay in color, as if it were made of purple clay. However, the Luoyun sect's ancestor knew very well that it was not that simple. He used his spiritual sense to explore, and when his spiritual sense fell on the teapot, he suddenly felt insignificant, as if he had come to a fairyland outside the ethereal world. The air around him was filled with eternal fairy spirit. He gasped and felt an extremely scary scene. One pot can calm the heaven and earth, another pot can suppress the sun and the moon. Billions of stars are nothing but specks of light in front of it. It is too vast and too transcendent, as if it is the only one in the world that can contain everything in the universe. The laws of order surged, runes formed a sea, and billions of wisps of fairy light and mist dropped down. Two ancient characters faintly emerged on the body of the pot. Lien Tian. He did not recognize the two ancient characters, but he could clearly understand their meaning. The meaning of the two ancient characters was clearly conveyed to his mind. It's actually the heavenly refining pot. He felt as if he had been hit hard, and his heart was greatly shocked. It is said that when the world was first created, it was chaos, the world was empty and there was nothing. Later, a natural treasure was born from the chaos, which was a pot. The pot absorbed the chaos and then poured it out from the spout. The heaven and earth opened up, all things appeared, and various laws of order took shape. No wonder he felt the only. The Lien Tian pot is indeed the only one. Does the heavenly refining pot really exist? His mouth was dry and his tongue was parched, and he was inexplicably shocked. He originally thought that the Lien Tian pot was just a legend, but he didn't expect it to be true. This pot stands above countless laws of order, transcending everything. The heaven and earth, the sun, the moon, and billions of stars are insignificant in front of it. There is no doubt that this is the pot that is rumored to be able to refine chaos and divide heaven and earth. The fairy treasure is nothing compared to this pot. There are countless laws of order, each one is so transcendent and supreme that he even feels the laws with eternal charm. Even so, this pot still stands above it, far surpassing it. This pot surpasses the fairy treasures and is extremely supreme. The two words Lien Tian appear on the body of the pot. If this is not the Lien Tian pot, then what else could it be? Life is like tea, and tea is like life. Don't be impatient or impatient. There are too many temptations in the world, but you still need to keep a pure land in your heart. Li Jiodao preached leisurely. The tea ceremony contains extremely profound Zen ideas. In the process of practicing the tea ceremony, Li Jiodao realized a lot of Zen ideas and his state of mind changed greatly. If it were any other mortal, after knowing that Lu Liang and the Luoyun sect's ancestor were cultivators, how could they remain so calm? They would definitely be extremely respectful to Lu Liang and the Luoyun sect's ancestor, not daring to act rashly, and even extremely reserved. But Li Jiodao is not like that. Even though Li Jiodao wanted to make friends with cultivators like Lu Liang and the Luoyun sect's ancestor, he showed a very peaceful attitude. He did not bow down to them and looked at them calmly. Meow. Luo Shui came. After she finished eating the fish, her own strength level skyrocketed. The aroma of the burning charcoal made her intoxicated, and she couldn't help but come here. Her knowledge was much broader than that of the Luoyun sect's ancestor, and she was equally shocked when she saw such tea sets. What kind of tea would be brewed with this kind of tea set? She looked at Lu Liang and the Luoyun sect's ancestors with envy and jealousy. At this moment, the scene was exactly the opposite of what happened before. Before, Lu Liang and the Luoyun sect's ancestors were extremely envious and jealous of her, but now it's her who is envious and jealous of Lu Liang and the Luoyun sect's ancestors. After the water boiled, Li Jiodao picked up the teapot, washed all the tea sets, and finally washed the teapot again. He stood up and poured out the cleaning water, then filled a teapot with water and placed it on the charcoal stove. He opened the lid of the pot, put in tea leaves with a teaspoon, and started to brew tea. The tea leaves are emerald green and tender, as if they had just been picked, with natural textures on the leaves and a faint tea fragrance. The pupils of Luoyun sect's ancestor shrank. This tea is extremely unusual. Is this the enlightenment tea? He was shocked. The appearance of the tea leaves was very similar to the immortal tea for enlightenment recorded in ancient books. It is rumored that Emperor Huang once encountered Jianmu in his childhood, and climbed along Jianmu to the fairyland, where he received guidance and teachings from the immortals, and then came down from it. Emperor Huang once brought down a piece of tea from there, calling it the immortal tea of enlightenment. He used it to entertain the most famous emperors of the time. At that time, the emperors who were entertained all called Emperor Huang stingy because he was reluctant to give them even a single tea leaf. Emperor Huang only tore off a piece of tea leaf the size of a millet from the tea leaves to entertain them. However, after they drank it, they suddenly realized how supreme and transcendent this tea was. However, tea leaves as big as millet can be used to make many servings of tea, but the effect is still incredibly amazing and surprising. They had never comprehended the principles of Taoism before, but they understood them thoroughly in an instant, and the great principles they had cultivated reached their limit. That era was the most glorious and prosperous era. The emperors were unimaginably powerful, infinitely close to the fairyland, and more powerful than any other era. Emperor Huang entertained many great emperors, but he only used tea leaves the size of millet, but the great master put 3 leaves in at once. The ancestor of Luoyun's sect really didn't know what to say. He took a look at the teapot. There were still a lot of tea leaves left in it, at least hundreds of tea leaves. The powerful master is much more powerful than the Emperor Huang. I am more blessed than those emperors, he said in his mind with a silly smile on his face. Li Jiudao took in the expression of Luoyun's sect's ancestor. He thought to himself, cultivators are really not much different from ordinary people. He smiled and was also very happy. In this brutal world of cultivation, it is a great blessing to make more friends among the monks. The great masters are so generous. Luo Shui thought that these 2 old men were so lucky. Not only did they drink the immortal tea, but they also got a painting by a great master before leaving. I'm afraid these 2 old men will never have such a great blessing in their entire lives. Thank you, Mr. Lu Liang was extremely grateful to Li Jiudao. The landscape painting contained unimaginable supreme natural rhyme, which was enough for their Luoyun sect to comprehend for a lifetime. And that landscape painting will also become the greatest asset of their Luoyun sect. With the help of that landscape painting, their Luoyun sect can become a giant as powerful as the Holy Land. It's just a casual work, you're welcome. Li Jiudao smiled, and felt more and more that there was not much difference between cultivators and mortals. The interests of mortals were also the interests of cultivators. Lu Liang left with the Luoyun sect's ancestor, taking the calligraphy and paintings with him. However, they did not return directly to Luoyun sect, but came to Taihua sect. It looks like you don't have to die. The ancestor of Taihua sect, Wang Guiyou, came out to greet him personally. After seeing the ancestor of Luoyun sect coming with Lu Liang, he knew that the ancestor of Luoyun sect's death sentence had been resolved, and the ancestor of Luoyun sect would definitely go with Lu Liang to see the powerful senior first. He also saw the landscape painting hanging in the shop and felt the unimaginable supreme natural charm. The ancestor of Luoyun sect will definitely gain a lot from seeing this, and the so-called problem of his own death will no longer bother him at all. You can't spit out ivory from a dog's mouth. When you see me, old man, you say something like, I don't want to die. You really want me to die, don't you? Luoyun sect's ancestor, Zhou Tong, said unhappily. Yes, I wish you were dead, so that our Taihua sect can annex your Luoyun sect. Get lost. With the strength of your Taihua sect, you won't be able to cause any trouble in our Luoyun sect. They were a pair of good friends who had been out together when they were young, had experienced many life and death situations, and had a very good relationship. They exchanged a few insults, and when Wu Yo asked Zhou Tong, have you met that great senior? Yes, I have seen it. The realm that the great senior has reached is beyond our imagination. Zhou Tong was filled with emotion. He had never dreamed that he would meet a powerful senior of such a high level. This time his eyes were opened. There actually existed such terrifying masters in the world. Yes. Wang Guiyou was also deeply moved. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never believe that there was such a terrifying and powerful senior in the world. Let's talk business. Zhou Tong said seriously, took out the landscape painting, and said, Senior gave us this painting. After I go back and comprehend it, my strength will definitely increase greatly. You have also benefited a lot from the senior. I think we can try to enter the ancient ruins again. Wang Guiyou nodded and said, You think the same as I do. The East is vast and boundless. When they were young, they traveled around the East together and accidentally discovered an ancient relic. However, the ancient ruins were shrouded in an extremely powerful force, and they were unable to break through that force. Afterwards, they each reported the matter of the ancient ruins. The strong men from Luoyun sect and Taihua sect all took action, but they were unable to break that layer of power. As time passed, they grew up little by little and became the leaders of Luoyun sect and Taihua sect respectively. Then, they became the ancestors of the two sects. They have never forgotten the ancient ruins, and have insisted on opening them. Some time ago, they teamed up to go there, hoping to open the ancient ruins and gain opportunities to solve their own death problem. Unfortunately, even though they became ancestors, the most powerful in the East, they still could not break the power of that ancient relic. But now it's different. They all got great opportunities from Li Jiudao, and their strength levels could be improved by leaps and bounds. They felt that they could most likely break the power of that ancient relic. That's settled. I'll come find you after I've made a breakthrough and consolidated my position. Zhou Tong said goodbye to Wang Wuyo, and then returned to Luoyun sect with Lu Liang. Qingshan City. Li Jiudao lived a carefree and comfortable life. When he had nothing to do, he would write, paint, and play the piano. He would then take Luo Shui to various places to stroll and enjoy the scenery. His life was happier than that of a god. Luo Shui has been tempered during this period of time. She won't be shocked for no reason. She has gotten used to it. How could she not get used to it? Every word waste written by Li Jiudao contains the supreme truth. His unsatisfactory paintings also have the supreme artistic conception. Just plucking the strings of a guitar twice can produce heavenly music. Under such circumstances, it would be strange if she wasn't used to it. During this period, Xia Yan came to see Li Jiudao whenever she had nothing to do, and Li Jiudao became familiar with Xia Yan. Li Jiudao also knew that Xia Yan had successfully entered the Taiwa sect and even became the sect master's personal disciple. He thought that the old man Wang Wuyo was quite powerful. No wonder Xia Yan was so flattering to Wang Wuyo. Cultivators are just different. Xia Yan is beautiful by herself, and with the temperament of a cultivator, she really looks like a fairy. Li Jiudao was filled with emotion. He really enjoyed being with fairies like Xia Yan from time to time. Which man doesn't want to stay with a beautiful fairy all the time? As for taking the relationship with Xia Yan further, he had never thought about it. He is just a mortal. Xia Yan is not only a cultivator, but also a direct disciple of the sect master. He will definitely become a powerful warrior in the future. He still has self-awareness and only treats Xia Yan as a friend. I played this piece of music like ghosts howling. Xia Yan scratched her head. Li Jiudao taught her how to play the piano, but she just couldn't play it well. The songs she played were simply unbearable, and none of them were in tune. It's okay, just practice more. Li Jiudao said with a smile. Monks are not omnipotent. Although Xia Yan is a cultivator, she is really not that good at playing the piano. Li Jiudao thought to himself. Roar. The forests were rustling, birds and beasts were flying around, and a majestic and extraordinary beast quickly passed through the forests. This is a lion-tiger beast, surrounded by bright and blazing light, like a burning golden flame. It can leap dozens of miles, which is extremely amazing. It was carrying a young man of about 20 years old, dressed in white, handsome, with a pair of eyes that occasionally flashed with a divine light, and an imposing aura. My previous efforts were not in vain. I finally succeeded and can marry Xia Yan. He had a smile on his face and looked very happy. Ever since he met Xia Yan, he fell in love with her at first sight, but Xia Yan was not interested in him and always treated him coldly. However, he doesn't care about that. He was the prince of Ningguo, a neighboring country of Xia. He asked his father to propose marriage, hoping to marry Xia Yan. But Emperor Xia did not agree. Emperor Xia said that he respected Xia Yan's wishes, and if Xia Yan did not agree to the marriage, he would not agree either. Humph, you just think that our Ning country is a little bit inferior to Xia country and not strong enough, so you refuse like this. If our Ning country is stronger than Xia country, how could you do this? The young man snorted coldly, with a sinister gleam in his eyes, and said, I will let my father propose marriage again this time, and see if Emperor Xia will refuse. I am already the eldest disciple in the Seven Stars sect. After the tea was brewed, Li Jiudao poured 3 cups, said please, and began to taste tea with Lu Liang and the ancestor of Luoyun sect. There is nothing wrong with Lu Liang. His knowledge was not as broad as that of the Luoyun sect's ancestor. Although he knew that tea sets and tea leaves were not simple, he did not know how complicated they were. He sipped the tea slowly, and didn't find anything unusual. But Luoyun sect's ancestor was different. His hands holding the teacup were shaking. He tried hard to control himself, but he still couldn't stop shaking. The emperors could only drink tea the size of a millet, but he could actually drink tea made from 3 whole pieces of Wudao immortal tea. How could he contain his excitement? He simply can't stop. Li Jiudao was not paying attention to Lu Liang and the ancestor of Luoyun's sect at this time. If he saw the ancestor of Luoyun's sect in this state, he would definitely be very curious. Could it be that cultivators also have hand tremors? He was concentrating on sipping tea at this moment. How could he not taste the tea that he normally couldn't bear to drink? He took a sip, the faint fragrance of tea flowed through his mouth, and the tea went into his stomach. It was indescribably wonderful and delicious. I don't know when the system will reward me with another can of this kind of tea. There is too little tea leaves, and I can't bear to drink it. He thought to himself. However, he felt that it was unlikely that the system would reward him with another can of tea. His tea-making skills have reached the top level, and there is no further progress to make. The system is afraid that it will not reward him with anything. The system should be more than just this. I think it will be upgraded. He went on to think that his system would be upgraded with new features. Ah, isn't this just wishful thinking? I have already mastered all my skills to the maximum level, but the system has not made any new changes. On the other side, Luoyun's sect's ancestor and Lu Liang also took a small sip and did not dare to drink it heavily. How can you drink such supreme tea in big gulps? The right way is to savor it bit by bit. When they drank it, they immediately became enlightened, and flashes of inspiration appeared in their minds. The practice problems that had troubled them before now disappeared completely, and they solved all the practice problems that had troubled them. They have a deeper understanding of the Tao they practice, and a completely new understanding of spiritual practice. They only need to repair themselves for a short while, and their own realm and strength will surely increase dramatically. However, they did not choose to practice at this time. It would be very rude of them to continue practicing while the great senior is still here. The problem that had been bothering them has already been solved by them, so they don't need to rush at this moment. What is the matter with you, old men, that you come to see me this time? Li Jiudao asked Lu Liang. I came here this time to thank you for saving my life. Lu Liang said, and then nervously took out a box and said, this is a small gift to thank you for saving my life, sir. Please accept it. Any item in a powerful master's house is a priceless treasure. How could he not be nervous when he gave something to the powerful master? However, when Wang Wuyo delivered something to the powerful master, he realized that he still had to deliver the gift and could not ignore the help of the powerful master to them. He took out a box and opened it. Inside was a token with the words, Luoyun Sect, written on it. This token can be used to transmit messages. If you need any dirty or tiring work, you can use this token to contact me directly. I will rush over to help you do it immediately. After he returned to Luoyun's sect from here, he immediately found the ancestor of Luoyun's sect and told him everything. This token was chosen as a thank you gift after careful consideration. The powerful master has many treasures at home. Nothing they can give can compare to them and will never catch the eyes of the powerful master. The best example is the Tai True water sent by Wang Wuyo, which was used by Li Jiudao to water the flowers. After thinking about it, they finally decided that it would be better to give a token so that they could obey the orders of the powerful master at any time and help the powerful master with odd jobs. When powerful masters pretend to be mortals and travel around the world, it is inevitable that some things are difficult to do, so it is just right for them to do them. That's not good. Li Jiudao declined politely. However, he really wanted to do it in his heart. With this token, he can contact Lu Liang at any time, which undoubtedly provides an extra layer of protection for his safety. But is it really guaranteed? He couldn't help but think again. It seems that Lu Liang's strength is very weak. He can't even deal with a big tiger. If he really encounters a problem, can Lu Liang help him? Luoyun Sect. Wow, I didn't expect that someone like Lu Liang, who is so weak, is actually a member of the Luoyun Sect. Li Jiudao was full of surprise when he saw the 3 words, Luoyun Sect, on the token. He knew Luoyun Sect, which was a prosperous sect in the east like Taihua Sect. He really couldn't imagine that such a powerful Luoyun Sect would have someone as weak as Lu Liang. Lu Liang is not young anymore. I'm afraid he's a relative of his. He glanced at the ancestor of Luoyun Sect. The Luoyun sect's ancestor has white hair and looks older than Lu Liang, but he exudes full of energy and vitality, without any sign of aging at all. Moreover, the ancestor of Luoyun sect has the majesty of a superior. It seems that he is a person in power and has certain rights in Luoyun sect. Lu Liang brought him here, so he must have a special relationship with him. I guess Lu Liang asked him to get in through the back door. Li Jiudao thought to himself. Sir, you saved my life. These are nothing compared to what you have given me. Please accept them. Lu Liang said hurriedly. After hearing what Lu Liang said, Li Jiudao laughed in his heart. Not bad, that's quite clever. He didn't want it at first, because Lu Liang was too weak. By then, let alone asking Lu Liang to help him, it was possible that he would help Lu Liang instead. However, after he saw that it was the token of Luoyun sect, he immediately changed his mind. Luoyun sect is a prosperous sect in the east, and is only stronger than Taihua sect. With this token in hand, his safety will be more guaranteed. Since you insist, fine, I'll take it. Li Jiudao took the token. When Lu Liang and the Luoyun sect's ancestors saw Li Jiudao take the token, they were immediately overjoyed. The powerful master took the token, which meant that they had a relationship with the powerful master. The future of their Luoyun sect would definitely be bright. Gifts should be exchanged. I can't just accept it for nothing. How about this, I will give you something as well. How about one of my paintings? I remember you really liked the landscape painting I made before. Li Jiudao said. What? There is such a good thing. Lu Liang was so excited that he almost jumped up. He had always wanted that landscape painting and almost asked Li Jiudao for it last time. Haha. The great senior will never let us juniors suffer any loss. He smiled in his heart. The Seven-Star sect was a first-rate force in the central part of Yanzhou, second only to the holy places. The central region is home to many talented people and has countless powerful monks, far surpassing the four regions of the southeast, northwest, northeast and southwest. If the Seven-Star sect, a first-rate force in the central region, were placed in the southeast, northwest, northeast and southwest regions, it would definitely be able to sweep away any force in the four regions, and no force in the four regions would be able to contend with it. The young man turned out to be the eldest disciple of the Seven-Star sect. This identity was so transcendent that no matter who among the four tribes saw the young man, they would certainly not dare to be disrespectful to him. No wonder the young man was so confident about this marriage proposal. The power of Xia state is not small, but it depends on who it is compared with. Compared with forces like the Seven-Star sect, the Xia kingdom is so small that it can be ignored. The young man proposed marriage as the eldest disciple of the Seven-Star sect. How could the Xia kingdom refuse? They would definitely agree to it, unless the Xia kingdom wanted to perish. I have been waiting for this day for who knows how long. I want to see Xia Yan right now and tell her the good news. The young man laughed. He really couldn't wait any longer. At present, his father has not proposed marriage to Emperor Xia and is on his way to Xia state. He can't wait to rush from Ningguo to Taihua sect's territory, wanting to find Xia Yan and tell her the good news. He knew that Xia Yan had successfully entered the Taihua sect and had become the sect master's personal disciple. If it were in the past, he would not be able to marry someone of Xia Yan's status, and Emperor Xia would not agree to the marriage. But now it's different. He became the eldest disciple of the Seven-Star sect, and his status surpassed Xia Yan by many times. There would be no accidents in this marriage, and he would marry Xia Yan. Humph, you look so useless. Now that you have become the eldest disciple of the Seven-Star sect and have my help, you can marry anyone you want in the future. You can even marry the holy maiden of the Holy Land. But you chose to come back to marry Xia Yan. I really don't understand what's going on in your head. Another voice suddenly came from the young man's body, which was extremely strange and creepy. You don't understand. In my heart, Xia Yan is incomparable, not even the saint maiden of the Holy Land can compare to her. I don't care about you. Don't forget what you promised me. After marrying Xia Yan, you must go to the 9 nether forbidden land to help me pick the 9 nether grass to help me condense the holy soul. Rest assured. The lion-tiger beast leaped across layers of forests and mountains, carrying the young man to Mount Taihua. Hello, sir. May I ask what brings you to my Taiwa sect? I want to make a report. The disciple guarding the mountain gate of Taiwa sect, seeing that the young man was so extraordinary and detached, did not dare to be negligent and asked the young man politely. The young man had a defiant look on his face, and looked at the Taiwa sect's guarding disciples with disdain. The original Taiwa sect was also a great cultivation force that he dared not approach, and was out of reach. But now, in his eyes, Taiwa sect was nothing but that. He became an existence that Taiwa sect dared not to aspire to and was out of reach. Report. No need, I'll just go in directly, he said calmly, riding on a lion-tiger beast and heading into Taiwa sect. Sir, you can't do that. The guarding disciple of Taiwa sect's face changed drastically and he stepped forward to stop them. This man is so rude. He doesn't take Taiwa sect seriously at all. He actually wants to ride a lion-tiger beast straight in. This is no different from forcing his way in. How dare you stop me? The young man swung his hand, and a powerful force rolled, and the Taiwa sect's guarding disciple was blown aside on the spot. I just like the way you look when you are a villain and have achieved success, he he he. A strange, old voice sounded in the young man's mind. This is not a way for a villain to succeed, but it should be so. The young man responded calmly. He rode a lion-tiger beast and climbed up Mount Taiwa and came to Taiwa sect. Who is it? There was another layer of disciples guarding the mountain. When they saw the young man riding on a lion-tiger beast, their faces suddenly changed. How could someone enter Taiwa sect riding a strange beast? There has never been anything like this before. Everyone who entered Taiwa sect walked in to show respect for the Taiwa sect. The young man's behavior clearly shows that he does not take Taiwa sect seriously. Swish, swish, swish. The rosy glow surged, and several figures leaped in from the depths of Taiwa sect, and the aura emanating from each figure was extremely powerful. They are the elders of Taiwa sect. The guarding disciples at the foot of the mountain informed them that someone had broken into Taiwa sect. Xuanya realm. How is this possible? Their faces changed drastically and they couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. They never expected that the young man, who looked young, was at the Xuanya realm. The young man's realm is even higher than theirs. Nothing is impossible. It's just that you are too ignorant and know too little. The young man shook his head, his words full of disdain. So what about the Taiwa sect, the most prosperous and powerful sect in the East? In the central region, Taiwa sect is nothing. In the central region, he is not considered a top genius. The geniuses in the Holy Land are even more abnormal. Many geniuses of his age have already entered the realm of Wanhua. There are even geniuses of his age who have entered the Daoyuan realm. However, the elders of Taiwa sect exclaimed in amazement, saying that it was impossible. The Taiwa sect was really too weak. There was no comparison between the eastern part and the central part. The gap was too huge. I wonder what business you have in coming to my Taiwa sect. The leader of Taiwa sect came with a solemn expression. He had entered the Xuanya realm at such a young age, so his identity must be astonishing. Nothing, I'm here to look for someone. The young man glanced at the leader of Taiwa sect nonchalantly and said lightly. The world is so unpredictable. Looking back on the past, how could he dare to speak to the leader of Taiwa sect like this? He didn't even have the chance to meet the leader of Taiwa sect. But now, the leader of Taiwa sect is not worth mentioning in front of him. Who would have thought that I, Ning Jie, would have such a glorious day? He laughed heartily in his heart, feeling very pleased with himself and smug. In the past, he was nothing at all, and his talent for cultivation was not good. Even compared with Xia Yan, he was far behind. But when he left the east and headed for the Midlands, everything changed. He stumbled into a cave, where he was possessed by the spirit of a saint. The soul of this saint is the one who made the strange and old voice in his body. He is a spiritual saint. Due to problems in his practice, his physical body was destroyed, leaving only a remnant soul. If the spiritual saint does not attach himself to his body, the spiritual saint will be completely reduced to ashes. With the help of the spirit saint, he flew all the way up, and his originally weak talent for cultivation was transformed into an extremely strong one. It was precisely because of this that he was able to become the eldest disciple of the Seven Stars sect. If it weren't for the Spirit Saint, with his original qualifications, he would never have been able to become a disciple of the Seven Stars sect, let alone a senior disciple. And his realm cannot possibly be that high. It would be the best he can reach the Helling realm. The leader of Taiwa sect frowned. This young man was really arrogant and didn't even take him seriously. However, he is flexible and does not care about these things. As long as Taiwa sect is fine, it's fine. Excuse me, who are you looking for, sir? He asked with a smile. I'm looking for Xia Yan. Ning Jie was still riding on the lion-tiger beast, looking down at the leader of Taiwa sect condescendingly, without any respect for him. Respect? How could he respect the leader of Taiwa sect? Not to mention the leader of Taiwa sect, he would not have any respect even for the holy lords of the Holy Lands. There is a saint inside him. Although it is just a remnant soul, it is also an unparalleled existence. Saints have long been invisible, and the saints of the holy places do not have the strength of saints. No one knows how huge the gap is compared to saints. There were originally saints in the Holy Land, and the power of the saints of all generations was even greater than that of the saints. However, in the previous era, the ancient times, the world was in chaos, many powerful people fell, sages disappeared, and high-level combat power became a legend. Although the Holy Land has been passed down, its strength is far less than before, and no saint has appeared so far. The name of the Holy Land is a bit misleading. However, Lingxing told him that there are still saints in this world, and some even have higher combat power. Although the holy places are somewhat unworthy of their reputation, they should definitely not be underestimated, and their existence is still very profound. If that were not the case, he would not have joined the Seven Star sect. He had a saint like Lingxing to guide him, so he didn't take the Seven Stars sect seriously. He wanted to enter the holy places to practice. But Lingxing was very wary of the holy places and strictly forbade him to join any of them, so he chose to join the Seven Stars sect. I'm here to look for Xia Yan. Sir, you can wait for a while in the sect. Xia Yan is not in the sect now. The leader of Taiwa sect said with a smile. Not here. Where did she go? Ning Jie asked. He wanted to see Xia Yan right now. This was his biggest obsession. Even though Lingxing opposed him returning to the east and marrying Xia Yan, he still insisted on returning to the east. Shi and Da. The leader of Taiwa sect originally wanted to say that Xia Yan was with a powerful master. But then he realized that he almost made a big mistake. How could he allow anyone to disturb such a powerful master? Especially since the young man is still so arrogant, if he bumps into a powerful master again, his sin will be very great. He quickly changed his words and said, she went out to practice with the great elder. I think she will be back soon. Ning Jie narrowed his eyes, looked at the Taiwa sect leader, and said, do you think I'm so easy to fool? He saw everything that the Taiwa sect leader did, and it was obvious that the Taiwa sect leader was not telling the truth and was lying to him. Why are you so aggressive, sir? The leader of Taiwa sect frowned and said, Xia Yan will definitely come back. Young master, just wait for her in the sect. Why are you still so persistent? If he wasn't afraid of Ning Jie's complicated identity, he wouldn't have done this. Ning Jie was really going too far. I gave you face, didn't I? Ning Jie sneered and said, to tell you the truth, I want to see Xia Yan right now. Don't play any tricks on me, otherwise I will kill everyone in your Taiwa sect. The leader of Taiwa sect changed color. He didn't expect Ning Jie to have such a vicious temper. Ning Jie was so excessive, but he didn't say anything bad and was always polite to Ning Jie. But even so, it didn't work. I'm really sorry, I don't know where Xia Yan is now, and I don't know where the great elder took her to practice. He said apologetically. It seems you won't cry until you see the coffin. Ning Jie laughed coldly and said, you won't tell the truth unless you see some blood. He leaped up, his whole body bursting with infinite fiery light, and he clapped his palms, and suddenly an extremely terrible and terrifying force surged out. The leader of Taiwa sect used his magical powers to resist, but it was no use. The magical powers he used were broken in an instant, and he himself was violently blown away. Ning Jie's strength is not simple, he is extremely powerful, far surpassing other Xuanyu realm cultivators. Although the ancestor of Taihua sect, Wang Wuyo, brought back the map of Taihua mountain drawn by Li Jiodao himself, he has not yet allowed people in the sect to view and comprehend it. At this moment, Wang Wuyo is looking at the picture of Mount Taihua and practicing. If not for this, the leader of Taihua sect would not be so vulnerable. The Taihua mountain map contains the amazing Taihua Dao. If he could see and comprehend it, his strength would definitely increase greatly, and at worst he would break through to the Wanhua realm. His strength level is not low, he is in the 3rd level of Xuanyu realm, and he is considered to be a top-notch strongman in the East. But compared with Ning Jie, he still has a big gap and is no match for Ning Jie. You angered me. This matter won't end so easily. There will be bloodshed here today. Ning Jie had a cold expression and an imposing manner. He was going to start a massacre in Taihua sect. Stop. With a loud shout, Wang Wuyo flew out from the depths and blocked Ning Jie. 8th level Daoyuan realm. Ning Jie stepped back and looked at Wang Wuyo with interest. He was somewhat surprised that there were still fighters at the 8th level of Daoyuan realm in the East. According to his understanding, the Xuanyu realm is considered the top combat power in the East, the Daoyuan realm is 2 realms higher than the Xuanyu realm, and Wang Wuyo has reached the 8th level, which really caught him off guard. In fact, in the past, the Xuanyu realm was considered the top combat power in the East, and few people could break through to the Wanhua realm. As for combat power above the Wanhua realm, there is none of that. Wang Wuyo was unable to break through from the Xuanyu realm to the Wanhua realm before. However, he later met Li Jiodao, and benefited greatly from Li Jiodao. He also obtained a painting of Mount Taihua drawn by Li Jiodao himself. His realm and strength also improved by leaps and bounds, and he has now reached the 8th level of Daoyuan realm. If not for this, he would never have been able to reach such a high level. Why did you come to my Taihua sect to commit a crime? Could it be that something in my Taihua sect has offended you? Wang Wuyo frowned, not understanding what was going on. He had been practicing before, and if the impact of Ning Jie's attack had not been too strong, he would not have known that a battle had taken place outside. This is what the ancestor is like. The leader of Taihua sect stepped forward and hurriedly told everything. What is the relationship between you and Xia Yan? After listening to the story of the leader of Taihua sect, Wang Wuyo asked Ning Jie. Xia Yan is my wife. Ning Jie said proudly. Wife. Wang Wuyo was stunned. How come he had never heard of it? Is this true? He asked doubtfully. Xia Yan never said that she was married, so how come a husband like this suddenly appeared? Do I need to lie to you? Ning Jie said disdainfully, the strength of the 8th Daoyuan realm is incredible, but it is only in the East. If you are placed outside, your strength is simply not enough. Wang Wuyo frowned. Ning Jie's attitude was really arrogant. He was very upset and wanted to slap Ning Jie to death, but seeing Ning Jie's fearless look, he felt that things might not be that simple, and Ning Jie might have an amazing background. Ancestor, things are a bit strange. After the leader of Taihua sect arranged Ning Jie's accommodation, he found Wang Wuyo as soon as possible. He always felt that there was something wrong with Ning Jie's drastic change in attitude. I find it a little strange, too. Wang Wuyo frowned and said, send someone to take good care of him. Remember not to get into trouble. If he disturbs the great senior, we will be guilty of a great sin. The leader of Taihua sect nodded, knowing the seriousness of the matter, and said, I will personally watch here. No, I'd better stay here and watch over it. After thinking it over, Wang Wuyo decided that it would be better for him to take care of it himself. It's relatively safer with him here. Inside the room, Ning Jie had a gloomy expression on his face. He had never felt so aggrieved since he was possessed by the spirit saint. You are a bunch of damned things. You will be in trouble in the future. His eyes were cold and murderous. That old man is quite cautious. He is actually watching here in person. The voice of the Holy Spirit sounded, and it sensed that Wang Wuyo was guarding outside. What should I do? With him guarding outside, how can I find out Xia Yan's whereabouts? Why are you panicking? I'm here. I'll go find out for you. A ray of faint light flew out from Ning Jie's body and flew out through the window silently without causing any movement. Even Wang Wuyo didn't notice it. Wang Wuyo pushed his spiritual power to the extreme and firmly locked onto the room where Ning Jie was. But even so, he didn't notice it at all. That ray of faint light was exactly the soul that was separated from the spirit saint. He is a saint after all. Although he was seriously injured, he is still very amazing and can still avoid Wang Wuyo's spiritual perception. Not long after, his soul returned to Ning Jie's body, and Wang Wuyo also didn't notice it at all. "How's it going?" Ning Jie asked hurriedly. The Holy Spirit hesitated for a moment and said, "I think it's better for you not to know." What on earth is going on? How could Ning Jie give up? In his heart, Xia Yan is more important than anything else. Alas, Xia Yan should be in Qingshan City, with a mortal. The Holy Spirit told all the information that his split soul had found out. He was seriously injured and his strength was limited, but it was more than enough to deal with the disciples of Taihua sect. After his split soul was sent out, it easily controlled the disciples of Taihua sect and learned the information he wanted to know. Xia Yan often goes to Qingshan City to find a mortal. This is no secret in Taihua sect, and many disciples of Taihua sect know about this. Xia Yan likes to play the piano, and that mortal is very good at it. Xia Yan admires that mortal very much. Holy Spirit preaches. Xia Yan is very amazing in Taihua sect and performs outstandingly. The sect master of Taihua sect and that old man both dote on Xia Yan. Even though Xia Yan often goes to see that mortal, the sect master of Taihua sect and that old man never say anything to Xia Yan. The Holy Spirit continued. It is probably because the leader of Taihua sect noticed that you and Xia Yan had a special relationship, so he lied that Xia Yan went out with some great elder. His purpose should be to cover up for Xia Yan. He told his guess. Oh. Ning Jie looked like a madman, his eyes were bloodshot, and murderous intent was surging in his body. He regarded Xia Yan as his wife. How could he tolerate Xia Yan being so close to a man? He is being cuckolded. Walk. He was furious and wanted to go to Qingshan City to kill the mortal who was so close to Xia Yan. Find an excuse and don't let the old man outside ruin your business. The Holy Spirit warned, when you say Xia Yan is your wife, they will definitely want to cover it up and not let you know. You can't go out with murderous intent like this, it will arouse the suspicion of that old man, and then it will become troublesome. Understood. Ning Jie took a deep breath, forced himself to suppress the anger in his heart, and calmed himself down. Finally, he calmly opened the door and walked out. Have you rested so soon? Wang Wuyo had a puzzled look on his face, but he did not show up and hid in the dark. It would be bad if Ning Jie knew that he was monitoring him. After Ning Jie came out, he took the initiative to find the leader of Taihua sect and claimed that he suddenly remembered that he had some important things to do, and asked Xia Yan to wait for him if she came back. Okay. The leader of Taihua sect nodded in agreement without any other doubts. Gone. Wang Wuyo showed up, feeling uneasy and always feeling that something bad was going to happen. No, I'll go to the great senior. He left Taihua sect and rushed to Qingshan City. Is the senior here? He arrived at Qingshan City and found the shop closed. He knocked on the door but did not dare to enter. This old man is so cunning. Ning Jie's face was gloomy. Wang Wuyo was faster than him. Before Ning Jie arrived at Qingshan City, Wang Wuyo had already entered Qingshan City. I will kill that mortal after he leaves. His eyes were cold as he stayed in front of the gate of Qingshan City but did not enter the city. Wang Wuyo came to Qingshan City. There is no need to doubt it now, Xia Yan must be with that mortal, otherwise why would Wang Wuyo come to Qingshan City? Wang Wuyo must have come here to find Xia Yan. Thinking of this, the murderous intent in his heart became stronger. That mortal must die. With Wang Wuyo over there, it would be inconvenient for him to do anything. It would be better for him to wait until Wang Wuyo left and then go find that mortal. At that time, no one can interfere with him anymore and he can do whatever he wants. Brother Dao has entered Qingshan again. Haha, let's go and help Brother Dao move the prey. Several hunters said excitedly, passing by Ning Jie, eager to leave the city and enter Qingshan. Brother Dao. Ning Jie frowned. The mortal's name was Li Jiudao. Is the Dao brother you are talking about Li Jiudao? He asked several hunters. Yes. There is only one Daogu in Qingshan City, and that is Daogu Li Jiu. Several hunters said with a smile. That's the best. Ning Jie raised his head and laughed. It was really God who helped him. Li Jiudao was not in the city, but in Qingshan, so Wang Wuyo came to nothing. Take me to Qingshan. Ning Jie directly picked up a hunter and flew into the air. Monk, monk. The hunter was frightened and hurried to help Ning Jie find the way. Soon, Ning Jie arrived at Qingshan. Thank you for bringing me to Qingshan. Ning Jie said to the hunter with a bright smile. No. It's okay. The hunter smiled shyly. He had never been thanked by a monk before, and Ning Jie's gratitude made him very excited. To thank you for bringing me to Qingshan, you just die. Ning Jie smiled faintly and slapped the hunter with his palm. Immediately, the hunter's body exploded and turned into a ball of blood mist, with broken bones and flesh splattered everywhere. His entire body was covered in a light curtain, blocking the splattered bones and flesh, and not a speck of blood stained his clothes. Li Jiudao, right. You're dead. His eyes shot out two terrifying beams of light, sharp and intimidating, with a surge of murderous aura. What school of thought do you come from, young master? Wang Wuyo asked, very cautiously, and did not attack Ning Jie. In terms of strength alone, Ning Jie is no match for him. He could kill Ning Jie with just a wave of his hand. However, Ning Jie reached the Xuanyu realm when he was about 20 years old, which was undoubtedly very difficult and not something that an ordinary person could do. Is there such an amazing talent in the East? How come he had never heard of it? Furthermore, after Ning Jie knew his realm, he remained so calm and his arrogance remained undiminished. There must be some powerful force supporting Ning Jie behind the scenes. Etc. How could Ning Jie know his realm clearly? He narrowed his eyes and felt that Ning Jie was more and more extraordinary. Ning Jie is only in the Xuanyu realm, 2 major realms lower than him. It is normal that one can feel that he is in the Daoyuan realm from the power fluctuations when he attacks. But even he knew which realm he was in, which was a little abnormal. How could Ning Jie, who was 2 realms lower than him, accurately sense what realm he was in? Ning Jie could only sense a rough idea at best. If you want to accurately sense what level he is in, you must at least be at the same level as him. Ning Jie, there's something strange. Spirit Saint, can you lend me your strength so that I can kill as many people as I want here? These people are making me very upset. Ning Jie did not answer Wang Wuyo's question, but communicated with the spiritual saint soul in his mind. With his own strength, he is no match for Wang Wuyo. But he didn't want to let it go. He wanted to borrow strength from the spirit saint soul and start a massacre in Taiwa sect to vent his anger. Be quiet. If you use 1 point of my power, it will be less. Unless the situation is critical, I will not lend you power easily. The Holy Spirit replied. All right. Ning Jie didn't say anything else. He looked at Wang Wuyo with a proud look on his face, and said, I am from the 7-star sect, and I am the eldest disciple of the 7-star sect. Central 7-star sect. Wang Wuyo's pupils shrank. He never thought that Ning Jie's status was so high. Although he had already guessed that Ning Jie's identity was not simple, he never thought that Ning Jie's identity was so complicated. The 7-star sect. This is a first-rate force in the central region, second only to the holy places. To their Taiwa sect, the 7-star sect is undoubtedly a behemoth. Okay, I've already told you my identity, why don't you quickly tell me Xia Yan's real whereabouts? Ning Jie scolded. It doesn't matter if the Holy Spirit doesn't lend him power, he still has the identity of the eldest disciple of the 7-star sect. With this identity, even if Wang Wuyo had 100 courage, he would never dare to act rashly in front of him again. Wang Wuyo looked at the Taiwa sect's leader and said, Sect leader, are you sure Xia Yan went out with the great elder? Sure. The leader of Taiwa sect nodded and said, I saw Xia Yan leave with the great elder with my own eyes. He still knows what is important and what is not. The status of the 7-star sect's chief disciple is indeed very high, but compared with that powerful senior, let alone the 7-star sect's chief disciple, even the sect's leader is nothing. He would never offend the powerful senior because of this, make him dissatisfied, or let Ning Jie disturb him. Master, you heard that Xia Yan did leave with the great elder. Wang Wuyo turned around and spoke politely to Ning Jie. Ning Jie frowned. Things were developing a little differently than he expected. He revealed his identity as the eldest disciple of the Seven Stars sect, and thought that Wang Wuyo and the others would tell the truth, but Wang Wuyo and the others were still beating around the bush with him and didn't tell the truth. He was extremely angry. In the central region, he could act as he pleased with his status as the eldest disciple of the Seven Stars sect, but in the east, he was no longer able to do so. Kid, be calm. A cornered dog will jump over the wall. If you push them too far, you will probably end up in trouble. The voice of the Holy Spirit sounded in Ning Jie's mind. He knew Ning Jie very well and knew that Ning Jie would not give up and would definitely threaten Wang Wuyo and others again. Moreover, he would be very sure that the threat Ning Jie made must be a very serious threat. So, he stopped Ning Jie in advance to prevent Ning Jie from doing anything too extreme. Will I still be afraid of them? Ning Jie snorted coldly and said, could it be that after they know my identity, they dare to attack me again? Boy, you are still too young and have experienced too little. Nothing is absolute. This is not the central region. The Seven Stars sect is far away. If you push them too far, what will they do to silence you? The Holy Spirit's voice sounded, and then said, don't count on me. My Holy Spirit is seriously injured and the power I can mobilize is very limited. If you push them too far, they will kill you to silence you. Although I can save you, I will also fall into a deep sleep. At that time, you can only rely on yourself. I can no longer help you. He spoke earnestly and said again, it's not necessary to do this. I have told you many times that you must learn to be patient and not show off your abilities for the moment. He advised Ning Jie, you should be patient for now. When you return to the Seven Star sect and lead the Seven Star sect's strong men with you, won't they let you slaughter them? Ning Jie was unwilling to give in and said, but I want to see Xia Yan now. Why can't you think flexibly? Are they the only ones who know Xia Yan's whereabouts? You are picking on the weak. If you kidnap a few more Taiwa sect disciples and inquire from various sources, are you afraid that you won't be able to find out Xia Yan's whereabouts? The Holy Spirit is so disappointed in Ning Jie. He is good at pretending to be a big shot, but his brain is really bad. If he had had no choice at the beginning, he would not have chosen to depend on Ning Jie. Okay, I'll just bear with it for now. Although Ning Jie was unwilling, he had no choice. He himself is not strong enough, and the Seven Stars sect is far away in the central region. If he really forces Wang Wuyo and others into a corner, they may indeed kill him to silence him, as Lingxing said. But this matter cannot be let go just like that. He smiled coldly and said, I will definitely destroy this Taiwa sect. When he returns to the Seven Stars sect, he will definitely lead the Seven Stars sect strong men to come back here again and kill all the people from the Taiwa sect. Otherwise, the anger in his heart will be difficult to calm down. It seems that I was worrying too much. Since Xia Yan went out with the great elder, I am relieved. He smiled and said to Wang Wuyo, please forgive my recklessness. I am mainly too concerned about Xia Yan and I am afraid that something will happen to Xia Yan. It's all right. Wang Wuyo replied with a smile. But he still had some doubts in his heart. Ning Jie's attitude had changed too much. Then I'll just wait here for Xia Yan to come back. Ning Jie said in a gentle and humble manner. Good. Wang Wuyo didn't know why Ning Jie changed his attitude, but fortunately the storm was over, so he felt a little relieved. I rushed here from the central part of the country, anxious to see Xia Yan. I didn't get much rest along the way. Please arrange a guest room for me so I can rest first. Ning Jie said. Please, sir. I will arrange it for you right away. The leader of Taiwa sect led the way and took Ning Jie to the guest room of their Taiwa sect. Li Jiodao was originally teaching Xia Yan to play the piano in the courtyard, but Xia Yan's piano was so bad that he was too embarrassed to say it, so he said that the weather was just right for hunting, and then he brought Xia Yan and the little white cat to Qingshan. But he regretted it after arriving at Qingshan. What's the point of talking about hunting? Xia Yan is a cultivator. Hunting ordinary animals is a piece of cake for her, right? He is looking for trouble. Look, before he even shot a single arrow, Xia Yan had already killed several beasts. Any beast that appeared before her eyes could not escape. Xia Yan stretched out a finger, and spiritual power was like a rainbow. The speed was so fast that it could not be seen by the naked eye, and one beast after another fell down. He suddenly felt ashamed and embarrassed. He still wanted to show off his archery skills in front of Xia Yan. Although he had no improper thoughts about Xia Yan, Witchman doesn't want to show off in front of a beautiful woman. Witchman also wants to be humiliated in front of a beautiful woman and be suppressed by her. He just didn't want to. Xia Yan, we come here to hunt. We hunt for our mood. How can you do this? I think you should put away your spiritual power and hunt like an ordinary person. That way, you will feel a sense of accomplishment and be happy when you hunt prey. Li Jiu spoke to Xia Yan righteously. Ah, Senior is right. Hunting like this really doesn't give me any sense of accomplishment. Xia Yan said with a blushing face. Oh, why is she showing off in front of her seniors? The senior brought her here to hunt, obviously wanting her to hunt like ordinary people. If he used his spiritual power, wouldn't the senior be able to hunt down all the animals here in a moment? Meow. Luo Shui shouted happily, feeling very happy. I told you not to show off. Look, you're getting criticized by a powerful person. She couldn't stop laughing in her heart and looked at Xia Yan with displeasure. Who made Xia Yan get so close to the powerful master? Didn't I give you a bow? Use it to hunt. Li Jiudao went out and gave Xia Yan a bow he made himself, while he himself took the Xianyuan bow rewarded to him by the system. Good. Xia Yan nodded, took the bow off her back and held it in her hand. Didn't the great master forbid the use of spiritual power for hunting? Didn't he say that she should hunt like an ordinary person? Why did he let her hunt with this precious bow? She was very confused. At that time, when Li Jiudao gave her the bow, she was completely shocked. The bow looked like it was made of ordinary wood, and the bowstring and arrow feathers also looked like they were made of ordinary materials. But when she held it in her hand, she suddenly felt a boundless murderous intent and infinite power, as if she had turned into an archer god who could shoot the stars, the sun and the moon. There is no doubt that this is a precious bow, and its grade is so high that it is frightening. Look, there's a deer over there. Li Jiudao pointed in a direction and said, Come on, Xia Yan, hunt like an ordinary person. Is it possible to pull this precious bow without spiritual power? I'm afraid even spiritual power can't pull open this precious bow. Xia Yan thought to herself. However, she still did as Li Jiudao said, took out an arrow feather, put it on the bow, and pulled the bow without using any spiritual power. Every word and action of the great senior is full of profound meaning. Since the powerful senior asked her to do this, then she would do it. She pulled the bow with all her might, and to her surprise, she was able to pull it. She pulled the bowstring to its full length, aimed at the deer, and with a whoosh, the arrow shot out. But she missed, she shot off target. The deer was startled by the arrow and ran away immediately in fear. Take your time, there's no rush. Archery is also very sophisticated. Li Jiudao smiled. This was exactly the scene he wanted. He explained the essentials of archery and guided Xia Yan in archery. When shooting arrows, you need to have 5 things level and 3 things leaning on. 5 things level means your hands, feet, elbows, shoulders, and forehead should be level, 3 things leaning on your ears to listen to the string, the arrow leaning on your mouth, and the string leaning on your chest. He explained in detail and finally said, everything starts from the simple to the complex, from the small to the big. Remember not to be too ambitious and think that you can get rich overnight. You need to be down to earth. It turned out that the powerful senior was teaching her archery. Xia Yan understood everything in an instant. Even using spiritual power might not be enough to pull the bow open, but she was able to pull it open without using any spiritual power. This was obviously done by a powerful senior. The precious bow had been tampered with by a great senior, so she was able to pull it open. From simple to complex, from small to big. The powerful senior wants her to start training from an ordinary person. 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, 3 begets all things. All Daos begin with the simplest. The great senior really has good intentions in starting with ordinary people and comprehending the Tao of archery one by one. She was deeply moved. She had not dabbled in archery at all, and the powerful senior must have known this long ago. Therefore, the great senior taught her from the most basic level, allowing her to enter the Tao as an ordinary person. Don't worry, senior. I will not let you down and will definitely achieve success in archery. She secretly vowed to learn archery no matter what and not let down the powerful senior's expectations. Before, a great master had taught her how to play the zither, but she messed it up and couldn't play the zither well no matter what she did. She must not mess it up again this time. This Xia Yan is so lucky. Luo Shui looked at Xia Yan with envy. What a great honor it is for a great master to personally teach Xia Yan the art of playing the piano and archery. She was so envious and jealous that she wished she could become Xia Yan. The art of playing the zither and archery are still very impressive. There once was an ancient emperor of the zither, who killed hundreds of millions of enemies with a single tune. There once was an ancient emperor of arrows, who shot an arrow through the eternal sky. If Xia Yan could master one of the two avenues, she would definitely benefit greatly. She was so envious, but unfortunately, she could only watch and do nothing. She's just a pet cat. When the great master taught Xia Yan the art of playing the piano and archery, although she was always there, she did not dare to learn secretly. The great master didn't say to pass it on to her. Great and powerful master, can you please teach me when? She looked at Li Jiodao with tears in her eyes, full of longing. On the other side, Xia Yan started practicing with the most basic posture according to what Li Jiodao said, which is what Li Jiodao called the 5 levels and 3 leans. However, although she tried her best, she still couldn't grasp the key points, and her movements were always not quite right and her posture was incorrect. The so-called 5 levels and 3 supports, she doesn't have any of them, and can't even do any of them. Let me help you. Li Jiodao personally helped Xia Yan to get into the right position. Just then, Ning Jie came over. When he saw Li Jiodao and Xia Yan pressed close together, his face suddenly changed, anger rising in his heart, and he seemed to be completely ignited by anger. He was really capped. I swear I won't be a human being if I don't kill you. His eyes were blazing with fire, he simply couldn't bear it, murderous intent surged through his body like a tide, and he immediately rushed forward. Take your dirty hands away from me. He shouted at Li Jiodao. What's wrong with being a mortal? Are mortals inferior to cultivators? Before cultivators started practicing, weren't they all mortals? Li Jiodao couldn't help but retorted angrily. Ning Jie was too arrogant. He kept calling you a mortal, and his words were full of disdain for mortals. He was irritated. However, he regretted it after he said it. Why did he get into a quarrel with a monk? How could a mortal like him fight against a cultivator like Ning Jie? No matter how bad Ning Jie is, he can still be killed. What are you afraid of? Xia Yan is here. Xia Yan is the direct disciple of the Taihua sect's leader. Isn't she stronger than him? There's no way Xia Yan would just stand by and do nothing. Thinking of this, Li Jiodao straightened his back immediately and was no longer afraid. Good, good, very good. Ning Jie laughed loudly, his smile was sinister and creepy. It seems that he has to show off some of his skills, as a mere mortal dares to be so presumptuous in front of him. Meow. However, at this moment, the sound of a cat's cry suddenly penetrated into the depths of his soul, which scared him so much that the hairs on his body stood up. He looked at the little white cat next to Li Jiodao in disbelief, feeling horrified. The feeling this little white cat gave him was even more terrifying than that of Wang Wuyo. Lingsheng, what are you doing? Why is there no movement? Help me find out what realm this little white cat is in. He called out to the spirit saint in his mind, but received no response at all. The little white cat gave him such a terrifying feeling that he didn't dare to use his own spiritual sense to investigate it, as that would undoubtedly be seeking death. At the beginning, he was able to clearly know the level of Wang Wuyo's realm because the spiritual saint was helping him. Don't play dead, I need your help now. He kept calling out to Lingsheng, but it was of no use. Lingsheng did not give him any response at all. He looked at the little white cat again and found that the little white cat was also looking at him. There were extremely terrifying and horrifying beams of light flashing in the cat's eyes. His soul couldn't help but throb and his body trembled. This kind of pressure was so terrifying that he no longer doubted that the little white cat must be even stronger than Wang Wuyo. How could I encounter such a scary little white cat? He was in a state of confusion and panic. If the spiritual saint had responded to him, he wouldn't have been so frightened. With the help of the Holy Spirit, the little white cat is not afraid no matter how strong it is. But now, Lingxing didn't react at all. He couldn't count on Lingxing. It would be strange if he wasn't afraid. Meow. Luo Shui screamed again, and the sound was like a huge mountain pressing down on Ning Jie's heart, making it hard for Ning Jie to breathe, and his soul nearly collapsed. Damn it, you shameless bastard, how dare you talk to a powerful master like this? Luo Shui was furious. She didn't care what Ning Jie did to Xia Yan, but she couldn't tolerate Ning Jie being so presumptuous in front of such a powerful master. If she knew the powerful master's intentions, she would have killed Ning Jie right now. What a shitty chief disciple of the Seven Stars sect. She once even killed people from the Holy Land. She benefited a lot from being in the presence of the powerful master, and her realm improved from the original Zhan Dao realm to the Sky realm. How many days has it been? At most, it will take no more than 10 days. She broke through 3 realms. If this were to get out, it would surely cause jaws to drop. The Wanhua realm is a watershed that is extremely difficult to cross. Many cultivators may not be able to reach the Wanhua realm in their entire lives. This was the case with Wang Wuyo at the beginning. He was always trapped in the Xuanyu realm and could not break through to the Wanhua realm. If he had not met Li Jiudao, he would never have been able to break through to the Wanhua realm until his death. As for the realms above the Wanhua realm, they are even more difficult to improve. The Zhan Dao realm has already surpassed the Wanhua realm by a lot, and it is extremely difficult to improve above that. It took Luo Shui only a dozen days to break through from the Zhan Dao realm to the Tianqiong realm, improving 3 realms. This is undoubtedly amazing. On the other side, Xia Yan also stood in front of Li Jiudao with a frown on her face, glaring at Ning Jie, with powerful spiritual energy emanating from her body. No matter how weird Ning Jie was, she endured it. But Ning Jie actually dared to be so disrespectful to the powerful senior, she couldn't tolerate it. Xuanyu realm. Ning Jie felt the fluctuations of spiritual power emanating from Xia Yan and was shocked. He never thought that Xia Yan was so abnormal and her realm was even in the Xuanyu realm. You know, it was with the help of the Spirit Saint that he was able to enter the Xuanyu realm so early. It was really beyond his expectation that Xia Yan could enter the Xuanyu realm so early in such a desolate area in the east. Good. Xia Yan often came to see Li Jiudao and benefited a lot from him. Her realm improved by leaps and bounds and she entered the Xuanyu realm. Swish. He didn't dare to stay any longer and fled at full speed. If he stayed here any longer, he might lose his life. Xia Yan was okay, but that little white cat was too terrifying, its strength far exceeded his. He escaped directly from Qingshan, and continued to run for thousands of miles without noticing the little white cat chasing him, so he stopped. Lingxing, what the hell are you doing? He roared and shouted, and this time he was completely embarrassed. Huff. At this time, there was a movement from Lingxing's side and he woke up. How scary. There's something terrifying over there in Qingshan. Lingxing is still frightened and filled with fear. The moment he arrived at Qingshan, he immediately felt an extremely terrifying pressure, which frightened him so much that he immediately sealed himself up, without even having time to notify Ning Jie. What are you talking about? Ning Jie stared. What kind of horror was that? How come he didn't sense it at all? What realm are you in? That kind of horror, let alone me now, even if I were at my peak, I wouldn't be able to do that. The difference is not even a little bit. Lingxing said in shock. Ning Jie thought about it and felt that there was no need for Lingxing to lie to him. There might really be some terrifying thing in Qingshan. His realm was too low and he could not sense that kind of terrifying thing. What exactly is that horror? He couldn't help but ask. I don't know. I don't dare to sense it too much, otherwise I wouldn't have failed to inform you. Lingxing said. At that time, after feeling that great terror, his entire holy soul almost collapsed. If he had not sealed his holy soul in time, he would probably have died at that time. After a long time, he gradually calmed down. By the way, how are you doing? Did you kill that mortal? He asked Ning Jie. Don't mention it. Ning Jie was filled with anger and said, for some reason, that mortal was followed by a terrifying white cat. I was almost killed by that white cat. He told everything, leaving nothing out. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Even if that mortal has hidden his strength, it doesn't matter as he is a cultivator. No matter how strong he is, can he be stronger than the 7-star sect? Lingxing said earnestly, I'm not saying anything bad about you, you're just too impatient and reckless, you have to change that. Just listen to me, go back to the 7-star sect now, and then take the 7-star sect strongmen to Xia country, and by that time, won't Xia Yan come back obediently to marry you? Take away your dirty hands. Li Jiudao looked over and wondered if he was talking about him. Is there something wrong with this person? He is teaching Xia Yan archery, what does that have to do with this person? Xia Yan, how could you allow a mortal to be so close to you, to have physical contact with you? Ning Jie was furious. If Li Jiudao hadn't been too close to Xia Yan, he would have slapped him. No. Li Jiudao was unhappy. How could this person talk like that? How could you allow a mortal to be so close to you, to have physical contact with you? Damn, many monks respect him very much. Mortal. What the hell, this is clearly an unimaginably powerful senior. Xia Yan thought to herself, this guy is really blind. Etc. How did this person know her name? She doesn't know this person. Who are you? She asked suspiciously. Who I am? When Ning Jie heard what Xia Yan asked, he was struck by lightning. Xia Yan didn't even know who he was. He regarded Xia Yan as his wife, but Xia Yan didn't recognize him. This was a huge blow to him. Oh, it turns out to be an unknown minor character. Li Jiudao thought to himself. Originally, he thought Ning Jie had a good temperament and was very capable. He then thought Ning Jie was not good enough and Xia Yan didn't even know Ning Jie. I see. This person admires Xia Yan's beauty. When he saw me being so close to Xia Yan, he immediately became furious. Li Jiudao was speechless and wanted to say, brother, Xia Yan doesn't even know you, why are you trying to make a presence known here? I am Ning Jie, the Prince of Ningguo, Xia's neighboring country. My father once proposed marriage to Emperor Xia. I don't have much impression. There are 365 days in a year, and every day there are people who come to ask for marriage for my father. Xia Yan's words almost made Ning Jie spit out blood. Isn't he too miserable? Xia Yan actually didn't have the slightest impression of him. I'm different. This time my father has proposed marriage to Emperor Xia again. Emperor Xia will definitely agree to our marriage this time. He said hurriedly. What are you thinking? How could the emperor agree to your request? The emperor never forces me to do anything I don't like, and marriage matters are decided by me. Xia Yan really didn't know what to say. Is this person having a problem with his wild imagination? He immediately asked her to marry this man and said that her father would definitely agree. This guy is either crazy or stupid. Meow. Luo Shui shouted happily and said in his heart, young man, work harder and you must marry Xia Yan, so that no one can compete with her for favor. Whenever Xia Yan came to find the powerful master would leave her aside. She had been unhappy with Xia Yan for a long time. For you, I left the east and went to the central region to make a living. Eventually, I made a name for myself and successfully joined the 7-star sect. I also became the chief disciple of the 7-star sect, with an extremely respected status. Ning Jie looked at Xia Yan and said proudly. The chief disciple of the 7-star sect. This status is really too high. After hearing this, Xia Yan will definitely be moved by him. As the eldest disciple of the 7-star sect, he could have chosen a woman who was prettier, more talented, and had a stronger background than Xia Yan. But he still returned to the east to find Xia Yan, and Xia Yan would definitely be moved by him. Oh. Unexpectedly, Xia Yan's expression was extremely calm, and she just replied with a faint, oh. Ning Jie was going crazy. Didn't Xia Yan know how powerful it was to be the eldest disciple of the Seven Stars sect? Etc. At this time, Xia Yan said. Ning Jie's eyes lit up and he laughed in his heart. The Seven Stars sect is a top-notch force in the central region, with a great reputation. The eastern region should also know how powerful the Seven Stars sect is. Xia Yan must have remembered how powerful the Seven Stars sect was. However, what Xia Yan said next immediately made him feel discouraged. What do you mean by for me? Don't say that because of me, I don't even know you. Xia Yan remembered that Ning Jie said it was for her, and she was speechless. This guy must be sick. Let's not talk about that. The important thing is that I became the chief disciple of the Seven Star sect, the Central Seven Star sect. Oh. Unexpectedly, Xia Yan's expression remained very calm. Ning Jie collapsed. Xia Yan really didn't know how powerful the Seven Star sect was. The Seven Star sect is a first-rate force in the central region, second only to the Holy Lands. Ning Jie told Xia Yan how powerful the Seven Stars sect was. I know. Ning Jie was stunned. I knew it was still so bland. He was furious. Was Xia Yan playing tricks on him on purpose? Brother, go show off somewhere else. It's no use showing off here with me. Xia Yan said. Is the eldest disciple of the Seven Stars sect very powerful? In the past, she would have been frightened. But now, what are you thinking about? Not to mention the Seven Star sect, even if the Holy Sons of the Holy Lands came, she would not be scared. Standing next to her is an incredibly powerful senior. Any random painting contains the supreme rhyme of Taoism, any random jade carving has the power to destroy heaven and earth, any random song played will attract the primitive gods between heaven and earth, and any fish fed to pet cats are fish from the upper 9 realms. The Seven Stars sect is nothing. Even the Holy Land can't help. Of course, she did not see the primitive gods who came to listen to Li Jiudao playing the piano, nor did she recognize that the fish kept in the tank in the yard were from the dominant race of the upper 9 realms. She heard all this from Wang Wuyo. Later, Wang Wuyo also went to Li Jiudao's courtyard and saw the fish kept in the tank. He went back to look through ancient books and recognized that these fish were the dominant fish from the upper 9 realms. The tyrants of the upper 9 realms are undoubtedly extremely terrifying and frightening. The Holy Land of this world is not worth mentioning in front of the tyrants of the upper 9 realms. Of course you can't show off in front of Xia Yan. Xia Yan is the direct disciple of the Taihua sect's leader. She is not as powerful as you, the eldest disciple. Besides, your Seven Star sect is just a first-rate force, while the Taihua sect is the most powerful sect, far beyond the first-rate force. Li Jiudao laughed secretly in his heart. He knew too little about this world and thought the central part was similar to the eastern part. You. Ning Jie was so angry that his face was full of murderous intent. What does Xia Yan mean? Isn't his status as the eldest disciple of the Seven Stars sect enough to show off? Is Xia Yan pretending in front of him? He sneered and said, if nothing else, you will definitely become my wife. Xia Yan doesn't know the seriousness of the situation, and Emperor Xia doesn't know either. Even if Emperor Xia had 100 guts, he would not dare to refuse his proposal this time. My friend, this is your fault. Xia Yan has already made it very clear. Why are you still pestering me like this? Li Jiudao couldn't help it and stepped forward and said. A mortal like you has the right to speak here. Ning Jie glared at Li Jiudao with murderous intent. Dare to cheat on him, and dare to say such things in front of him. If he doesn't cut Li Jiudao into pieces, Ning Jie doesn't need to live, just commit suicide. Li Jiudao looked at Xia Yan who stood up for him, with a bright smile on his face. Of course, it was worth it for him to make friends with Xia Yan. Xia Yan did not let him down and she would really help him when there was something going on. It's good to have a cultivator friend. Otherwise, I would just let someone like Ning Jie bully me. Li Jiudao thought to himself. Ning Jie is a coward. He has no ability but still wants to pretend to be something big and powerful. He didn't expect Xia Yan to be so powerful. He was scared away. Li Jiudao didn't know that Ning Jie was scared away by the little white cat. He thought it was Xia Yan who scared Ning Jie away. Come on, let's continue hunting and get some delicious prey to eat when we get back. Li Jiudao said with a smile, very happy. Good. Xia Yan's eyes lit up when she heard this. Li Jiudao's cooking skills were impeccable, and were simply the most delicious in the world. In particular, the dishes made by Li Jiudao are not ordinary dishes. They contain extremely amazing life essence and are very nutritious. She excitedly drew her bow and shot the arrow, wanting to kill her prey quickly, but was shocked to find that she could not pull the bowstring at all. Oops, why did I forget to take back my spiritual power? She reacted and thought that it was probably because she did not take back her spiritual power. She had just circulated the spiritual power and did not take it back. The great senior said that we should hunt like ordinary people. She withdrew her spiritual power and drew the bow again. This time she pulled the bowstring easily. However, she missed the target again. Don't be impatient. Li Jiudao gave Xia Yan instructions again. Magnificent palaces are lined up in a row, majestic and grand. This is the imperial palace of the Xia kingdom. Why is Emperor Ning proposing marriage again? I made it clear enough last time. A middle-aged man with an imposing appearance and dressed in a dragon robe, sitting upright on the dragon throne, said with a slightly dissatisfied look on his face. He was the emperor of the Xia kingdom, Xia Yan's father, Emperor Xia. The last time Emperor Ning came to propose marriage, he had already clearly told Emperor Ning that it was impossible. Now, Emperor Ning has come to propose marriage again. Doesn't this mean he doesn't take his words to heart? Below, Emperor Ning had a calm expression and said softly, "This time is different. I think Emperor Xia will agree to this marriage this time." Emperor Xia frowned slightly. In Xia Kingdom, he was the only one who could call himself I. Even if emperors from other countries came to Xia Kingdom, they did not dare to call themselves I in front of him. Emperor Ning called himself Zhen in front of him. What was he trying to do? Oh. Why does Emperor Ning think that I will agree to this marriage? He was not angry and asked Emperor Ning softly. As the Emperor of Xia Kingdom, he is meticulous. The last time Emperor Ning came to Xia Kingdom, he didn't dare to call him I in front of him, but this time he dared to call him I. He felt that things were not that simple and wanted to wait and see first. Because if this marriage goes through, Xia country will become extremely prosperous, and no one in the east will dare to disrespect Xia country, including the Taiwa sect, Luoyun sect and other cultivation sections. Emperor Ning chuckled and said, "I don't think Emperor Xia will refuse such an opportunity." Emperor Xia's expression changed slightly. If the marriage goes through, even the Taiwa sect, Luoyun sect and other spiritual sects will not dare to disrespect the Xia kingdom. What is Emperor Ning talking about? Taiwa sect and Luoyun sect are the most prosperous and powerful sects in the east. Compared with the Taiwa sect, the Xia kingdom is not worth mentioning at all. As for Ningguo, it is even worse than his Xiaguo. How could Emperor Ning dare to say such words? Emperor Xia, I won't say much else. I just want to say that my son Ning Jie is already a senior disciple of the Seven Stars sect. Emperor Ning said proudly. The Seven Stars cult in the central region. Emperor Xia stood up suddenly, his face full of shock. Good. What? Emperor Xia was shocked. He never thought that Ning Jie would become the eldest disciple of the Seven Star sect. The Seven Stars sect was a first-rate force in the central region. The Taiwa sect and other powerful sects in the east were nothing in front of the Seven Stars sect. The Seven Stars sect could completely destroy the Taiwa sect and other powerful sects in the east with just a stomp of its feet. Will Emperor Xia refuse? Emperor Ning smiled. Haha, this is an honor for my Xia country, how could I refuse? Emperor Xia said with a smile that he even changed his self-proclaimed name and no longer called himself Zhen. The Seven Stars sect could easily destroy the Taiwa sect and other powerful sects in the east with just a stomp of their feet, and their Xia kingdom would be even more unbearable. In front of a behemoth like the Seven Stars sect, their Xia kingdom is not even an ant. How dare he refuse? If he really refused, he knew the consequences very well. Xia would soon be destroyed. This is a big deal, and we cannot afford to be careless. Emperor Ning should rest in Xia country first. I will call the princess back, and then we will discuss the date of the wedding. he said to Emperor Ning with a smile. Good. Emperor Ning nodded slightly. Everything was within his expectations. Emperor Xia did not dare to refuse. Emperor Xia personally arranged accommodation for Emperor Ning. After doing all this, he sighed heavily, as if he had aged many years in an instant. Father, I'm sorry. He had no choice but to agree, but when he thought of his promise to Xia Yan, he felt filled with guilt. He had promised Xia Yan that he would never interfere with Xia Yan's marriage, but now, he broke his promise to Xia Yan. I'll go there myself. He understood Xia Yan's character and knew that no one else could call Xia Yan back, so he decided to go there himself. The Xia kingdom that he ruled was not only composed of mortals, but also cultivators. He himself was very powerful as well. You must take good care of Emperor Ning, and remember not to neglect him in any way. He gave the instructions solemnly, and then set off for Taiwa sect. Xia kingdom is very far away from Taiwa sect. It will take him at least several days to get to Taiwa sect. But it will be back soon. There is a teleportation array in Taiwa sect. He can use it to return and be back to Xia country in a moment. The teleportation array is difficult to carve, and the materials needed are extremely rare. There is no such teleportation array in Xia country. Not only in their Xia country, many cultivation forces also do not have teleportation arrays. Only those first-rate forces or prosperous sects like Taiwa sect have teleportation arrays. I hope Yener can understand. He said helplessly and quickly rushed to Xiang Taiwa sect. In the past few days, Xia Yan has really taken archery seriously and would ask Li Jiudao to take her hunting and practice archery every now and then. Li Jiudao thought to himself, hey, it's okay to just enjoy it, why do you take it so seriously? The archery skills of mortals are useless to monks. However, he was also happy to take Xia Yan hunting. Who doesn't want to be with a beautiful woman? Haha, the most important thing is that if he takes Xia Yan hunting, he won't have to guide Xia Yan in practicing the piano. The piano played by Xia Yan was really like the howling of ghosts and wolves, so ugly that it made him want to bang his head against the wall. After a few days, Xia Yan's archery skills improved greatly, and she could almost hit the target from 100 steps away. Not bad, not bad. This bow is for you. Li Jiudao smiled and said, this is a bow I made casually. I didn't give it a name. It will be yours from now on. Please give it a name. Give it to me. Xia Yan was stunned. She had been practicing archery with this bow in the past few days. She felt the extraordinary nature of this bow even more. There was absolutely no flaw at all. The Taoist charm flowing from it was inexplicably shocking. She didn't expect that the great senior would give her such a precious bow just like that. If this bow were released outside, I'm afraid all the holy places would be unable to sit still, as it is too extraordinary and of an unimaginably high grade. She knew that Senior Dening was generous, but she still didn't expect him to be so generous. Ah, do you dislike it? When Li Jiudao saw Xia Yan's expression, he immediately remembered that Xia Yan was a cultivator. No matter how perfectly his bow was made, it was just an ordinary object. It was normal for Xia Yan to look down on it. Senior, I don't mind. Unexpectedly, Xia Yan was very excited and said, I'll just think of a name for this bow. It seems that Xia Yan likes hunting like a mortal. Li Jiudao smiled in his heart. In the past few days, Xia Yan has been practicing archery all day long, and she likes the bow he gave her very much, which shows that Xia Yan really enjoys hunting like a mortal. How can I feel a sense of accomplishment if I can kill a large number of prey with just a flick of my finger? It is better to shoot with a bow and arrow and enjoy the feeling of hitting the prey with the arrow. Li Jiudao felt that being a mortal was pretty good, as mortals had no less fun than cultivators. Let me think about it. Xia Yan tilted her head, not knowing for a moment what to name the bow. She looked conflicted, and always felt that the name she thought of was not worthy of this precious bow. Just give it a random name, no need to worry about it, this is just an ordinary bow he made casually. Li Jiudao's mouth twitched secretly. Xia Yan must be a person who pursues perfection, otherwise why would she be so entangled even in choosing a name? A long time passed and Xia Yan still hadn't come up with a good name. Li Jiudao thought to himself, if he had known that Xia Yan was such a perfectionist, he should have come up with a good name before giving it to Xia Yan. But now, he couldn't say anything. Xia Yan was thinking so seriously about a name, how could he say anything? All four directions come to pay homage to the emperor. The emperor of all bows is the emperor of the court. All bows must perform the etiquette of emperor and ministers when they see the court bow. The court bow is the emperor, and the other bows are ministers. Xia Yan's face lit up with joy, thinking of the court ceremony that the ministers of the Xia kingdom performed for her father. She thought of the name Chowi and felt that it was very suitable. When giving a name, do you need to be both the king and the minister? Li Jiudao thought to himself, Xia Yan is really a princess. Who would give an ordinary person such a name? It's just an ordinary bow, is it necessary to be so exaggerated? It's called the king of all bows. This is because there are no monks around. If there were monks around, they would have laughed their heads off when they heard a name like Fan Gongqi. However, Li Jiudao still applauded and said, well done, it has depth and insight, and it goes very well with this bow. He dared not say it was bad. To put it bluntly, with Xia Yan's pursuit of perfection, Xia Yan will definitely have to think hard about the name again. Thank you, senior. Hearing Li Jiudao's approval, Xia Yan smiled even more happily. She raised the bow in her hand and said with a smile, from now on, you will be called Chowi Bao. At this moment, a warm current seemed to flow from the bow along her hand into her body, and she seemed to have an extremely close connection with the bow. I recognize my master. Xia Yan was extremely excited. She recalled the ancient books she had read before. The higher the grade of the magic weapon, the more spiritual it was and the more it could recognize its master. After recognizing the master, no one else can use this bow except her. The current situation was very similar to the records in ancient books about a magical weapon recognizing its master. She seemed to have merged with the bow. She was the bow and the bow was her. Meow. Luo Shui cried out with envy. When will the powerful master give her a magical weapon that will help her recognize her master? Okay, practice hard and try to reach the next level. Li Jiudao said with a smile. I will definitely practice hard. Xia Yan nodded, and shuttled through the green mountains with the Chowi Bao, looking for prey and practicing archery. Time flies, and in a flash, another 2 days have passed. In the early morning, the sunlight penetrates through the mist, refracting colorful rays of light, shining on the earth. Xia Yan woke up from her dream in high spirits, with a happy smile on her face. Ever since she met Li Jiudao, she has been so happy and excited every day. Xiaolan had been waiting by the side early. When she saw Xia Yan wake up, she immediately brought over a wash basin and helped Xia Yan get up and wash. Didn't I tell you, Xiaolan, you don't have to do these things anymore. Just practice hard. Xia Yan said helplessly. She treated Xiaolan like a sister, and since she became the sect master's personal disciple, she also arranged for Xiaolan to practice in Taihua sect. But Xiaolan still stayed by her bed early every day, just like she did when she was in the palace, and helped her get up and wash. Hee, I'm used to it. Besides, serving the young lady won't interfere with my practice. I can just finish serving the young lady and then practice. Xiaolan smiled. Sister, your father is here and is waiting for you in the hall. A female disciple ran over. Father is here? Xia Yan was stunned, somewhat unexpectedly. But she soon understood why her father came. That Ning Jie really went to propose marriage. Her father would not come to see her for no reason, let alone come in person like this. The first person she thought of was Ning Jie, who once said that he had gone to Xia country to propose marriage again. Walk. She and Xiaolan came to the main hall. At this time, the leader of Taihua sect was entertaining her father. Being entertained personally by the sect master was such a great honor. Emperor Xia had never expected this. He thought that his daughter must be highly valued in the Taihua sect, otherwise how could he be worthy of being entertained personally by the sect master? Their Xia country is not worth mentioning in front of Taihua sect. Xia Yan is here, haha, you should have a good chat with your father. The sect leader chuckled and left the hall. Xiaolan also followed him out. Only Xia Yan and Emperor Xia were left in the hall. Father, why did you come here in person? The journey is so long. If you have something to do, you can send someone to inform Yenner. Yenner will go back to see father. Xia Yan felt very distressed when she saw Emperor Xia looking exhausted. Xia Kingdom was very far away from Taiwa sect, and there was no teleportation array. Emperor Xia was covered in dust, and it was obvious that he was busy on the road and had hardly stopped. Father is afraid that you won't go back. Emperor Xia sighed and said, Yenner, I'm sorry for not doing what I promised you. He still hasn't been able to forgive himself. As the king of a country, he couldn't even protect his own daughter. This showed his incompetence and helplessness. This is a common problem among emperors. The burdens on their shoulders are too many and too heavy, and they are often forced to do things against their will and cannot do whatever they want. Father, Yenner knows why you are here, and Yenner also understands you. However, you don't have to worry about this matter. Xia country will be fine. Xia Yan looked at Emperor Xia and said confidently, you know everything. Emperor Xia looked surprised. How did Xia Yan know all this? Ning Jie came to see me. What? Emperor Xia was shocked. Ning Jie actually came to find Xia Yan. Well, he came to find me, and then he was scared and ran away. Xia Yan said. Frightened and running away. Emperor Xia had a strange look on his face. What was Xia Yan talking about? As the eldest disciple of the Seven Stars sect, would Ning Jie be frightened and run away? Yes, father. Xia Yan nodded and told the story of how Ning Jie came to see her. Is this true or false? Emperor Xia couldn't help but ask, how could there be such an unimaginable and powerful senior in Qingshan City? Father, I will take you to meet this powerful senior and you will understand. Xia Yan smiled and said that no matter how much she said, it would not be as good as seeing it with Emperor Xia's own eyes. Okay, if there really is such a powerful senior, I will be completely relieved. Emperor Xia nodded and followed Xia Yan out of Taiwa sect. Xuanyu realm. After leaving Taiwa sect, Xia Yan took him flying in the air. When Emperor Xia felt the aura fluctuations emanating from Xia Yan, he was immediately frightened. Xuanyu realm, this is the top combat power in the east, and he is only at the Mingluan realm, which is 2 full levels lower than Xuanyu realm. Xia Yan has entered the Xuanyu realm so early. How long has Xia Yan been practicing in Taiwa sect? Thanks to that great senior, Yenner was able to enter the Xuanyu realm so early. Xia Yan said with a smile. Emperor Xia had a strange expression on his face. It seemed that there really was such an unimaginable and powerful senior in Qingshan City. He remembered very clearly that Xia Yan was only at the soul forging realm before coming to Taiwa sect, but now he has reached the mysterious netherworld realm. That great senior was truly incredibly powerful. It didn't take long before they arrived at Qingshan City, dropped from the sky, and walked into Qingshan City. This is Xia Yan's respect for Li Jiudao. Father, we are here. Look at this word, Tao. Xia Yan brought Xia Huang to Li Jiudao's shop and pointed to the word Dao on the shop plaque. Emperor Xia looked in the direction Xia Yan's finger pointed and was shocked on the spot. The Dao rhythm contained in the word Dao was as endless as the vast ocean. He suddenly felt insignificant. Compared with the Dao rhythm in the word Dao, the Dao he cultivated was simply not worth mentioning, like a speck of dust. Xia Yan brought Emperor Xia into the store. The overwhelming Taoist aura instantly hit him. Emperor Xia felt as if he had come to a paradise of immortals. His heart was filled with shock. Xia Yan is here, just in time, play a game of chess with me. In the small courtyard, Li Jiudao heard some noise in the shop and knew without hesitation that Xia Yan had come. Early in the morning, no one came to his shop except Xia Yan. Okay. Xia Yan came to the courtyard with Emperor Xia, smiling. Is this the powerful senior? Emperor Xia looked at Li Jiudao with a strange expression. Apart from his handsome appearance, Li Jiudao was normal in other aspects. He didn't even have a trace of spiritual power. I brought someone here today. Who is this? Li Jiudao put down the chessboard in his hand and saw that there was another person next to Xia Yan. This is my father. So it's my uncle. I was wondering why he looks a bit like Xia Yan. I heard from my daughter that you are a very talented person, so I asked my daughter to bring me here to visit you. I hope you will forgive my abrupt and presumptuous visit. Emperor Xia said to Li Jiudao with great respect. Although he couldn't see anything unusual about Li Jiudao, he didn't dare to be the least bit presumptuous. The plaque on the shop, the calligraphy and paintings hanging on the shop walls, and the various jade carvings placed on the table all proved that Li Jiudao was not an ordinary person, but an unimaginably powerful senior. Don't listen to Xia Yan's nonsense. I am just an ordinary person. How can I be a great talent? Uncle, please don't call me senior. It's too embarrassing for me. Just call me Jiudao. Li Jiudao smiled. Hee, listen to the senior. Xia Yan said to Emperor Xia. The more she interacted with Li Jiudao, the less reserved she became. If it were in the past, she would never have dared to let Emperor Xia shout 9 das, as it would be a great disrespect to the great senior. Okay. Emperor Xia nodded. He originally didn't know what to do, but when he heard Xia Yan say this, he felt relieved. Hey, senior, have you not watered the flowers for a while? The leaves of these flowers are drooping. Xia Yan saw the flowers and plants on both sides of the courtyard and said to Li Jiudao. It's true that I haven't taken care of them for a while. Li Jiudao looked at the flowers and plants on both sides. They were indeed a little wilted, and the soil was dry, obviously lacking water. These are the flowers and plants he transplanted from the mountains to the yard not long ago, and he has never taken care of them. Otherwise, these flowers and plants would never be in this condition. His flower art is so extraordinary that he can even revive dead trees. There is no way that any flowers or plants will wilt. Oh, it's all Xia Yan's fault. She always dragged me into Qingshan to hunt, causing me to forget about the flowers and plants in the yard. Li Jiudao said in his heart. It was transplanted here not long ago. Fortunately, it was discovered now. If it was discovered later, even he would be helpless. Newly transplanted flowers and plants cannot lack water. Go down and check on the bonsai trees in the house. They are my elaborate creations. Nothing can happen to them. Li Jiudao thought of the bonsai in the house. He used to grow bonsai and never planted anything in the yard. Later, he saw some beautiful flowers and plants in the mountains, and his home had run out of flower pots, so he simply planted these flowers and plants in the yard. I'll go get water for you to water the flowers. Xia Yan said diligently. Don't bother. Didn't the old man Wang who came with you earlier give me some Tai True water? It's just right for watering the flowers. Li Jiudao thought of the small pond that Wang Wuyo had given him, saying that it was filled with Tai True water, and one drop of it was comparable to a lake. Wang Wuyo also talked about how powerful Tai True water was, but he didn't listen much at the time. He just remembered that one drop was comparable to a lake. At that time, he couldn't help but say that it was best used to water flowers. No matter how powerful it is of no use to a mortal like him. It is really suitable for watering flowers, and he doesn't have to carry a basin to fetch water all the time. Oh, it's useless to me, but it's useful to Xia Yan. How about giving it to Xia Yan? Li Jiudao thought to himself. This is a cultivator's thing. Xia Yan is a cultivator, so maybe it will be useful to her. Forget it. It's probably not a good thing. How could they give it to a mortal like me? I'd better not give it to avoid embarrassing myself. Li Jiudao thought again in his heart. He remembered that when he said he would use it to water the flowers, Wang Wuyo also said it was a good idea and it was very good for watering the flowers. Considering that he was a mortal and not a cultivator, it was unlikely that Wang Wuyo would give him anything valuable. He felt that Tai True water was not rare for cultivators. Tai Chi Zhen Shui, watering flowers. Emperor Xia was really frightened. This powerful senior in front of him was really unfathomable. For a cultivator, this priceless treasure was used by the powerful senior to water the flowers, and those flowers and plants were just some ordinary flowers and plants. Emperor Xia didn't know what to say. Okay, use it to water the flowers. Xia Yan didn't think there was anything wrong. She had been with Li Jiudao these days and knew how transcendent and supreme Li Jiudao was. In Li Jiudao's eyes, Tai True water was no different from ordinary water. Li Jiudao originally wanted to refuse. Although he was familiar with Xia Yan, how could he have the nerve to let a monk help him water the flowers? Especially since Xia Yan is the direct disciple of the leader of Taihua sect and has a very high status. But, he doesn't know how to use the small pond that Wang Wuyo gave him. One drop is like a lake. What if his hand shakes and it all spills out? I'm afraid the entire Qingshan city will be flooded. After thinking about it, it would be better to let Xia Yan water the flowers. After all, Xia Yan is a cultivator and knows what to do. Well, thank you for your help. No trouble. Xia Yan smiled. Li Jiudao didn't care much about the Tai True water at that time, so he just put it on the steps, and it hasn't been moved yet. Xia Yan picked up the small pond filled with Tai real water and began to water the plants. The things used by monks are really powerful. Li Jiudao sighed in his heart. The small pond, which looked no bigger than a palm, seemed to have an endless supply of water. Xia Yan took the small pond and poured water into it, and the water flowed slowly into the soil. As soon as the water flowed into the soil, the flowers and plants that had wilted immediately stretched out their branches and leaves again, and the leaves became emerald green and full of vitality. The water that is nothing to a cultivator is simply too powerful for a mortal. Li Jiudao sighed in his heart again. The effect of this water is so powerful, it's simply spiritual liquid. As soon as it was watered, the withered flowers and plants became brand new. It's really amazing. I'll go see if the bonsai in the house needs water. Li Jiudao said this and walked into the house. He has been hunting with Xia Yan in Qingshan these days and has been a little negligent in taking care of these bonsai. I guess they are lacking water. If there's a shortage of water, I'll help move it out. Emperor Xia followed him in with a smile. When he entered the house and saw the bonsai placed in the house, his heart was filled with fear as if thousands of waves were rising in it. Each bonsai plant after another exudes the supreme rhythm of Tao, and the leaves are interwoven with natural Tao patterns, containing unimaginable Dharma and Tao. Star grass, Stephanotis vine, Xixia flower. He was stunned. The so-called bonsai turned out to be one imperial medicinal plant after another. He had seen records about imperial medicine in ancient books, and the bonsai in front of him were exactly the same as the imperial medicine recorded in the ancient books. In addition, he felt the boundless imperial will and endless vitality from these bonsais. These bonsais were undoubtedly imperial medicines. The imperial medicine can help the great emperor extend his lifespan. It has been rare since ancient times. The great emperors all want to own a piece of the imperial medicine. Unfortunately, the imperial medicine is too difficult to find. Only a few great emperors have it. Emperor Xia really didn't know what kind of powerful senior he had met. This powerful senior actually had 9 strains of the imperial medicine that many great emperors couldn't find. This is too scary. Even if he was the most powerful emperor in history, he couldn't possess so many imperial medicines. It's okay. There's no shortage of water. Li Jiudao carefully checked the bonsai in the house, but in the end did not move them. These bonsai trees are not like the flowers and plants outside that lack water. Each one is growing vigorously and developing well. These flowers and plants rewarded by the system are really good. Li Jiudao said in his heart that he really liked these bonsai. These bonsai were given to him by the system as a reward after his flower art reached the level of supernormal. However, the bonsai that the system rewarded him at that time was not what it looks like now. The system rewarded him with 9 seedlings with pots and soil, and 18 pots with soil. He grew it little by little and trimmed it into its current appearance. Afterwards, he went to check other rooms and found that the bonsai trees in other rooms also had no shortage of water, so he did not move them either. These are bonsai trees that he planted himself, and he also found the seedlings himself. Emperor Xia followed Li Jiudao to take a look at other rooms and was even more shocked. He counted them and found 18 bonsais, all of them were taiyaku. Different from the 9 imperial medicines, these 18 imperial medicines have not yet grown up, and the imperial nature flowing in them is relatively weaker. But no matter how weak it is still an imperial medicine. 18 strains, 9 strains, a total of 27 strains of imperial medicine. Can there be so many imperial herbs in the world? I'm afraid they were all planted by the great seniors. Emperor Xia thought to himself. 27 imperial herbs. This was too scary. He felt that there weren't that many imperial herbs in the world. Yenner is so lucky. A smile appeared on his face, happy for his daughter. It will be hard for Xia Yan not to become stronger in the future if she follows such a powerful senior. Senior, do I need to water the flowers in the house? Outside, Xia Yan shouted that she had finished watering the flowers and plants in the yard. Need not. Li Jiudao walked out with Emperor Xia. Okay. Xia Yan placed the small pool filled with Tai real water on the steps again. Can uncle play chess? Li Jiudao looked at Emperor Xia and asked. I know a little bit. Emperor Xia replied. Okay, let's play the next one. Li Jiudao said with a smile, and then invited Emperor Xia to take a seat. After seeing the 27 imperial medicines in the room, Emperor Xia was completely shocked, and Li Jiudao's image in his mind also improved rapidly. How could he dare to play chess with such a powerful senior, but he didn't dare to refuse Li Jiudao's invitation, so he had to sit down. Father, you are too modest. I remember that your chess skills were superb. No one in Xia country could beat your chess skills. Your father must have known more than a little bit. Xia Yan said with a smile beside her. So uncle is so powerful, we have to play against him. What a rip-off. Emperor Xia wanted to cry but had no tears. His chess skills were good, but it depended on who he was competing with. The great senior in front of him was so unfathomable. His chess skills were nothing compared to them. However, he had already sat down, so he had to finish this game first. I'm sorry for making a fool of myself. Li Jiudao smiled. He had the black chess pieces on his side, and the rules meant he was the one who played. He took a chess piece and put it down gently. In an instant, Emperor Xia felt as if the stars had moved and the surrounding scenery had undergone earth-shaking changes. He seemed to have come to an ancient battlefield, with a murderous aura filling the entire place. When he looked at Li Jiudao again, Li Jiudao had become as huge as the heaven and earth. Using the heaven and earth as a chessboard and gods and demons as chess pieces. Emperor Xia saw that the chess pieces in Li Jiudao's hands turned into gods and demons, full of murderous intent, which made him feel uneasy. Oh my God, I don't want to play chess like this. He almost cried, this chess game was too horrible. The sky and the earth were gray, and the ancient battlefield was boundless, as if it spread over the entire world. Dazzling golden lines appeared, dividing the battlefield between heaven and earth, forming a chessboard between heaven and earth. Li Jiudao was as tall as the sky, and when one of his moves fell, the heaven and earth were shaken, and gods and demons swept the whole place with a murderous aura. Emperor Xia had never experienced such a situation before. His soul was trembling and he felt very anxious. He looked at the chess piece in his hand, which also turned into a sky full of gods and demons, all in white. On Li Jiudao's side is the black god and demon. He was not worth mentioning in front of the gods and demons, but he was in charge of playing chess with the gods and demons. He was almost scared to death. Father, please come down. Next to her, Xia Yan was getting anxious. Her father was holding the chess piece for a long time without making a move. What was he trying to do? Emperor Xia came back to his senses and glanced at Xia Yan. He wanted to say, you idiot, come over here and try. The world is the chessboard, and the gods and demons are the chess pieces. I'm afraid even a saint can't play such a chess game. Seeing that Emperor Xia was reluctant to make a move, Li Jiudao thought that Emperor Xia was indeed a ruler of a country, as he was already thinking about the entire chess game before making a move. This is a master. Emperor Xia felt his scalp tingling, but he finally made a move. The white piece fell, and the white god and demon emerged, confronting the black god and demon. However, compared to the black gods and demons, the white gods and demons have no momentum at all, and are not even a little bit inferior. Li Jiudao made his next move, and two black gods and demons came to attack. Emperor Xia felt like he was going to collapse and was tortured. Emperor Xia's face was covered in sweat. After only making a dozen moves, he was already completely defeated. He suffered greatly during these dozen moves and was on the verge of death many times. I thought I had met an expert. Li Jiudao was speechless. He originally thought that Emperor Xia was a master, but it turned out that Emperor Xia was so weak that he was defeated by him in just over 10 moves. Actually, it's almost there. With my chess skills, no matter how much or how comprehensive Emperor Xia's thinking is, it won't work. His chess skills are also supernormal, and this set of chessboard and chess pieces were also rewarded to him by the system. This is sticking to one's original intention. After the game was over, Emperor Xia discovered that his Tao heart had risen several levels in succession, reaching the state of sticking to one's original heart. Stick to your original intention. This level of Tao heart is really too high. Even cultivators in the destiny realm may not be able to cultivate such a high level of Tao heart. Great Senior, you are using the chess game to temper my Tao heart. He suddenly realized and felt infinite gratitude towards Li Jiudao. Tao heart is very important for cultivators. Only with a firm heart of Tao can a cultivator achieve great success on the path of cultivation. If the heart of Tao is not strong, no matter how high the realm is or how strong the strength is, it will inevitably lead to big problems in the future. All cultivators know the importance of the heart, but it is too difficult to temper the heart of Tao. Although the realm and strength of many cultivators have been improved, their hearts of Tao do not quite match their realm and are always in a very low condition. Emperor Xia never imagined that he had only played a game of chess with a powerful senior, and even only made a dozen moves, but his Tao heart had reached the state of sticking to his original heart. Sticking to one's original heart, this is the state of Tao heart that many cultivators dream of. It is a qualitative improvement, which is completely different from the previous Tao heart. Relying on the Tao heart of sticking to one's original heart, he can completely cultivate all the way to the realm of destiny. And he is destined to be stronger than other cultivators because of his Taoist heart of sticking to his original heart. Can I play another game? Emperor Xia asked cautiously. Father must have benefited greatly from playing chess with the powerful senior. Xia Yan laughed in her heart. As soon as she heard it, she knew that her father had benefited, otherwise her father would not have thought of playing another round. Okay. Li Jiudao didn't refuse either. Anyway, he had nothing to do. Although Emperor Xia's chess skills were very poor, he could still help to relieve his boredom. After his Tao heart reached the state of sticking to his original heart, Emperor Xia played chess much better than before, and the number of moves he made also increased. However, the pressure brought to him by the chess game still exists, and his Tao heart is still in a state of being tempered. After a few rounds, even he himself couldn't believe that his Tao heart realm had actually reached the state of unity of heaven and earth. The heart of Tao is one with the heaven and earth, and it is hard to imagine how high this state is. There are definitely not many people in Yenzhou who can possess such a heart of Tao. He felt a little proud. He never thought that he could reach the realm of unity of heaven and earth. With such a heart of Tao as a foundation, it would be difficult for him to become stronger in the future. Others all have high realms but low Tao aspirations, but he is the opposite, with high Tao aspirations and low realms. This is undoubtedly a good thing, as he is bound to be more successful on the path of cultivation than other cultivators. I've already placed so many orders without realizing it. Li Jiudao stretched lazily, indicating that it was time for them to get up and move around. It's so boring, it's better for him to play against himself. He was originally planning to play by himself, but then Xia Yan and Xia Huang happened to come, so he thought of playing a couple of games with Xia Yan and the others to relieve his boredom. Who knew that Emperor Xia's chess skills were so poor? He had already let the opponent win enough, but Emperor Xia still couldn't do it. It was really better for him to play against himself. After his chess skills reached the level of transcendence, he was able to do two things at the same time, separate them, and play against himself. Emperor Xia was reluctant to leave. The benefits he gained from playing chess with the great senior were so great that he wanted to continue playing with him. But since the great senior said so, how could he still say to play two more games? He stood up and said goodbye to Li Jiudao. There were still a lot of things waiting for him to deal with in Xia Kingdom, so it was not convenient for him to stay here for too long. I'll come back to see you later, senior. Xia Yan also said goodbye to Li Jiudao and left with her father. Oh my God, there is such an unimaginable and powerful senior in the world. After leaving Qingshan City, Emperor Xia was filled with emotion. He had broadened his horizons this time. Li Jiudao was unfathomable and beyond his imagination. Xia Yan chuckled and said, "Father, you are not worried about Ning Jie now, right? Something is still wrong." Emperor Xia frowned and said, "You said Ning Jie was scared and fled. Under normal circumstances, he shouldn't have any plans to attack you again. Are you sure Ning Jie was scared away by the powerful senior? Yes. No, Senior Daning didn't do anything at that time. It was the pet cat that Senior Daning raised that scared Ning Jie away. Xia Yan had always thought that Ning Jie was scared away by a powerful senior, but now that she thought about it carefully, things didn't seem to be as she thought. The great senior didn't behave in any unusual way at the time, and looked just like an ordinary person. Ning Jie thought that the great senior was just an ordinary person at that time, so he not only bumped into the great senior repeatedly, but even wanted to fight with him. She remembered. At that time, the pet cat raised by the great senior revealed the power of a ferocious beast, and Ning Jie was frightened away. That's right. Emperor Xia nodded and said, Ning Jie should have guessed that Senior Daning was not an ordinary person and was very powerful through the pet cat he raised. However, he did not know that Senior Daning was so terrifying and terrible. He felt that no matter how powerful Senior Daning was, he could not compare to the Seven-Star Sect. If Ning Jie knew that the powerful senior was so terrifying and terrible, even if Ning Jie had 100 times the courage, he would never dare to set his sights on Xia Yan again. But the fact is not so. Ning Jie is still planning to marry Xia Yan and has no worries. Emperor Ning has even gone to the Xia kingdom to propose marriage. I remember Ning Jie said that he and his father seemed to have split up. Maybe he didn't have time to inform his father. Xia Yan said. The powerful senior is so terrifying and formidable, Ning Jie wouldn't be so stupid as to think he can compete with him, right? The troops are divided into two groups. Emperor Xia thought that Ning Jie had found Xia Yan first, but was unable to deal with Xia Yan later, so he asked Emperor Ning to propose marriage and force him to compromise. If the troops were divided into two groups, Ning Jie would indeed have no time to inform Emperor Ning. Father, from what you said, Ning Jie probably didn't expect that the great senior would be so terrifying and terrible. He still had some concerns. According to Xia Yan, the great senior did not take action at that time, and Ning Jie did not know much about the great senior. It is possible that Ning Jie did not expect the great senior to be so terrifying and terrible. If Ning Jie hadn't expected this, Ning Jie probably wouldn't have let Xia Yan go and would have even planned to target Xia Yan. To the powerful seniors, Ning Jie was nothing, but to them, Ning Jie was definitely not someone they could deal with right now. Xia Yan also realized this. Originally, she thought Ning Jie was scared away by the powerful senior, so she was not worried about Ning Jie's problem at all. However, Ning Jie was not scared away by the powerful senior. She now needs to worry about Ning Jie's problem. How about I ask the great senior for help? Xia Yan couldn't help but say. Yener, do you really think that you can do whatever you want just because you have a little relationship with the powerful senior? Emperor Xia shook his head and said, Senior Avalokiteshvara has such a high state of mind. You must not have such thoughts and ideas. Perhaps Senior Avalokiteshvara will help you, but from now on, your relationship with Senior Avalokiteshvara may change. After all, he is the king of a country, and his thoughts and ideas are relatively comprehensive. The great master traveled the mortal world as a mortal, and obviously did not want to interfere in the affairs of the cultivation world. If Xia Yan rashly asked the great master for help, although it was not certain that the great master would be angry, it would definitely violate the great master's taboo. Then what should I do? Xia Yan's face changed. Since they couldn't ask the powerful senior for help, how should they deal with Ning Jie? Ning Jie alone is nothing, but Ning Jie has the Seven-Star Sect behind him. That is a first-rate force in the central region, with many strong men in the sect. Any strongman who comes to the east can easily sweep away all the forces in the east. Don't panic, we don't know what will happen next. Emperor Xia was relatively calm and said, let's wait and see what Ning Jie's attitude is. He went on to say, by the way, you should also think carefully about the days you spent with Senior Daning. Father always feels that you have been with Senior Daning for such a long time, you should have the means to solve Ning Jie's problem. He only played a few games of chess with the powerful senior, but he gained unimaginable benefits, and his Taoism was elevated to the super high realm of harmony between man and nature. Xia Yan has been with the powerful senior for such a long time. In addition to the realm, he always feels that Xia Yan should have gained other benefits. Destroying the Seven-Star Sect may not be a big problem. After all, the realm of the Great Senior is too high, and the seven-star sect is really nothing. It's just that Xia Yan is too young and he didn't expect it. The Great Senior gave me a jade pendant and a precious bow. Xia Yan thought about it carefully, and then she got these two things from the powerful senior. I have no idea how to activate the jade pendant. I can't pull the treasure bow with my spiritual power. She took out the jade pendant and the precious bow and showed them to her father. Emperor Xia was deeply impressed by what he saw. Both the jade pendant and the precious bow were extremely amazing. They were not ordinary objects and their grades were so high that it was unimaginable. Tell your father in detail how the Great Senior bestowed these two treasures upon you. Emperor Xia said. Good. Xia Yan did not hide anything and told everything in detail, including the fact that the jade pendant had once shown its power and instantly killed the fierce Tiger King who was about to destroy the Taiwa sect. I don't know how to activate the jade pendant, silly daughter, you don't need to activate the jade pendant at all. This is probably a protective treasure bestowed upon you by a Great Senior. Ah. Xia Yan suddenly understood and felt that what her father said made sense. Why did the jade pendant suddenly become powerful? It was probably because it sensed that she was in danger, so it became powerful and killed the Tiger King in seconds. At that time, Patriarch Wen Wuyo believed that the Great Senior bestowed the jade pendant in order to resolve the crisis for Taiwa sect, and she thought so too. However, as she interacted with the powerful senior for a long time, she felt more and more that the powerful senior didn't want to care much about the affairs of the cultivation world. Perhaps Patriarch Wen Wuyo was overthinking it when he gave her the jade pendant to resolve the crisis for Taiwa sect. This could really be the protective treasure bestowed upon her by a powerful senior. You can't pull the precious bow with spiritual power. My silly daughter, try again now. Emperor Xia was speechless. His daughter is really too naive. If the bow cannot be activated by spiritual power, why would the Great Senior give her the precious bow? Do you want Xia Yan to use such a precious bow to hunt as an ordinary person? How is this possible? Since the spiritual power couldn't pull the bow, it must be that the powerful senior was testing Xia Yan. Later, the Great Senior recognized Xia Yan, so he bestowed the precious bow on Xia Yan and asked Xia Yan to name it, so that the bow could be recognized as its master. He felt that Xia Yan could definitely use her spiritual power to pull the bow now. But Xia Yan was too naive. After the precious bow recognized its master, she never used her spiritual power to try to draw the bow. I'll try. Xia Yan took a deep breath, circulated the spiritual power in her body, bent down, and pulled the bow. The bowstring stretched out little by little, and she easily pulled it to its full length. At the same time, an arrow of light appeared on the bowstring. She originally just wanted to try whether she could pull the bowstring, and did not put the arrow feathers up. Whoosh! She released the bowstring, and the arrow of light shot out like a ray of aurora, instantly flying 1,000 miles away and hitting a mountain 1,000 miles away. With a loud bang, the mountain exploded on the spot and was razed to the ground. Even terrifying deep gullies appeared on the ground. Too strong. Xia Yan used her spiritual sense to sense the scene thousands of miles away. She was shocked on the spot. The power of the light arrow was too terrifying and terrible. Xia Yan swallowed her saliva wildly. The power of the Chowi Bao really frightened her. Fortunately, her father reminded her, otherwise she would still foolishly draw the bow the way ordinary people do. As soon as an arrow was shot, mountains thousands of miles away collapsed instantly and were razed to the ground. Emperor Xia even felt that the void over there was collapsing and the laws of order were disrupted. The power of this arrow was simply unimaginable. Even though Xia Yan's realm is higher than his, after his Tao heart reached the state of unity of heaven and earth, his spiritual perception became extremely sharp, even stronger than Xia Yan's. The void is collapsing, and the laws of order are disrupted. Haha, Yener, with this Chowi Bao, even the 7 Stars sect can't do anything to you. Emperor Xia laughed loudly. Not everyone can interfere with the laws of order between heaven and earth. Those who can interfere with the laws of order between heaven and earth must at least be strong people who surpass each realm. The people who are at the highest level in the 7 Star sect are only at the first level, and there are no strong people who surpass the first level. Now he was completely relieved and no longer had any worries. Worried. The one who should be worried is Ning Jie. What if Ning Jie doesn't know what's good for him? Real. Xia Yan was half believing and half doubting. Why didn't she sense the collapse of the void and the disruption of the laws of order? Haha, if you have nothing to do, just play a few games of chess with the great senior and you will understand. Emperor Xia laughed. Okay, let's go back to Xia country. We don't have to worry about Ning Jie causing any trouble this time. He and Xia Yan returned to Taihua sect, and then borrowed Taihua sect's teleportation array to return to Xia kingdom. It's convenient to have a teleportation array. Emperor Xia sighed. He traveled for several days, not daring to stop for even a moment, before he finally arrived at Taihua sect. But he used the Taihua sect's teleportation array to return, and he was back to Xia kingdom in just a moment. The gap between the two was really too big. Yes, father. Xia Yan smiled. Yes, there will be. Emperor Xia also laughed. When they returned to the palace, the ministers of the Xia kingdom immediately reported to the Emperor Xia what had happened during this period. Emperor Ning has been urging Xia Yan to return to Emperor Xia as soon as possible. It seems that Ning Jie really didn't expect the Great Master to be so terrifying. He just thought that the Great Master was just an ordinary strongman. Such a long time has passed. If Ning Jie really knew that the powerful senior was so terrifying, he would have found Emperor Ning long ago and asked him to return to Ningguo. However, Emperor Ning has been staying in Xia Kingdom and has been urging them constantly. There is no doubt that Ning Jie does not know how terrifying and terrible the powerful senior is. I'm sorry, but I can't agree to this marriage. When Emperor Xia went to see Emperor Ning, he said these words to him as soon as he came up. Emperor Ning narrowed his eyes. Why did Emperor Xia call him, I, in front of him again? Is Emperor Xia going to go back on his word? Emperor Ning sneered and said, to be honest, my prince Ning Jie is rushing to Xia Kingdom with the 7-star sect's strong men. A few days ago, Ning Jie came to Xia Kingdom, found him, and told him to keep putting pressure on Emperor Xia, and he would also bring the strong men of the 7-star sect to help. Even if your prince brings the strong men from the Holy Land here, I cannot agree to this marriage. Emperor Xia looked calm and said, my princess will not do anything under duress. What a big tone. You're a strongman from the Holy Land. Who do you think you are? Emperor Ning laughed loudly, his brows full of disdain, and said, don't you think that the strongman behind your daughter can compete with the 7-star sect? Ning Jie told him that Xia Yan was suspected to have a relationship with a powerful person. But Ning Jie also told him not to worry, no matter how powerful that strongman was, he could not be stronger than the 7-star sect. That's what I still think. Emperor Xia's face was calm, and he said, I am waiting for your prince to come with the 7-star sect's strong men. Madness. Emperor Ning snorted coldly and said, your arrogance will destroy your Xia kingdom. How could there be someone strong enough in the east to rival the 7-star sect? He didn't believe that there was such a strong person in the east. Whatever you think. Emperor Xia left calmly and no longer paid any attention to Emperor Ning. After witnessing the power of the arrow shot by Xia Yan, he felt extremely calm. Even if the person came from the Holy Land, he was not afraid. You will pay for your stupidity. Emperor Ning said angrily as he looked at Emperor Xia's departing figure. After a few days, an extremely terrifying aura enveloped the entire Xia kingdom, and all the people in Xia kingdom were extremely terrified. Here I come. Emperor Xia whispered. He knew Ning Jie had come with the 7-star sect's strong men. Haha, is Xia Yan back? Ning Jie laughed loudly and descended directly into the palace from the clouds. There was also a middle-aged man with him. Dongzhu. Emperor Xia came out and saw Ning Jie and the middle-aged man. He recognized the middle-aged man, whose name was Dongzhu. He was very powerful and well-known in the central region. He was one of the famous strong men in the central region. Jia. Emperor Ning also came and said, Xia Yan is in the palace, but Emperor Xia went back on his word and regretted the marriage. He even said that even if the strong men from the Holy Land came, it would not work. Oh. Even if the strong men from the Holy Land come here, it won't work. Ning Jie smiled, looked at Emperor Xia, and said with disdain, who gave you such courage? That mortal boy from the east. Mortal boy. Two beams of shock shot out of Emperor Xia's eyes, and he shouted, "How dare you, a small and insignificant character like you, humiliate a powerful senior like this? How dare you call me, the seven-star sect's chief disciple, an insignificant little character?" The middle-aged strongman beside Ning Jie snorted coldly, and boundless and terrifying pressure instantly pressed towards Emperor Xia. This was an extremely powerful man, and his pressure was so terrifying that the officials of the Xia state standing around Emperor Xia were affected and frightened on the spot. Their bodies were shaking like sieves and their souls were throbbing. However, the main target of the pressure, Emperor Xia, had an extremely calm expression, and was not affected at all. When the middle-aged strongman saw this scene, his eyes narrowed immediately. A mere fate-will realm person could actually withstand his pressure. This was something he had not expected. Interesting. He smiled coldly, and an even more terrifying and frightening aura emanated from his body. The ministers around Emperor Xia suddenly became even more unbearable. One by one, they were pressed to the ground, unable to stand up. However, the main target of the pressure, Emperor Xia, remained calm and was not affected at all. Put away your pressure. Let alone you, even if the ancestor of your seven-star sect comes in person, I will not be affected. Emperor Xia said calmly. The Tao heart that unites heaven and earth is too terrifying. Even the ancestor of the seven-star sect does not have such a high Tao heart. At the same time, the ancestor of the seven-star sect cannot shake his Tao heart. In the entire Yanzhou, only a few extremely powerful people can shake such a heart of Tao. Although the seven-star sect's ancestor was strong, he was not considered an extremely powerful person and was not in that category. How could you have such a strong heart of Tao? The middle-aged strongman Dong Zhu took a breath and couldn't believe it. He released his pressure in its entirety, and even a sky realm expert of the same level as him could not possibly be unaffected in the slightest. Emperor Xia was not affected at all, which was undoubtedly beyond his expectations and made him unable to believe and accept it. How can a person at the Fate-Will realm possess such a terrifying Tao heart? In terms of Taoism alone, Emperor Xia was far ahead of him. He could not compare with Emperor Xia at all. How to practice? He just couldn't understand how a cultivator at the Fate-Will realm could cultivate such a terrifying Tao heart. So amazing. Ning Jie's face changed slightly, and he didn't expect that. There was a flash of great surprise in his eyes. Heaven and earth become one. The voice of the spiritual saint sounded in Ning Jie's mind, also with surprise. He was a saint after all, and although he was seriously injured, his sense of holiness was still sharp. He sensed Emperor Xia's state of mind, which immediately surprised him. His Tao heart state of unity of heaven and earth was not low. I wonder how long it took him to cultivate his Tao heart before he reached the state of unity of heaven and earth. As for someone of Emperor Xia's age and realm, his Tao heart realm is so many times lower than Emperor Xia's. There is simply no comparison. Ning Jie, you must capture him no matter what. Learn how he tempers his Tao heart. This is extremely important to you. He spoke to Ning Jie in a serious tone. The heart of Tao is the foundation of a cultivator. Only when the heart of Tao is strong can all aspects be stronger. If one's heart is not strong, no matter how strong other aspects are, they are all in vain. He guided Ning Jie in his cultivation, and attached great importance to the tempering of Ning Jie's Tao heart. However, even with his experience as a saint, Ning Jie's Tao heart realm was still far inferior to that of Emperor Xia. The gap was too huge. Clear. Ning Jie's eyes lit up. Without Ling Xing saying much, he knew how important it was to cultivate the heart of Tao. Dong Zhu's eyes also sparkled with brilliance. He also had his eyes on Emperor Xia. If he could obtain the method to temper his Tao heart and allow his Tao heart to reach the state of unity of heaven and earth, his realm and strength would surely advance by leaps and bounds. What are you thinking about? Emperor Xia smiled, seeing through Dong Zhu and Ning Jie's thoughts at a glance, and said, I am just the emperor of a small country, Xia, and my realm is only the Fate-Will realm. How do you think I can temper my Tao heart? You don't even need to think about it, you should all know that I have received guidance from a great senior. You mean the Eastern mortal? Ning Jie instantly thought of Li Jiudao. Because apart from Li Jiudao, he really couldn't think of anyone else. Ning Jie, how dare you be so disrespectful to a powerful senior? Emperor Xia shouted coldly, you don't know what kind of powerful senior you were facing. In front of that powerful senior, the 7-star sect you belong to is just a weed on the side of the road, not worth mentioning at all. Are you trying to scare me? Ning Jie's eyes shot out 2 beams of terrifying light, and he looked directly at Emperor Xia and said, I, Ning Jie, was not brought up to be scared. 7 stars can't teach a weed on the side of the road. You're really brave to say that. Dongzhu is full of murderous aura, and even a powerful holy land wouldn't dare to look down on the 7-star sect. Let a young cultivator in the Fate Will realm possess the Tao heart of unity of heaven and earth. Ning Jie, you have to be careful. That mortal may not be as simple as you think. Lingxing reminded Ning Jie not to be too impulsive. Even he himself did not know if he could make a cultivator in the Fate Will realm possess the Tao heart of unity of heaven and earth. You mean he is at least a saint? Ning Jie asked. That's not the case. Lingxing said, there are almost no saints in the world today. There is a reason for this. In ancient times, the world was in chaos, many powerful people fell, and many powerful races were exterminated. That could be considered a dark period, when the spiritual civilization suffered unprecedented severe destruction, and the heaven and earth were also severely damaged. As a result, there were not so many powerful people appearing in this era, and the saints became legends. Although some strong people and powerful races have survived from ancient times. But they were well aware of the horror of the turmoil and knew that it had not completely ended. Therefore, even if they survive, they dare not show up in the world and will not be known by the creatures of this era. He can't be a saint. Lingxing was very sure and said, because no matter whether it is the newly promoted saints of this world or the saints who survived from ancient times, they dare not show their heads randomly and are full of fear of certain things. As a saint, he understood a lot, and he also knew the serious and terrible consequences that would be caused by showing one's head carelessly. Showing your head randomly is tantamount to seeking death. What kind of turmoil was that? What were those things? Ning Jie couldn't help but ask. What Lingxing said was too scary. Even the saints were very afraid of him and dared not show up. This undoubtedly frightened him greatly and he wanted to know more details. Don't ask. Lingxing's tone was particularly solemn, and he said, these are not things you can get involved in at the moment. It will not do you any good to know more. Good. Ning Jie didn't dare to ask any further. What do we do now? He asked Lingxing how to deal with Emperor Xia, whether to retreat or continue to oppress and confront him. That mortal from the east should be a great cultivator. His strength is not weak, but he definitely hasn't touched the realm of a saint yet. Lingxing thought for a moment and said, he was able to allow Emperor Xia to reach the Tao heart realm of unity of heaven and earth in the Fate Will realm. I think he must have inherited the legacy of the ancient powerful. Relying on the inheritance of the ancient powerful, Emperor Xia's Tao heart was elevated to unity of heaven and earth. He sneered and said, the environment in this world is too bad, it is difficult for a truly strong person to be born. He thinks he can walk sideways in this world and no one can suppress him. Little does he know that he is ignorant and arrogant. There are many people in this world that he can't imagine, such as me. You mean to fight him to the end? If you hadn't had a conflict with him, you could have maintained a good relationship with him and gained benefits from him, but you have already had a conflict with him, there is no turning back. Lingxing gave his suggestion and said, he must have an unimaginable opportunity. This is an opportunity that you and I cannot miss. You are now the eldest disciple of the 7 Stars sect. You can use the 7 Stars sect to test his strength. He wanted to test out their strength first, and then find a way to deal with them. In short, they wanted to get that unimaginable opportunity. Don't worry. I can't threaten your life or mine just because I'm not a saint. I have the means to ensure our safety. Lingxing continued. This is the confidence that gives him the status of a saint. Even if he is seriously injured, he is not afraid of the combat power below that of a saint and has the means to protect himself. Understood. With Lingxing's guarantee, Ning Jie no longer had anything to worry about, and this was exactly what he wanted. He didn't want to retreat so cowardly. At the same time, he didn't want to give up Xia Yan just like that. The 7 Stars sect is so powerful. Even in the middle of a place where there are so many strong people and holy places, they are not afraid of anyone. Emperor Xia, you want to scare us away with just a few words, you are thinking too much. Ning Jie spoke in a tough manner and shouted coldly. Good. Dong Zhu shouted loudly, his aura as terrifying as the sea, and said, no matter who is behind you, the Seven-Star Sect cannot be insulted. The Seven-Star Sect has a long history, how could he be scared away like that? If that were the case, how would their Seven-Star Sect have any face left? If others knew about this, how would they view the Seven-Star Sect? Could anyone just act recklessly in front of the Seven-Star Sect? Haha, you brought the right person. Ning Jie smiled happily when he saw Dong Zhu's performance. Dong Zhu cares most about face. No matter whether it is his own face or the face of the Seven-Star Sect, Dong Zhu will never allow anyone to humiliate him easily. Once, a disciple from the Holy Land insulted a disciple of the Seven-Star Sect. Dong Zhu happened to be present at the time. Without saying a word, he beat the disciple from the Holy Land violently on the spot and asked him to apologize. The leader of the Seven-Star Sect was shocked when he heard this. That's a holy place. However, Dong Zhu is such a person. Dong Zhu values face more than anything else. Afterwards, Dong Zhu personally visited the Holy Land and said that the matter had nothing to do with the Seven-Star Sect, and that he would accept whatever the Holy Land wanted to do with him. This incident caused a big uproar at the time. Many people knew that it was because the disciple of the Holy Land had gone too far and insulted the Seven-Star Sect too severely. The Holy Land took its image into consideration and did not want to leave a bad reputation, so it did not pursue Dong Zhu. If we bring other elders here, I'm afraid it won't be so satisfactory. Ning Jie said in his heart. If it were any other elder, they would definitely have concerns about Emperor Xia and would not dare to do anything too drastic, or they would just retreat. And his idea of using the Seven-Star Sect to test their strength was doomed to fail. No matter what else you do, you cannot insult the Seven-Star Sect. Dong Zhu walked forward, his eyes flashing with terrifying beams of light, and said, you need to pay the price for this. Very good, very good. Ning Jie smiled even more happily in his heart. He didn't need to push anything, Dong Zhu just went along with his wishes. Let's see what that person is capable of. Lingsheng said in Ning Jie's mind. Boom. At this moment, the void exploded, and an arrow of light swayed with an infinite beam of terrifying light and came over, instantly landing in front of Dong Zhu and nailing him to the ground. Dong Zhu's scalp suddenly felt numb and layers of cold sweat broke out on his back. He felt boundless and terrifying power from the light arrow. If this arrow hit him, he would definitely not survive and would be dead for sure. The light arrow burst into a blazing light, but its power was restrained and not a single bit leaked out. This means that there is no leakage of power. If this power were to leak out, there is no doubt that the entire palace would be razed to the ground in an instant. The Seven-Star Sect cannot be insulted, but the Great Senior can be insulted. Xia Yan walked over, holding a ceremonial bow in her hand, like a goddess of ice and snow, emitting coldness from her whole body, and stared at Dong Zhu. She was heroic and imposing, and even though her realm was much lower than Dong Zhu's, she was not afraid at all. This bow. Ling Sheng's heart was greatly shocked. The aura flowing from the bow in Xia Yan's hand made his soul throb. He didn't recognize this bow, but he was sure that this bow definitely surpassed the holy weapon. It was either a great holy weapon or a supreme weapon. The great sage is the top existence among the saints. Even when his realm and strength were at the peak, he was still far from being the opponent of the great sage. As for the supreme, that is even more terrifying, and is a realm above that of a saint. The Supreme Being can wipe out thousands of saints with just a wave of his hand. The holy soul is damaged, so I dare not investigate it thoroughly. Otherwise, I would know the grade of this bow. Lingsheng said to himself. Did you shoot this arrow? Dong Zhu looked at Xia Yan with an expression of disbelief on his face. Let alone him, I'm afraid even the ancestor of their Seven-Star Sect wouldn't be able to withstand this arrow. How could a girl who was only 15 or 16 years old shoot such a terrifying arrow? He couldn't believe it. Good. Xia Yan said proudly, this is the archery technique that the Great Senior taught me, and this bow is also the precious bow that the Great Senior gave me. Dong Zhu looked at the bow in Xia Yan's hand and immediately took a breath. Although he didn't know the grade of this bow, the aura emanating from this bow made him tremble all over. This is definitely a large bow of unimaginably high grade. He was sweating profusely. What kind of person was that who could give such a bow to Xia Yan? Emperor Xia was probably right. In front of that person, their 7-star sect is really nothing. Understood. The voice of the spiritual saint sounded in Ning Jie's mind, saying, that person either inherited the great saint's legacy or the Supreme's legacy. The great terror I felt in Qingshan might be related to that person. That person must have a more terrifying and frightening treasure. Great sage or supreme inheritance. Ning Jie's heart was greatly shocked. No matter whether it was the great sage or the supreme, they were all existences far beyond the spiritual saint. Should we continue? He was hesitant in his heart. Was that person really someone they could fight against? Why are you still going on like this? Didn't you see the arrow that little girl shot? Even if the 7-star sect's ancestor came here, it wouldn't work. Lingsheng was a little depressed. He originally wanted to use the 7-star sect to test that person's strength, but he was defeated before he even started. Let alone testing that person's strength, the 7-star sect couldn't even deal with Xia Yan in front of them. Then let's go. Ning Jie felt uneasy and was afraid that something might happen if he stayed here. He quietly retreated back, trying to escape from here. However, an arrow of light instantly shot in front of him, just an inch away from hitting him. He was so frightened that he almost collapsed to the ground. Even Lingsheng was frightened. When the arrow of light was shot at him, he didn't feel anything at all. Even if his holy soul was damaged, it shouldn't be the case. Xia Yan's archery skills had obviously reached an extremely astonishing level. A great sage or supreme being who is proficient in archery. He confirmed it immediately. That person must have inherited the art of archery from a great sage or supreme being, otherwise, Xia Yan would not have had such amazing archery skills. Don't leave in a hurry. Xia Yan's face was calm, and she said, I don't want to kill anyone, you better obey me, otherwise, I will have to kill you even if I don't want to. What do you want to do? Ning Jie asked with a tingling scalp. He was really scared, because even Lingsheng couldn't guarantee their safety. That bow was so terrifying that it could easily shoot him and Lingsheng to death here. As for your words, slap yourself 100 times first. This is your punishment for being disrespectful to the great senior. Xia Yan looked at Ning Jie and said. Ning Jie had been disrespectful to the great senior many times, but she had not forgotten and had always kept it in mind. You. Ning Jie gritted his teeth and felt extremely humiliated. Ever since he was possessed by the Holy Spirit, everything has gone smoothly for him wherever he goes. Xia Yan asked him to slap himself, which was undoubtedly a huge humiliation for him. Hold on, I didn't expect that the inheritance that guy got was so extraordinary, and he even got so many treasures. Lingsheng said in Ning Jie's mind. He and Ning Jie would suffer together. If Ning Jie died, he would not be able to survive. Originally he thought that person only inherited the martial arts skills, but from now on, he was wrong. That person not only inherited the martial arts skills, but also obtained many treasures. With those treasures around, even he lost his confidence. Even if that person is not a saint, he can still threaten him. In ancient times, the world was in turmoil, many powerful people fell, and countless treasures were scattered around the world. That guy got a great bargain. Lingsheng said with great frustration. If he wasn't such a person, how could he be threatened by someone who was not a saint? This is impossible. After this incident is over, remember this, kid, don't do anything else. Go to the 9 nether forbidden land and pick the 9 nether grass for me so that I can rebuild my holy soul. He said with deep resentment. His holy soul was damaged too badly, and he had no control over many things. He was fed up with this kind of life, and he had to work hard to recover his holy soul. The Jiuyo grass in the Jiuyo forbidden land contains extremely amazing soul power. If he can refine it, his holy soul will not be fully restored, but at least 70% to 80% will be restored. At that time, he will have more means at his disposal and will no longer have to live a life without control. Why, do you feel wronged? Xia Yan pulled the imperial bow in her hand, and an arrow of light quickly condensed out, pointing directly at Ning Jie, and said, it's already a bargain for you to let you slap yourself 100 times. If I didn't want to kill people, even if you died 10,000 times, it would be difficult to redeem your crime of insulting the great senior. In fact, she really wanted to shoot Ning Jie to death here with one arrow. However, she and her father had thought it over carefully and decided that Ning Jie must not be killed. At least you can't kill him now. If Ning Jie is killed, things will undoubtedly get out of hand, and the Seven Stars sect will never let it go. By that time, they will face a lot of trouble. The biggest trouble is that they might implicate the powerful senior and expose his identity. The great senior travels through the mortal world as a mortal and obviously does not want to interfere in the affairs of the cultivation world. If the identity of the great senior is exposed because of them, how great will their sin be? If we don't kill Ning Jie now, everything can still be under control. If Ning Jie is killed, everything will become out of control. I fan. Ning Jie was frightened out of his wits by the arrow pointing at him. He quickly fanned himself, not daring to delay even a bit. Bang bang bang. The crisp sounds of slaps continued to ring out. Ning Jie did not dare to take shortcuts. He slapped with extra force every time, and his entire face soon became red and swollen. He counted as he slapped, and after a while, he had slapped 100 times. Okay. Xia Yan nodded and moved the ceremonial bow in her hand towards Dongzhu. I will never blow myself. If you let me blow myself, you might as well just shoot me to death with an arrow. Dongzhu has a tough attitude and refuses to compromise. He attached great importance to his reputation and would rather die than suffer humiliation like this. You didn't say anything too extreme, but you were disrespectful to the great senior. You don't have to slap yourself, but you need to apologize to the great senior. Xia Yan said. An apology is a much lighter punishment than slapping yourself. At the same time, Dongzhu now also knows how terrifying and terrible that person is. He knew very well that he was wrong. That person was truly incorruptible. The Holy Land was nothing in front of that person. Please forgive my ignorance and my disrespect to the great senior. He bowed his head and apologized, not feeling humiliated. That person is unfathomable. It is not shameful to apologize to him. Especially since he really did something wrong before. Good. Xia Yan put away the ceremonial bow and said, the great senior likes peace and quiet and doesn't like to be disturbed. You must swear an oath to the heavens that you will never reveal any information about the great senior, and then you can leave. This is the key reason for not killing Ning Jie and Dongzhu and sparing their lives. The identity of the powerful senior must never be revealed. They couldn't guarantee this by killing Ning Jie and Dongzhu. By keeping Ning Jie and Dongzhu alive, they can guarantee this. Heaven's Oath. This is the most powerful oath. Once it is made, it will be recorded by the heavenly Tao. If one dares to disobey, or even has the intention to disobey, the power of heaven will descend instantly and wipe out completely. Do you still want to swear a heavenly oath? Dongzhu and Ning Jie's faces changed. They knew very well that after making the oath to heaven, they would be bound by heaven. And such constraints will accompany them throughout their lives until they die. However, they had no choice. If they did not swear an oath to the heavenly Tao, they would die. Xia Yan had made it clear enough. In addition, they only had to promise not to leak any information related to that person, and they were not subject to too many restrictions. Dongzhu and Ning Jie both swore an oath to the heaven. Boom. The sky shook violently with a loud noise, and two bright and dazzling beams of light fell from the sky, landing directly on Dongzhu and Ning Jie. At the same time, a series of supreme and majestic runes of laws carrying the will of heaven appeared and were imprinted on Dongzhu and Ning Jie. This means that the heavenly oath has been created. Damn it, even I'm restrained. The voice of Lingxing cursing rang in Ning Jie's mind. He was implicated because his holy soul was in Ning Jie's body. Even if he did not swear the oath to heaven, he was still restricted. This is the tyranny of heaven. No matter how many souls there are in the body, the heavenly Tao will treat them all equally without exception and will restrict them all. Monks are not ordinary people, there are some who have multiple souls in one body. Therefore, the oath of heaven is the most powerful oath, and even multiple souls in one body cannot do it. Can. After seeing the heavenly oath take shape, Xia Yan and Emperor Xia both smiled. Ning Jie already knew that Xia Yan had a relationship with the powerful senior. Even if they didn't mention the powerful senior, Ning Jie would think of him, which would naturally bring trouble to him. And having Ning Jie swear an oath to the heaven is undoubtedly a once-and-for-all solution. They no longer have to worry about the identity of the powerful senior being leaked from Ning Jie. You should also take the oath of heaven. Emperor Ning and others, even the ministers of the Xia kingdom, all the people in the venue, without exception, had to swear an oath to the heavenly Tao. Xia Yan and Xia Huang dared not let the identity of the powerful senior be revealed because of them. Even though they trusted the officials of Xia, they still asked them to swear an oath to the heavenly Tao for safety reasons. The sky above the imperial palace was extremely turbulent. Rays of heavenly light descended one after another. The laws of heaven continuously jumped and fell on all those who had sworn an oath to heaven. Emperor Xia and Xia Yan looked at each other and smiled. Everyone in the venue swore an oath to the heavens, and they could rest assured. At least the identity of the powerful senior will not be leaked from their side. Go to the 9 Nether Forbidden Land. Ning Jie growled softly in his heart. He wanted to go to the 9 Nether Forbidden Land on his own without the Spirit Saint urging him. It was too frustrating and humiliating. He swore that he would not let this go. He wanted revenge and he wanted to return all the humiliation he had suffered today. Dongzhu left, and Emperor Ning also left with the people of Ningguo. Father, I'm going back. Xia Yan said goodbye to Emperor Xia and set off to return to Taihua sect. There is no teleportation array in Xia country, so it would take her at least several days to return to Taihua sect. At the same time, in Qingshan City, a ray of auspicious light rose into the sky from a house, sacred and unparalleled. Success, success! A young girl, who originally had a dull look in her eyes, immediately revealed an extremely excited expression and said, I succeeded in navigating the path of reincarnation. She was extremely excited, looking at her own body with a hint of disbelief in her eyes. I actually succeeded. Is this God's will for me to become an emperor? The path of reincarnation is ancient and mysterious. It is said that if one passes through it, one can be reincarnated and live another life, but no one has ever succeeded, at least not in any records. She was the supreme being of ancient times, and she was able to conquer the creation of nature. Unfortunately, it was difficult to become an emperor. She had been trying to break through to the emperor realm and become an emperor all her life. When her time was up, she chose to explore the legendary road of reincarnation. The path of samsara has existed since time immemorial, and no one knows how it was formed, and no one knows whether the path of samsara can really lead to reincarnation. When the deadline comes, countless strong people will almost choose to fight on the road of reincarnation. After all, it is rumored that after passing through the reincarnation path, one can gain life, reincarnate, and live another life. However, no one has ever succeeded. Those strong people who have ventured into the path of reincarnation eventually lost all news and disappeared completely. Later, the road of reincarnation was gradually called the burial road of the strong. The girl didn't expect that she could succeed, but when she saw her own body and everything in front of her, she knew that she had really succeeded. She fought her way out of the reincarnation path, gained reincarnation, and had a life to live. Ener, are you ready? Don't waste time, we have to go on a blind date with Mr. Li. A voice came from outside. Blind date. The girl was stunned, and then memories flooded into her mind one after another. Li Jiodao. She remembered it all. Before she awakened her supreme memories of her previous life, she was just an ordinary mortal girl. Aunt Wang, who had a very good relationship with her mother, had made an agreement with her mother to let her go on a blind date with Li Jiodao. This Li Jiodao is a very good person, and he is very respected in Qingshan City. However, if I, the dignified Supreme Tianyin, were to meet a mortal, if people knew about it, I, the Supreme Tianyin, would be laughed to death. She was determined not to go and absolutely could not go, but she had no choice at all. She was dragged out by her mother. You stupid girl, you don't know what's good for you. Which girl in the city doesn't want to marry Mr. Li? And you still don't want to go. Do you know that your Aunt Wang persuaded Mr. Li for several days before he agreed to come for a blind date? Her mother scolded the girl harshly, and the girl felt helpless. Although she has awakened the supreme memory now, she is still just an ordinary mortal, without a trace of power, and she has not yet started practicing. Besides, even if she had the power, she wouldn't do anything to her mother. After all, her mother is the mother of this body. It was not easy to give birth to and educate her. She is not an ungrateful person, nor is she a person without conscience. If it weren't for this mother's birth, it would be useless even if she successfully reincarnated. Without someone to give birth to her, she would definitely not be alive today. You silly girl, behave yourself when you see Mr. Lee, don't mess around. This is a good marriage, you must not mess it up. I know, Mom. The girl called out sweetly. In ancient times, although she was the supreme ruler, her parents died early and she never enjoyed their love. The mother in front of her made her feel the love of family. She cherished her especially and swore in her heart that she would not let anything happen to this mother. Einar, your father died early, and we have always depended on each other. I really hope you can find a good family, so that even if I die, I can rest in peace. Her mother looked at the girl lovingly and spoke softly. Mom, what nonsense are you talking about? You won't die. You can live for thousands of years at least. Thousands of years? Einar, what nonsense are you talking about? I'm afraid those cultivators and immortals can't live for thousands of years. Her mother smiled. Mother, you can. Your Einar is the supreme being. Now that he has one more life, Einar will surely achieve the throne. As long as Einar doesn't die, you won't die. I want you to stay by Einar's side forever. The girl said heavily in her heart. She wanted to tell her mother the truth, but she couldn't. As the reincarnation of the Supreme Being, especially since she has no power now, if her identity were to be leaked, countless cultivators would target her and plot against her. At that time, neither she nor her mother would be safe. Yaxian Restaurant, on the second floor, in a private room. Mr. Lee, don't worry, Aunt Wang's introduction is reliable. Ling Yin is the most beautiful girl in our Qingshan city. A slightly plump middle-aged woman with ordinary looks kept talking to Li Jiodao in an animated manner. I can't trust others, but I can trust Aunt Wang. Aunt Wang, I understand. Please have some tea first. You must be thirsty after talking so much. Li Jiodao said with a helpless smile. Aunt Wang was the owner of the shop next door to his. Last time, she fainted due to overwork. After he treated her, she kept saying that she wanted to repay him. Just a few days ago, Aunt Wang found him and insisted on arranging a marriage for him. I'm only 18. How can I get married so early? Li Jiodao was very helpless at that time. People in this world get married early, and 18 is considered the normal age for marriage. But he is not from this world. He comes from Blue Star, and on Blue Star, the normal age for marriage is in your 20s. He felt that 18 was too young and wanted to wait and see. But Aunt Wang never gave up. He could not stand Aunt Wang's nagging for several days, so he finally agreed and went with Aunt Wang on the blind date. This is my first blind date. I've never been on a blind date on Blue Star. I don't know what the other person is like. Li Jiodao said with anticipation in his heart. Aunt Wang said that Ling Yin was so good, and he also wanted to see what Ling Yin was like. You have to behave well when you see Mr. Li, did you hear me? Ling Yin's mother gave Ling Yin another instruction, and they had already arrived at Yaxian Restaurant. I really want to go on a blind date. Ling Yin was very depressed. How can a supreme being go on a blind date with a mortal? Mom, don't blame me if it doesn't work out. Mr. Li is so capable. If he doesn't think highly of me, there's nothing I can do. She told her mother to prepare for failure in advance. How is this possible? She is the supreme ruler, and will achieve the supreme throne in the future. How could she be with a mortal? Mom, don't you know this? Her mother glared at Ling Yin and said, Mr. Li is the most powerful person in Qingshan City. I don't expect you to succeed, but I hope you don't embarrass me. Remember to behave in front of Mr. Li. What's the point if you don't expect to succeed? Also, what does it mean not to lose face? How could she, the supreme being, lose face in front of a mortal? That's because she doesn't want to. If she wanted to, capturing a mortal would be easy and simple. Mom, you underestimate your inner. Your inner is the most powerful person in Qingshan City. Li Jiudao has to stand aside. Ling Yin said in her heart. Yaxian Restaurant is a tea house with a particularly elegant decoration. Many scholars gather here, and from time to time you can hear the sound of poetry reciting and couplets, as well as various musical instruments. I haven't played the piano for a long time. Ling Yin was slightly stunned when she heard the sound of a piano. She was the supreme heavenly sound, practicing the way of music, and her favorite instrument was the piano. Her natal magic weapon is the zither, a supreme instrument that was extremely famous in ancient times and had made many powerful enemies fearful. Unfortunately, her life-saving magic weapon shattered on the path of reincarnation. She followed her mother to the second floor and entered the box, where she saw Li Jiudao. Li Jiudao had delicate features, and although the clothes he wore were simple, they were very clean. His facial features were like sculptures, with sharp edges and corners. He exuded heroic spirit between his eyebrows and had a refined temperament. He has a good-looking face. Ling Yin said in her heart. However, she is not an ordinary woman who would be attracted by a man's appearance. She is the ancient supreme being. She has seen all kinds of men, including saints, god-kings, and even emperors. Although Li Jiudao is handsome, he still can't charm her. Come on, sit down. Aunt Wang greeted them warmly. Li Jiudao also stood up and looked at Ling Yin. Ling Yin had an absolutely beautiful face. Even without makeup she looked radiant, like smooth sheep fat. Her white dress made her look like a white lotus in the snowy mountains, so beautiful that she was out of this world. She is tall, with a pair of exceptionally straight long legs, a slender waist, smooth and black hair like satin, and big, watery, clear and flawless eyes. So beautiful. A mortal is no less beautiful than a monk. Li Jiudao couldn't help but praise in his heart. Compared to Xia Yan, Ling Yin is by no means inferior. Aunt Wang was not exaggerating. Ling Yin is indeed very beautiful. Let them two talk, we'll go out for tea. Aunt Wang said to Ling Yin's mother with a smile, and left the box with Ling Yin's mother and closed the door. Li Jiudao was a little embarrassed. He had never been on a blind date and didn't know what to talk about with Ling Yin. Drink tea. Li Jiudao poured Ling Yin a cup of tea. Ling Yin nodded slightly, picked up the teacup, but did not drink it. She put it to her lips and blew twice. So boring. If she wasn't afraid of her mother being angry, she would want to leave right now. What could she talk about with a mortal? Li Jiudao is the most powerful person in Qingshan City, but no matter how powerful he is still not an ordinary person. She just hasn't started practicing yet. Once she starts practicing, she will surely soar and surpass one powerful person after another. Now that she has supreme memory, she can practice much faster than before. Meow. At this time, Luo Shui cried out and rubbed against Ling Yin's legs as if to please her. Ling Yin glanced down at Luo Shui. A little white cat, its fur is as pure white as snow without any other color, and its eyes are as bright as gems, very lovable. No ordinary cat. Ling Yin confirmed it immediately. Although she has no power and has not yet developed her spiritual perception, she is the supreme after all, so she still has some vision. This is a little white cat who has embarked on the path of spiritual practice. No wonder everyone says Li Jiudao is amazing. How could Li Jiudao not be amazing? He has a white cat that has embarked on the path of cultivation. He must be a cultivator without a doubt. Ling Yin originally had a good impression of Li Jiudao, but now she began to dislike Li Jiudao a little. Why would a cultivator, instead of practicing well, go to a mortal city and pretend to be something? I don't think he is a powerful cultivator. How could a powerful cultivator be like this? He must be a small cultivator with no Taoist skills. Perhaps he is a disciple who was expelled from the sect. He knows that his cultivation is not good enough and he can't achieve great success, so he just lives in a mortal city and enjoys the love and respect of mortals. Ling Yin thought to herself that Li Jiudao was just a man seeking fame and reputation and had no real ability. Li Jiudao saw Ling Yin was staring at the little white cat and thought that Aunt Wang was really amazing. When Aunt Wang saw the little white cat he raised, she kept praising the little white cat for being beautiful and insisted that he bring the little white cat with him to his blind date, saying that girls all like such beautiful pets. It seems that what Aunt Wang said was right, because Ling Yin's eyes were always on the little white cat. On the other side, Luo Shui couldn't stop laughing in his heart. She really found it funny that a powerful master with such an unimaginable level of spiritual attainment actually came for a blind date. If this were to be told to others, who would believe it? Great and powerful man, you didn't expect that being immortal is not that easy. She laughed secretly in her heart. This could only be Aunt Wang. If it were a cultivator, who would dare to flatter and coax a powerful master and try to get him to go on a blind date? Oh, you want to charm me with those little tricks of a monk? Sorry, I'm not some mortal girl. Since you are here, I will have some fun with you. Ling Yin laughed inwardly. Anyway, she couldn't just leave, so she decided to have some fun with the little cultivator Li Jiudao. She picked up the little white cat, put it in her arms, and stroked its smooth fur with both hands, saying, "What a cute little white cat. Is this yours, sir?" Li Jiudao nodded and said, "Xiaobai was originally a wild cat, and later wandered into my shop. I felt sorry for it, so I simply adopted it." "Sir, you are really kind-hearted," Ling Yin said admiringly. However, she sneered at Li Jiudao in her heart. A wild cat embarking on a spiritual journey? Who is he trying to fool? I heard that you are proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, and have extraordinary literary talent. I have admired you for a long time. I wonder if I can learn from you here," she said with a smile. "It's not that great. It's just an exaggeration." Li Jiudao smiled modestly. He still has some self-awareness, Ling Yin thought to herself. One person is exaggerating, two people are exaggerating, and the whole city says that you are unparalleled in literary talent. How can this still be an exaggeration? You are too modest, she said with a smile. I have loved piano music since I was a child, and I have always wanted to learn from you, but I was afraid to disturb you. Today I am fortunate to meet you, and I hope you will fulfill my wish. She looked at Li Jiudao with her big watery eyes, so charming and pitiful. Miss Ling Yin is so polite. Li Jiudao felt a little embarrassed by what Ling Yin said. Sir, do you agree? I don't deserve your advice, but I think it's okay for us to learn from each other and exchange ideas. Mr. Modesty, Ling Yin said with a smile. She has no strength now, and it is impossible for her to deal with Li Jiudao in other ways. But playing the piano is different. She entered the Tao through music and was particularly fond of the sound of the zither, in which she had achieved great accomplishments. Even the ancient emperors praised her piano playing, calling it the sound of immortals, heavenly music, and unparalleled in the world. Even though she is immortal now, she is confident that she can surpass Li Jiudao in piano music and make Li Jiudao lose face and be humiliated. What's wrong with mortals? You can't afford to offend or fool mortals, Ling Yin said in her heart. Then please come over, Miss Ling Yin, and discuss the music of the zither at my home. Li Jiudao extended the invitation with a smile. He didn't bring his piano with him, his piano was at home. Exploring the sound of the piano naturally requires the piano. So he invited Ling Yin to his house. Ling Yin loves to play the piano and he must have a piano at home, but how could a grown man like him have the nerve to go to a young girl's house? If this gets out, it will be bad for the girl's reputation. Asking her to your home right after meeting her. This guy is not only a fame seeker, but also an evil cultivator with a head full of bad intentions. Ling Yin thought to herself and had an even worse impression of Li Jiudao. When I came here, I heard someone playing the piano in Yaxian restaurant. Why don't we go over and borrow the piano? It would be inconvenient to go to Mr. S. house, she said softly, slightly apologetically. Ah, is there? When he came, Aunt Wang kept talking beside him, and he really didn't notice that someone was playing the piano in Yaxian restaurant. It is indeed a bit inconvenient. I was inconvenient just now. Please forgive me, Miss Ling Yin. Li Jiudao suddenly felt embarrassed. It is indeed inappropriate to invite a girl to your home right after meeting her. Li Jiudao, you are obsessed with beautiful girls. The Yaxian restaurant often gathers scholars to discuss music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. How could there be no music? Li Jiudao said secretly in his heart. This was mainly because it was his first blind date and he was a little nervous. If this was not a blind date, he would not have made such a mistake. You are so naive to be so petty in front of me. Ling Yin said lightly in her heart. As the ancient supreme being, what has she not experienced? A little cultivator like Li Jiudao dares to act petty in front of her. It would be strange if she didn't kill Li Jiudao. It's okay, sir, shall we go? She said nonchalantly. Good. Li Jiudao opened the door of the box and walked out with Ling Yin. Why did you come out so soon? Aunt Wang and Ling Yin's mother were drinking tea in the lobby on the second floor, and they were always paying attention to the box. As soon as Li Jiudao and Ling Yin came out, Aunt Wang ran over and asked. This is too fast. What can we talk about in such a short time? Aunt Wang felt that Li Jiudao might not be interested in Ling Yin. After all, Li Jiudao is so powerful and has many abilities. He is not an ordinary person. A gentleman is a gentleman. Ling Yin is so beautiful, but he doesn't like her. She couldn't help but say in her heart. Ling Yin's mother also ran over and glared at Ling Yin, as if to ask if the little girl was making a scene in front of the master and making him unhappy, otherwise why would the master come out so soon? Mom, how can he be worthy of your honor? Ling Yin felt a headache, understood her mother's look, and said in her heart. However, in order not to make her mother angry, she hurriedly said, the master wants to teach me the piano music. When Aunt Wang heard this, she immediately felt there was hope. I'm going to guide Qin Yin now, is there no hope? A hero cannot resist the temptation of beauty. No matter how powerful you are, what good is that? She laughed in her heart and thought that she had really thought too much. Ling Yin was so beautiful, which man could seduce her? Not even Li Jiudao. Oh, I had foresight. Look, the little white cat I brought here has come in handy. She saw the little white cat in Ling Yin's arms again, and felt very proud. This is the little white cat that she insisted Li Jiudao bring. Now the little white cat is held in Ling Yin's arms. It is obviously playing a role and is put to good use. How can she not be proud? Nonsense, why are you asking the teacher to teach you how to play the piano? Although Ling Yin's mother seemed to be scolding Ling Yin on the surface, she was actually smiling brightly in her heart. How could the gentleman guide Ling Yin in piano music if he had no interest in her? This marriage is likely to happen. Sir, my little girl is naughty and loves to make trouble. Please don't bother with her. Ling Yin's mother said to Li Jiudao, looking at Li Jiudao with the same eyes as a mother-in-law looking at a prospective son-in-law. She was extremely happy. The gentleman is so capable, and everyone in Qingshan City respects him. Who wouldn't be happy to be his mother-in-law? No, Miss Ling Yin is dignified and polite. You are too kind, ma'am. Li Jiudao replied. Okay, let's stop joining in the fun and let the two young people chat. Aunt Wang smiled and pulled Ling Yin's mother away. There is an inner hall on the first floor, where scholars and other elegant people gather to exchange ideas and discuss calligraphy and painting. Li Jiudao and Ling Yin went downstairs to the second floor and came to the inner hall on the first floor. The master is here. Haha, the master is unparalleled in literary talent, and is proficient in everything from music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. You and I are lucky. Yes. Sir, it's rare for you to come to the restaurant. The scholars in the inner hall on the first floor were very polite to Li Jiudao and admired him very much. There is no first in literature, and no second in martial arts. It has always been like this since ancient times. However, this is not the case in Qingshan City. Li Jiudao's literary talent is recognized as the best in Qingshan City. The literati were arrogant and never convinced by others, but after they saw Li Jiudao's attainments in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, they suddenly felt inferior to him and were far behind. It is no exaggeration to say that Li Jiudao is a star in the sky, and they are just a speck of dust. There is no comparison at all. You are proficient in everything, including music, chess, calligraphy and painting. Ling Yin was amused when she heard this, and said to herself, what kind of god is this? I'll show you what the real divine sound, heavenly sound, and immortal sound are later. You're welcome. Li Jiudao smiled modestly. He really didn't come to Yaxian restaurant often. It seemed that he had only been there once, and that was when he had not yet mastered all his skills to the highest level. He wanted to learn from the literati in Qingshan City about music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. However, although he had not practiced various skills to the maximum level at that time, the level of various skills was also very high. He became famous overnight at Yaxian restaurant, and his skills in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting surpassed those of the literati in Qingshan City. At that time, he was worshipped as a god by the literati in Qingshan City. He never came back afterwards. The main reason was that these literati were too enthusiastic, and he was not the kind of person who liked to be high profile. If it weren't for Aunt Wang, who insisted on arranging the blind date at Yaxian restaurant, saying that Yaxian restaurant was clean and had an elegant environment, he would never have chosen Yaxian restaurant. As soon as he showed up, a group of scholars surrounded him. A scholar said that he had just written a poem and asked him to comment on it. Another scholar said that he had painted a picture of a pine tree, with the veins of the leaves clearly outlined, and asked him to appreciate it. There was also a scholar who said that he had just learned a new piece of music and asked him to listen to it. Some writers also said that he had thought hard and come up with a unique set of chess tactics, and they wanted him to play a game with him. Li Jiudao was filled with helplessness. He couldn't get a word in at all. These scholars didn't even give him a chance to speak. Oh, it's better to be at home than here. If Ling Yin hadn't said that it was inconvenient to go to his house and that there was a piano here, he would never have gone down to the inner hall on the first floor. Most people like to be complimented and admired, but not Li Jiudao. He has passed that stage and prefers a simple and peaceful life. To be the king among mortals, a little monk is a little monk. Ling Yin said with disdain in her heart. A true cultivator, a true strongman, should be like her, suppressing the eternal sky and defeating all enemies. How can he degenerate into depravity in the mortal world and hang out with a group of mortals? Everyone, Mr. Li said he wants to teach me about piano music, please help me. She shouted. She really couldn't stand the way those mortals flattered Li Jiudao. How can a young monk who has no strength and was eliminated from practice deserve such compliments? However, her voice was directly drowned out by the voices of these literati, and no one could hear what she said. These literati were too enthusiastic about Li Jiudao and kept talking at the same time. Oh, I'm so mad. Ling Yin was so angry that she stamped her feet. She was the supreme Tianyin and had never been ignored like this before. In ancient times, her words were the law, and billions of lives obeyed her call. Even the emperor did not dare to ignore her and not listen to her. But now, no one paid any attention to her. She was so angry that her heart and lungs were about to explode and she was extremely annoyed. The scholars kept talking, and Li Jiudao was almost deafened. He shouted helplessly, "Everyone, let me say a few words first. Sir, please speak." Quiet. The place fell silent instantly. What Li Jiudao said was quite effective. Many literati are arrogant and never submit to anyone, but they admire Li Jiudao and respect him very much. I already understand what you are talking about. Next time, when I come to Yaxian restaurant again, I will discuss these things with you. Li Jiudao said, I came here with Miss Ling Yin this time. I want to borrow a zither. Can anyone lend me one? Use mine, sir. This is the ancient zither passed down from my family. Sir, please use mine. Without exception, all the literati who brought their zither recommended their zither, hoping that Li Jiudao would use their zither. Let Miss Ling Yin choose. Li Jiudao thought for a while and said. People who practice piano have very high requirements for the piano, and he was afraid that Ling Yin would not be satisfied with the piano he chose. As for himself, he doesn't care. His piano skills have reached transcendence, and any piano sounds the same in his hands. Oh, I see. Girl, come and pick the violin. The scholars all understood what he meant and smiled at each other. It was obvious that Mr. Li had a special relationship with Miss Ling Yin. What nonsense are you thinking? He is a god in your eyes, but he is nothing in my eyes. Ling Yin was secretly complaining in her heart. She saw through what these literati were thinking at a glance. These literati wondered whether she had some relationship with Li Jiudao. What does it matter? You are borrowing the piano for my sake. I'm afraid it's not appropriate for me to choose. I'd better let you make the decision. Ling Yin said to Li Jiudao with a smile. She is extremely confident in her piano skills and can play any instrument. This time she wanted to slap Li Jiudao in the face and let others know that Li Jiudao was not that powerful. She didn't want Li Jiudao to say something like, the piano was not convenient to use, after his defeat, which would give others a handle. She wanted to make sure Li Jiudao was defeated without any excuses. Not picky about piano. It looks like I've met an expert. Li Jiudao thought to himself that Ling Yin must be very confident in her piano skills, otherwise she wouldn't let him choose the piano. All right. He smiled, scanned all the pianos with his eyes, touched them with his hands, and tried to pluck the strings of each piano. Let's take this guqin. He chose a guqin that he said was passed down from his ancestors. He is quite capable. The piano I chose is the best one here. There was a strange light flashing in Ling Yin's eyes, which was somewhat unexpected. When Li Jiudao was choosing the instrument, he tried playing the strings of each instrument, and she also listened carefully. Through the sounds produced by each string, she can be sure that the guqin is the best, with a very good tone and accurate tuning. Miss Ling Yin, please. Li Jiudao smiled and asked Ling Yin to play first. His piano skills are so superb that if he played first, Ling Yin would probably not dare to play again after hearing it. To exchange experiences, he needs to know Ling Yin's piano playing level before he can communicate. How can he communicate if he doesn't know anything? Let me play first. I'm afraid you'll be too ashamed to play after hearing my music. Ling Yin said in her heart, and was also very confident in her own piano skills. It doesn't matter if it's played first or later. The effect achieved is the same. Sir, you are very talented, and everyone in the city knows about it. I hope you will teach me and not hide anything. She chuckled and said, then I will make a fool of myself. Then she sat down and stretched out a pair of slender hands as white as jade. Each of her fingers is particularly slender and straight. As soon as she showed her hands, many people were amazed and said that these are a pair of hands that are born to play the piano. Ding ding dong dong. Instead of playing the piece directly, she tried the piano first to see if there was any problem. It's been a long time since I played the piano. She plucked the strings with both hands, feeling deeply moved, as if she had returned to the first time she touched the instrument. Her expression changed, becoming serious and solemn. This instrument has many flaws, but the problem is not serious. After finishing the trial, Ling Yin began to play the piano formally. Her expression was serious and she never slacked off in playing the piano. The piano was her favorite instrument and the sound of the piano was her favorite sound. She would never neglect the piano and its music at any time. The sound of the piano was like water, flowing through the ears into the heart, gentle and pleasant. The prelude had just begun, but everyone was shocked and instantly immersed in it. Ling Yin's piano skills are unfathomable. He is indeed a master. Li Jiudao couldn't help but say in his heart. Ling Yin's piano skills are truly amazing, and she is definitely the best piano player he has ever seen. The sound of the piano is full of emotion, making people feel as if they are feeling the same. This is no longer a matter of technique. Ling Yin has a very high level of attainment in piano music. Many literati could not help but close their eyes and listen attentively to this piano music. As Ling Yin's fingers continued to strum the piano, pictures seemed to appear in their minds one after another. The mountains towered to the top of the clouds, the towering ancient trees were as thick as millstones, the original smell was in the air, and they even seemed to hear the roar of wild beasts one after another. In addition, they seemed to see one ancestor after another, wearing ancient costumes, speaking ancient languages, and living in ancient buildings. It was amazing that just one piano piece could make them conjure up so many scenes in their minds. They were filled with admiration. The Ling Yin in front of them was not someone they could compare to. After the song was over, everyone had an expression of wanting more. It was so wonderful and beautiful. Excuse me, what song is Miss Ling Yin playing? A scholar asked. He had never heard such a piece of music before, nor had he ever seen such a piece of music in ancient books. He was very interested in this piece of music and wanted to know its origin. Dreaming of the ancient times. Ling Yin said softly, memories revealed in the depths of her eyes. This is a piano piece she improvised. When her fingers touched the zither, memories from ancient times instantly appeared in her mind. She was inspired and improvised this zither piece. She has achieved great success in playing the piano. Even the pieces she improvised are comparable to mature pieces composed by great piano masters. Miss Ling Yin is really amazing. Li Jiudao said this from the bottom of his heart, expressing his great approval of Ling Yin's piano skills. After hearing what Li Jiudao said, Ling Yin woke up from her memories. She smiled, stood up, and said, "I am not talented enough to pollute your ears. Please forgive me. Miss Ling Yin is too modest. We should thank Miss Ling Yin for letting us hear such beautiful piano music." Yes. Everyone was filled with emotion. Ling Yin's piano skills were also difficult for them to surpass. The gap was huge. Li Jiudao also said, "Miss Ling Yin is too modest." The song Dreaming of Ancient Times brings back one ancient scene after another to people's minds. It's really amazing. Hee hee. Complimenting her like that, does that mean you don't want to play the piano anymore? It's normal not to want to play. Who can surpass her piano sound? Ling Yin thought to herself. However, she would not let Li Jiudao go just like that. She said, "Sir, you are praising me too much. I know I cannot compare to you. I hope you can teach me and not hide anything. I don't deserve your advice." Li Jiudao sat down and said, "I'm not good at talking either, so let me express everything through the music." Ling Yin is an excellent pianist, but there is still something missing. These are things that can only be understood and cannot be expressed in words. He felt that with Ling Yin's superb piano skills, she would definitely be able to understand something after he finished playing. A melodious sound of piano sounded, and Li Jiudao's slender fingers gently plucked the strings, and his whole temperament changed instantly. He was like a banished immortal playing the piano, ethereal and otherworldly. His whole body seemed to be radiating a sacred glow. The prelude began, and the piano music played by Li Jiudao was the same as Ling Yin's. This piano piece was an improvisation by Ling Yin, but he still remembered it after listening to it once, and he played it with incredible precision without any mistakes. Ling Yin's expression changed. It seemed like she had been wrong before. Just from the prelude that just unfolded, she could be sure that Li Jiudao possessed unimaginable attainments in piano playing. He is not a person who seeks fame and reputation. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart. The people in Qingshan City were right to flatter and admire Li Jiudao. Li Jiudao was really amazing, his piano skills were superb. Whoosh! As the prelude unfolded, everyone's faces were filled with horror, and they couldn't help but gasp for breath. The song Dream Back to Ancient Times, played by Ling Yin, made them recall one ancient scene after another in their minds. The Dream of Ancient Times played by Li Jiudao was undoubtedly even more powerful. They had truly returned to the ancient times. They breathed in the ancient air, and could touch the ancient trees with their hands, and the real and clear touch was transmitted back. How is this possible? Ling Yin was shocked. She actually sensed the order and laws of heaven and earth from ancient times. Her face was full of surprise. When an era ends, the laws of order between heaven and earth that exist in it will also end. When a new era begins, new laws of order will appear between heaven and earth. Li Jiudao could actually use the sound of the piano to recreate the ancient laws of order in heaven and earth. This. She was really scared. If she were in ancient times and at the peak of her realm, she would be able to do the same. After all, the laws of order of heaven and earth still existed at that time, and it was not difficult to interpret them with the sound of the piano. But in this era, even if she returned to the supreme realm, it would be impossible for her to interpret the laws of order of heaven and earth in ancient times with the sound of the piano. What kind of existence is this? She was shocked and ashamed at the same time. In this era, even the emperor cannot interpret the laws of order of heaven and earth in ancient times with the sound of the zither. She actually still thought that Li Jiudao was a young cultivator, and a young cultivator who was abandoned by the cultivation path and did not have much strength to claim to be the king among mortals. Oh my God, how ignorant I am to have such an idea. With this man's skills, who in the world can suppress him? Her heart was filled with bitterness. She had previously thought that Li Jiodao was insignificant and could not be compared with her at all. Little did she know that she was truly insignificant in front of Li Jiodao and could not be compared at all. The more she thought about it, the more ashamed she felt. Her face turned red like a ripe apple. Fortunately, she did not offend this incredible and powerful senior. Otherwise, she would not even know how she died. The great senior has such a high realm, yet he still travels in the mortal world as a mortal. It seems that the mortal world is the right way. She seemed to be thinking about something, and her thoughts were obviously different from her previous thoughts. She had said in her heart before that a strong cultivator should conquer all directions and defeat all enemies, and should never degenerate in the world of mortals and hang out with mortals. After she knew that Li Jiodao was an incredibly powerful senior, she exclaimed that the mortal world was the right path. After the song ended, everyone saw shock in each other's eyes. It's like going back to the ancient times. Li Jiodao's piano playing is absolutely amazing. Sir, you are really amazing. This song should only exist in heaven. How many times can it be heard in the world? They were filled with emotion, thinking that Li Jiodao was truly a god and his piano skills were unimaginable. I am ashamed. Compared with you, I am just a nobody and I am just showing off my skills. Ling Yin said sincerely. All the pride in her heart disappeared, and she was filled with infinite respect for Li Jiodao. Miss Ling Yin, you are too kind. I am not that good. I just play more. Miss Ling Yin will definitely be able to do the same in the future. She may even be better than me. Li Jiodao said modestly. Even more powerful than the powerful predecessors. Well, she just had to think about it. It is difficult for her to even become an emperor. Ling Yin said in her heart. After achieving the throne, he is just an ordinary emperor, not even a great emperor. The great emperor is far superior to other emperors and is the pinnacle of emperors. And the powerful senior is at least stronger than the emperor. How can she surpass him? She would be satisfied if she could achieve the throne and become an ordinary emperor. If she could achieve the great throne, she would be even happier. As for the existence that surpasses the great emperor, she really doesn't even dare to think about it. Is the great senior an immortal? Her heart was beating violently, and she couldn't help but think in her heart. The great emperor is the top cultivator in the world, so isn't the existence that surpasses the great emperor an immortal? However, she wasn't sure. After all, immortals are too ethereal and there has never been any immortal since ancient times. Even though she felt that the powerful senior was an immortal, she couldn't be sure. No matter what, this is an incredibly powerful master. She was so happy and excited that she didn't expect that she would meet such a powerful master. If she could get guidance from such a powerful master, wouldn't it be easy for her to become emperor? Calm down, calm down. Don't be reckless. It doesn't matter if you lose the opportunity, but it will be serious if you bump into a powerful master and violate his taboos. She is the supreme being of ancient times, with an extraordinary character, and she knows that being reckless will lead to serious consequences. Sir, you are too kind. Even if I play for another few decades, I am afraid I will not be able to catch up with your musical attainments. Ling Yin calmed down and continued speaking according to what Li Jiodao said. Haha, let's stop praising each other here. Miss Ling Yin, we are now considered acquaintances. Remember to visit each other more often in the future. Seeing that a group of scholars were about to gather around him again, Li Jiodao knew he had to leave. If he doesn't leave, his ears might really go deaf. As for going back to the box to continue chatting with Miss Ling Yin, he really didn't know what to talk about. If it was just a casual chat, it would be fine, but this is a blind date after all, the meaning is different, and it has that kind of ambiguous atmosphere to a certain extent. Ling Yin is pretty and he likes her very much, but it is too early to talk about marriage. He is not a person who only cares about appearance. He couldn't possibly say that he would marry any pretty girl he saw. Xia Yan was also very pretty, so did he marry her too? He said goodbye to Ling Yin and asked Ling Yin to inform Aunt Wang that he was leaving first, and he would not go to tell Aunt Wang. Given Aunt Wang's personality, if he wanted to leave, she would definitely not let him go. In order to avoid trouble, it would be better for him not to talk to Aunt Wang in person. Afterwards, he said goodbye to the group of literati and claimed that he would definitely come to Yaxian restaurant again when he had time next time and discuss calligraphy, painting, chess and music with them then. Alas, sometimes being too powerful is not good. After leaving Yaxian restaurant, Li Jiudao said with emotion. In Yaxian restaurant, Ling Yin stared at Li Jiudao's departing figure in a daze. Move around more. Is this a hint from the great master? She thought to herself that she always felt that what the powerful master said was not that simple. With the realm of a powerful master, it is impossible for her to keep this secret. The powerful master must have seen through her that she is the reincarnation of the Supreme Being. In this era, one can still interpret the laws of the order of heaven and earth in ancient times with the sound of the piano. This powerful master must be an immortal, but he is definitely not an immortal. In this state of mind, one can see through everything in a single thought. She didn't even need to think about it, she definitely had no secrets in front of the powerful master. Walk more. Could it be that the powerful master is hinting at her and reminding her to give her some guidance? I was so stupid earlier. The great master invited me to his home, and it was obvious that he wanted to teach me something. I thought he had bad intentions. After Ling Yin thought about it carefully, she regretted it so much that her intestines turned green. She didn't see such a great opportunity and even rejected it. She was so stupid. There are so many people here, the great master definitely can't guide me. Fortunately, the great master didn't bother with me. Ling Yin laughed in her heart, feeling very happy, as if she had already seen the scene of her achieving the throne. Wait. Why did I awaken before meeting the powerful master? Is it just a coincidence? Maybe all this was calculated by the powerful master. Ling Yin couldn't help but think in her heart that her awakening might be related to the powerful master. The great master may have seen that it is not easy for me to escape from the cycle of reincarnation and wanted to help me, so he awakened my memory before we met and left a hint to guide me. The more Ling Yin thought about it, the more she felt that she was right. After all, why didn't she awaken earlier or later, but just before she met the powerful master? I'm afraid that the petty tricks I played in front of the great master have already been seen through by him. Fortunately, the great master has a high mentality and doesn't bother with me. Ling Yin's heart was filled with relief, and cold sweat broke out on his body, as if he had just walked through the gates of hell. Didn't she just walk through the gates of hell? If it weren't for the powerful master who didn't bother with her, she would have died long ago. Thank you, great master. She solemnly thanked Li Jiudao in her heart. Let me sort it out carefully before going to find a powerful master. I can't make such a stupid mistake again. She did not go directly to Li Jiudao, as she felt that she needed to sort things out carefully, fearing that she might make another mistake. Li Jiudao returned to the shop and found Lu Liang and Luo Yunsek's ancestor Zhou Tong standing in front of his shop. Why are you here? Li Jiudao asked with a smile. We have something to do at Taihua sect, so we thought we'd visit the master first before going. Zhou Tong smiled and was very respectful to Li Jiudao. They had met the great senior, who lived in Qingshan City near Taihua sect. How could they go to Taihua sect without visiting him first? If that were the case, it would be a great disrespect to the powerful seniors, and they would not dare to do that. You two are so polite. Li Jiudao said sincerely. He really didn't expect that these two monks could be so polite to him. Lu Liang and Zhou Tong didn't stay long. They visited Li Jiudao, left the gifts they brought to Li Jiudao, and then left Qingshan City. You are so polite. Just come and bring a gift. Li Jiudao thought that this world of cultivation was not as cruel as he thought. At least the cultivators he met were very polite and not cruel at all. The monks are really amazing. They have a lot of antiques on hand. This is a Guqin score written entirely in ancient Chinese. Li Jiudao flipped through the Guqin score in his hand, which was a gift brought to him by Zhou Tong and his friends. Ancient writing is different from modern writing, and there is a huge difference between them. Fortunately, Li Jiudao likes to study when he has nothing to do. He has dabbled in the culture of ancient times, prehistoric times, and even more ancient times. This ancient zither score was not a problem for him. The paper of the music score is very thick, and it feels very special and has a sense of time. It might be a genuine ancient unique copy. This is probably a piece of music composed by a great Qin music master. After reading it, Li Jiudao was deeply touched. This piano piece is not simple, the tone and rhythm are superb, and it is definitely a masterpiece. But there are still some minor flaws. Li Jiudao's piano skills are superb, and he has a high understanding of piano sound. He thinks this piano piece can be even better. Let me improve it. Since he had nothing to do, he decided to improve the piece of music, and he played it while making changes, with full concentration and seriousness. On the way to Taihua sect, Lu Liang couldn't help but say, "Grandfather, isn't it a bit presumptuous for us to give the piano score to Senior Deneng as a gift?" The piano score was not simple, it was obtained by the founder of their Luoyun sect from an ancient relic. Although they were unable to comprehend the music contained in the score, they knew that the score was an absolute treasure. They have kept the music scores very well all along and dared not leak any information about them. The kitchen utensils used by the great senior to cook are all made of the Imperial Gold series, the fish used to feed the pet cat are all tyrant fish caught from the upper 9 realms, and the tea sets used to make tea are all supreme treasures that surpass immortal tools. The precious music score in their eyes was not worth mentioning at all in front of such a powerful senior. Lu Liang felt that it was a bit presumptuous of them to give the powerful senior the music score. "Xiao Liang, what do you think we should give as a gift? What kind of gift would not be too much of a show for an expert?" Luoyun sect's ancestor, Zhou Tong, asked with a chuckle. Lu Liang was speechless after being asked by Zhou Tong. Yes. Considering the realm of the powerful senior, no matter what they send, it is not worth mentioning at all. The things that can really catch the eyes of the powerful senior must be at least at the immortal level. Immortal weapon level. Not to mention giving it to them, if they had not been enlightened by the great senior and seen the immortal weapon, they would probably never have the chance to see the immortal weapon in their lifetime. The immortal weapon is something they can't even touch if they want to. "Xiao Liang, we are only giving gifts to show our respect to the great senior, so that he will know that we have put in effort. We are really giving gifts that will satisfy him. What are you thinking? We don't have the ability to do that." Zhou Tong taught Lu Liang, saying, "With our strength, it is already very difficult to come up with such a guqin score. The great senior must be aware of this and understand that we really put our heart into it." After listening to what Zhou Tong said, Lu Liang suddenly understood. The ancestor is still very insightful. The gift is just a gesture, representing their respect and care for the great seniors. With the realm of the great senior, he naturally wouldn't care what they gave as a gift, and nothing they gave would be in his eyes, but they had to give gifts, as this was a manifestation of their respect for him. The powerful seniors will also understand their intentions. As they were talking, they arrived at Taihua sect. "Of course you can. You have already found your destiny and entered the realm of destiny." Wang Wuyo was surprised and shocked after sensing Zhou Tong's realm. Zhou Tong is better than him. These days, his realm has been greatly improved, from the 8th level of Dao Yuan realm to the 9th level of Zhan Dao realm, and his realm has been improved by more than one level, which can be said to be very fast. But he is still not as good as Zhou Tong. He had not yet entered the realm of destiny, but Zhou Tong had already entered it. "How can you compare with me, old man? Not only have I found my destiny, I have also advanced to the next level. I am now at the 9th level of the destiny realm." Zhou Tong's face was full of pride. He had drunk a cup of enlightenment tea from a great senior. This was far beyond what Wang Wuyo could compare to. "What, the 9th heavenly fate realm?" Wang Wuyo exclaimed, his old face full of disbelief. His realm was lower than Zhou Tong's, and he could only sense Zhou Tong's approximate realm. He never thought that Zhou Tong was so terrifying and had reached the pinnacle of the destiny realm. "That's nothing. I will be even stronger in the future," Zhou Tong said with a bright smile. The effect of the enlightenment immortal tea was amazing. It brought him endless benefits, greatly increased his understanding, and opened up a whole new world of cultivation for him. Under such circumstances, his cultivation speed will definitely be faster than before, and the achievements he will be able to achieve in the future will surely be unimaginable. "Don't be so proud, old man. Although I may not be as good as you, my Taihua sect will definitely be stronger than your Luoyun sect in the future," Wang Wuyo said proudly. When Zhou Tong heard this, his face suddenly fell. Wouldn't it be possible for Taihua sect to be stronger than their Luoyun sect in the future? Taihua sect has Xia Yan, and Xia Yan is deeply loved by the powerful seniors. He originally wanted to show off in front of Wang Wuyo, but Wang Wuyo's words hit him directly in the vitals, which was a fatal blow and made him unable to show off anymore. "Let's go and get down to business," he said angrily, changing the subject. He had made an appointment with Wang Wuyo before that after their realm and strength were consolidated, they would go explore the ancient ruins again. Now, his realm strength has been consolidated, so he came to Taihua sect. "I've been ready, just waiting for you." Wang Wuyo smiled, and left Taihua sect with Zhou Tong and headed for the ancient ruins. Lu Liang also followed. He also drank the immortal tea of enlightenment, which greatly increased his strength. Now he is also a cultivator in the Dao-slaying realm, and his strength is not weak. On the Taihua sect side, there is only Wang Wuyo. Apart from Wang Wuyo, there were no other strong people in Taihua sect. Going there would only be a burden to them, so Wang Wuyo did not bring anyone with him. The next morning, the sun was shining brightly. Ling Yin dressed up carefully and prepared to go look for Li Jiudao. She combed her hair all night and felt that there was no problem. She told her mother that she was going to find Mr. Li, and then left home with a bright smile on her face. "I asked you to go on a blind date earlier, but you didn't want to go. Now you've been attracted to Mr. Li after meeting him." Her mother looked at Ling Yin's departing figure and said with a smile, "Mr. Li is so powerful, has amazing abilities, and is handsome. Which girl wouldn't be fascinated by him?" This. Ling Yin arrived in front of Li Jiudao's shop and looked at the word Dao on the shop plaque, her fair and delicate face full of surprise. She is not some small cultivator, but an ancient supreme being with immense power and a very high realm. But even so, when she looked deeply at the word Tao, she was still filled with fear. The word Tao carries with it a rhythm of Tao that even she cannot compare to. This rhythm of Tao far exceeds the Tao she has cultivated. The difference is so great that it's like comparing the light of a firefly to the bright sun. A truly powerful master. She was shocked beyond words, as if a huge wave of emotions was stirring in her heart. In ancient times, she had come into contact with the great emperor and had the honor of discussing spiritual practice with him. But even the great emperor does not have such amazing Taoist charm. A powerful and expert is either an immortal or a quasi-immortal without a doubt. "Is the gentleman here?" The shop door was wide open, but Ling Yin didn't dare to enter. She knocked on the door and shouted inside. Yes. Li Jiudao ran over from the courtyard. He had just cooked fish for Xiaobai. There were only a few fish left in the tank, and he had to go fishing for Xiaobai later. "Miss Ling Yin is here, please come in." Li Jiudao came to the store and saw Ling Yin, feeling a little surprised. "Didn't you say it's inconvenient to come to his house? Why is Ling Yin here again?" I guess Ling Yin was fascinated by his piano playing after listening to it, so she didn't care about any inconvenience. This skill system is still very useful. Li Jiudao laughed in his heart. Ling Yin walked into the shop, and the infinite aura of Taoism overwhelmed her. She looked at the calligraphy and paintings hanging on the wall and the jade carvings on the table, and the shock in her heart suddenly soared again. What? She thought she was the most powerful ancient supreme being, but she didn't know that this guy was the truly powerful one. She secretly swallowed her saliva. Whether it was calligraphy and painting or jade carving, they were all unimaginable treasures. The emperor's savings accumulated over thousands of years could not even compare to a random calligraphy and painting or jade carving here. "Sir, your talent is amazing, and I admire you very much. I apologize for disturbing you today." She suppressed the shock in her heart and said to Li Jiudao with a smile. "Miss Ling Yin, you're welcome." Li Jiudao smiled. He had a good impression of Ling Yin. Ling Yin is not only beautiful but also plays the piano very well, which is indeed not easy. It's not the same for someone like Xia Yan. Xia Yan is beautiful and she is also a monk, but she is really not good at playing the piano. Even a god would cry if she heard the piano she plays. "Miss Ling Yin, please come to my courtyard. I just modified a piece of ancient Guqin music. How about Miss Ling Yin come and listen to it?" He invited Ling Yin into the courtyard. "Good." Ling Yin smiled and nodded, then followed Li Jiudao into the yard. The silver-winged fish from the Ancient One. As soon as she entered the yard, she saw the little white cat eating fish. When she saw the fish on the plate in front of the little white cat, she gasped. Oh my God! The Ancient One world is the Upper Nine Worlds, and the Silver-Winged Fish clan is a dominant clan that is hard to find rivals in the Ancient One world. The emperors within it have countless combat powers, but they have become food for cats. She sincerely felt that her supreme knowledge was not enough and that the powerful masters were too unimaginable. This piano. She saw the piano placed in the yard with a confused look in her eyes. This guitar looks so familiar to her, as if she has seen it somewhere before. This is the immortal harp, the legacy sound. She finally recognized it and remembered it. This is the immortal musical instrument that all music practitioners want to obtain, the awaken. She is no exception. In ancient times, she had gone mad searching for the remaining sounds of heavenly music, but found nothing at all. In the ancient times, which were even more ancient than the ancient times, a fairy weapon was suspected to have fallen from the fairyland. It was surrounded by fairy aura and emitted the light of fairy. During that period, the entire world was about to be blown up, and countless strong men fought desperately for it. Even strong men from other realms came to this world to participate in the fight. However, no one got the remaining sound of the fairy music. The lingering sound of the immortal music was like a flash in the pan, and then disappeared without a trace. No matter how many powerful people searched, even if they turned the world upside down, they still couldn't find the remaining sound of the immortal music. Afterwards, the strong men from other realms refused to believe in the evil and did not say they would leave this realm. Instead, they searched this realm for a long time before leaving. A powerful master is a powerful master. Countless experts, including experts from other realms, have failed to find the remaining sound of the immortal music, but the powerful master has found it. She was filled with emotion. In ancient times, although she was the supreme being and tried her best to find the whereabouts of the immortal music, she knew very well that it was just a dream, an unrealistic dream. You know, when the immortal music appeared in the world, the supreme was not good enough and didn't even have the fighting power to achieve the throne. The supreme fighting power of the great emperor was the main force. The strong ones coming from other realms are even more terrifying, and each of them is an emperor with even stronger strength. However, even such a group of great emperors could not find the remaining sounds of the immortal music. How could she, who was only the supreme being, find it after so many years? Li Jiudao sat in front of the piano table, playing the piano with both hands. His whole temperament changed instantly, as if he was a banished immortal with light and ethereal temperament. The sound of the piano was like the sound of immortal music from outer space, striking Ling Yin's soul directly. Ling Yin was instantly immersed in it as if she had been electrocuted. Isn't this the piano piece I composed, Fairy from the Sky? Ling Yin was stunned. As soon as the piano sounded, she had an extremely familiar feeling, and then endless memories flooded into her heart. This was the piano music she composed when she achieved the supreme position. In ancient times, she was extremely talented and achieved the supreme position at the age of only 2,300. Compared with other supreme beings, she was very young, which shocked countless creatures at the time. Everyone said that she would definitely achieve the throne in the future. After all, the supreme has a lifespan of 8,000 years, and she is so young, she still has many years to live. She also thought so, and believed that she could not only achieve the throne, but also become a great emperor, or even transcend the great emperor and become the goal of all cultivators, an immortal. At that time, she was full of vigor and ambition, looking down on the world. With an excited and surging mood, she composed this song, Fairy from the Sky, implying that she would become a fairy from the sky in the future. But the reality is cruel, and cultivation is extremely difficult. She can't even become an immortal, let alone the emperor. Being an emperor is not something that anyone can achieve. Every emperor has unimaginable talent and every emperor has the highest understanding of the Tao. She could never take that step, and her understanding of the Tao was lacking. There are many people like her in history. Many stunning geniuses and goddesses failed to become emperors in the end and died on the road to becoming emperors. It is difficult to become an emperor. It is even more difficult to become an emperor. Fairy is unimaginable, belonging to a vague and unrealistic dream. Endless memories flooded into Ling Yin's mind, and he was filled with emotion. The piano piece, Fairy from the Sky, which she composed when she was in high spirits, was so stunning at the time that even the emperor praised it highly. This song, Fairy from the Sky, became a famous song at that time and was widely circulated. However, she was later trapped in the supreme realm and could never break free to achieve the throne. The halo she carried began to fade, and gradually no one played Fairy from the Sky. When her death came, people had even forgotten about her, and few knew about the Fairy from the Sky. In front of a powerful master, there really are no secrets. Ling Yin couldn't help but say in her heart. A powerful master played her masterpiece right in front of her. Was there anything to doubt? There is no doubt about it, the powerful master really knows her identity. The supreme memory was awakened before the meeting. This must be the work of a powerful master. Originally these were just her guesses. Now that the fairy from the other world has been released, everything can be confirmed, everything she guessed is true. Wait, the great master said he improved this music. When Ling Yin thought of what the great master had said before, her heart suddenly beamed with joy. The powerful master left a hint for her to learn, and she was not wrong in her guess. She guessed right that the powerful master really wanted to teach her. Sure enough, as she listened to the powerful master's playing, she could hear a difference. The entire piano piece was completely sublimated. She heard the immortal way and felt the immortal spirit from it. Fairy from the Other World has become a real fairy song. I was so ignorant before. I was just sitting in a well and looking at the world from a distance. Listening to the great master playing the improved version of Fairy from the Sky, Ling Yin's face turned red and she felt ashamed. She used to think that her Fairy from the Other Side was a supreme masterpiece that could not be surpassed and was flawless. However, after listening to the improved version of Fairy from the Other Side, played by a great master, she suddenly felt that her previous Fairy from the Other Side was full of flaws and unbearable to listen to. No wonder I could never break through to the supreme realm and achieve the throne. My previous problems were really too serious. As the great master played, Ling Yin's state of mind was immediately improved. She understood many problems in cultivation and became aware of the problems she had in the past. Fairy, fairy, fairy. There really is a fairy coming from the sky. Suddenly, she had an inspiration and looked in one direction. She unexpectedly saw a fairy dancing in the clouds to the sound of piano. This is a feeling from her supreme. After all, she had once been the supreme being, and her senses were sharp, so she noticed that something strange was happening in the sky. Qingyue Dance Emperor. After seeing the fairy's appearance clearly, she was inexplicably shocked. This was a great emperor from the ancient times who entered the Tao through dancing. His strength was unfathomable. His dance once attracted great emperors from all directions to watch, and all the emperors were deeply fascinated by Qingyue Dance Emperor's dancing posture. The Eternal Age, this is an era even more ancient than the Ancient Age. Emperor Qingyue Wu is the greatest emperor among emperors and one of the most powerful emperors throughout the ancient times. There are only 2 or 3 great emperors who can compete with him. He is truly invincible in the world. It is rumored that Qingyue Dance Emperor also failed on the road to becoming an immortal. Now it seems that it is just that the world does not know that Qingyue Dance Emperor has already become an immortal. The immortal aura lingering all over his body and the eternal immortal charm emanating from him, all of these directly struck Ling Yin's soul. There was no doubt that Qingyue Dance Emperor was a true immortal. Is that the Asgard? In the clouds, rows of magnificent palaces are lined up, floating tens of thousands of feet above the ground, surrounded by fairy mist. The Qingyue Dance Emperor is dancing in front of the palaces, and fairy zither and auspicious beasts fly by from time to time. Projection. Ling Yin couldn't help but think in her heart. Fairy palace, it would be such a terrifying thing for a fairy to descend to this world. She felt that this was probably just a projection and she had not really descended into this world. A song leads to the fairy palace, leading the fairies to dance gracefully. My God, how high is the realm of the great senior? Ling Yin's scalp was tingling. The realm of a powerful master was much more terrifying than she had imagined. Meow. Luo Shui called out lazily, and also saw the fairy palace and fairies in the sky. However, she was not surprised at all as she was already used to it. Ling Yin couldn't be sure, but she was sure. The fairy palace and fairies in the sky did not really descend to this world, but were projections from the fairyland. She has seen so much. Not only the fairy palace and fairies, she has also seen the daughters of the emperors in the nine netherworld, the chaos mysterious woman in the first land of chaos, the immortal phoenix in Taiyuan, and so on. It is common and not surprising for a powerful senior to play the piano and directly reach an unimaginable legendary realm, attracting projections from the legendary realm. After the song was played, the fairy shadow in the fairy palace in the sky retreated, and Ling Yin woke up from her shock. Is it all right? Li Jiudao stood up and asked Ling Yin with a smile. More than that. Your piano music is absolutely unprecedented and unmatched. Ling Yin praised sincerely. Who can sing a song that leads to the fairy palace and makes the fairies dance? From ancient times to the present, I'm afraid there has only been one powerful and expert. In this ethereal world, not existing in the heavens and myriad worlds, in front of rows of magnificent palaces. A stunningly beautiful woman has just stopped dancing. Who is playing the piano? It makes me want to dance. She looked up and muttered to herself. She was practicing when suddenly a sound of piano music came into her ears. She involuntarily ended her practice, walked out of the palace, and danced to the music. There are immortals beyond immortals. Maybe some immortal was playing the piano, and the sound came to me by chance, and I heard it. Yenzhou, in the east, is a mountain range with towering mountains. One after another, terrifying blazing rays shot up into the sky, brighter and more dazzling than the divine sun, and lingered for a long time, emitting a shocking aura that spread out from the mountains. It's bad. The aura in the ruins has leaked out, and this place will no longer be a secret. Wang Wuyo said with a changed expression. Good. This is the ancient ruins they discovered in their youth. They came here, wanting to break the protective power of the ancient ruins, but the protective power of this ancient ruins was far stronger than they imagined. Even though their strength levels have been greatly improved and they possess far more power than before, they still cannot break the protective power of this ancient relic. They originally wanted to retreat and come back after their strength level was further improved. But their previous attack seemed to have caused a change in the power of the ancient ruins, and the aura in the ancient ruins began to leak out and spread outward. If we had known this would happen, we would never have come here. Now, the ancient ruins that originally belonged to you and me are about to be known to everyone. Zhou Tong's face was full of bitterness. Originally, the aura and power of this ancient relic were restrained and unknown to the public. Now that the aura of this ancient ruins is leaking, they will no longer be able to keep the secret of this ancient ruins, and other cultivators will definitely be attracted by the leaked aura of the ancient ruins. Several blazing rays shot up into the sky, like pillars of light connected to the sky, and the shocking aura spread. Many Eastern cultivators sensed it at the first moment and looked towards the blazing rays. Is there a treasure about to appear in the world? What's there? The smell it exudes carries the vicissitudes of time. Is it an ancient relic? Many monks in the East could not remain calm. No matter what was there, it must be something extraordinary. They could not miss it, so they all set off quickly to rush there. It didn't take long for the monks who were closer to arrive there. It is truly an ancient relic. The atmosphere here is too old. This is most likely an ancient relic or even older than the ancient capital. They were moved, and everyone had shock on their face. It is possible that the relics from ancient times or even older than ancient times have appeared. This is amazing. You know, when ancient ruins like this appear, there must be unimaginable treasures and heritage inside. After all, it is impossible for ordinary relics to be preserved from such a long time. The East is going to be in chaos. Can we gain something here? They looked at each other and saw helplessness in each other's eyes. The appearance of such ancient relics is undoubtedly a major event. The East will no longer be peaceful, and monks from the West, South, North, and Center will surely come here to fight for it. Although they came early, it was of no use. The power fluctuations emanating from the ruins made them feel uneasy. They knew very well that they could not break the protective power of the ruins at all. They even felt that even if strong men from the Holy Land in the central region came, they might not be able to break it. This ruins is not that easy to enter. The reaction is too quick. Wang Wuyo glanced at Zhou Tong and said helplessly. The aura of the ruins had just leaked out when someone came over. They really miscalculated this time. Not only did they fail to enter the ruins, but they also exposed the ruins. Alas, there is nothing we can do. Let's see if we can get something. This relic is more complicated than we thought. I'm afraid all the cultivators in Yenzhou will be attracted here. Zhou Tong was also full of helplessness. As the aura leaked out of the ruins, he also realized that this was at least an ancient relic, or even older. The appearance of such ancient relics will surely cause a huge stir. The entire Yenzhou will not be peaceful, and the Holy Land will also be in turmoil. His current realm is extremely high, at the 9th level of the Destiny realm. He is invincible in the east and no one can be his opponent. But facing the strong men from the west, south, north and center, especially the strong men from the center, he can't be called invincible. Not to mention invincible, he can't even be considered average. The various holy places in the central region have extremely long heritages, profound cultural backgrounds, and countless powerful people. He is definitely not able to contend with them. Once the holy places come here, this place will become a battle between the holy places. They are simply unable to participate in such a battle, and can only fish in troubled waters here to see if they can drink some leftover soup and pick up some leeks. The blazing light shot up into the sky, piercing through the vault of the sky, and could be clearly seen across the entire east. Qingshan City. Li Jiudao also saw the sudden bright light and he sighed in his heart. In the world of cultivation, mortals are the most helpless. Faced with all kinds of superpowers, they have no ability to resist at all. Although he couldn't sense anything, he was very clear that something might be happening over there. The terrifying blazing light was as thick as a pillar of heaven, reaching straight up to the sky. This must be the power of a cultivator. He least wanted and was most afraid of this happening. Mortals are vulnerable to such power. I hope it won't affect Qingshan City, he said in his heart. Ling Yin also saw the blazing light as thick as a pillar of heaven, and she seemed to be thinking about something. It looks like a treasure is about to appear. She was the supreme being of ancient times and was knowledgeable and experienced. The scene before her looked like a precious treasure about to appear in the world. No matter what treasure appears, it won't work. With someone like me, I would be easily destroyed in the past. She didn't have any idea. Now she has not started practicing yet and is still immortal. Even if there are imperial treasures there, she does not have the strength to fight for anything. As time passed, more and more people gathered in the ancient ruins. Even various demon tribes came here, wanting to get a piece of the pie. What are you doing here? This is clearly the remains left by our human ancestors. A strong human shouted that he did not want the demon clan to interfere here. What a joke! You said that it was left behind by the ancestors of your human race. I said it was left behind by our demon ancestors. A big monster, covered with cold scales and with 4 wings on its back, shouted coldly. The protective power of the ruins has not been broken yet, and no one knows what is inside. Everyone, stop arguing. We should try to work together to break the protective power of the ruins. Zhou Tong came out and wanted to unite the strong people who came here. Now, the strong men from the west, south, north and center have not arrived yet. He wants to break the protective power of the ruins before the strong men from the 4 parts arrive here. In this way, they may still be able to gain something from the ruins. If they really have to wait for all 4 powerful men to come, it will be difficult for them to gain anything. We can join forces, but the demons are an exception. How can we allow the demons to touch the remains of our ancestors? That's right. The demons can't be here. Many powerful human beings said that they agreed to join forces, but they did not agree to let the demon race join. The human race and the demon race often fight for territory, and the hatred between them is very deep. Even though these human strongmen know that after joining forces with the demon strongmen, their strength will become stronger and their hope of breaking through the guardian power of the ruins will become greater, they are still unwilling to join forces with the demon strongmen. You think we are willing to join forces with you? Ridiculous. It's you who should leave. The powerful men from various demon tribes shouted coldly, with a strong murderous aura emanating from their bodies. In the process of fighting for territory, the demon race often suffered losses. All kinds of blessed places were occupied by human cultivators. The living environment of the demon race was far inferior to that of humans, and they hated humans even more. Alright, why are you still arguing? When the other 4 strong men come, will there still be a place for us here? Please use your brains. Zhou Tong said unhappily. It's already this late and they are still arguing here. Once the strong men from the other 4 groups arrive, they can only drink the leftovers and pick up the spoils. Zhou Tong, what nonsense are you talking about? The ancestor of the Yuan sect blew his beard and glared at Zhou Tong, asking him to please use his brains. Is Zhou Tong mocking them for being brainless? Yuan sect, this is a powerful and prosperous force that is as powerful as Taihua sect and Luoyun sect. Zhou Tong was angry and didn't think much when he spoke. With just one sentence, please use your brains, Zhou Tong immediately became the target of public criticism. Not only the ancestor of the Yuan sect was glaring at Zhou Tong, but other human strongmen and the big monsters of the monster clan were also glaring at Zhou Tong. Okay, everyone, be honest and stop having so many problems. Zhou Tong said impatiently, Old Man Wang and I were the first to discover this place. He was already furious. The strong human was still quarreling with the big demon from the demon race. It would be strange if he could give them a good face. Zhou Tong, are you crazy? If you can't speak, don't speak. The Yuan clan's ancestor said with a bad look on his face. What qualifications do you have to shout like this? A great demon glared at Zhou Tong coldly, and the murderous aura emanating from him became even stronger. What qualifications do I have? Look at what qualifications I have. Zhou Tong stretched out his hand, which instantly grew larger, and directly grabbed the big monster in his hand. 4-winged scaly bird, be quiet, or I'll break all 4 of your wings. He raised his hand and threw the big monster aside. During this process, the big demon had no power to fight back at all. Destiny Realm. How is this possible? Exclamations continued to ring out. All the strong men had not expected that Zhou Tong had actually reached the Destiny Realm. The Destiny Realm, this realm is really too high. The strongest among them is only at the mysterious Netherworld realm, which is 4 realms lower. How could you? The ancestor of the Yuan sect looked at Zhou Tong in disbelief. He had gone to see Zhou Tong some time ago. At that time, Zhou Tong was still in the Xuanyu realm, unable to break through, and was facing a deadline. How come Zhou Tong broke through to the Destiny realm so quickly? He remembered it very clearly, it was only about a month at most. In just 1 month, Zhou Tong broke through 4 realms in succession. Did Zhou Tong take some holy medicine? Epiphany, understand. Zhou Tong did not explain too much and said, don't waste time. The 4 powerful men will be here as soon as they are told. He and Wang Wuyo knew very well how powerful the guardian force of the ruins was. Even if all the powerful humans and demons in the field united together, it would be difficult to break the guardian force of the ruins. However, even so, he still wanted to give it a try and take a chance. After all, when the 4 powerful men really arrive, they can only follow them and drink the leftovers and pick up the leaks. After he showed his strength, no one dared to say anything, and the strong humans and the strong demons joined together. However, all this was in vain. Even if they joined together, it was useless as they could not shake the protective power of the ruins. Is Luoyun sect so powerful now? Lu Liang has actually entered the Zhan Dao realm. Wang Wuyo is also in the Dao-slaying realm. After seeing the strength of Wang Wuyo and Lu Liang, they were filled with surprise. Wang Wuyo and Lu Liang also became very different from before. They both made great breakthroughs and their strengths far exceeded before. There's nothing I can do. Zhou Tong sighed heavily, full of helplessness. The power gap was too big, and they had no way to break through the protective power of the ruins. The aura of the ruins continued to spread, and the blazing light never went out. Strong men from the west, south, north, and center sensed it, and a large number of them rushed to the east. Roar! A lion's roar shook the mountains and rivers, and a giant lion with brilliant golden hair appeared, leaping and flying among the clouds. On its back was a middle-aged man with an imposing manner. Such ancient ruins have appeared in the east, and their aura spreads throughout Yenzhou. The middle-aged man whispered, "Time passes, the mountains and rivers change, the East in ancient times might have been an extraordinary place." He quickened his speed, rode the giant lion, and rushed to the ancient ruins. Boom! In the sky, a huge divine ship appeared, appearing and disappearing from time to time. Each time it appeared, the distance was thousands of miles. It was extremely astonishing. It was actually traveling through the void. This ancient relic must be acquired by Hangtian Holy Land. On the Shenzhou, there was a white-haired old man, whose eyes shot out two terrifying beams of light, his voice was like thunder, and his aura was terrifying. Boom boom boom. The earth shook, and a white jade elephant appeared. It was as big as a mountain and could create a deep abyss with every step it took. It moved at a very fast speed and came to the east. This is the White Jade Elephant King, one of the top strong men in the central region, and he also came here in person. The east was in chaos, and powerful men from the other four groups swarmed into the east. Each of them was extremely powerful and imposing. Secondly, many weaker monks also rushed to the east. Although they knew they could not compete with those top superpowers, they also wanted to come over here and see if there was any chance they could get something. "What the hell are you still robbing?" Zhou Tong kept cursing, and his expression was as ugly as it could be. All the holy places in the central region have come, and each strongman from each holy place is far stronger than him. Now he is simply not good enough here, there are too many people who are stronger than him. Wang Wuyo also sighed heavily, his face looking equally ugly. Not only have the holy places come from the central region, but also many powerful demon tribes have come. They really have no chance, and this place will become a battlefield between the holy places and those powerful demon tribes. It's really not simple. This is an ancient relic. The middle-aged warrior riding on the giant lion narrowed his eyes and said. He came from the Tianyan Holy Land in the central part of China and had unfathomable strength. After he came here, he determined that this was an ancient relic. Deep in the ruins, there is a broken steel lying on the ground, with ancient characters engraved on it. He is very powerful. Unlike other monks who can only see the edge of the ruins, he can see much farther. However, that was all. He also couldn't see what was inside, as there was an extremely terrifying and terrible power inside. Join forces, or we won't stand a chance. On the Shenzhou, the white-haired old man said. Okay. The middle-aged strongman nodded and agreed to join forces. The powerful men from other holy places also nodded in agreement. The powerful demon tribe from the central region also had no objection and agreed to join forces. They are powerful and can clearly sense how terrifying and abnormal the power guarding the ruins is. Even if they join forces, they are not sure they can break it. In the central region, the human race and the demon race are constantly fighting for territory, and there is also deep hatred between them. However, they are not like the humans and demons in the East who act on impulse. They are at a very high level of cultivation and are well aware of how amazing this ancient relic is. This is not the time to act on impulse. At the very least, they cannot act impulsively before breaking through the protective power of the ruins. The central region is truly superior to the other four regions. The strong men from the four regions have no say and have to obey the calls of the strong men from the central region. There is a huge gap in strength between them. Then let's get started. They attacked, all the strong men moved together, without any reservation, and exerted all their means and strength. In an instant, this place was submerged by an extremely terrifying and terrible force, and the void even became distorted. You actually want to break the ancient ruins with brute force? Ridiculous. An old man in gray shook his head and walked out of the ancient ruins without participating in it. He came from the Tianji sect and was good at deducing various secrets and restrictions. He had observed carefully that this ancient relic contained very powerful restrictions that could not be broken by brute force. The Tianji sect, a holy sect in the central region, has a very long heritage. The old man in gray is the grand elder of the Tianji sect. He has unfathomable strength and is very famous in the central region. He is also known as the old man Mingji. This kind of restriction. He frowned, thinking about the restrictions in the ancient ruins, and his whereabouts were erratic. Only by breaking the restrictions in the ancient ruins can you enter the ancient ruins, otherwise you can't enter at all. He kept thinking and deducing, and before he knew it, he arrived at Qingshan City. A mortal city. He walked into Qingshan City and walked on the streets of Qingshan City. The secrets of heaven are everywhere, but it is difficult for ordinary people to discover them. They are the Tianji sect, which specializes in the secrets of heaven and is good at capturing all kinds of secrets. The Tianji sect is unparalleled in the art of deduction because they are good at capturing all kinds of secrets and then using them to make deductions. Every time he made a deduction, he would move, capture the secrets from heaven, and make deductions based on them. What a strong soul breath. He was slightly stunned, his eyes fixed on a mortal girl who seemed to be waiting for someone. Without carefully sensing it, he could feel the vigorous soul breath of the mortal girl, which really surprised him. Even Qin Ming can't compare to her. He extended his spiritual sense and carefully sensed the soul of the mortal girl. He was shocked on the spot and expressed great emotion. How could he not be shocked? The most important thing in practicing the art of deduction is to have a strong enough soul. If the soul is not strong enough, it will not be able to withstand the process of deduction. It should be noted that deduction consumes a lot of soul power. Their Tianji holy sect has unparalleled deduction skills, and the soul power of anyone in the sect is very strong. They have methods to enhance the power of souls. Qin Ming is the most outstanding disciple of their Tianji holy sect. He has practiced for many years and his soul power is even stronger than some ordinary elders. However, this mortal girl in front of him, who had never practiced cultivation, was born with a soul power stronger than Qin Ming's. How could he not be shocked? If the mortal girl joins their Tianji holy sect and practices the method to enhance the power of the soul power of the mortal girl will definitely reach an unimaginable level. Haha, no wonder I came to such a mortal city. Is this God's will for me to meet her? Old man Mingji laughed foolishly and could hardly close his mouth. The mortal girl in front of him is simply the best successor to their Tianji holy sect. If he accepts this mortal girl into the Tianji holy sect, their Tianji holy sect will definitely become stronger. He straightened his clothes, suppressed the excitement in his heart, and tried to calm himself down. He didn't want to scare this mortal girl. After finishing everything, he showed a satisfied smile on his face, and walked towards the mortal girl with the look of a master. Hello. He walked over with a smile and greeted the mortal girl. Hello, Grandpa. The mortal girl responded politely. Why is this old man looking for her? Won't you find out her background? Otherwise, why would he have used his spiritual sense to detect her just now? The girl thought to herself. It shouldn't be, this old man isn't that strong. The girl immediately denied it in her heart. In order to discover her true colors, one must at least be a saint. She had never sensed any holiness in the old man's spiritual perception. The old man was not a saint, and was far from it. She was none other than Ling Yin. If she were an ordinary mortal, she would not be able to detect the old man's spiritual detection at all, but she was different. She was the reincarnation of the ancient supreme being and her soul was extremely sharp. She felt it when the old man just used his spiritual sense to detect her. Little girl, do you want to be immortal and become an immortal? Do you want to embark on the path of cultivation and possess infinite power? Do you want to go to heaven and earth and travel through the heavens and the worlds? Elder Mingji asked Ling Yin 3 questions in a row with a smile, and then said, if you want, you can follow me and I will help you complete all this. Oh, so he wants to take her as his apprentice. Ling Yin understood it all at once. Boy, she almost died of laughter. Who is she? The ancient supreme being. Even an ordinary emperor is not qualified to accept her as a disciple. If someone wants to accept her as a disciple, he must at least be a great emperor. An old man who is far from being a saint. You're not even qualified to be her apprentice. He is not very strong, but he is so arrogant. He even became an immortal, possesses infinite power, and travels through the heavens and the worlds. Even the emperor can't do this. Ling Yin sneered. It was obvious that the old man was treating her as an ordinary mortal girl. Who in the world doesn't want to become an immortal? Who doesn't want to have infinite power? Who doesn't want to travel through the heavens and the worlds? Haha, these 3 questions of mine are really amazing. Old man Mingji was very proud in his heart, thinking that no one could refuse his 3 questions. However, Ling Yin's answer instantly extinguished the pride in his heart. Sorry, I don't want to. I just want to be an ordinary mortal. Ling Yin replied. How could she possibly become this old man's apprentice? Are you kidding? If this gets out, how will she, the Supreme Tianyin, keep her dignity? Oh, you don't want to. Old Man Mingji's face changed. Was it because what he said was so impressive that the girl thought he was a liar? That must be it. He adjusted his thoughts and prepared to persuade the girl again, when a young man came over. Ling Yin, I've been waiting for a long time. I got up late today, sorry. The young man said to Ling Yin apologetically. Sir, you are joking. It's not too late. I just got here too. Ling Yin laughed. I only envy the Mandarin ducks, not the immortals. I see. I'm not exaggerating. It's just that this girl can't bear to leave her lover. Old Man Mingji looked at Ling Yin and the young man, and suddenly came to his senses. He noticed Ling Yin very early on. Ling Yin didn't just arrive, but had been here a long time ago. However, Ling Yin couldn't tell the boy. It was obvious that Ling Yin cared about the boy very much and didn't want him to feel too guilty. They care about each other so much and are so similar in age, so what else could they be if not lovers? I told you, who can refuse 3 questions like that? You can't bear to leave your lover, okay, why don't we just go together? Old Man Mingji laughed again in his heart. Young man, do you want to live forever and become an immortal? Do you want to embark on the path of cultivation and possess infinite power? Do you want to go up to the sky and into the earth and travel through the heavens and the myriad worlds? He looked at the boy with a smile and asked his 3 questions again. Ling Yin was stunned. Was the old man crazy? He even wanted to take a powerful master as his apprentice. Good. The young man was none other than Li Jiudao. Ling Yin had a strange expression on his face. This old man must be crazy. Immortal. The powerful and wise ones are originally immortals, and some are even more powerful than immortals. Possessing infinite power. A powerful person can destroy the universe and the stars with just a thought. Wandering through the heavens and all realms. What are the heavens and myriad worlds? A powerful master can sing a song to the fairy palace and lead the fairies to dance. Ling Yin had a headache. Where did this crazy old man come from? What? Li Jiudao looked surprised, suspecting that he had heard wrongly. Why doesn't he want to be immortal and become an immortal? Why doesn't he want to embark on the path of cultivation and possess infinite power? Why doesn't he want to go up to the sky and into the earth and travel through the heavens and the worlds? The key is that he can't. He has no qualifications for cultivation and cannot even embark on the path of cultivation. When old man Mingji saw Li Jiudao's expression, he felt even more proud. This is how normal people behave. Even a monk could not remain indifferent when faced with his 3 questions, let alone a mortal. Ling Yin's behavior just now was abnormal, she was completely indifferent. The little girl's heart is full of her lover. He was complacent in his heart, thinking that his action of asking 3 questions to Li Jiudao was correct. After capturing Li Jiudao, Ling Yin would naturally follow him obediently. I'm afraid even the great and powerful master didn't expect there would be such a person. Ling Yin also saw Li Jiudao's expression and said helplessly in her heart. It would be strange if a powerful and expert could have a normal expression. The old man is not even a speck of dust in front of the great master. Don't doubt it. I come from the Tianji holy sect in the central part of the country. If you want, I can make you an immortal, with infinite power, and travel through the heavens and the worlds. Old man Mingji looked at Li Jiudao and launched a fierce attack on him, determined to take Li Jiudao down. The holy heavenly secret sect in the central region is very strong. Li Jiudao asked. He knew that there were 5 tribes in Yenzhou, but he didn't know that the central tribe was superior to the east, west, south and north tribes and was stronger than any of them. His knowledge of the central region is very limited. He didn't even understand the Tianji holy religion that old man Mingji mentioned. Very strong. Old man, don't you realize that this is a powerful person's sarcasm? Hurry up and leave. Ling Yin said in her heart. More than just strong, let me put it this way, the strongest sect in the East is not even as strong as an ant in front of our Tianji holy sect. We can destroy the strongest sect in the East with just a stomp of our feet. Old man Mingji didn't think that Li Jiudao was being sarcastic at all. He just thought that Li Jiudao didn't understand the Tianji holy religion. The East is vast and the central region is extremely far away from the East. How could a mortal possibly know about such a distant central region? I'm afraid he doesn't even know much about the East where he is. Oh. Li Jiudao said, oh, and nothing more happened. The strongest cultivation sect in the East is not even as good as an ant. Are you treating him like a fool? Where can there be such a powerful and terrifying spiritual practice? He doesn't believe it. Besides, even if there really was such a powerful and terrifying religious practice, how could it possibly find him? He doesn't even have the qualifications to practice. Young man, I see that you have amazing bones, a full forehead, and a spiritual light that is about to burst out of your body. You are indeed a genius in cultivation. Once you embark on cultivation, you will surely soar into the sky, step on thousands of geniuses, gather countless divine rings on your body, and become the overlord of a region. When old man Mingji saw that Li Jiudao just said, oh, and stopped talking, he thought that Li Jiudao was intimidated by the power of the Tianji holy sect. He immediately stepped up his offensive, praised Li Jiudao, and took the opportunity to accept Li Jiudao as his successor. Li Jiudao's face was full of black lines and he was speechless. Isn't this too misleading? He has an amazing skeleton, a full forehead, and a spiritual light that seems to be bursting out of his body. Even if the old man is telling lies, he can't say that. Is the Taiwa sect's test of cultivation qualifications just a decoration? If he was really that powerful, he would not be here long ago and would have joined Taiwa sect long ago. Old man, cultivation is full of ups and downs and disasters. How can it be better than being immortal? Haha, old man, you should find someone else. I have no intention of becoming an immortal. I just want to be immortal in this world. Li Jiudao smiled and left with Ling Yin. He made an appointment with Ling Yin to go to the river outside the city to catch fish for Xiaobai. There were only 2 or 3 fish left at home, not enough for Xiaobai to eat. He said yesterday that he wanted to go fishing by the river today, and Ling Yin smiled and said he would take her with him. These days, Ling Yin came to see him every day, and he and Ling Yin became familiar with each other, and the ambiguity brought by the blind date had long disappeared. He actually likes this. He is not used to the ambiguity that comes with blind dates. Whether in Blue Star or in this world, he has never been in a relationship. He feels awkward when approaching the opposite sex in an ambiguous way. Ling Yin is good in every aspect, but she's still too young. Let's talk about her later. Should I get married at the age of 18? Li Jiudao really felt that she was too young. He didn't want to get married so early as he still had plenty of life ahead of him. Besides, he hasn't even been around this world yet. By the way, Xia Yan hasn't been here for some time. Li Jiudao thought of Xia Yan. She had never come to see him since she left with her father. Before, when Xia Yan dragged him to Qingshan to hunt every day, he was a little annoyed. Now that he hadn't seen Xia Yan for so many days, he actually missed Xia Yan a little. As monks, they are not as leisurely as mortals like me. Monks are busy practicing. He didn't think much about it. After all, Xia Yan is a cultivator, and has much more things to do than a mortal like him. Hey, why are they all gone? Old man Mingji was dumbfounded. He was talking to her just fine, so why did he just leave? Li Jiudao can leave if he wants, he doesn't care, but Ling Yin can't. Ling Yin was born with amazing spiritual power, which was a good candidate for practicing the art of deduction. He had to accept Ling Yin into the Tianji holy sect no matter what. Qingshan City, in Li Jiudao's courtyard. Luo Shui's face was full of pain and he rolled around on the ground. After eating so many dominant fish from the upper 9 realms, changes occurred in her body, and the blood derived from the white tiger began to awaken, and she was about to start evolving. Otherwise, Li Jiudao would have taken her to go fishing, but seeing that she was feeling a little unwell, Li Jiudao did not take her and left her at home. Roar! A cat-like and tiger-like sound came out of her mouth, and her whole cat-like body instantly grew larger, with wisps of tiger power flowing out of her body. She began to evolve into a white tiger. It's so unfair. A little cat like this will never be as good as us even if it evolves. Among the only 3 fish left in the water tank, the 7th fantasy fish said with tears in his eyes. Their bloodlines are so powerful and terrifying that they are only stronger than the bloodline of the imperial clan of which the great emperor belongs. A lowly little white cat like Luo Shui really cannot compare with them. However, the world is unfair. The powerful master loves the little white cat and doesn't care about them at all. He uses them to feed the little white cat. Roar, roar, roar. Luo Shui continued to roar, and the expression on his face became more and more painful. All her organs were shattered, her tendons and bones were broken, her blood had stopped flowing, and the torture she endured was simply unimaginable. This process lasted for a very long time, and her consciousness was about to collapse. Fortunately, during the days she spent with Li Jiudao, her character had been tempered and was much more resolute than before. She gritted her teeth and persisted, trying not to let her consciousness collapse. She knew very well that once her consciousness collapsed, she would be in great danger and would most likely die. In the end, she persevered. The shattered organs in her body began to reorganize, the broken tendons and bones reconnected, and new blood appeared, swallowing up the old blood. Roar! She growled softly, and the cat sound disappeared, replaced by the pure tiger sound. And her whole body was no longer like a cat, and she had completely turned into a tiger. Her hair is pure white, and the white tiger blood in her body is open. She has evolved into a white tiger with pure blood. The bloodline of the fish from the upper 9 realms is truly powerful. Luo Shui couldn't help but say. The white tiger blood in her body was so rare, not even 1/10,000th, but she still evolved into a pure white tiger. All this was related to the fact that she ate a lot of fish from the dominant race of the upper 9 realms. That's it. In the water tank, the 7 fantasy fish looked at Luo Shui, who had evolved into a white tiger, with disdain in their eyes. Compared to before, Luo Shui has become many times stronger, but compared with their bloodline, Luo Shui is still far inferior. Low-level blood is low-level blood. The starting point is too low. Even if it evolves further, there is an upper limit. It cannot catch up with high-level blood. The 7 phantom fish looked down upon him. However, even though it despised it, it still envied the Luo River very much. There is no way. No matter what, Luo Shui is stronger than it. It is just Luo Shui's food. When can I communicate with the great masters? It was about to cry, but now it still had no strength, could not make any sound, and the words it spoke were just bubbles. It's obvious that there is a treasure about to appear over there. Luo Shui looked into the distance at the horizon, where there were several blazing rays rising into the sky and connecting with the dome of the sky. Many days have passed, and the blazing light there is still as bright and dazzling as ever, with no sign of retreating. She is the princess of the Sky Snow Cat tribe. She is well informed and loves to read various ancient books. The movement over there is consistent with the signs that a precious treasure is about to appear in the world. At this time, I think the other 4 strong men should have arrived there. She seemed to be thinking about something. The blazing light has not gone out for many days and the commotion is huge. The 4 powerful men cannot remain indifferent and they will definitely take action. She wanted to go over there and find out about her father's situation. When her father left, he told her not to worry, but how could she not worry? It will take some time for Senior Daning to go fishing before he comes back. With my current strength, it won't be a problem for me to go back and forth before he comes back. She left the courtyard, transformed into a human form, and rushed to the ancient ruins at a very fast speed. If she went out in the form of a white tiger, it would definitely cause a sensation and bring her a lot of trouble. On the other side, Li Jiudao and Ling Yin came to the small river outside the city. The small river was not far outside the city. Old Man Mingji followed them, talking non-stop and never giving up. I am really the elder of the Tianji Holy Sect, and our Tianji Holy Sect is really powerful, and can be called the most prosperous sect in the central region. Old Man Mingji was full of helplessness. It was really tiring to communicate with 2 mortals. If it were a cultivator, who would dare to disrespect the holy teaching of heavenly secrets? Who wouldn't be excited to see the old Man Mingji? But these 2 mortals completely ignored him and turned a blind eye to him. Is this where you usually fish, sir? Ling Yin looked around and felt that this was just an ordinary creek. Not to mention fishing for the fish from the 9 realms, there weren't even any spiritual fish here. Li Jiudao nodded and said, I am too lazy to walk. There is a small river outside the city with a lot of fish. I go fishing here when I have nothing to do. When I feel like it, I will come here to paint or play the piano. You 2 little mortal kids, if I don't show you my true abilities, you will really look down on me and think I'm a liar. Old man Mingji shouted. When he was in the city, there were too many mortals, so he couldn't use any monk methods, which would cause panic among the mortals. There weren't many people here, so he decided to show off his skills to let Li Jiudao and Ling Yin know how powerful he is. Don't shout, old man. I'm almost going deaf from your shouting. Li Jiudao said helplessly. This person really treated him and Ling Yin as 3-year-old children. Such an obvious lie, no one would believe it, okay. But this person still pursued them relentlessly. After hearing what old man Mingji said, Ling Yin almost burst out laughing. Good fellow, what ability do you have, old man? How dare you show off in front of an ancient supreme being, a powerful and superior being who is even more terrifying and powerful than an immortal? Ling Yin said with great amusement in her heart. The old man must be stupid. Fishing with a fishing rod. That's too much trouble. Look at the monk's methods. With just a thought, I can make all the fish in the river jump onto the shore automatically. Old man Mingji said lightly. 2 mortal kids, unable to recognize a great man, didn't even realize that a master was in front of them. This time he was determined to let the 2 little mortal kids take a good look at how powerful he was and make them realize how wrong it was for them to ignore him before. Wait a minute, I'll show my skills. Won't these 2 little mortal kids be overwhelmed on the spot? Hee hee, then why don't you just follow me obediently? He laughed in his heart. This boy is no good. He is just an ordinary mortal. His soul is so weak. It is difficult for him to achieve anything great even if he enters the holy heavenly secret sect. Well, forget it. After all, he is the girl's lover. If I don't take him with me, the girl probably won't go with me. He really didn't want to bring Li Jiudao into the Tianji holy sect. Li Jiudao can't even meet the most basic requirements of their Tianji holy sect. But there is no way, because the little girl Ling Yin's heart is full of Li Jiudao. He can't really be a monk. When Li Jiudao heard what old man Mingji said, he couldn't help but think in his heart. If he is really a cultivator, doesn't that mean that what he just said is true? Can I also embark on the path of cultivation? Li Jiudao became somewhat expectant. He remembered what the old man had said before. The old man said that he had amazing bones and was a genius in cultivation. Once he started to cultivate, he would surely soar to great heights. It is possible that the Taiwa sex aptitude test is wrong. Maybe I really have amazing aptitude for cultivation. The more Li Jiudao thought about it, the more excited he became. If he could practice cultivation, he would still like to do so and would not want to be an ordinary person. After all, this is a world of cultivation. Only if he can cultivate, embark on the path of cultivation, and possess powerful strength, can he live better. Watch out for the 2 little kids. Old man Mingji had a calm expression, looking like a sage. He raised one hand and whispered, all the fish in the river, come out to me. Li Jiudao hurriedly looked towards the river. No movement. There was not even a ripple in the river. Li Jiudao looked at old man Mingji again. Alas, how could he believe this crazy old man? Come out. Come out. Come out. Old man Mingji's face turned pale, he kept raising his hands, and even shouted. Finally there is movement. A small fish jumped up from the bottom of the river. Old man Mingji's expression relaxed. He said, with his strength, how could he fail? However, the next moment, his face immediately turned the color of liver. The little fish jumped out from the bottom of the river, shook its tail, and fell back into the river. This obviously has nothing to do with him, the little fish is just playing in the water. Alas, he must have gone crazy thinking about cultivation, imagining himself to be a powerful cultivator, learning from those cultivators to recruit disciples everywhere. Li Jiudao finally understood that the old man was crazy about practicing. I can't do this. I should completely stop thinking about practicing. He warned himself in his heart. The Taiwa sect is at its peak of power, so how could they make such a low-level mistake as testing qualifications incorrectly? This is simply impossible. If this were the case, how could the Taiwa sect recruit disciples and grow stronger? It would have fallen into decline long ago. He really doesn't have the qualifications to practice, and he should have been sure of this long ago and not harbor any illusions, otherwise he would become like a crazy old man. How so? Old man Mingji was distraught and could not believe all this. Given his strength, how could he not be able to control the fish in such a small river? Not to mention an ordinary small river like this, even if it is a spiritual river full of powerful fish monsters, he can control it easily. He couldn't believe it and tried again, and finally, he found the problem. There was some force that blocked his power. His power did not go into the river. Who is stopping him? He immediately looked around. At this moment, a willow branch gently fell on him, and his whole body convulsed as if he was electrocuted. He was greatly shocked and filled with terror. All his strength was sealed and he could no longer move at all. What kind of willow tree is this? He was terrified, for he never expected that there would be such a terrifying willow tree outside a mortal city. All his strength was sealed in an instant, and he didn't even have the ability to resist. The strength of this willow tree far exceeded his. The holy lords of all holy places are no match for this willow tree. He was really scared. Even a powerful saint lord could not seal his power so easily, but this willow tree could do it. There is no doubt that this willow tree is stronger than all the saints. The great master said that he often comes here to fish, paint, and play the piano. It seems that this willow tree has benefited a lot from it. Ling Yin also looked at the willow tree. She knew that the old man was not a mortal but a monk. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the old man to conduct a spiritual exploration of her. But the old man failed to get the fish out of the river. It was obvious that there was a force that stopped the old man. Now, the old man looked at the willow tree as if he had seen a ghost. There was no doubt that all this must have been done by this willow tree. A grain of rice dares to shine in front of the bright sun. Willow tree has received the favor of a powerful master, so naturally it cannot stand such a thing. Ling Yin understood it instantly. This is because she has not embarked on a spiritual journey and has no power. If she had power, she would definitely not let the old man act like this. Old man, if it is destined to happen, it will happen. If it is not destined to happen, don't force it. Everything depends on fate. Don't be too obsessed. Li Jiudao looked at old man Mingji and said. Speaking of which, old man Mingji was a pitiful man. He was so eager to practice cultivation that he went crazy. He didn't want to argue with old man Mingji. I see, the great master is helping me. Old man Mingji didn't react at all, but Ling Yin did, and said in her heart. When they were in Qingshan City, the old man must have discovered her extraordinariness and that her soul aura was far stronger than that of ordinary people. Later, he wanted to take her in as his disciple. As for the powerful master, the old man definitely did not realize that the powerful master was so powerful and supreme. Otherwise, even if I had 100 times the courage, I would never dare to say that I would accept a great and powerful person as my disciple. Seeing that she was determined and didn't want to be an apprentice, the old man set his sights on a powerful master. The old man must have felt that she had a special relationship with the powerful master, so after accepting the powerful master, he also accepted her as well. How could a powerful master have such a high state of mind, and have such a low opinion as an old man? The great master is thinking about me. He has completely stopped the old man from wanting to take me in as his disciple. After all, the old man came after her, and it seemed that he would not give up until he succeeded. She hasn't started practicing yet and doesn't have any strength at all. If the old man uses force on her, she really has no way to deal with him. The powerful master knew this clearly, so he brought the old man here to make him understand the gap and give up the idea of accepting him as a disciple. The realm of the great master is so high, how could he bother to attack such a small character? The great master is using the willow tree to teach the old man a lesson. Ling Yin thought to herself, connecting everything together. She immediately felt very grateful to Li Jiudao. As an ancient supreme being, she is a superior being in front of others, but in front of a powerful master like Li Jiudao, she is not worth mentioning at all. The great master not only taught her how to play the piano, but also helped her solve the problems brought by the old man. The great master was so good to her. On the other side, Li Jiudao didn't know that Ling Yin had thought so much in such a short moment, and he didn't pay attention to Ling Yin. He has been looking at old man Mingji. However, old man Mingji did not react at all. He stood there stupidly as if petrified, not saying a word. Alas, I woke up from the dream and realized that I am not a cultivator. I can't accept it for a while. Li Jiudao sighed in his heart and felt more and more sorry for old man Mingji. An old man who goes crazy because of his desire to practice Buddhism is indeed a pitiful person. Heart disease needs heart medicine to heal. There is a limit to what I can do. Everything still depends on him. He just needs to let it go. Li Jiudao said in his heart. Let's go fishing. Too much stimulation would make the old man's condition worse. Li Jiudao ignored the old man, took off the bamboo tube on his back, took out the fishing rod from the bamboo tube, sat on the rock, and started fishing. The stone is still as soft and warm as ever, and very comfortable to sit on. It's so comfortable. If I wasn't afraid of the monks coveting it, I would have moved this stubborn stone back home at all costs. Li Jiudao said in his heart that he liked this stone very much. The stone was warm in winter and cool in summer, soft and comfortable. How could Li Jiudao not like it? However, even though he liked her, Li Jiudao still knew his limits. A man is innocent unless he is in possession of a treasure. What could a mortal like him use to compete with the monks? The stubborn stone was obviously not an ordinary stone, it was most likely a spiritual stone. If he really wanted to take it back, the trouble would outweigh the benefits. He had heard that monks had some kind of spiritual perception, and could sense spiritual things in a moment. If he met a monk with a good temper, it would be fine. At most, he could just give the stubborn stone away. But if you encounter a monk with a bad temper, nothing can be predicted. In the eyes of monks, the lives of mortals are worthless, and he is very likely to lose his own life. He values his life very much and would not joke with it, otherwise he would not have settled in Qingshan City. Qingshan City is adjacent to Taiwa sect, which is the most prosperous sect in the east, so its safety is more or less guaranteed. It's nice to sit under a big tree and enjoy the shade. Nothing has happened in Qingshan City in all these years. Li Jiudao laughed in his heart. He has his own calculations, and his life safety is the top priority. As for other things, they will be considered later. Bring Xia Yan over to see this stone later. Xia Yan is a cultivator, and this stone might be useful to her. Li Jiudao thought of Xia Yan. Forget it. Without this stubborn stone, how can I fish, paint, and play the piano comfortably? Xia Yan is the direct disciple of the leader of Taiwa sect. She must have no shortage of spiritual objects. Li Jiudao was still a little reluctant to give up the stubborn stone. After all, the stubborn stone was really comfortable to sit on. Thinking that Xia Yan was not short of spiritual objects, he simply gave up the idea of giving it to Xia Yan. Jianmu fishing rod, Julong dragon tendon fishing line, Daojia red gold fishing hook. Ling Yin was extremely shocked. The entire fishing rod, no matter which part of it, was a legendary heaven-defying item, with a source so great that it could scare people to death. Jianmu, rumored to be a bridge connecting the fairyland. Julong, the legendary ancestor of all dragons, ferocious and invincible, even immortals are no match for him. Daojia red gold. It is said that it was formed by being tempered 8,888 times by the heavenly Tao tribulation. It is the hardest thing in the world and is known as the best gold in the world. It is also called immortal gold. Even though she was the supreme being of ancient times, she had never seen these things. She had only seen records of them in ancient books. She once thought that these were all fictional and did not exist in the world at all, but were made up by people. After all, these things are really too outrageous and too unimaginable. However, what she never expected was that these things actually existed. The material of the entire fishing rod is exactly the same as the records of these things. Alas, I used to think that the Supreme was very powerful and great, but I didn't know that the Supreme was nothing. Ling Yin was filled with emotion. She felt so insignificant in front of the powerful master. In front of the powerful master, she was not even a speck of dust. The river was calm and there were no waves. But the river bottom was extremely restless, the space was distorted, and projections of one realm after another appeared. Countless powerful fish jumped in a rush to eat the bait. One fishing rod reaches all realms, fishing for fish from all the heavens. Ling Yin is an ancient supreme being with a powerful soul aura. He could sense the projections of fish from all realms fighting for bait at the bottom of the river. She really didn't know what to say. The methods used by the powerful master were so amazing that it was hard to believe and imagine. This. Old Man Mingji's eyes almost popped out of his head, and he was frightened out of his wits. His strength was sealed, but his spiritual sense was still there and had not been sealed. Before, he had been terrified by the terrifying willow tree, wondering what he had done to the willow tree that caused the tree to take action, first blocking his power from entering the river and then sealing the power in his body. Before he could figure it out, his spiritual sense sensed huge abnormal fluctuations at the bottom of the river. When he came to his senses and checked the bottom of the river, he was almost scared to death. All the heavens and worlds emerged, and countless fish with terrifying bloodlines competed for bait. He had never seen such a scene in his life. This is too scary. Who could be so terrifying, fishing for fish from all realms, even the upper 9 realms? The emperor is probably only thinking about it. He swallowed hard, his heart almost jumping out of his body. Even if the emperors are invincible in the world and possess infinite power, they can never do this. It is impossible for them to reach all the worlds with one pole. He glanced at Li Jiudao cautiously, not daring to breathe. This person is no ordinary person at all, he is an unimaginable supreme master. Only immortals can possess such means. Apart from Xian, he really couldn't think of anyone else who could do this. I. His face turned red, and thinking of what he said to Li Jiudao, he really wanted to bang his head against a tree and die. You are so overestimating your own abilities and so ungrateful. He actually wanted to take the immortal as his disciple, and he even boasted in front of the immortal, and he even wanted to show off his magical powers in front of the immortal. The key point is, before, he despised immortals in his heart and felt that immortals would not achieve anything. A dog looks down on people, that's me. He almost cried in his heart. How could he be so funny that he even fooled the immortal? Now, he understood everything. He understood why the willow tree prevented his power from entering the river and why it sealed his power. The willow tree obviously couldn't stand him pretending to be great in front of the immortal. This willow tree obviously knows the identity of the immortal. I'm probably the first person in history who dares to act big and show off in front of an immortal. He became even more panicked and frightened, and he really didn't know how the immortal would deal with him. One after another, Li Jiudao soon filled the fish basket with fish. Ling Yin took a look and saw that they were all dominant fish from the upper 9 realms. The blood of each fish was extremely terrifying, even more terrifying than the blood of the emperor. Old Man Mingji was trembling all over. He was waiting for the immortal to punish him. But the immortal remained silent. He was so scared that he didn't even dare to look at the immortal. The fish basket was full, so Li Jiudao put away his fishing rod. He glanced at Old Man Mingji and sighed with pity. The old man looked so pitiful, his whole body was shaking, and it was obvious that he still couldn't accept the reality. Actually, the old man is not a bad person, he just wants to practice cultivation too much. Let me help the old man with his illness. Li Jiudao was kind-hearted and could not bear to see such a pitiful sight, so he decided to help the old man cure his madness. Madness is more of a mental illness. He wants to help the old man face reality. Once the old man faces reality, the madness will naturally disappear. However, this process cannot be rushed and must be done step by step. Take it step by step. Let's see how crazy the old man is. Li Jiudao thought to himself and decided to get in touch with the old man first to see what his condition was. Old man, where is your home? He asked the old man. Ah. The old man Mingji was confused. He was waiting for the immortal to punish him, so why did the immortal ask him where his home was? The old man Mingji didn't know what the immortal meant. But he didn't dare to hide it, and hurriedly told it all. My family is in the central Tianji holy sect, and I have been practicing in the Tianji holy sect since I was a child. After all, I still haven't come out of my fantasy. He keeps talking about the holy religion of heaven. Li Jiudao thought to himself. Oh, your family is in the central part, why did you come to the east? He asked again. An unusual phenomenon occurred in the east, and it is suspected that a treasure has appeared. The entire Yanzhou was alarmed, and countless cultivators and masters came to the east. I was no exception and rushed to the east. Old Man Mingji replied without hiding anything. A strange phenomenon appeared in the east. Li Jiudao looked back at the blazing light that was rising into the sky like a pillar in the sky. It seems that the old man is not completely crazy. He knows how to combine reality with fantasy. Li Jiudao gradually felt relieved. Didn't the old man say he was completely crazy? He saw a blazing vision in the east and imagined the monks grabbing treasures. He asked Mr. Mingji a few more questions, including whether he had any relatives, where he was now, etc. I have a son and a daughter, both of whom are still practicing in the central region. Old Man Mingji answered whatever was asked, not daring to hide anything, but all his answers were related to the central region. The old man must have been fantasizing about this for a long time. He has imagined every detail. Li Jiudao did not point it out as he was afraid of upsetting the old man and making his condition worse. Madness cannot be cured in a hurry, external things can only play a limited role, and it is more of a mental illness. Li Jiudao decided to treat the old man slowly. Of course, he couldn't always agree with the old man, for example, saying that the old man was a monk. That would only increase the old man's fantasies and would be even worse for him. He wanted to correct the old man little by little until he faced the reality. Old man, the monks from all over the world have come together to seize the treasure. It must be extremely dangerous. Why don't you come back home with me first, take a rest, organize your thoughts, and think about how to seize the treasure? Li Jiudao said. Ah. Old Man Mingji was even more confused. The immortal didn't say anything about punishing him. Instead, he invited him to his home. What did this mean? He did not dare to ask more questions and continued along with the immortal's words, "It is dangerous, definitely dangerous, you need to think about it carefully." How could he dare to ask more questions? The immortal's mind was hard to guess. What if he asked too many questions and the immortal got angry and slapped him to death? He couldn't do anything in front of the immortal anyway, so he might as well follow him. Ling Yin was listening nearby and had no idea what was going on. Why would a powerful master bring such a small character back home? Li Jiudao looked at Ling Yin and thought that Ling Yin must be wondering why he brought a crazy old man home. However, it is not easy for him to explain here. He couldn't say in front of the old man that he wanted to cure his madness, could he? Let's talk about this when we get home. Li Jiudao said to Ling Yin. Oh. Ling Yin nodded and didn't dare to ask more questions. The realm of the powerful master is so high that any action of his must have deep meaning. How could she dare to dig into the matter? That would be courting death. Although the powerful master treated her very well, she did not dare to ask too many questions. She still knew her limits. On the other side, Luo Shui had arrived at the ancient ruins early. Just as she had guessed, monks from all walks of life gathered here. She restrained her breath and dared not expose herself too much. After all, there are too many strong people here. Although she evolved into a white tiger and her strength was greatly improved, she was still no match for those strong men. It would not be good for her to be too exposed. I didn't see any members of the Red Chain Snake clan. She looked around and did not see any members of the Red Chain Snake clan here. This is a little abnormal. There was such a big commotion in the east that all the cultivation forces in Yanzhou were mobilized, but the Red Chain Snake clan did not come. It was really strange. The Red Chain Snake tribe is in a state of panic right now. The friends of the Snow Cat Emperor want to avenge him and have united to attack the Red Chain Snake tribe. It's hard to say whether the Red Chain Snake tribe can survive this disaster, let alone come here. Luo Shui asked a central cultivator about the situation of the Red Chain Snake clan, and the central cultivator replied like this. Good. Luo Shui smiled, retreated from here and returned to Qingshan City. This is good news, she is very happy. Her father is fine, but the one in trouble is the Red Chain Snake clan. Soon, she returned to the courtyard, but the powerful master had not returned yet. She transformed herself into a cat in advance, but she didn't dare to expose her true form in front of the powerful master, let alone reveal her new white tiger form. Not long after, Li Jiudao came back. She shouted happily and threw herself into his arms. "Is everything all right?" Li Jiudao smiled and touched Xiaobai's soft fur. "Meow." Luo Shui cried out again, and the kitten's head rubbed against Li Jiudao's arms. "I'm glad you did. It looks like your problem has been solved." Li Jiudao smiled again and was equally happy. When he left, the little white cat looked very uncomfortable, and he was worried about it. When he came back and saw the little white cat so excited, he knew that the little white cat was fine and no longer uncomfortable. All right. Problem solved. Luo Shui thought to herself, a powerful master is a powerful master. He knew that she was worried about her father and would go to the ancient ruins to inquire about her father's news. Sure enough, everything was within the powerful master's expectations. "Old man, come in." Li Jiudao looked at the stupid old man standing outside the shop and said with a smile. The old man was staring blankly at the plaque of his shop. Fantasy is really serious. Li Jiudao thought to himself that it must be the word Tao on his plaque that touched the imaginative old man again. Mingji old man. When Luo Shui saw the old man, he immediately recognized his identity as Old Man Mingji. Old Man Mingji is a well-known strongman in the central region, and his deduction skills are superb. Many strong men will go to Old Man Mingji for deduction when they have problems. Why did the powerful master bring Old Man Mingji back? Luo Shui thought to himself. Oh. When Old Man Mingji came to his senses, he was filled with shock. The word Tao on the plaque made him feel the boundless and profound morality. In front of such morality, the Tao he practiced was not even a speck of dust, it was too insignificant. He was completely shocked. The immortal was indeed powerful. The plaque hanging in the shop was so incredible. When he walked into the shop, he was even more shocked. Any random painting contained unimaginable avenues, and any random jade carving contained unimaginable terrifying power. The entire store is filled with the supreme Taoist charm. This is simply a paradise for immortals. If one can practice here, it will be easy to achieve the throne of the emperor. Oh my God, I actually saw an immortal and came to such a blessed place. I will have no regrets even if I die. He was extremely excited and felt that even if the immortal was angry with him for being ungrateful and slapped him to death, it would be worth it. Who in the world has ever seen an immortal? Haha, he has seen it. The immortal was right in front of him. Old man, please take a good rest in my house first and sort out your thoughts before leaving. Li Jiudao said to the old man with a smile. Good. Old man Mingji nodded repeatedly. He would do whatever the immortal said. He could not disobey the immortal. Li Jiudao brought old man Mingji to the courtyard and arranged a room for him. This can be considered a guest room. Last time he saved Lu Liang lived in this house. He took down the fish basket and put the fish in the basket into the water tank. These strange fish are quite tenacious. Li Jiudao sighed. The fish basket was hollow and there was no water inside, but these strange fish showed no signs of wilting at all. They were still alive and kicking, full of vitality. If it were any other normal fish, they would have wilted long ago due to the lack of water, and would have been basically in a dying state. Great and powerful men, please look at me. In the water tank, the 7 fantasy fish jumped around and shouted, trying to attract Li Jiudao's attention, but they could not make any sound. Li Jiudao saw the 7 fantasy fish, but didn't care much about it. He turned around and left. Alas, he is also a pitiful man, crazy for the sake of Taoism. I am a kind-hearted person and I can't stand seeing such pitiful people. I will help him if I can. He came to Ling Yin and spoke to her, explaining why he brought the old man back. He didn't put it so clearly. He didn't directly say that the old man was a lunatic and that he wanted to help cure his madness. He always felt that it was not good to just say that the old man was a lunatic. It wasn't polite, and it would be even worse if the old man heard it. Therefore, he spoke very tactfully, using the old man's madness for Taoism as an alternative. Ling Yin also witnessed the old man's crazy behavior. Even if he didn't explain it clearly, Ling Yin should understand what he said. He thought so in his heart. Mr. Love. Ling Yin didn't think much about it, she just felt that old man Mingji was very lucky, and the powerful master wanted to give him some guidance. Sure enough, Ling Yin understood what he said and knew that he wanted to help the old man cure his madness. Whether you love someone big or not, just do your best. Li Jiudao chuckled. He was not a saint who wanted to save the world. But when he encountered a problem, he would not abandon it. He would help as much as he could. Time passed in a flash, and several days went by. The blazing light that reached the sky was still there, like a pillar in the sky, connecting heaven and earth, and the entire east was clearly visible. This is a mortal immortal. Old man Mingji was filled with emotion. After a few days of contact, he had a better understanding of the immortals. The immortals travel through the mortal world as mortals, always calling themselves mortals, as if they are tempering their minds in this mortal world. Fortunately, I woke up quickly. He was very grateful. These days, Li Jiudao often told him that everything should be done by fate, and nothing can be forced. Mortals are not necessarily worse than cultivators. In fact, mortals are more leisurely and contented than cultivators. He understood that the immortal was imparting to him the experience of the great Tao. Even immortals have to refine their minds in the mortal world. This shows how important it is to refine one's mind in the mortal world. After he understood, he never mentioned anything about cultivation again. Like an immortal, he called himself a mortal, experienced the world as a mortal, and tempered his heart of Tao. I'm really so smart. He laughed to himself foolishly. After he stopped talking about cultivation and called himself a mortal, he could clearly feel that the immortals looked at him with satisfaction. He understood the meaning of what the immortal said to him. Mr. Mingji, you are really lucky. Luo Shui came to old man Mingji and started talking. Old man Mingji was frightened on the spot. This was the first time he heard the little white cat speak. How can a cat raised by an immortal be an ordinary cat? Even if it is an ordinary cat, it would naturally become extraordinary if it often eats fish from the 9 Realms tyrant clan. He quickly realized that he was making a fuss out of nothing. In the past few days, he gradually recognized that the fish caught by the immortals were all dominant fish from the upper 9 realms. He saw with his own eyes that the immortals stewed these fish from the upper 9 realms and fed them to the little white cat. No matter how ordinary the little white cat was, it would definitely become extraordinary. It's normal to speak naturally. No, I'm not like you. You eat fish from the 9 Realms tyrant clan every day. Old man Mingji looked at the little white cat with envy. Eating fish from the 9 Realms hegemony clan every day, even the emperor can't do that. The emperor of this world is nothing in front of the tyrants of the upper 9 Realms. Let alone eating him, it would be good enough if he can protect himself. Haha, don't you recognize me? I once visited you with my father. Luo Shui smiled. She realized that old man Mingji did not recognize her. Visited me? Old man Mingji was stunned. Why didn't he remember it? Although Luo Shui looks like a little white cat, he can feel the vigorous tiger power from Luo Shui. Luo Shui's true form is a white tiger. He thought about it over and over again, but couldn't remember that a white tiger had ever visited him. My father is the Snow Cat Emperor. Luo Shui chuckled. Her bloodline had been improved and she had become a truly pure white tiger. It was normal that old man Mingji did not recognize her. It's you. Old man Mingji remembered. Tianxue Cat Emperor is one of the strongest people in the central region, so he was naturally impressed. At that time, the Snow Cat King came to visit him with his daughter, saying that his daughter would take over the Snow Cat tribe in the future and would definitely need him in the future, so he brought her here to meet him. The Luo Shui in front of me is the little white cat back then. It is rumored that the Sky Snow Cat clan contains the blood of the 10 ancient evil white tigers. Now it seems that the rumors are true. You have evolved into a white tiger. He became even more envious. The 10 ancient evils were so terrifying and monstrous. Luo Shui evolved into a white tiger. If nothing unexpected happens in the future, Luo Shui will definitely become the greatest evil of the time, sweeping across the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and becoming invincible in the world. It's a blessing in disguise. Luo Shui sighed. If there had not been a sudden change in the Tianqiueka tribe, and she and her father had fled to the east and met a powerful master, how could she have evolved into a white tiger? This is simply impossible. Fighting with burning instincts, this is undoubtedly a situation where death is inevitable. I was wondering why your father survived the situation and returned to the central region to seek revenge on the red-chained snake tribe. Now I understand everything. Old Manmingji smiled and figured out some things. How do you know my father has returned to the central region? The Luo River changed color. Her father's whereabouts have not been exposed yet. How did old Manmingji know about it? Not only do I know this, the red-chained snake clan also knows this. They have already made all the arrangements and are just waiting for your father to show up. What old Manmingji said made Luo Shui's face change again. What? Luo Shui never expected it to be like this. She originally thought that the red-chained snake tribe didn't know that her father and a group of friends would destroy the red-chained snake tribe. However, she didn't expect that the red-chained snake tribe had already known about it and had even made plans. If that were the case, her father would be in great danger. Sir, I am so grateful for your kindness. Ling Yin and Li Jiodao were walking outside the city, and she said to Li Jiodao with great gratitude. I have nothing to do, and I can make violins, so these are nothing. Li Jiodao smiled and said that he would go to the Qingshan mountains outside the city with Ling Yin to cut wood and help Ling Yin make a musical instrument. Ling Yin is an excellent pianist. He originally thought that Ling Yin had a pianist at home and often practiced at home. But when he arrived at Ling Yin's house, he realized that there was no pianist at all. That day, Ling Yin's mother invited him to her home, and he went to Ling Yin's home. He did not see the piano in Ling Yin's house. When he asked Ling Yin's mother, he found out that there was no piano in Ling Yin's house at all. Ling Yin's mother said that they lived alone and their life was not satisfactory, so how could she have any spare money to buy Ling Yin a piano? Ling Yin's mother didn't know where Ling Yin learned the piano skills, and she thought that she borrowed someone else's piano to practice. He suddenly felt that it was not easy for Ling Yin. She wanted to learn piano even though there was no piano at home, and she had mastered such superb skills. At that time, he said he wanted to make a piano for Ling Yin. However, he has been busy treating the old man's madness during this period and has not had much free time. After his treatment for a period of time, the old man's madness was significantly alleviated. He no longer had any dreams about being a monk and no longer mentioned anything about being a monk. He felt that the old man was almost recovered and would be fine after a period of consolidation. The old man's problem was almost solved, and he remembered that he wanted to help Ling Yin make a musical instrument, so he found Ling Yin today and asked Ling Yin to go to Qingshan to cut wood and make a musical instrument together. It would be inconvenient for Qingshan to bring the little white cat with him when he was logging, so he didn't bring the little white cat with him. The great master has given me a new life. Ling Yin's heart was filled with emotion. The powerful master guided her in the sound of the zither and helped her to understand the great way of the zither, which enabled her to practice at a lightning speed. In addition, her practice in all aspects was extremely perfect, without the slightest flaw. Yes. These days, she started practicing. She hadn't practiced in the past few days. The powerful master improved her outstanding piano music and played it for her personally, showing her a whole new way of playing the piano, which benefited her greatly and brought her huge gains. She didn't start practicing a few days ago because she was trying to comprehend the new way of playing the zither shown to her by a powerful master. These days, she finally realized something, gradually got started, and began to practice. As soon as she started practicing, she was completely shocked. The great master was truly incredible. The new way of playing the zither he demonstrated to her far surpassed the one she had previously practiced. She felt a huge difference when she started practicing, and realized how big the problem was with her previous practice of the zither. If she continued to practice the way of the zither as before, even if she had another life, the throne would still be far away for her. But after practicing the new way of playing the zither demonstrated to her by a great master, she suddenly felt the difference, and achieved great improvement in all aspects. The throne is not far away for her, and she is expected to achieve it, and even go to a higher level and challenge for the great throne. Now, a powerful master wants to make a harp for her. How can she not be moved? Considering the realm of a great and powerful master, how could the zither forged by him be an ordinary zither? This must be an unimaginable and supreme precious harp. Even her former innate supreme harp could not compare to it. However, she was still a little puzzled. The powerful master said that he would take her to Qingshan to cut trees and make the zither. Are there any precious trees in Qingshan? Although she was puzzled, she didn't dare to ask more questions. Everything a powerful and wise man does must have a deeper meaning. She must not offend him and turn a blessing into a disaster. Qingshan was not far away, and it didn't take Li Jiudao and Ling Yin long to reach Qingshan. Li Jiudao was familiar with the route and took Ling Yin into the depths of the Green Mountains. Let's take this one. Li Jiudao smiled and chose a tree. This is a towering tree, so thick that it requires several people to hug it. It is a top-quality old Nanma tree, perfect for making musical instruments. Ling Yin looked the big tree up and down, wondering if this was some kind of supreme treasure tree. I can't tell. She thought about it and used her supreme spiritual sense to investigate, but she did not find anything unusual about the tree. To her, it was just an ordinary old Nanma tree. High above the Green Mountains, a Shenzhou ship appeared and disappeared from time to time, constantly shuttling through the void. The ancient ruins are so difficult to break open. The treasures inside are absolutely unimaginable. I have to go back and report the situation of the ancient ruins to the Holy Lord, and ask him to bring the holy artifacts over. On the Shenzhou, a white-haired old man whispered to himself. Many days have passed. Even though a powerful person has set up a formation to gather all the power together, it is still difficult to cause any damage to the ancient ruins. If things continue like this, even if they attack for months, it will be difficult for them to achieve any results. He wanted to go back to the central region and ask the Holy Lord to come in person with the holy weapon. This ancient relic was more extraordinary than they had imagined. There may be unimaginable treasures of heaven-defying level inside. In addition, not only he was going to return, but many powerful men were also going to return to report the details of the ancient ruins here and invite stronger men to come. Snap. At this moment, there was a sudden cracking sound from Shenzhou, and then the entire Shenzhou exploded instantly, with fragments falling all over the ground. What is going on? The white-haired old man was horrified, but fortunately he reacted quickly and escaped from the Shenzhou the moment it broke apart. But even so, he was still affected by some kind of force, and his whole body was hit hard, falling straight from the air into the depths of the Green Mountains. His mouth was full of blood and many bones in his body were broken. This was only because he escaped fast enough. If he had escaped any later, he would have been torn into pieces by that force just like Shenzhou. Who's taking action? There were thousands of waves in his heart and his face was full of disbelief. Considering that Hutsang was one of the top warriors in the central region and the great elder of Hengtian Holy Land, his cultivation had reached the 6th level. How could he be seriously injured just by being affected by that kind of power? Shenzhou is an ancient treasure. What made him even more unbelievable was that the Shenzhou he was riding on was an ancient treasure that could not only travel through the void, but also withstand powerful bombardments. However, it was so fragile that it was destroyed in an instant. Who on earth is this expert here? He gasped, and a chill went down his spine. It was as if he had met an unimaginable big shot. What's that noise? Li Jiudao was chopping a tree with an axe when he suddenly heard a loud noise. He looked around but didn't see anything. There were many wild animals in the Green Mountains, so it was not surprising to hear any noise. He did not pay much attention to it and continued to cut down trees. Ling Yin didn't notice any sound at all. Her eyes and attention were all on the axe in Li Jiudao's hand. What are you worried about? Old Man Mingji had a strange look on his face. Originally, after knowing all this, he also thought that the Snow Cat King would be in great danger. Because according to his understanding, the Sky Snow Cat Emperor had no idea that the Red Chain Snake Clan had already made preparations. Once the Sky Snow Cat Emperor showed up, he would be in great danger. But now, he knew that Luo Shui had been following the immortal, and he thought that the Red Chain Snake Clan would be in danger. He is an immortal. Luo Shui will definitely benefit greatly by following him. The Tianxue Cat Emperor will definitely benefit as well. So, won't it be easy to deal with the Red Chain Snake Clan? But everything didn't seem to be what he thought. When Luo Shui heard the news, his face was full of worry. It seemed that he was wrong. How can I not worry? The Red Chain Snake tribe has set up a plan and is waiting for my father to show up. Luo Shui was extremely anxious. Didn't the immortal give your father some things so that he could take them back for revenge? The old man Mingji asked. He thought that the immortal would bestow some treasures on the Snowcat Emperor, and that the Snowcat Emperor would take the treasures back to seek revenge on the Red Chain Snake clan. No. Luo Shui shook his head and told what happened. The powerful master only gave a bowl of porridge to help her father heal his injuries. As for other things, the powerful master did not give them. If it was granted, she wouldn't have to worry like this. My father once said that the gift of porridge by a powerful master showed his attitude, and that attitude was just enough. Revenge still needs to be taken by them themselves. At that time, she advised her father not to return to central China, but to wait for some time before returning. What she thought at that time was that she would definitely gain a lot by following the powerful master. She would share these gains with her father and return to the central region after making her father more powerful. But her father said that this was not possible. The powerful master gave her father porridge to cure his injuries and said he would keep her as a pet, meaning that her father could go and take revenge personally without any worries. Father said he has many good friends he can trust, and we can work with these friends to destroy the Red Chain Snake clan. It was because of this that she felt at ease about her father returning to the central region. Who would have known that her father was in such a critical situation now? After all, your father has experienced a lot and thinks more comprehensively. Elder Mingji said, your father is right. He is right. The immortal is so supreme and transcendent. If he really wanted to help you take revenge, he could have wiped out the Red Chain Snake clan in a moment. But the immortal did not do that. Instead, he gave you porridge to heal your father's injuries. The immortal really wanted your father to take revenge himself. He went on to say, if you take revenge in person this way, you won't have any regrets. The immortal is thinking about you. He looked strange and said, you are really lucky to have met such a good immortal who cares so much about you. The immortal is so supreme and transcendent that he can care so much about Luo Shui and his father. Luo Shui and his father must have great fortune and luck. We naturally know the good intentions of the great master, but what should we do now? Luo Shui naturally understood the good intentions of the powerful master, as her father had already explained it to her clearly at that time. Now I finally understand why the immortal brought me back. Old Man Mingji thought about it carefully and understood everything completely. He had acted so arrogantly in front of the immortal before, but the immortal didn't bother with him. He even took him back home and taught him the way. He couldn't understand why the immortal was so good to him. Now, he figured it out. The immortal knows that something bad will happen to your father. Elder Mingji said earnestly, the immortal wanted your father to take revenge personally, but your father messed it up. The Tianji holy sect's deductive skills are unparalleled. Countless cultivators in the central region, and even demon tribes, have sought help from them. Their Tianji holy sect also relied on the art of deduction to help these monks and the demon tribe overcome crisis after crisis. This also allowed them to establish a lot of good relationships with the Tianji holy sect. Thanks to these good connections, their Tianji holy sect can be said to be the most well-informed. They know about any slight disturbance in the central region. They were the first to know that the Snowcat Emperor had secretly returned to the central region this time. The Red Chain Snake clan set up a trap to lure out the Snowcat King, and they knew about it immediately. Your father's friends are indeed trustworthy, but this matter is so big that the news leaked out and was known to the Red Chain Snake clan. Elder Mingji said, the Red Chain Snake clan has long been on guard against your father's friends. The clans of your father's friends all have spies from the Red Chain Snake clan. Back then, when the Red Chain Snakes dealt with the Sky Snowcat Emperor, they arranged everything very carefully, and had placed spies among the Sky Snowcat Emperor's friendly tribes in advance. After the incident was over, the Red Chain Snake clan did not withdraw those spies. Now those spies came in handy, letting the Red Chain Snake clan know that the Sky Snowcat Emperor was not dead and had returned to the central region. The immortal is kind-hearted after all. I guess he didn't want to see your father die tragically, so he brought me back home. Old Man Mingji said, finally remembering why the immortal took him home. The immortal is very good at predicting things and is in control of everything. This time, the immortal went out without you, so I think he wanted you to tell me everything. The immortal knows that your father will not be involved in the game in the short term, so he is not in a hurry. He taught me the experience of the great Tao, which is considered to be some benefits given to me in advance. Old Man Mingji was filled with emotion. An immortal is an immortal. Everything was as expected. No wonder the great master didn't take me out this time. Usually the great master would take me out. Luo Shui suddenly realized. The powerful master went to find Ling Yin. He would always take her with him in the past, but not this time. Great and powerful man. Luo Shui was deeply moved, and tears welled up in her cat-like eyes. The powerful master was so good to her. Old Man Mingji took out a talisman and muttered something. Then, the talisman burned and turned into ashes, and a beam of light shot into the sky. This is a sound transmission note. I have recorded everything on it. The leader will receive this information. I ask the leader to help your father get through this crisis, said Old Man Mingji. In terms of strength alone, the Tianji holy sect is not strong among all the holy places. The Red Chain Snake clan is extremely powerful, stronger than any of the other holy places. If the Tianji holy sect really wants to go up against the Red Chain Snake clan, its chances of winning are not great. However, the Tianji Holy Church has too many good connections in the central region, and countless powerful people have received the favor of the Tianji Holy Church. As long as the Tianji Holy Sect raises a call, these powerful people will surely respond. It is no exaggeration to say that the Tianji Holy Sect is the most unprovoked force in the entire Yenzhou. Thank you, thank you. Luo Shui was extremely grateful. She knew very well how powerful the Tianji Holy Sect was. With the Tianji Holy Sect taking action, her father would definitely be fine. No need to thank me, these are all the work of immortals. Old Man Mingji said, boom, boom, boom. The sound of chopping trees came from not far away. Hutsong's face turned pale and his expression of horror became even more intense. Every time the axe fell, it seemed to fall on his heart. He felt an infinite heaviness and was almost on the verge of collapse. He was extremely frightened. The hairs on his body stood on end, beads of cold sweat flowed down his forehead, and his soul was trembling, as if he had arrived in the Nine Nether Hell, facing a life and death crisis. This. He looked in the direction of the sound, and through the gaps between the trees, he saw a young man chopping down a big tree. The boy looked to be 17 or 18 years old, with a slender figure, simple clothing, and an elegant and heroic temperament, making him look a little extraordinary. The young man chopped down the tree with an axe. Each stroke of the axe was as smooth as flowing water, and it even carried a natural Taoist charm. He was frightened on the spot, and his hair stood on end. What kind of master was this? His axe skills were so supreme and extraordinary. Hengtian Holy Land, one of the holy places in central China, has a profound cultural heritage, amazing collections, and also houses transcendent ancient methods. This ancient method is of extremely high grade and is considered a sacred technique. He is the Grand Elder of Hengtian Holy Land and has also practiced sacred techniques. But even such a sacred technique is still no match for the young man's axe skills, and there is no comparison at all. It is no exaggeration to say that the gap between them is like that between a firefly and the bright sun. They cannot be compared at all and are not on the same level at all. That's the axe of creation. When he saw the axe in the young man's hand, the first axe created by the universe, the axe of creation, instantly appeared in his mind. The axe of creation, the first of the 10 most ancient imperial weapons in legend, is extremely powerful. It is said that a slight stroke of the axe of creation can destroy a large world, and a powerful chop can destroy all the heavens and worlds. This is the oldest and most powerful of the 10 imperial weapons. It is far beyond comparison with other imperial weapons. Hutsong was trembling all over. He couldn't believe that he actually saw the axe of creation. Imperial weapons are rare, and there have not been many of them in ancient times. The 10 great imperial weapons are the most respected imperial weapons, and their power is unimaginable. Actually, using the term imperial soldier is a bit of an understatement. Because according to records in ancient books, the 10 imperial weapons far surpassed the level of the imperial weapons, and could never be compared with the imperial weapons of later generations. The gap was unbelievably huge. People think that the 10 imperial weapons are immortal weapons, but people have never seen immortals or immortal weapons, so the title of the 10 imperial weapons has not changed. The axe head is bronze in color and the handle is carved with many patterns. Every time the axe falls, it has a special charm. This is an eternal charm that is divided by the years and difficult to approach. It was because Hu Chang felt this eternal charm that he determined the axe to be the legendary axe of creation. No wonder people say that the 10 great emperor weapons are immortal weapons. Isn't eternity the unique symbol of immortals? Hu Chang was terrified and in a state of panic. Who on earth is this young man? He is actually holding the axe of creation and chopping down trees. Am I lucky, or unlucky? Hu Chang really didn't know how to describe his current situation. He was lucky because he met such an incredible and powerful person. He was unlucky because he almost lost his life because of the powerful person who chopped down the tree. The powerful master actually chopped down the tree with the axe of creation. Hu Chang really didn't know what to say. The axe of creation, which is the first of the 10 legendary imperial weapons and enjoys the title of the first axe since the creation of the world, was actually used to cut down trees. If this were to be told to others, no one would believe it even if I beat them to death. Mortal. Hu Chang did not sense any fluctuation of spiritual power from the powerful master. If he had not recognized the axe of creation and felt its terrifying and eternal immortal charm, he would have almost thought that this was just an ordinary mortal chopping down trees. The axe of creation is so terrifying. With just a slight stroke, the mountains, rivers, sun and moon will collapse. However, after so many cuts, the tree has not fallen. I guess this was done intentionally by a powerful master. Hu Chang thought seriously. A mortal man, chopping down trees in an ordinary way. He was thoughtful in his mind, is this powerful master traveling through the mortal world as a mortal? I actually dared to fly over the head of a powerful master. I'm lucky to be alive. The realm of the powerful master is so high that it is unimaginable, and he actually flew over the head of such a powerful master. He really doesn't know how to live or die. If you think about it carefully, the destruction of Shenzhou and the heavy damage he suffered must be related to this. Although powerful masters travel the mortal world as mortals, they are unimaginable existences after all, with great majesty, and will never allow others to blaspheme in the slightest. Perhaps there is some mysterious power protecting the dignity of powerful people. He has heard that anyone who speaks disrespectfully to those unimaginable big shots will be punished. For example, the great Emperor Huang. He has disappeared for tens of thousands of years. Anyone who spoke disrespectfully to the Emperor of Desolation was immediately punished by some force and died. Such an incredible great man should not be disrespected in the slightest even if he is dead and gone. There must be some mysterious force protecting the dignity of these incredible great men. A small character like me is not worth mentioning in front of a powerful master. It is definitely not the powerful master who attacked me. If it was the powerful master who attacked me, I would have died long ago. He didn't think he would attract the attention of a powerful person. Holding the axe of creation, what an unimaginable great man he is. At the very least, he is an immortal, or even more terrifying. Not everyone can wield the axe of creation. The eternal immortal charm contained in it is not something that ordinary people can bear. Even the emperor is far from being able to withstand such eternal immortal charm. Only immortals, or beings beyond immortals, can be safe. In front of an immortal, or even a being more terrifying than an immortal, he is not even an ant. Let me ask you, if it is not even an ant, how can it attract attention? I'd better be honest and not disturb the immortal. He said angrily that he didn't dare to disturb the immortal for fear of violating the immortal's taboo. The immortal appeared here, I should pay special attention to this place. He thought to himself. With a loud bang, the sound of a big tree falling came from the other side. Li Jiudao cut down the old Nanma tree. This axe is really good. He thought to himself, and was very satisfied with the axe in his hand. This axe was also rewarded to him by the system. He learned the art of felling and also practiced it to the maximum level. It would take an ordinary person several days to chop down such a thick tree, but he only took a short time to chop it down. All this is related to the felling technique he has learned. He knows how to cut down large trees in a way that saves time and effort. After cutting down the big tree, Li Jiudao selected the best piece of wood. He wanted to use this piece of wood to make a musical instrument. Okay, let's go back and buy some silk to make strings, Li Jiudao said to Ling Yin with a smile. Li Jiudao cut down a top-grade old nanma tree, and he chose the best part of it to make a zither, and he did not waste the rest. There were other lumberjacks in Qingshan. He told these lumberjacks the location of the top-quality old nanma tree and asked them to take the old nanma tree away. Then he left Qingshan with Ling Yin. This is your violin. I hope you can learn more about it and witness the entire casting process. Li Jiudao chuckled. This was the reason why he asked Ling Yin to come to Qingshan to cut wood together. For a luthier, the luthier is undoubtedly the most important thing. He promised to help Ling Yin forge a luthier, so naturally he would not fool Ling Yin. He wanted to help Ling Yin forge the best luthier. He hoped that this piano could accompany Ling Yin for a long time, and he wanted Ling Yin to have a deep understanding of the piano from beginning to end. If not, he would not bring Ling Yin to Qingshan to cut wood. How could Ling Yin, a little girl, know anything about logging? Also, a girl like Ling Yin probably has never been to Qingshan before. After all, there are too many wild beasts in Qingshan, and Qingshan is still too dangerous for the little girl. When his archery and felling skills had not yet reached the maximum level, he practiced archery and felling skills almost every day in Qingshan. It is no exaggeration to say that no one knows Qingshan better than him. He knew clearly the location and origin of every flower, grass, bird, and animal in the Green Mountains. He brought Ling Yin into Qingshan, not intending to ask Ling Yin to help him find suitable wood or cut wood. He just wanted Ling Yin to understand the whole process of making the zither and deepen her feelings for the zither. Thank you, sir. Ling Yin nodded, feeling deeply touched. How could she deserve such great care from a powerful person? The immortal is gone. Hutsang stood up from the ground in shock. When the immortal was cutting down trees, he was in great torment. Every blow of the axe of creation seemed to fall on his heart, making his soul tremble and almost collapse. This was more tiring than fighting a bloody battle. Fortunately, he had practiced for many years and was not an ordinary person, so he persisted. If it were any other cultivator, under such tormenting circumstances, they would have certainly collapsed long ago. An immortal has appeared in the east. This is more important than the ancient ruins. With a serious expression, he took out a pill, and after a simple refining process to heal his wounds, he immediately stood up and returned to the central area. He wants to tell the Holy Lord about this immortal. This is a top priority. Qingshan City. Li Jiudao and Ling Yin came to a silk shop. Various types of silk are traded here, and Li Jiudao wants to use the silk to make guitar strings. Ling Yin couldn't figure out the thoughts of the powerful master. Perhaps it was because she was not well informed that she could not recognize what was so amazing about the old Nanma tree in the Green Mountain. But can such an ordinary silk shop produce extraordinary silk? Could it be that this is also a shop opened by a senior cultivator? She couldn't help but think in her mind. Mr. Li is here. When the shop owner saw Li Jiudao, he immediately came over with a smile. Hello, Manager Jia. Li Jiudao smiled and said, I'm here to buy some silk to make strings for the guitar. Okay, no problem. Shopkeeper Jia said, Mr. Li, please wait here for a moment. I will go get the best silk for you. He asked the waiter to serve tea to Mr. Li and Ling Yin, while he went to the warehouse behind the store to get the best silk for Mr. Li. Not long after, he returned with fine silk. This is natural silk, extremely precious. I have been trying to collect it for many years but have never received any. These natural silks were collected by my ancestors. Shopkeeper Jia said. Li Jiudao took a look and found that the silk was white and mellow, and the thickness was very uniform. It was indeed top-grade natural silk. The silkworm is hard to find, so its silk is naturally rare as well. He had never expected to see it when he came here. However, it is better to use natural silk, and the quality of the strings made will be better. This is a pleasant surprise. Thank you, Shopkeeper Jia. How much are these? Li Jiudao asked with a smile. No money. Mr. Li didn't charge me a penny when he saved my life. Shopkeeper Jia insisted on not accepting Li Jiudao's money. At the beginning, he suffered from a strange disease and saw many doctors, but none of them could cure him. In the end, it was Li Jiudao who cured him. Li Jiudao didn't take a penny from him. How could he possibly ask Li Jiudao for money now? He definitely won't want it. When he went to get the Tiansan silk, he decided to give it to Li Jiudao. How can you not want money? You make a living from this business, but I am different. I don't make a living from treating illnesses. Li Jiudao was more persistent than manager Jia. In the end, he left the money and took Ling Yin away from the silk shop. Mr. Li is such a good man. Shopkeeper Jia said sincerely. The process of making a zither is complicated and troublesome, so Li Jiudao and Ling Yin returned to his courtyard. I am short-sighted when it comes to old Nanma trees. Am I short-sighted when it comes to silkworm silk as well? Ling Yin said in her heart. She really didn't see anything extraordinary about the heavenly silk. There wasn't even a trace of spiritual energy in it. It was just an ordinary silk. The Sir is back. In the small courtyard, old man Mingji walked over with a smile. Meow. Luo Shui shouted happily and ran to Li Jiudao wildly. Li Jiudao smiled, looked at the little white cat, then looked at the old man, and said, "You two have a good relationship at home." The little white cat was so happy, and he thought that the little white cat must be living very well at home with the old man. Okay. Old man Mingji replied. As expected. The powerful master deliberately kept Luo Shui at home and asked him to help solve the problem of Luo Shui's father. The realm of the great master is so high, how could he bother to take action himself? Fortunately, I am smart and realized the master's intention in time. He said with great delight in his heart. Meow. Luo Shui cried out, his eyes filled with emotion. She was just a small white cat, but she had to rely on the powerful masters to feed her with fish from the 9 realms, and the powerful masters also helped her father many times. She was so lucky to meet such a powerful and wise man who was so kind to her. Li Jiudao put down a piece of old Nanma tree and silk in his hand, and then he went to the side room to take out a set of carving tools. He will start processing and carving the wood to make it into the body of the instrument. This set of carving tools was also rewarded to him by the system. It can be used for wood carving, jade carving, stone carving, etc., and is very easy to use. It would be great if this was a training system. The rewards would all be supreme treasures. Li Jiudao said in his heart. Although the various things rewarded by the skill system are good, they are still ordinary things. He would rather the skill system be a cultivation system. In this way, he can walk sideways in the cultivation world without fear of anyone. The carving tools were placed in a medium-sized wooden box. Li Jiudao opened the box and took out all the carving tools inside. This is a complete set of engraving tools, including hammers, scrapers, gravers, chisels, saws, rulers, and planes. Among them, engraving knives have the most types, including flat knives, round knives, oblique knives, printing knives, triangular knives, etc., totaling 9. Then came the chisels, 6 in all of the same style but of varying sizes. When old man Mingji saw this complete set of carving tools, his eyes almost popped out and his heart was pounding so hard that it almost jumped out of his body. A complete set of carving tools, none of which is simple, and each of them has an amazing aura of the great way. Is this hammer the clear sky hammer, one of the 10 great imperial weapons? A scraper, a series of carving knives. Is this made of fairy gold? 6 chisels, shaped like shovels, could they be the 6 sky-crying shovel in the legend? The bronze saw, could it be the sky-cutting saw? White jade ruler, this is a ruler to measure the sky. The wood and blade of the plane both exude a fairy charm. Are they made of fairy wood and fairy gold? Old man Mingji's heart almost stopped from being frightened. He has lived here with the immortal for some time, and he has seen many supreme things here. He thought that this had broadened his horizons and would no longer be easily frightened. But after seeing this series of carving tools, he was still completely shocked. The clear sky hammer is the final blow that no other treasure can stop. It possesses the supreme law of the Tao and can suppress the power of all other treasures, reducing their strength and turning them into useless weapons. The sky-crying shovel, one of the 6 shovels, can flatten the world, and even the sky will cry. The sky-cutting saw, with one saw, all things are equal and can be sawed. The measuring ruler can measure the heaven and earth, which is endless, and can also record various laws of heaven. These are all legendary invincible ancient artifacts. They are so ancient and long-lasting that later generations are not sure whether these invincible ancient artifacts exist. As for the scraper and a series of carving knives that exude the fairyland, as well as the plane, it goes without saying that they are fairy tools. The immortal used such a set of invincible ancient artifacts to carve. Old Man Mingji really didn't know what to say. He could only say that an immortal is an immortal, and that it was impossible for a small character like him to guess what was going on. On the other side, Li Jiudao was concentrating on carving a section of old Nanma wood. Carving is a precise job that does not allow for any carelessness. Even the slightest deviation will result in a big difference and leave a flaw. He carved it bit by bit, and gradually the whole piece of wood took the shape of a musical instrument. Most ordinary people make the body of a guitar by splicing it together, but he does not do that. He wants to make a whole guitar body. This process is naturally more difficult. However, this did not pose a problem for him, as his carving skills had reached the highest level, his knife skills were superb, and he carved every detail with extreme precision, without the slightest deviation. It took him 2 full hours to make the guitar body, which also included painting. He makes the lacquer himself, using natural resin. After making the body of the guitar, he started making the strings. The strings are undoubtedly more important. The quality of a guitar depends entirely on its strings. The process of making guitar strings is even more complicated, requiring dozens of steps including turning, winding, combining, smoking, boiling, and drying. There are 7 strings in the zither. From the outside to the inside they are gong, shang, jiao, hui, yu, wen, and wu, also from thick to thin, ensuring the tone and rhythm. Old Man Mingji was stunned. He never expected that such a small string could be so troublesome. The immortal did not use any immortal power, but used mortal means to make the zither body and strings. Such patience and precise control of various details are really admirable. He couldn't help but say in his heart. Immortals once said that mortals are not necessarily worse than monks, and it seems to be true. A small piano has so many complicated processes. Mortals are indeed not simple. They are attentive in everything and their wisdom is no less than that of monks. The finished guitar body and strings need time to dry. Ling Yin comes here every day to see if they are dried. The realm of a great master is unimaginable. A harp made with such care must not be an ordinary harp. She is really looking forward to this harp. Comparing people will lead to death, and comparing goods will lead to throwing them away. Oh my, why am I not a girl? Old Man Mingji was screaming in his heart. He was full of envy, jealousy, and hatred towards Ling Yin. How amazing must the zither be if it was made with such great care by an immortal? He was really envious and only hated that he was not a girl. If he were a girl, he could attract the immortal's favor. How powerful he would be. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Don't be impatient. The body and strings of the guitar need to be air-dried for at least 3 to 5 days. Li Jiudao looked at Ling Yin, who came every day, and said to her with a smile. Ah, no hurry, no hurry. Ling Yin said. However, everyone could tell that she was speaking against her will. When she said, no hurry, her eyes were still glancing towards the guitar and its strings. In the magnificent and luxurious palace, a young girl sat on the steps paved with blue stone, her chin supported by her hands, gazing at the blazing light that rose into the sky like a pillar of heaven, with a resentful look in her eyes. When will this end? I haven't seen the great master in days. She said faintly. Yes, she was Xia Yan, and she was in the imperial palace of the Xia kingdom. A few days ago, she and her father returned to Xia kingdom to solve Ning Jie's problem. After solving it, she left Xia kingdom and prepared to return to Taihua sect. But halfway through, something strange happened in the east. Several blazing rays like pillars of heaven shot up into the sky, illuminating the entire eastern area. She knew very well that something big was happening there and the east would no longer be peaceful, so she did not return to Taiwa sect, but returned to Xia Kingdom. She was afraid that something might happen to her father in the Xia Kingdom. She has a protective jade pendant given to her by a powerful master, as well as a ceremonial bow of unimaginable power. With her in the Xia Kingdom, her father and the Xia Kingdom will be much safer. It turned out that her decision to return to Xia country was the right one. It didn't take long before the east was in chaos, and countless monks rushed there. In addition, she also met strong men from the other 4 divisions. Fortunately, she is back. With her in charge of the Xia Kingdom, once she shot an arrow, no cultivator dared to come and cause trouble. She did not use the ceremonial bow, but only an ordinary spiritual bow. However, the arrows she shot were still terrifyingly powerful, and ordinary cultivators did not dare to provoke her. She benefited greatly from the archery guidance from the powerful master. This is also because she is here. If she is not here, Xia country will definitely suffer. The character of the cultivators is uneven, and many cultivators will take advantage of the chaos to do evil. Especially the monks from the other 4 groups also came to the east. I haven't seen the Great Master for so many days. Will the Great Master forget me? Xia Yan whispered to herself. In front of such a powerful master, she was so insignificant that she could almost be ignored. She was really afraid that the powerful master would forget about her. Yanzhou, Central Part. All the strongholds of the Red-Chained Snake clan were eliminated, and the remaining members gathered in the main clan territory for defense. The 5 major demon beast tribes, the Purple Fire Demon Lion tribe, the Netherworld Dark Wolf tribe, the Ironback Grey Bear tribe, the Black Gold Ape tribe, and the Mighty Bull tribe, joined forces and surrounded the main tribe of the Red-Chained Snake tribe. This day has finally come. I no longer have to hide in the dark and can avenge myself. 2 terrifying beams of light shot out from the eyes of the Snow Cat King. The situation was decided. He no longer needed to hide it. He had to go to the Red-Chained Snake clan and kill the Red-Chained Snake King and Luo Nan, who was hiding in the Red-Chained Snake clan. The peaks stood tall with strange appearances, like snake peaks. This is the main territory of the Red-Chained Snake clan. In the past, no one, whether cultivators or monsters, dared to approach this place within a radius of thousands of miles. The Red-Chained Snake clan is powerful and fierce. Any cultivator or monster that approaches will be ruthlessly killed by them. Even the members of the holy places would not dare to approach here easily. But today, every snake peak was filled with huge, ferocious monsters. There are a total of 18 snake peaks in the main territory of the Red-Chained Snake clan. Now, 17 of them have been breached, leaving only the largest one. The monsters in the 17 snake peaks surrounded the remaining largest main snake peak. Roar, roar, roar. The terrifying roar of the beast shook the mountains and rivers, and frightened the members of the Red-Chained Snake clan in the main snake peak so much that they trembled with fear. 5 monsters with extremely terrifying auras stood on each side, emitting intimidating beams of light from their eyes, staring at the main snake peak. They are the Purple Fire Demon Lion King, the Netherworld Dark Wolf King, the Iron-Backed Grey Bear King, the Black Gold Ape King, and the Mighty Bull King. Is it worth it for you to fight to the death with our Red-Chained Snake clan just for a dead Snow Cat Emperor? In the main snake peak, the Red-Chained Snake King stood in the air, confronting the 5 Demon Kings. You should understand that even if all 5 of your tribes come together, it will not be that easy for you to destroy my Red-Chained Snake tribe. You will also need to pay a heavy price. His eyes were cold and he shouted loudly. The Red-Chained Snake clan is comparable to a holy land, and for a large clan like theirs, their clan territory is undoubtedly the most difficult to attack. Over the long years, they have been constantly strengthening and consolidating their clan territory. The 5 Demon Kings remained silent. The Red-Chained Snake King is right. Even if all 5 tribes gathered together, it would not be so easy to wipe out the Red-Chained Snake tribe in one fell swoop. It would require a huge price to pay. The world is cruel and the strong prey on the weak, especially in the central region. Once they become weak, they will be targeted by other races. For a dead Snow Cat Emperor, they are making such a fuss and risking a huge price. It's really not worth it. But, the Snow Cat King is not dead. The Snow Cat tribe has long been under my control, and today all the Snow Cat tribe's strong men are here. Do you really want to act impulsively without regard for the consequences? Inside the main snake peak, a young man flew high into the sky and shouted loudly. He is Luonan, the current ruler of the Snow Cat tribe. Once upon a time, he was just an ordinary wild cat. He was rescued by the Snow Cat King by chance and brought back to the tribe, and given the name Luonan. The Snow Cat Emperor taught him how to practice, and with his own efforts and outstanding talent, he soared on the road of practice and surpassed the other geniuses including the Snow Cat Emperor. The Tianxue Cat Emperor was very optimistic about him, and Luo Shui also liked him very much, so the Tianxue Cat Emperor arranged a marriage for them. However, on the day of the engagement, he took the poison he got from the Red Chain Snake clan and poisoned the Sky Snow Cat King and all the strong men of the Sky Snow Cat clan. He thought that his bloodline was low after all, and it would be difficult to convince people even if he married Luo Shui in the future. Therefore, he cooperated with the Red Chain Snake clan and planned to purge the members of the Sky Snow Cat clan who disobeyed him and keep the members who were loyal to him. The Tianxue Cat King fought while burning his essence, risking his life to escape with Luo Shui. The entire Tianxue Cat clan was completely destroyed and controlled by him. You still have the nerve to shout here? The powerful Bull King snorted coldly and said, "The Cat King is so good to you, but you are so ungrateful. Even if you die 1,000 times, I will never forgive you for your sins. Is there any point in talking about the past again?" Luo Nan's face was calm, and he said, "The Cat King is dead. It's useless to say more. You should look forward and not keep talking about the past." "Who said I was dead?" With a loud bang, a majestic figure flew into the air. The Sky Snow Cat King appeared. His aura was as surging as the vast ocean, and his whole body was as bright as the divine sun. The outcome has been decided. He no longer hides and steps out from the darkness. This time he wants to kill the Red Chain Snake King and Luo Nan with his own hands. He was filled with hatred because his blindness had caused a disaster to happen to the Tianxue Cat clan. After Luo Nan took control of the Tianxue Cat clan, he killed a large number of clan members. It was all his fault for bringing such a heartless Luo Nan back to the Tianxue Cat clan. "Haha, you finally came out. I've been waiting for you for a long time." The Red-Chained Snake King chuckled. When he saw the Sky Snow Cat King appear, he was not surprised at all. Instead, he showed great disdain. Obviously, he already knew that Snow Cat Emperor was not dead. After hearing what the Red-Chained Snake King said, the Sky Snow Cat King's expression changed instantly. He had a very bad feeling in his heart. The Red-Chained Snake King seemed to be waiting for him to show up. The expressions of the 5 Demon Kings also changed. Things might not be as they expected. "Cat Emperor, when will you stop being stupid and become smarter?" Luo Nan looked at the Snow Cat Emperor, sneered, and said, "Do you think we don't know that you are not dead? Don't we know that you are the 5 major races united? Little do we know that all of this is under our control. You're the only one with friends. I don't have any." The Red-Chained Snake King laughed and said, "Come out, my friends." Swish, swish, swish. One after another, terrifying auras rose into the sky, and countless monsters and cultivators suddenly rushed out, surrounding all the beasts of the 5 major tribes. The 2-headed evil Python King, the Gold-Eating Rat King, the Golden-Armored Lizard King, the 10-tailed Red Scorpion King, the Ghost-Toothed Spider King, the Wolf-Headed Bat King, and strong men from the Purple Cloud Holy Land, the No-Life Holy Land, the 100 Flowers Holy Land, and the 7-Star Holy Land all descended in an instant. This is a trap. Designed to catch us all. What a bunch of crap, friends. They're just a bunch of people who are here for profit. The 5 Demon Kings' faces turned pale. The Red-Chained Snake King was so insidious that he actually invited so many forces to ambush them here. After all, they underestimated the Red-Chained Snake King. When they attacked the Red-Chained Snake tribe, they paid close attention to the movements within the tribe. Unexpectedly, the Red-Chained Snake tribe had contacted so many forces without their knowledge. This time, with the arrival of the 6 major demon tribes and the 4 holy places, the situation was instantly reversed. They became turtles in a jar and fish on a chopping board, to be slaughtered at will. My old friends, I'm so sorry. Tianxue Cat Emperor looked at the 5 demon emperors and felt regretful and self-blaming. There are 6 major demon tribes, plus the red-chained snake tribe, a total of 7 demon tribes, and the 4 holy places of the human race. The gap is too big, they have no chance of winning at all. In the end, he was too impatient. He was eager to take revenge as soon as he returned to the central part. He should have made careful plans and should not have come back to deal with the red-chained snake tribe. Now, it's too late to say anything. This time, not only was he going to die here, but his 5 good friends were also implicated. Great Master, I have failed to live up to your expectations of me. He sighed heavily, full of shame. The powerful master gave him porridge to heal his injuries and kept Luo Shui by his side so that he could return to the central region to take revenge without any worries. But he didn't do it well. He felt that he was really sorry for the powerful master. The 6 demon kings, the top masters of the 4 holy places, stood in the air with indifferent expressions, looking down at the demon kings such as the Snow Cat King. Except for the 2-headed evil Python King who has some friendship with the Red-Chained Snake King, the rest of them have no friendship with the Red-Chained Snake King. This time, they came here just to destroy the 5 tribes including the mighty Bull King and divide their territories and heritage. In order to avenge the Snowy Cat Emperor for his revenge, the 5 emperors including the mighty Bull Emperor mobilized their entire clans to besiege the Red-Chained Snake clan. This was undoubtedly a great opportunity. After the Red-Chained Snake Emperor invited them, they immediately agreed. This time they can completely wipe out the 5 tribes including the mighty Bull King without leaving any trouble. The world is dangerous and the strong prey on the weak. This world is particularly cruel and a strong tribe may be destroyed in an instant if they are not careful. My old friends, I was really wrong. I shouldn't have dragged you into this. The Snow Cat King is very clear about the current situation. The 6 demon tribes in the 4 holy places will never let them go, no matter what they say. What bullshit are you talking about? Back then, when we broke into the Sky Cave, I was surrounded by monsters. You could have left, but you came back to save me regardless of your own life. If it weren't for you, I would have lost my life in the Sky Cave. The mighty and reckless Bull King looked fierce and said, "Why are you afraid of them? Fight them. I will take one of their kings away no matter what. I want to take one of their emperors away too. Whoever fails to take their emperor away will be their grandson." The Purple Fire Demon Lion King, the Netherworld Dark Wolf King, the Iron-Backed Grey Bear King, and the Black Gold Ape King spoke loudly, without any fear at all. They had a life-and-death friendship with the Snow Cat Emperor, and even though they were in a critical situation now, they had no regrets. Everyone. The Snow Cat King's eyes welled up with tears, he was deeply moved. His life is worth it to have 5 good friends like this. Let's fight. He shouted loudly, and a terrifying light burst out from his whole body, and he was filled with fighting spirit. You still want to take us away? Ridiculous, ridiculous. The 2-headed evil Python King shook his 2 huge heads, and his words were full of disdain. Everyone, get started. I want to go back early and have a couple of drinks. The strongman from the Wusheng Holy Land said lightly, not taking the Tianxue Cat Emperor and other demon kings seriously at all. With such a huge gap, if 1 or 2 of them were still taken away by the Demon King Tianxue Cat King and other demon kings, they would have no chance to live, and that would be too embarrassing. Cat Emperor, I want to see how you can escape this time. Even if you burn your essence again, it won't work. The Red-Chained Snake King sneered, took the lead in attacking, and rushed forward with powerful force. After that, the 2-headed evil Python King, the Gold-Eating Rat King, the Golden-Armored Lizard King, the 10-tailed Red Scorpion King, the Ghost-Toothed Spider King, the Wolf-Headed Bat King, as well as the strong men from the Purple Cloud Holy Land, the No-Life Holy Land, the 100 Flowers Holy Land, and the 7-Star Holy Land all moved and started to attack. The monsters and monks they brought with them also started to move. A huge melee broke out instantly. There were constant shouts and roars of beasts, blood splattered everywhere, and terrifying power fluctuations filled everywhere. The sky and the earth were dyed red. The gap is too big, the situation is completely one-sided. Tianxue Cat King and other demon kings fought desperately, but it was still useless. Not to mention taking anyone away, they couldn't even hurt them. Why did you have to come back to die? And you brought your friends with you to die, ha ha. The Red-Chained Snake King laughed loudly, looking at the Sky Snow Cat King who was lying on the ground, his body covered in blood, his eyes full of disdain. The 5 emperors including the mighty Bull King all collapsed on the ground, their breath weak, suffering severe injuries, and no longer able to fight. The disparity in strength is just too great. Give me this cow. I've wanted to eat it for a long time. The gold-eating Rat King licked his lips and looked at the mighty Bull King greedily. Give me the lion, so I can make a coat with lion's fur. A middle-aged woman from the Holy Land of 100 Flowers chuckled and caught the attention of the purple fire demon Lion King. The outcome has been decided. The demon kings such as Tianxue Cat King no longer have the strength to resist. They are about to start dividing the fruits of their victory. Okay, kill him first. The 2-headed evil Python King said. Good. The other demon kings and powerful men from the Holy Land nodded, not wanting to delay anything. Old friends, my life is worth it to have friends like you. Haha, let's go together. The Snow Cat King looked at the mighty Bull King and other demon kings, laughed sadly, and closed his eyes in despair. Me too. It's worth it to have friends like you. If there is an afterlife, we will be friends again. The 5 emperors including the mighty Bull King also closed their eyes, waiting for death to come. Kill. The Red-Chained Serpent King shouted coldly, and transformed his demonic power into a sword. He pointed the long sword directly at the Sky Snow Cat King, wanting to chop off the Sky Snow Cat King's head. The 2-headed evil Python King and other demon kings and strong men from the 4 sacred grounds also mobilized their strength to kill the mighty Bull King and other 5 kings. Stop. At this moment, a figure came from afar in an instant, with a rolling aura sweeping across the sky and earth. With a slap of his palm, the Red-Chained Snake King and other demon kings as well as the strong men from the 4 sacred grounds were instantly blasted aside. Puff puff puff. Scalding blood flew everywhere. The power of this palm was too terrifying. The Red-Chained Snake King and other demon kings as well as the strong men from the 4 holy lands were all severely injured, and their bodies were covered in blood. The old leader of the Tianji Holy Sect. The pupils of the Red-Chained Snake King and other demon kings shrank sharply. They never expected that the old leader of the Tianji Holy Sect would come here and even fight with them. Senior. The strong men from the 4 holy places were confused. What was the Tianji Holy Sect going to do? Today I'll see who dares to touch the Cat Emperor. The old leader of the Tianji Holy Sect snorted coldly, and swept his old eyes over the Red-Chained Snake King and other demon kings and the strong men from the 4 holy places. His eyes emitted beams of terrifying light and his aura was overwhelming. Come for the Snow Cat Emperor. Or is it the old leader of the Tianji Holy Sect who came in person? The Red-Chained Snake King and other demon kings looked at each other. They never expected that the Sky Snow Cat King had such a deep relationship with the Tianji Holy Sect. You know, people like the old leader have lived too long and don't have much time left to live. He won't come out easily on weekdays, and he won't take action rashly. Because moving around randomly would consume their energy and accelerate their death, not to mention attacking randomly, which would undoubtedly consume more energy for them and bring them closer to death. However, the old leader of the Tianji Holy Sect not only came here in person for the Tianxue Cat Emperor, but also fought with them. How deep is the relationship between Tianxue Cat Emperor and Tianji Holy Sect? The old leader of Tianji Holy Sect even gave up his life for Tianxue Cat Emperor. The strong men from the 4 holy places also found it incredible. The old saint masters of their respective holy places are still there. They know very well how bad the conditions of their old saint masters are. They usually dare not even take a step more, let alone fight. I'm afraid that the current leader of the Tianji Holy Sect has been attacked and killed outside, and the old leader of the Tianji Holy Sect will not come to rescue him in person. What relationship? They couldn't help but think in their hearts. Brother, that's great. You actually have such a deep relationship with the Holy Tianji Sect. The powerful Bull King grinned and laughed at the Snow Cat King. Tianxue Cat Emperor was confused. Why didn't he remember that he had such a deep relationship with the Tianji Holy Sect? He wanted to ask, Old Master, did you recognize the wrong person and save the wrong person? Although the overall strength of the Holy Heavenly Secret Church is not as strong as other holy places, its popularity is too good. God knows how many forces and strong people will be attracted by the holy heavenly secret church. The Tianji holy sect is definitely the most unprovoked force in the central region. The Tiang Suimo clan was once as glorious as any other holy place, but it was still somewhat inferior to the Tianji holy sect. The Cat Emperor once took his daughter Luo Shui to the Tianji holy religion, wanting to pave the way for his daughter Luo Shui so that his daughter Luo Shui could have a good relationship with the Tianji holy religion. At that time, he wanted to take his daughter to see the current leader of the Tianji holy sect. Unfortunately, the leader could not be seen just because he wanted to. Even if he is the king of the clan, it won't work. If you want to see the leader, you can't force it, it all depends on the leader's mood. This is true even for the holy lords of other holy places. He had no choice but to settle for the next best thing and take his daughter Luo Shui to visit the grand elder of the Tianji holy sect, old Man Mingji. Now, the old leader of the Tianji holy sect actually came here in person for him and even fought with him. He really didn't expect it. It was completely beyond his expectations. If he really has such a deep and good relationship with the Tianji holy sect, is it possible that he can't even meet the leader? Senior, please don't be angry. We really didn't know that the Cat Emperor had such a deep relationship with the holy heavenly secret church. We were wrong today. Please forgive us, Senior. We were bewitched by the red-chained Snake King, and that's why we committed such a huge crime. Don't worry, Senior. We will make it up to the Cat King 100-fold. The powerful men from the 4 holy places quickly spoke to the old leader. They have lived for a long time and have rich experiences, and each of them can be called a human being. The old leader came here in person for the Snow Cat Emperor, and even fought with him at the cost of his life energy. There is no doubt that the relationship between the Snow Cat Emperor and the Tianji holy sect has reached an unimaginable depth. In this situation, how could they not be cowardly? The Tianji holy sect has too much popularity. If we really want to fight to the death with the Tianji holy sect, even if it is a holy place like them, we will definitely not end up well and will suffer serious losses. That's right. The red-chained Snake King was despicable and cunning. He deceived us with all kinds of lies and caused us to make a big mistake. Please rest assured, Senior. We will pay the price 100 times to make it up to the Cat Emperor. The 2-headed evil Python King and other demon kings also immediately gave in. The 6 major demon tribes, plus the red-chained snake tribe, make a total of 7 demon tribes, and there are 4 holy places. When they come together, the power they possess is undoubtedly very strong and terrifying. But compared with the Tianji holy religion, it is still far behind. The Tianji holy sect is kind and generous. No matter whether it is a strong person from the Holy Land or a casual cultivator with no background, the Tianji holy sect will help if it can. The connections it has are simply unimaginable. It is no exaggeration to say that if an attack is taken against the Tianji holy church, the entire central region will be in chaos, and even the entire Yenzhou may be in chaos. I don't know how many forces and strong people in Yenzhou will come to help the Tianji holy church. What, humans and animals? The red-chained Snake King's nose was crooked from anger. What lies did he tell to deceive? At the beginning, when he contacted these demon kings and holy lands, he only said that there was a chance to capture the Sky Snow Cat King and the other 5 kings in one fell swoop, and that they could divide the territories and heritage of the 5 kings afterwards. And these demon kings and holy places immediately agreed. How come it's all his fault now? Also, what friends? He and the 2-headed evil Python King have a close relationship, and they are like 2 real brothers in normal times. But, when something really happens, the 2-headed evil Python King will be the first to sell him out. Really %UN hashtag, there's no comparison. He cursed in his mind. Look at the Cat Emperor's friends, look at his friends, the difference is too big. Why are you apologizing to me here? Why are you asking me to forgive you? You should apologize to the Cat Emperor and ask for his forgiveness. If the Cat Emperor does not forgive you, even if you pay 100 times the price, even 1,000 times the price will not do. The old leader said. Cat Emperor, we were wrong. We are willing to accept the punishment and only ask for your forgiveness. We will accept any kind of compensation, as long as the Cat Emperor forgives us. The 6 demon kings and the powerful men from the 4 holy places hurriedly apologized to the Tianxue Cat King. Ah! The Snow Cat Emperor felt a little dizzy, as if all this was just a dream and too unrealistic. Don't worry about anything. If you don't want to forgive them, just say so. The Holy Heavenly Secret Church will support you to the end. Even if you want to destroy them all, the Holy Heavenly Secret Church will help you do it. The old leader said to Tianxue Cat Emperor with a firm attitude that as long as Tianxue Cat Emperor was not satisfied, they would launch an all-out attack on the 6 major demon tribes in the 4 holy places. This relationship is too deep. The faces of the 6 demon kings and the powerful men from the 4 holy places all changed drastically, and they hurriedly apologized to the Tianxue Cat King again, begging for his forgiveness. It's over, it's over. The Red-Chained Snake King's face was ashen. The old leader actually supported the Snow Cat King so much. He and the Red-Chained Snake clan were doomed this time. When Tianxue Cat Emperor heard what the old leader said, he was really flattered. But he is the king of a clan after all, so he still knows his limits and knows when to advance and retreat. Not forgiving the 6 demon kings and the powerful men from the 4 holy places and insisting on pursuing the matter to the end is certainly very satisfying and relieving, but it will also have a great impact on the Tianji Holy Sect. The Tianji Holy Sect has a good relationship with people, and in Yanzhou it can be said that one call can get 100 responses, but it is definitely not an easy task to destroy the 6 major demon tribes and the 4 holy places. He didn't want to trouble the Tianji Holy Church like this, especially since he didn't know why the Tianji Holy Church was so good to him. The Red-Chained Snake King has always been insidious and cunning. I think everyone is bewitched by him. Haha, I don't blame you. He said with a smile. The Cat Emperor is benevolent and righteous. If you have any problems in the future, please ask us and we will definitely help you. The 6 demon kings and the strong men from the Holy Land spoke quickly. The Cat Emperor is kind and righteous. He doesn't want to pursue anything against you, but this matter cannot just let go. When you go back, you must prepare generous gifts to apologize to the Cat Emperor and his friends, and make up for their losses. The old leader glanced at the 6 demon kings and the strong men from the Holy Land, and said, "Remember, this is a generous gift. Don't be petty, or I will make you pay for it." He knew that the Cat Emperor was afraid of causing trouble, so he didn't even mention compensation. However, he will not let the Cat Emperor suffer any loss. We understand. Please rest assured, Senior, we will never be petty. The 6 demon kings and the powerful men from the Holy Land replied. Okay, there's nothing for you to do now. Go back and prepare a generous gift to apologize. The old leader said calmly. Thank you, Senior. Thank you, Cat Emperor. Let's go back and prepare. The 6 demon kings and the strong men from the Holy Land replied, and then quickly left the place. Senior. How can I be so worthy of your help? Tianxue Cat Emperor said to the old leader with great gratitude. The old leader smiled, his eyes full of meaning, and said, The Cat Emperor is too modest. Your daughter will become a great person in the future, and her achievements will be unimaginable. When that time comes, I and the Tianji Holy Sect will have to rely on the Cat Emperor. Could it be? The Snow Cat King was excited and vaguely guessed something. Cat Emperor, please take care of things here first, and we will discuss in detail later. The old leader said with a smile. Good. Tianxue Cat Emperor nodded. If it was really as he guessed, then they really couldn't talk in public. The winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. With the old leader in charge here, the Red-Chained Snake King has no ability or opportunity to resist. The Snow Cat Emperor raised his hand and chopped off the head of the Red-Chained Snake Emperor, and destroyed the Red-Chained Snake Emperor's soul. The Red-Chained Snake Emperor died completely. Cat Emperor, please forgive me. It was the Red-Chained Snake Emperor who bewitched me. Please give me a chance. Luo Nan cried and begged for mercy from the Tianxue Cat King. You are so ungrateful and have lost all conscience. How dare you beg for mercy from me? The Tianxue Cat King had a cold expression on his face. He did not give Luo Nan any chance and killed him on the spot. Thank you for your help, old friends. The Snow Cat Emperor thanked the Mighty Bull Emperor and the other 5 emperors, and asked them to divide the territory and heritage of the Red-Chained Snake clan equally, but he did not take anything. It's not your fault, it's all my fault. Go back and rebuild our homeland of the Snow Cat tribe. The Snowcat King looked at the Snowcat members who were in the Red Chain Snake clan and said with self-blame and regret. Although the Snowcat clan members followed Luonan these days, he did not blame them. He knew very well that the Snowcats had no choice these days. If they don't compromise with Luonan, the members of the Snowcat clan will be doomed these days. After all, it was he who harmed the members of the Snowcat tribe. If he had not brought Luonan to the Tianshuecat tribe, how could such a disaster have happened to the Tianshuecat tribe? Emperor. Tears welled up in the eyes of the members of the Sky Snowcat clan. No matter what, they had all betrayed their emperor, but the Sky Snowcat emperor did not pursue them. They were deeply moved. Go back and rebuild our home. I will go back and rebuild it with you later. The Cat King comforted the members of the Snowcat clan these days. Afterwards, these members of the Snowcat tribe left this place and returned to their tribe's territory. Senior. After doing all this, Tianshuecat Emperor found the old leader, who had been waiting for him in another place. The old leader nodded, raised his hand and offered a round bead, which he placed above their heads. Then, a circle of light curtain dropped from the round beads, surrounding them. Okay, now we can talk as much as we want. The old leader chuckled. The light curtain that fell from the beads blocked out everything. He didn't have to worry about anyone being able to hear their conversation. Senior, do you also know about the existence of a powerful master? Tianshuecat Emperor looked at the old leader's cautious look, and thought about what the old leader had just said to him about Luo Shui. He understood that the old leader should know the existence of the powerful master. A powerful and wise man traveling through the mortal world as a mortal naturally does not want to be disturbed. The old leader is so cautious, obviously he is afraid that the news about the powerful master will leak out. The old leader nodded, then looked at the Snowcat Emperor with admiration and said, "You did a very good job. Even when facing death, you did not mention the powerful master." His realm was extremely high, his spiritual perception had arrived before his physical presence. He knew that when the Snowcat Emperor was facing death, he did not leak any information about the powerful master. The great master has been very kind to me and has brought my daughter with him. How can I violate his taboos and allow others to disturb him? Snowcat King said. He has a bottom line in his heart, and he will not cross it even if facing death. The great master has been very kind to him. If he leaked the great master's information for his own sake, he would be a complete jerk, no different from the ungrateful and conscienceless Luonan. You have such awareness, it is worth it for the great master to save you. The old leader said with a smile. Old Man Mingji recorded everything in the sound transmission talisman, which was a direct message to the leader. After the leader learned everything through the sound transmission note, he immediately informed him. The central region is very far away from the east, and even if the message was transmitted using sound transmission notes, it would take several days to arrive. The leader was afraid of something happening, so he notified him as soon as possible. Everyone knows that the Holy Tianji sect has a lot of good karma, and everyone is wary of it. However, the leader was still worried that the Red Chain Snake King and other Demon Kings would take risks, and that he would not be able to stop them in time, causing problems for the Sky Snowcat King. It will take time to contact other powerful forces. The leader had no choice but to inform him and ask him to go there in person. This was the advice from an immortal. He was fully aware of the seriousness of the matter. If he did well, he might benefit greatly and survive the death penalty. If he did not do well, the entire Tianji holy religion might be destroyed. He didn't dare to delay and rushed here at full speed. Fortunately, he arrived in time and nothing happened to the Snowcat King. The main reason was that the leader did a great job. He did not think about contacting the powerful people from other forces, but informed him at the first time. Otherwise, they would have made a big mistake. Great and powerful master. Tianshuecat Emperor was deeply moved. He had failed to live up to the great and powerful master's expectations of him, and the great and powerful master even sent people to save him. He really didn't know what to say, his heart was filled with warmth. Okay, now that this matter is over, I should leave. Don't be so rash in the future. Think before you act. The old leader bid farewell to the Snowcat Emperor and returned to the Tianji holy sect. His figure was shaking, his breath was extremely weak, and he looked like an old man, no longer having the appearance of a strong man. This time he consumed too much energy. He didn't have much life left, and now he has only a few days left. Master, why don't you go to the east to find an immortal? The current leader of the Tianji holy sect said to the old leader with great distress. The old leader is his master. No. The old leader shook his head with difficulty and said, if I go to the immortal like this, it would be like asking for credit. The immortal knows everything with his thoughts. Don't try to be clever in front of the immortal. But master, you have consumed a lot of energy because of this. You don't have much time left. The leader felt even more distressed. If the immortal wants to reward us, even if we don't go, the immortal will still reward us. If the immortal doesn't want to reward us, it's useless for me to go, and it may even cause the immortal's dissatisfaction and bring disaster. The old leader said, it doesn't matter whether I live or die, the future of Tianji Shengjiao is important. Mengji finally got the appreciation of the immortal, we can't destroy it. He went on to say, use the sound transmission note to inform Mengji that the matter has been completed and that the Snow Cat Emperor is fine. But remember, you must not say anything too much in front of the immortal to take credit for it. Disciple, understood. The leader replied with tears in his eyes, recording everything with a note transmission device and informing Mengji.